I'm telling you this stuff, you should probably find a different kid. If Nichols' team is having them work on fucking combination blood kits as I'm talking right now, and listen to this, you need to go to another team. There's not enough hours in the day for Brian Ortega, Bro Nickel, these two outliers as far as grappling goes. There's not enough fucking hours in the day for you to catch up, to be competitive in the fucking UFC in order for you to get to a title shot. It's happening. Yet y'all want to do that. I don't understand it. I just don't. I just don't. I have no idea. It's like you got a drag car that's, it's the fastest in the world. It's the very best in the world. I go and fucking straight record it on. And you want to take it off the fuck? That's not what it does. It's made to go straight as fast as possible. It has slicks on it. Yeah, but we're just gonna, instead of preparing and getting prep for the draft, we're just gonna keep taking it off road. But you keep losing the races. Then you keep doing off road. I don't get it. I do not get it. I will never understand it. For Aljo, probably his easiest one is career. By far. Why? Shoot. Maybe twice. And I'll just stay behind his jet. Yeah, I don't give a fuck. I'm Aljo. I'm a former champ. Yeah, see? I know if you ask Aljo, he doesn't dislike them. That should not be the case. That should not be the case. It's like another example because I remember at least my surgery, I'm not certain to train or fast or does train. Yeah.
Area, known in English as Galicia or Halichinat in Ukrainian, goes to Austria. Another example of the fissure between the eastern orientation of many Ukrainians that is going to be politically augmented. As you can see, just about the bottom half of this map is Ukraine. In the 19th century, the Russian Empire, in particular under Tsars like this man, Nicholas I, engaged in a very concerted effort to try to assimilate their local population. In the case of the Jews, Nicholas I imposed the horrific Cantonist decree, which demanded that young Jewish males meet the quota to spend up to 36 years in military service. An absolutely horrific decree that caused untold tragedy in the Jewish street. In terms of Ukrainians, a little bit different because Ukrainians and Russians were, as I alluded to earlier, related peoples. They were all Orthodox at this point. They had a similar language. Ukrainian is, it's hard to define exactly what a dialect means, but it would be as easy to say that Russian is a dialect of Ukrainian and vice versa. They're written with a very similar Cyrillic alphabet, not identical, but very similar grammar, very similar vocabulary, but not identical at all. Generally speaking, Ukrainians and Russians can speak to each other and understand most of what they're saying in their respective languages, and they can also read each other's texts, but it's something like, German speakers and Yiddish speakers, or maybe a little bit further apart, Spanish and Italian speakers. Actually, maybe it would be someone like with a very strong Quebecois accent speaking to someone from Paris. That's maybe a little bit closer than Russian Ukrainian. But in this environment, the Russian Empire embarked on a sometimes very coercive, sometimes very suggestive campaign to try to get the Ukrainians to think of themselves as the little brothers of the Russians. In fact, one of the terms that was used for Ukrainians at this time were little Russians. And the Russian people were called Great Russians or Big Russians, trying to convey the idea that they were part of one family, that the Ukrainians were sort of the little brothers of the senior brothers, the Russians. In some cases, this meant closing down Ukrainian language schools that were developing towards the end of the 19th century, censoring Ukrainian language publications, and many other crude moves to try and make the Ukrainians think of themselves as being Russians. But it should be borne in mind that this is a period when Ukrainians were just beginning to articulate their differences, which obviously went back for centuries, but had not really been defined as such. This is an era in the late 19th century when all the peoples of Eastern Europe, including the Jews, are beginning to explore the idea of their self-determination and their national status. In the case of Jews, it is expressed in terms of experimentation with the Yiddish language and the development of Yiddish literature, the standardization of Yiddish, which had been spoken like Ukrainian for about 10 centuries, and yet had never really decided on its own spelling, let alone its grammar. And also for Jews in the development of political Zionism, the idea that Jews constituted a distinct nation and should return to their national homeland. For Ukrainians, of course, they were indigenous. They were living in the national homeland, but it meant developing a national identity which was very sharply differentiated from their northern neighbors. This comes to a head in the revolutionary era immediately following World War I. This map here, circa 1900, shows the density of Jewish population in Ukrainian regions. The blue line represents Ukrainian boundaries as they exist today. And as you can see, the Jewish population is concentrated on the western side of the Dnipro River, that's the right bank region, but a significant amount of it spills over into the neighboring region of Austria and Romania and even Hungary. This is, of course, a very heavily Hasidic region in particular. And these cultural boundaries, these linguistic and religious boundaries, are often much more significant than the political ones, as we shall see. So during the revolutionary era, leading up to World War I, and then especially in 1917, when the Russian Empire collapses, a lot of Ukrainians begin to say, hey, now is our opportunity to actually establish some kind of independence from the Russian Empire. At first, it's envisioned in the form of a federated Russian state that includes many of the non-Russian nationalities, like Ukrainians, like Poles, and so on. And one of the great champions for this kind of moderate evolution of greater Ukrainian national expression is this man, the historian Mikhail Khrushchevsky. Khrushchevsky and many others assembled an organization in Kiev called the Central Rada, or Central Council, which included Jews as well, with the idea of hammering out a rapprochement between the many peoples that live in Ukraine, not only the Ukrainian majority, but also the significant national minorities, including the Jews, the Poles, the Germans, the Russians, of course, all of whom had different ideas about how to shape the post-World War I reality. Unfortunately, the years after World War I were consumed by violence as civil war erupted, with many internal and external forces active in Ukrainian territory. There was an attempt, specifically by the inheritor of the Central Rada, the directory, to establish that connection with the Jewish minority. This directory was led by this man, Simon Petliura. Unfortunately, Ukraine was submerged in communal violence at this time, and in particular, there were a series of pogroms concentrated in the year 1919, and one of the great paradoxes of this period is that 40% of the recorded pogroms were actually committed by the troops that ostensibly were loyal to the Ukrainian Petliura, who had a minister of Jewish affairs in his government at the time. It's a very confusing period. I've written about this if you are curious. Ultimately, the Soviets were able to seize control over most of Ukrainian ethno-linguistic territory, and they established a new country, the Ukrainian SSR, or Ukrainian Soviet Socialist Republic. Here on this map, you can see the boundaries of that new country. The white line that you can faintly see running around the outside represents contemporary Ukrainian boundaries, but more significantly is the pink area in the center, which is the boundaries of the Ukrainian SSR. The blue area just to the west represents those Ukrainians who found themselves not within the Soviet orbit, but within independent interwar Poland. And once again, you see that fissure where a large bulk of Ukrainians now find themselves associated, whether they like it or not, with Moscow and the Union of Soviet Socialist Republics, and a minority in Western Ukraine find themselves associated, again, whether they like it or not, with the independent Poland that reemerges after World War I. Also interesting in this note is that it's not just Ukrainians. The little sort of yellow circles that have the number 3 on them all represent significant Jewish populations. And you can see, as we saw in earlier maps, there's a high density of Jewish settlement, particularly in right bank Ukraine and especially in the Ukrainian region of Halichina, which at this point is in Polish control. There's a lot to say about the nature of Soviet rule in Ukraine, and I've spoken about it in other videos, so I don't want to go into great detail, but perhaps most significant for our purposes is the infamous Holodomor, a artificial terror famine orchestrated by Stalin that killed millions of Ukrainians in 1932 to 1933. The resentment against the Russian communists ran very high, particularly towards the western regions, and this accelerated a level of anti-Semitism that was specifically attached to the notion, false as it was, that the Jews were somehow behind communism and behind the Holodomor by extension. Obviously, much more to say about this complex period. Please have a look at some of my other videos to understand it. But what ends up happening in World War II is that the region is temporarily divided between Hitler and Stalin by a pact known as the Molotov-Ribbentrop Non-Aggression Pact. Stalin and Hitler agreed to cynically divide the region that separated their two countries, the Third Reich on the one hand and the USSR on the other, very much like the cynical division of Poland 2 centuries earlier. And so part of the region of Western Ukraine found itself suddenly under the control of the Soviets for 2 years. During these 2 years, the Soviets subjected Western Ukraine to a very brutal, rapid process of communization, the collectivization of farms, the seizure of intellectuals, of intelligentsia of various types, priests and teachers and postal clerks and you name it, torturing them and ultimately murdering them. But what happens in Operation Barbarossa, which is June 22nd, 1941, is that Hitler double crosses Stalin and invades the Soviet Union, catching him off guard, and as you can see in this map, penetrating deep into the Russian SSR and taking over almost all of Ukrainian ethno-linguistic territory. The Ukrainian SSR is almost completely taken over by the Nazis, and what's most significant for our purposes is that Hitler sends out 4 mobile killing squads into the region. The lowest one, as you can see, the blue lines there, is Einsatzgruppe A, which proceeds to go through the tiny little shtetls that dot the countryside, rounding up Jews, communists, political figures, Jehovah's Witnesses, homosexuals, anyone who is regarded as an enemy by the Third Reich, taking them out to the fields and ravines in the region and simply mass murdering them. This is incidentally the way in which most of my ancestors were killed, not in Ukraine, but in Lithuania by another group of ancestors. So the Nazis hold on to the Ukrainian SSR until the war begins to turn with the Battle of Stalingrad, and eventually the Russian Red Army is able to drive them all the way back to Germany and ultimately to defeat. The reconstituted boundaries of Soviet Ukraine after World War II now include those Ukrainians who were on the western side. They're dominated by the city of Lviv, or Lviv, as it would be pronounced by people in Lichna. These western Ukrainians are much less likely to support their incorporation into the Soviet Union, primarily because they've had more of an orientation to capitalism and to the West and to Europe in general. Nevertheless, these are the boundaries of the Ukrainian SSR that pertain right up until the dissolution of the Soviet Union in 1991. Under Gorbachev, there were widespread protests, particularly by the non-Russian nationalities, and they're breaking away from the Soviet Union. Ukraine, the Baltic states, and so on, even Belarus, which is normally very closely aligned with Russia, all break away and form their own states. And it is during the period, particularly from the 1960s onward, that you begin to see Jews and Ukrainians forming another kind of rapprochement, this time united in their opposition to Stalinism and to Soviet communism in general. One of the most notable figures that emerges from Ukraine at this time is the dissident Anatoly Sharansky, Natan Sharansky, who is now a very important leader in Israel, who was one of the prominent refuseniks, that is, Jews who were sent to prison for the temerity to ask for permission to leave the Soviet Union. And in many ways, Jews and Ukrainians exiled and imprisoned began to reform connections that would later be expressed in political activity and would ultimately result in the overthrow of the Soviet Union in 1991. Here's a map of what things are like today. As you can see, this map from the Washington Post gives you a sense of the linguistic differences of Ukrainians today. There's no question that the further east you go, the more Russified the population is, at least linguistically. The regions of Donetsk and Luhansk have a certain amount of dissident movements that Putin is taking advantage of, perhaps exaggerating and certainly leveraging for his own purposes. And it is in this region where Mr. Putin has currently invaded. The Crimea to the south has been seized by Russia for some time now, and it is in these regions where the hostilities are specifically focused. However, it's very clear from maps of troop buildup that they have troops in Belarus and in Crimea as well, which threaten Ukraine and could suggest the outbreak of much wider hostilities. How do Jews feel about this right now? Well, it's an unusual moment. Perhaps most ironically, the current president of Ukraine is in fact Jewish himself, and he has not made a secret of this, and he is the one leading Ukraine in their attempt to resist this Russian aggression. Many Jews, alongside their Ukrainian neighbors, are very concerned about the future of their country. Jews have the option, which is something that is very rare in Jewish history, but is a product of the 20th century and specifically the late 20th century. They have the possibility of making Aliyah, of leaving Ukraine and moving to Israel. This is something that changes the entire dynamic for many of the some 40,000 odd people who identify as Jewish in Ukraine today. But those Jews who are remaining, according to prominent leaders of the Ukrainian Jewish community, they will stay and they will fight and they will resist Russian aggression in their region. Let us hope for peace in the region and a long-standing resolution to this conflict that is in the best interest of all the peoples of the area. Thank you very much for watching.
money did you rob? That's it. That's why when you see two big dogs, going at it, that makes sense. Which one has money, what's wrong with you, never makes sense.
Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. As we all watch the terrible events that are currently unfolding in Ukraine, it is important for us to recall that Jews have a very, very long and rich history in this region. And I've prepared a couple of videos already that point to the long Jewish history there. Today, what I'd like to do is to just give you a few biographical snippets of some historically significant Jews who have come from Ukraine. This video could be much longer than it actually is because there are literally hundreds, maybe thousands of really famous Jews who have come from Ukraine themselves or are of Ukrainian Jewish lineage. By the way, please don't write in the comment box, why didn't you include so-and-so, why didn't you include this person, because that's just going to make me feel guilty. I mean, there are literally hundreds of people that could have been included in this video. I just picked a handful that were really meaningful to me in particular. Some people are kind of surprised that I would portray life for Jews in Ukraine as anything except unrelenting suffering. And, you know, I'm sorry to disappoint you, but the reality is that for the vast majority of the time that the Jews lived in Ukraine, they lived in a cultural symbiosis with their neighbors. Sometimes there was more strain, and sometimes, in fact, there was even peasant uprisings that resulted in Jewish deaths at the hand of Ukrainian antagonists. But there's also, you know, hundreds and hundreds of years of relatively peaceful coexistence, as I've discussed in previous videos. I think it's hard for people to let go of that kind of reified mindset with regards to the experience of Jews in Ukraine, and certainly not giving Ukrainian history its true class here. I think I know more than most people about the violence that was perpetrated against Jews in 1648, 1768, 1919, unfortunate Holocaust. However, when you look at the overarching amount of history that Jews have spent in Ukraine, it's easy to lose sight of the more quiet moments that dominated that long history. And by the way, some people say, well, what about Nazis in Ukraine? And they'll point to tiny examples, sometimes more significant, obviously during the Holocaust, of Ukrainians who supported more right-wing causes. It's a silly argument. You look at America, we've got Nazis here in the United States. We've got Nazis in virtually every country of the world. They tend to be tiny little fragments of the population. They tend to represent kind of like the QAnon supporting individuals who may band together and rant at passersby and things like that. We certainly don't condemn an entire society because of these tiny minorities, especially when that society has demonstrably taken steps to quell that kind of activity, which is not something that even America has done very well. At any rate, I want to focus here on Ukraine. Let's have a look at some of the significant Jews that have lived in this region. Here's a map just to recall what we're talking about when we say Ukraine. These are the contemporary political boundaries, although it's important to note that with the exception of a couple of points in this long history, Ukraine was not a titular nationality. I mean, they didn't have their own state that they could claim, this is our boundaries of our country and so on. Ukraine was typically dominated by other countries, and the ethno-linguistic population known today as Ukrainians often found themselves within, let's say, Poland or Russia in particular. Also, sometimes they were divided, meaning the western sections in particular found themselves under the Austrians or the Hungarians or the Poles, and the western group found themselves under the Russians, for example. If we go to the earliest point in Ukrainian history where we actually have named the Jews, the 12th century stands out because there are two figures who belong to the Talmudic school of the Tosafists. These are very, very important thinkers who, circulated commentaries on the Talmud in particular. One is named Moshe of Kiev. He maintained correspondence with Rabbeinu Tam, one of the most famous of this school of scholars. Also correspondence with Gaon Shmuel ben Ali of Baghdad. And there's another, Isaac of Chernihiv, sometimes recorded as Isaac of or Yitzchak of Chernigov. That would be Russian pronunciation of the same place. Also a 12th century figure who traveled to the west, to the Rhineland, and he became one of the students of Rabbi Yehuda HaChassid during the period of the Hasidic Ashkenaz. Here's what Ukraine looked like at that time. This is the period of Kiev and Rus, where it was centered in Kiev, which is sort of in the center of this map here, but extended really quite far north as well. There are many, many more famous Jewish names when you get to the 18th century in particular. That's because Ukraine has been absorbing over the following centuries hundreds and hundreds of Jews moving to Ukraine for reasons we discussed in a previous video. But briefly, anti-Semitic pressures from the west driving them out, and economic possibilities in the east drawing them in. And they live at this time under the auspices of the Polish-Lithuanian government, Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth. Here is what that massive state looked like in 1764. The Ukrainian part of it is sort of like the bottom section of the yellow map. You can see there that Kiev is just outside of it. The green part, which would have been part of Russia proper. Russian Jews, by the way, were barred from living in Russia from 1479 on. So all the Jews who are making their way to the east are kind of piling up in the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth, and many of them are settling in the southern half, which is represented by this yellow section. It is in this area that the Hasidic movement flourishes. The founder of the Hasidic movement, Rabbi Israel ben Eliezer, also known as the Baal Shem Tov, who lived from about 1700 to 1760, he came from the western region of Ukraine, from a town called Medjugorje, and one of his principal students, both there, the Maggid of Mezrich, came from the town Mezrich or Mezrichi. Many of the Hasidic dynasties that are still active today, like Chernobyl, Vizhnitz, Hornstein, Spir, they all come from Ukraine. Famous Hasidic leaders like Alimezlo of Lizhensk. I mean, Hasidism is overwhelmingly a Ukrainian phenomenon, particularly in the 18th century. This map here shows you some beautiful historical atlas of Hasidism published by Princeton Press. The spread of Hasidism from Mezrich, from western Ukraine, essentially. Perhaps the best-known Hasidic groups today, to look at some famous Ukrainian freedom, is the Breslov movement, for example, which has an annual pilgrimage to the city of Uman in Ukraine. Here you can have a look at where exactly Uman is. The Rebbe, Rabbi Nachman of Breslov, came originally from Medjugorje, and he was active, of course, in Bratslav. That's where he gets named Nachman of Breslov. But he decided he wanted to be buried in Uman, largely because of the many graves of Jews who were victims of the Haidamach massacres of 1768. Another very important Hasidic leader from Ukraine is, of course, Rabbi Menachem Mendel Schneerson, the seventh Rebbe of the Chabad movement. Although Chabad itself does not originate in Ukraine proper, the seventh Rebbe was born in Dnipro, then known as Yekaterinoslav, later known as Dishon Petrovsk. Now, what happens next in the overall development of the Jewish population there is in the late 18th century, the country of Poland is swallowed up by its neighbors, and Russia takes over the massive section of Ukrainian Jews. A smaller number of those Jews living in Ukrainian ethno-linguistic territory actually end up in Austria-Hungary, in Halychina or Galicia, but the majority of Jews end up in this region called the Pale of Settlement, which is where they were allowed to live under the Russian Tsars from Catherine II onwards. And during this period of time, the 18th century and the 19th century, you have a tremendous flourishing of Jewish culture in all kinds of areas. Great writers like Shalom Aleichem, who pioneered Yiddish and was, of course, the author of the very successful later Broadway play and movie Fiddler on the Roof. Isaac Babo, a great Russian stylist who wrote Red Cavalry and many other amazing works. And in Hebrew, Chaim Nachman Bialik, among so many others, who was really the poet laureate of the Jewish people for much of the early 20th century. In music, you see people like Vladimir Horowitz, the great pianist and composer, just incredible. Yossele Rosenblatt, a cantor whose Nigrinim are absolutely world famous. In science, you have Jews like Valdemar Hafti, who was the man who developed the vaccine for cholera and for bubonic plague. He's a national hero in India. He is a sample of a stamp that has his face on it because of the tremendous things he did for public health in India. Political leaders, Leon Trotsky, of course, the leader of the Red Army, one of the leaders of the Soviet Union. Golda Meir, also from Kiev. Here is actually a plaque that is posted in her honor at her birthplace in Kiev. She went on, of course, to be the Prime Minister of Israel. So, we could go on and on. I just really stopped at the early 20th century, but there's so many great Jews who have done fantastic things, who were either born in Ukraine or were descended from Ukrainian Jews. There's a place of tremendous history for Jews, and we should bear that in mind. I hope that the people of Ukraine are spared the suffering that they're currently enduring as soon as possible. Thank you very much for watching this video.
I don't really saw that once, twice. So there seems to be some pent up anger, and it came out in this on a live stream, which it could be worse. So you can play the video, then we can talk about it. So you see this gentleman, there's several face fractures.
I've recorded about 500 videos on Jewish history now, and one of the things that used to surprise me, unfortunately doesn't surprise me anymore, is that in the top 10 of popularity, my handful of videos on the Khazar conversion remain very popular. And at first I thought, that's a really cool thing, but now I begin to think it says something unfortunate about humanity. So for this video and the next, which we're going to focus on the unusual chapter of Khazar Jewry in our larger project, I'm going to first speak about something that is frequently posed as a question, and I'll answer definitively. The answer is no. Ashkenazi Jews are not Khazars. They are not descended from the Khazar people. If they have any connection with the Khazar, it is very, very tiny in proportion to the overwhelming whole, which is largely European and Middle Eastern in background. So let's take some time to understand what the big controversy is about and what is the resolution to something which is a burning question for many people. First of all, what is the Khazar hypothesis? Although it is shrouded in mystery, most historians coalesce around the idea that a population in the region of the Caspian Sea, not too far from the northern Black Sea, encompassing part of southeastern Europe, converted to Judaism sometime in the 8th century. They had come into existence in the 6th century as a proto-empire and then began expanding until they were finally defeated by the people of Kiev and Rus, that would be based in today's Kiev, Ukraine. They basically just. So here's a map that shows you roughly where our empire would have stretched. Again, you can't use like really firm boundaries, but this is the general area. Now, at the same time, more or less, we have the established Jewish Ashkenaz, which is associated primarily with Germany, with Rhineland, and we begin to see Jewish settlement there from somewhere around the 10th century onward. The name Ashkenaz is of biblical origin, but it is applied in the medieval period to this region of Germany. From what we know from lots of other sources, there's a pretty significant eastward migration of Eastern Europe. For reasons that I'm looking forward to discuss in later videos, there's a lot of spread of Ashkenazi Jews to the east, constitute the largest single demographic chunk of European Ashkenazi Jews as a whole. Looking at this outline here in yellow is basically where most Ashkenazi Jews trace their origins to. Of course, there's a big migration to the Americas, particularly from Eastern Europe in the late 19th and early 20th centuries, and that's basically the migration that my own ancestors came from, and that's basically the story. The term Ashkenazi, again, derives from medieval Germany, although most of those Jews who used that term later migrated to Eastern Europe, and then from there many of them to America, Israel, and so on. That's to distinguish them from other ethnic groups within the Jewish people, such as the Spartan, who trace their origins primarily to the Iberian Peninsula. So I'm going to talk a lot more about that shortly. Now, here's the Khazarian hypothesis. Since there is something of an overlap between the limits of the Khazar Empire, which had some kind of connection, possibly a conversion to Judaism, perhaps in the 8th century, and the population of Jews that by the time you get to the 20th century, the vast bulk of Ashkenazi Jews are living in Eastern Europe. The Khazar hypothesis says that the Jews that call themselves Ashkenazim coming from Eastern Europe are not descendants of the German Ashkenazim. They are actually descendants from the Khazars, and that's it in a nutshell. Now, why should we care about this? Is something that we'll talk about in the next video, but that's the essence of the Khazar hypothesis, that the Jews who originate from Eastern Europe are primarily descended from this Turkic tribe living in Central Asia. Perhaps one of the most significant thinkers and writers on this period is Professor Shaul Stampfer at Hebrew University. Great scholars with quite a bit on Eastern European Jewish history, and he's published quite a bit on Khazaria in particular. He has a very jaundiced view of the entire conversion process as a whole, the entire conversion story, which I'll speak about in the next video. But he says there are a few really clear reasons why we can say that Ashkenazi Jews are not descendants of Khazars. First of all, there is no DNA evidence to support this. Now, if you go back to my earlier videos, as I've been doing these over the last 10 years, there's been growing amounts of data, and you'll see quite changes even in my own presentation because of the appearance of new data. DNA evidence is one of the most exciting tools that historians have in their toolbox. When it comes to the question of biological, as opposed to halakh identity, Jewish identity by Jewish law, which is a different thing, although they tend to overlap like a Venn diagram, it's really clear that there's no DNA evidence or a very tiny element of DNA evidence to support the idea of a Khazar origin to Eastern European Ashkenazi Jews. Now, one exception to that rule is the Professor Eran El-Hayek, who's written some interesting things on this, but he remains controversial, and most scholars are not accepting the research that he's presented specifically on Khazaria. Now, without being a scientist and be able to get into the real nuts and bolts of this, what I've read about this is that he prepared in 2013, I think it was first published, an analysis of about 1,300 Y chromosomes, 1,300 people looking at their Y chromosomes to try to see what the similarities were between Jews and about 75 odd other nationalities. Unfortunately, the sample was really, really small. The Jews, only 8 fit the specific parameters that we're looking at right now. That's a tiny number to really make huge statements about the vast majority of Ashkenazi Jews. Secondly, more significantly, the number of Khazar individuals studied were precisely 0, because there are no Khazars today, and in fact, we haven't had any Khazars for about 1,000 years. There has been no one walking around who claims Khazar descent to whom we can go to for genetic data. In other words, you can't compare Jews to Khazars if you don't have any Khazars to actually say, oh, you're a Khazar. Great, let's take your DNA. So what he did was he essentially guessed, an educated guess, using Georgians and Armenians, which live roughly in the same area, but with 1,000 years of population movement, it's really hard to say that that's reasonable at all. So it's considered widely to be a very unreliable estimate, and most scholars, particularly most historians, are not accepting this limited data evidence to suggest that Jews come from Khazari. Secondly, we can pile on the burden of proof here. The second thing is there's absolutely no linguistic evidence of Khazar influence on Jews. I mean, one of the things that we would certainly expect to see is that Jews would pick up Khazar terminology in their Yiddish. Yiddish, by the way, is the overwhelmingly dominant native language of the Jews who call themselves Ashkenazi, originating from Eastern Europe. At the turn of the 20th century, there was a census in the Russian Empire, and I think it was 98% of Ukrainian Jews, 97% of Jews throughout the empire, if I remember correctly, claimed Yiddish as their mother tongue. And there is no discernible evidence of Turkic Yiddish. There are some interesting words here and there, kind of observation. There's a professor named Weinreich, who is one of the most important theorists of early Yiddish, who argues that the word daven, which means to pray, might come from a Turkic origin, but it's kind of up in the air. Absolutely, Yiddish is basically German. It's overwhelmingly German. Arguments to the contrary, that its grammar is essentially Slavic, is nonsensical to anyone who has studied all three language groups. So if you've studied German, if you've studied some Slavic languages, and you've studied Yiddish, you know that Yiddish is overwhelmingly German, written with Hebrew characters, with a significant borrowing of Hebrew, Aramaic, both Jewish languages, and a certain amount of French, and all the various words that come along as the Jews are traveling through their migrations. The small elements of Slavic grammar that are visible, particularly in the Eastern dialects of Yiddish, which is not at all surprising, given that we're talking about living in a Slavic area. They're not Turkish, they're Slavic, very different languages, and they're basically like uses of aspects and other finer grammatical forms. So bottom line is, Yiddish is way, way more German than it is Turkic. The Turkic elements, the Khazar elements, are vanishingly small if they exist at all. Third, there's no cultural evidence. I mean, where are the recipes? Where are the folk customs? Where are the superstitions, the stories, the legends, the songs that one would expect to come from Turkic origins? We simply don't have them in Ashkenazi culture. We have lots of Russian things, lots of Ukrainian, especially lots of Ukrainian, Polish, and so on, after 1,000 years of living in the region. We have evidence of German, of Latin, and French types of cultural accretions that follow the Jews they travel, but we don't have any Khazarian things. So, the burden of proof is clearly on those who want to push this theory. The overwhelming amount of evidence suggests that the model of Jewish migration from Ashkenaz is exactly what happened historically. So then that brings us to the next question: where did Ashkenazi Jews come from? And I get this question a lot, actually. So this is Doron Behar, who is a remarkable geneticist who's really advanced the field quite a bit, and he's done some great studies of DNA, and they most of them just appeared in the last few years. One of the most fascinating things that he discovered is that 40% of all Ashkenazi Jews are descended precisely 4 women, apparently of European origin, indication that they lived about 1,000 years ago, or perhaps a little bit earlier. No indication they lived like they knew it, but there are 4 specific women that seem to have had a tremendous impact on Ashkenazi Jews. Furthermore, statistically speaking, there are significant similarities between non-Ashkenazi Jews, like Sephardi Jews, Mizrahi Jews, and so on, with Ashkenazi Jews. So in other words, it still seems to be one big family, despite the superficial differences in skin tone and hair texture and so on. But Jews seem to be more or less one family. And there are significant distinctions between, especially in Eastern Europe, between Jews and the peoples among whom they live. So in other words, this all basically fits with the common sense idea of the Jews moving from Western Europe into Eastern Europe. The kind of elements that Dr. Bihar was able to map out includes something called genetic drift, which helps to account for some of the superficial presentation of Ashkenazi people. As a layperson, my understanding of genetic drift is basically when you have, and by the way, I'll show you a Y chromosome study in a second that shows a lot more about Jewish males and Jewish females. This happens when, as is very common and well documented, non-Jewish women adopt Judaism and marry into Jewish people. This may be a much more pronounced conversion, women converting to Judaism than men converting to Judaism. This helps account for the physical distinctions between, let's say, Mediterranean Jewry and Eastern European Jewry. You also have a phenomenon which is consistent with the historical record of a genetic bottleneck, where you have a population of people that, for a variety of reasons, which could be social, economic, political, it could have to do with persecution, massacres, wars, things like that, but a larger group of people are suddenly shrunk over a period of time to be a much smaller population, like a bottleneck forms, and that means that there are much fewer people from whom the later ancestors derived their origins. This helps explain the fairly large number of genetic disorders that unfortunately afflict Ashkenazis, like breast cancer and Tay-Sachs, which may owe a lot to the fact that there was this bottleneck, perhaps around the turn of the millennium, that meant that the population of Jews living in Northern Europe that would later move to the east represents the basis of a much larger population. So the bottom line of all of this is that it's pretty much what we always were thinking. Italy may be more important than most historians have thought. Have a look at this map here, which is also part of Dr. Bihar's research, and this is looking specifically at Levites on the Y chromosome. Now, Levites, like Kohanim, are members of the priestly family, and they are, and it's only the males. It's passed down father to son. Mothers do not pass down the Levite connection. So looking at the Y chromosomes of Ashkenazi Jews, he was able to determine that it appears that they do have origins consistent with Middle Eastern distant origin, and then a strong migration through the Italian peninsula to the Ashkenazic heartland in Germany. That would be numbers 1 through 2 in this particular map. And then number 3 is, as we expected, a large migration towards the east, where most Ashkenazi Levites find their origins going back to that original vector. And then, as you can see, the kind of the faded line there of the extension towards the west, along with the arrow labeled number 4, there is a reference back as those Ashkenazi Levites begin to move to the west and, in fact, begin to form families with Sephardic women and non-Ashkenazi Jews generally in the Iberian Peninsula. It is probably at the point number 2 on this map when those 4 mothers appeared, probably somewhere around the year 1000, and then are responsible for this huge expansion of Ashkenazi Jewry, and as a result, a tremendous popularity of Asian food now in America and so on. Now, if you look at these the green lines here, This is the traditional view of the migration of Jews historically, which there's a lot to say for this, and this does not contradict the historical model that we have well documented Jews moving their way across the coast of North Africa. But that particular route would not necessarily explain the origins of most Ashkenazi Levites. In other words, while Jews may have been moving along that route number 5, they do not account for the large number of Levites in the Ashkenazi community, and so it's not demonstrated by the research that we have worked on. Nevertheless, we do have Jews moving along the coast of North Africa. It's not necessarily Levites that would end up producing lines. So complicated to do this in so many ways, but you get the basic idea, right? Okay, so that's our short answer. Ashkenazi Jews are not descended from the Khazars. They are descended from the Middle East and possibly through an Italian vector, and there are 4 women, ironically, the Sarah, Rebecca, Rachel, and Leah of Ashkenazi Jews account for almost half of all Ashkenazi Jews today. In the next video, let us actually go to Khazaria and try to figure out what did happen in the 8th century. What can we say about intelligence? Okay, thank you very much for watching. Now that we have discussed the persistent question of the origin of Ashkenazi Jewry in the previous video, let's go straight to Khazaria and try to understand what exactly do we know about the story of the conversion of the Khazars in that region, possibly in the 8th century. The story of Khazaria is especially fascinating when you think about the way it has been received by Jewish history. This is what the German historians call the Rezeptionsgeschichte, or the history of the reception, how an idea is formed and developed and spread around. Perhaps the most important element of the Rezeptionsgeschichte of the Khazar conversion is this book, the Kuzari, written by Rabbi Yehuda Levi, very, very important Spanish Jewish thinker in the 12th century. The story describing the Kuzari is essentially the story of the Khazar conversion as this great poet and philosopher developed into a massive book. The story goes like this. Basically, there is this King Bulan, who somewhere around the year 740 is a very spiritual individual and concerned with the practice of paganism among his people, and looking at the growth of monotheistic movements, particularly Christianity and Islam. And both Christianity and Islam are making geographic headway in Central Asia and approaching his borders, and he thinks to himself, well, so what should I be doing? Should I be remaining a pagan? Should I join one of the other faiths, and so on? And so he has a debate where he brings together a Jew, a Muslim, and a Christian. I know it sounds like an offensive joke, but it's not. And he has them have a trilateral debate over which religion is superior. In the end, as you might expect, given the fact that this is Rabbi Yehuda Halevi writing it, King Bulan decides to accept Judaism, and all of his court and the Kuzari, the Khazarian people, follow him to Judaism. That's essentially the story. Now, I hope you noticed that there's 500 years difference between the setting of this story and the authorship of the Kuzari. That's half a millennium. That's a lot of time. And we have to understand that the Kuzari was chosen as a subject for Rabbi Yehuda Levi because of circumstances in the Iberian Peninsula in his day, specifically the trilateral relationship between Jews, Muslims, and Christians, which was very unique to Spain and Portugal. Rabbi Yehuda Halevi essentially used the story of the conversion of the Khazars as a kind of a literary foil to have a larger philosophical discussion about the relative merits of Judaism, Christianity, and Islam. And then, of course, by doing so, to demonstrate the superiority of Judaism. That's the essential idea of the Kuzari, and the actual historical elements of the conversion of the Khazars is not necessarily important for what Rabbi Yehuda Halevi wanted to achieve in his literary work. So let us set aside the Kuzari as a historical source. It's definitely not intended to serve as a historical source. It's intended to serve as a literary philosophical source. Let's try to go back and understand what we do know about the period. So let's move back a couple hundred years to the correspondence of Hastai ibn Shaprut. Again, we're still about 300 years distant from the actual events described, but this is a fascinating and very important source, which was exceptionally important for Yehuda Halevi's work as well. Hastai ibn Shaprut, who I hope we will discuss in a few lectures when we look at Spain in the 10th century, very important diplomat who communicated with Jewish communities throughout the Mediterranean basin. And he was fascinated with the story of the Khazar conversion, which was known to him. And so he sent out some emissaries to try and reach Khazaria and find out, what's going on? Are you guys actually Jewish? Is this actually a Jewish kingdom? Now, for reasons which will take us beyond the scope of our discussion, his emissaries did not succeed in reaching Khazaria or speaking with any actual Khazarians, but they did receive correspondence from someone who purported to have brought letters from a King Joseph of Khazaria. These letters are absolutely fascinating. They relate the story of the conversion of King Bulan. They talk about the nature of Khazarians, their Judaism, and all kinds of fascinating things. But it's widely believed that these letters were forgeries. In other words, the people who provided the letters to the messengers of Hastai ibn Shaprut were essentially engaged in some kind of con. And they have no bearing on the actuality of Khazaria, and they don't have historical value for that purpose. So they're fascinating and they're really engaging, but are they real? Are they authentic? Are they actually letters from King Joseph? Probably not. We do know, however, as we get closer and closer to the original dates, that there were medieval Jewish travelers who either had direct contact with Khazaria or direct contact with Khazarians in different places and report, however briefly, on their Jewish status, sometimes with a degree of surprise, sometimes with a degree of skepticism, but nevertheless, there's like more and more little tiny bits of evidence piling up in a lot of places. As we shall see, many skeptics would say that the plural of anecdote is not data, but it's hard to toss away these little bits of information. For example, here's a fascinating document which was found in the Cairo Geniza. We will have opportunity to speak about what that Geniza is in a few lectures from now, but basically it's a medieval trove of documents which were literally thrown away, but were amazingly preserved till they were unearthed in the late 19th century. And in this trove of documents is a so-called Kievan letter, which is basically a letter that is familiar to anyone who lives in a Jewish community today. When tzedakah collectors, when charity collectors come by Jewish homes, they typically present a document which is called a petek, and it's essentially a statement of the bona fides of the bearer of the document, saying that this person represents a legitimate cause, he's fallen on hard times, he's supporting orphans and widows, or a charitable cause, one or the other. And it's expected that when with this petek, which may be issued by the local community in which the donor lives, or it may come from the originating community, like from Jerusalem or wherever, then you give them charity and they build up their cause. So this is exactly one of those documents. The only real difference between this document and the ones we use today is that the ones we use today are laminated, typically not laminated, but it comes from Kiev, which indicates that that was part of the range of Khazaria. In fact, the great Harvard historian Omelian Pritsak argued that Kiev may have been founded by Khazarian Jews, believe it or not. At any rate, the letter, which comes from Kiev, specifically describes how the person has fallen out of times, and the person is worthy, and you should specifically support his cause. And then, amazingly, at the bottom, you can see highlighted here in this particular image, there is a signature in what appear to be Turkic runes that say, "I have read it," or "We have read it." Fascinating. That indicates that there was evidently people who, because normally this would be the signature of someone who was important in the Jewish community, like a rabbi or the pas of the community, which is essentially the president of the community, and obviously is completely illiterate in Hebrew and needs to write in Turkic runes, which would be very unusual unless there was a distinct Khazar community in Kiev at the time. We have multiple references from Arab historians to a Jewish presence in Khazaria as well. And perhaps one of my favorite examples is in one of the most important early historical documents that describe the origins of the Kievan Rus. Population later would grow into modern day Ukraine. It's also shared with the Russian Empire and the Polish Empire and so on. So-called Povest Rabiet, or Chronicle of Bygone Years, which is essentially a church record of the history of the region. There's a fascinating description of a key element in the Christianization of the region, specifically the conversion of King Volodymyr, or Vladimir, to Eastern Orthodox Christianity. And amazingly, it's exactly like the story in the Kuzari. There is a representative of Islam. There are two representatives of Christianity, both Western and Eastern Christianity. And there is a representative of Jews, and that representative is specifically a Khazarian Jew. And this is absolutely fascinating that not only do they replicate the story that is essentially told in the letters of Chastai ibn Shaprut with King Joseph, they actually report the same kind of scenario. Of course, it ends up that King Volodymyr decides to become Christian rather than Jewish. Could you imagine how history would have changed had he chosen to be Jewish? He very nearly did, by the way. But this is, one of those data points that's really hard to ignore, speaking to the idea of a Jewish community in Khazaria at the time. And then finally, we've got some really tempting archaeological finds, like this coin found in the United Kingdom as part of the so-called Spillings hoard. There's a whole number of them that come from Khazaria around this time, like 8th, 9th century. This one writes in Arabic, a sort of a paraphrase on the famous statement of Islamic faith. There is no God but Allah, and Moses is his prophet. Right? That's an unusual kind of statement there. And then there are some tempting examples of Jewish symbols on Khazar architecture, which is limited. There are not a lot of finds, but this menorah symbol from a Khazar archaeological dig is especially tempting. So all of these things come together to suggest that something really important happened in this region in the 8th century that involved Jews. But what exactly happened? Let's have a look at that. Oh, if you ask Professor Shaul Stamfer, who we met in the last lecture when we were talking about DNA evidence, Dr. Stamfer is definitely one of the biggest skeptics of the whole story. He says it is, quote, a splendid story, right? You can finish the rest of that sentence. In other words, there's not much to it. So, but we still have all these little bits of data, the Kievan letter, the Spillings hoard coin, and things like that. What does all that mean? So trying to put it together, one of the biggest questions we have is, if they did convert to Judaism, and I have to believe something happened with regard to conversion, Why did they convert? There does not seem to be a really good source to provide an answer for us, besides, of course, the letter of King Joseph to Chasdai ibn Shaprut, widely regarded as a forgery, but in that letter, the primary motivation was essentially spiritual in nature, and that's very nice, but maybe I've been a historian too long. I tend to be skeptical of such things. It's also possible that maybe it had to do with the geopolitics of the era. The Khazars did fight two brutal wars with the Muslims. They did see the rapid expanse of Christianity, which would overtake Ukraine, then Kiev and Rus, in short order. So, maybe they chose to adopt Judaism as some kind of potentially neutral position. Perhaps they hoped to say that, hey, Jews are tolerated in Muslim lands under the Pact of Umar, which we discussed earlier, and in Christian lands through the doctrine of witness. Maybe they thought they could carve out some independence there. But we also have to remember that there is remarkable silence regarding their association with the massive Jewish population in Mesopotamia, which is really not so far away. This was really the world center of Jewish intellect and rabbinics and writing and so on. Why is there silence from Mesopotamia on the Khazar conversion? Who converted them? If not the rabbis active in Babylonia, Mesopotamia, was it the Karaites, who we haven't had the opportunity to discuss yet? Why do we have no Karaite sources either? So, a lot of questions about why they would convert. Secondly, how Jewish was this conversion? Both in terms of quality and in terms of quantity. I mentioned already that we don't have a clear sense as to whether these converts were rabbinic in orientation or Karaite in orientation. The documents like the Kievan letter just indicate that particular individual who had gone to Egypt with the purpose of raising funds had fallen on hard times, but it doesn't say much about his personal religious orientation. We don't really have clear sense as to what kind of Judaism they performed. We also, very importantly, don't know how many of them became Jewish. Is it possible was kind of like a royal conversion, like we see, for example, with Queen Helena of Adiabene, who converted to Judaism, her sons, but her remained non-Jewish? Is it similar to the conversion in the Arabian Peninsula? We simply don't know many of Khazarian Jews converted to Judaism. It could be that this was simply a conversion that took place in the upper strata. It did not extend to the lower population as a whole, who remained essentially pagan. We don't know. And thirdly, perhaps contributing to the ongoing mystery about the Khazars, what happened to them? Where did they go? We know that the empire lost its political independence in the 10th century when Sviatoslav of Kiev and Rus destroyed it for the last time. But they seem to pop up every now and then in the chronicle of bygone years. That was a couple hundred years later. We still have reference to Khazars as Jews, but they don't seem to have that impact on the demographics of the region. We already discussed in the previous video the lack of DNA evidence of their continuing relationship with Ashkenazi Jews. Did they perhaps, make an impact on some of the smaller Jewish populations in the Caucasus, like the mountain Jews perhaps? We simply don't know. Now, as I mentioned in the beginning of the last video, I get a lot of questions and a lot of attention about the Khazars. Sometimes I have to actually shut off the comments because they just get way out of hand. And you might wonder, if this is your first time encountering these questions, why would people care? Right? What is the big deal? Some obscure 8th century event? So the implications are actually quite significant for 21st century politics. You consider, for example, the work of Professor Shlomo Zand, who is an Israeli historian who has written quite a few controversial books. One of the most significant is this one here, the so-called The Invention of the Jewish People, in which he essentially argues that Ashkenazi Jews, as we discussed in the last video, Ashkenazi Jews are not really Jewish. That this entire sub-ethnic group of the Jewish people, which had such a profound impact on modern politics in particular, since the 19th century in particular, they're not actually descended from the biblical Jews of ancient Israel. Now, this has a lot of appeal to people who wish to see modern Jews taken down a peg. Maybe for religious reasons, that they want to feel that modern Ashkenazi Jews don't have a real share in the ancient patrimony that they claim. Again, not that it really is a difference in terms of Jewish law, and although I'm not a theologian, I'm not even sure what kind of difference it would make theologically. The argument of some people, frankly, anti-Semites, that modern Jews are not real Jews is a way of delegitimizing their ethnic identity, and of saying that we don't have to afford them the respect that their ancient patrimony might otherwise be appropriate for them. We don't have to regard them as being, millennial followers of an ancient tradition, and perhaps therefore, we don't have to even apply the doctrine of witness to them. We could consider them usurpers, racial interlopers who have somehow taken away the true patrimony. You see this sometimes among black supremacists who argue that the real Jews are actually black, and those white Jews who claim to be Jews, they can't be Jews because we are, right? That's, as we've discussed when we looked at the Jews of Africa, there are Jews who are black as well, and it's just not a factor in the theological or the halachic application of who is a Jew, halachic being into Jewish law. So a lot of anti-Semites really like the Khazarian hypothesis, and for people like Professor Young, they also see kind of like a liberal approach to this as well. The right wing may see it in terms of traditional anti-Semitic views. The left wing, as we see Professor Zahn, he wishes to disassociate himself specifically with the Jewish claim to the land of Israel. If Ashkenazi Jews, the argument goes, are not really Jewish, and Israel is to be a homeland for Jews, that therefore, in the way the argument goes, invalidates the Ashkenazi claim to the land of Israel as their homeland. And that's a pretty strong thing to state politically, and that's why, ironically, you sometimes find the Khazarian hypothesis being advanced by those who have issue with Jews both on the right and on the left. That's why this issue seems to have so much traction, even in the 21st century. But in terms of the overall scope of Jewish history, it's just a tiny little footnote, a fascinating one, a splendid story, to use Dr. Stamford's message. But we're going to move on from this now. We're going to look at a much more significant topic. We're going to look at the growth of Middle Eastern Jewry, and particularly we're going to look at the Gaonic period. Thank you very much for watching.
But I think one thing is a crucial thing is to understand how his parents met and how he was conceived. And that is that one day a cart was coming across the Mongol territory, and only women drove carts. Men rode horses, women also rode horses, but women owned the houses, which were called garrison tents.
In this brief video, I'd just like to take a few minutes and walk you through the major migration patterns of Jewish history right up until the end of the first half of the 20th century. And of course, there's some very significant things that happened with the Holocaust and after the Holocaust, but I'm going to stop in 1939 just to give you a sense of how Jews got to live where they lived. So if we start from the very beginning, let's go back to the biblical period. The Bible does record a few really significant migrations. Of course, there's the early migration of the patriarch Abraham from the city of Ur in what would be today Babylon, what would be today Iraq, actually, into the land of Israel. And then, of course, there's the biblical description of the Jews, a tiny population of some 70 individuals moving into Egypt, and then the exodus from Egypt. And then later on, when we get to some data that's supported by extra biblical evidence as well, you see that there's an 8th century displacement of Jews, specifically from the northern part of Israel to what would be today primarily northern Iraq. And then in the 6th century, there is another major displacement with the destruction of the first temple to a little bit further south within the Mesopotamian region between the Tigris and the Euphrates rivers. So we have some sense of those migrations. There are, during this time as well, some Jews living in Egypt, particularly in the southern part of the Nile River, the Upper Nile, but not a huge population, but we do have some evidence of it. If we move to late antiquity, let's start from the 1st century onwards, you've got a couple of really important populations in Israel. Before the Bar Kokhba revolt of the year 132, you still have a fairly significant population in Yehuda, that is the central southern part of the land of Israel. And after that failed revolt against the Roman Empire, there's a pretty massive devastation of Jews in Yehuda, and the bulk of them moves to the north, to the region of the Galilee, or the Galil in Hebrew. That's why I put 2 circles there on this map in the land of Israel. You still have the nucleus of the Jews who had emigrated to Iraq. I shouldn't say emigrated, they were forcibly moved to Iraq under the regime of Assyrian and Babylonian kings. But then there is a fairly significant growth of that population. It actually becomes a major Talmudic center. So that's happening in the Mesopotamian region. You can see it there in the circle on the right. And then you do have as well a significant population of Jews that continue to reside in Egypt. Alexandria is perhaps the most significant of those locations. These circles here are not to scale. In fact, I'm not even sure if we have a good sense of what the relative scales would be, but I would guess that the Alexandrian population is much, much smaller than that in Israel and in modern-day Iraq. Also in this context is a major development of the Jewish population in the Italian peninsula in particular, especially after the destruction of the temple in the 1st century. There was a significant population that had pre-existed the destruction of the temple, really into the 1st century before the Common Era. You have Jews living in Rome, and then there's a lot more that are sent over there as prisoners of war and so on. This map does not indicate the dotting of Jewish settlements that are really throughout the Greek Peninsula, the Asia Minor, and across the coast of North Africa, particularly from what would be Tunisia and Benghazi today, Libya today, moving towards the west. So you've got Jews spreading out, the Black Sea littoral even at this point, but these are kind of like the major sections of where Jews lived and what would become very important historically afterwards. So that gives us kind of like a very quick overview of how Jews moved in antiquity. If we go to the medieval period now, you see that there is a gradual increase in the movement towards the west. You still have the major population of Jews living in Mesopotamia, and in fact it becomes a source of out-migration as well. There are Jews moving across the coast of North Africa. We know they're living as far west as the Iberian Peninsula as the 3rd century, and that population increases, especially after the Muslims conquer it in the 8th century, and it becomes much more hospitable to Jewish settlements. So we have Jews moving across the coast of North Africa into Spain, and that continues, especially when it goes into the so-called golden era of, let's say, the 9th century onward. You also have an increase in the Jewish population in Italy and their movement north to become the heartland of Ashkenaz. Some of them move into France, and you see a significant increase in the population of the Rhone River, cities that had already been settled with Jews in the 1st century are increased partially through Italian immigration, also through Iberian immigration. You have Jews moving into England, and you have Jews moving, of course, into Germany, which is Ashkenaz proper at this time. This movement, however, will endure some significant changes in the next 500 years, primarily through anti-Semitic persecution on the one hand, that drives Jews gradually eastward, and then there's kind of like a vacuum effect where economic opportunity also draws them into the Eastern European heartland, places like Poland, Lithuania, Belarus, Ukraine, and so on. What you can see in this map here, if you look at the white arrows, they basically indicate major expulsions. You have a significant one in England in the year 1290, and Jews basically crossed the Channel going into France and into the Netherlands. You have a huge expulsion from Spain, of course, in 1492 that drives a large number of Jews, perhaps in the hundreds of thousands, throughout the Mediterranean basin, going all the way to Constantinople, to Saloniki, and a very significant, not huge, but important movement to Sfat in northern Israel as well. And then I made a distinction with the green arrows, and that's kind of like a way of suggesting that not only was the anti-Semitic persecution, which was notable in Germany, particularly after the Black Death in the middle of the 14th century, there's also economic incentives drawing Jews to the east. There's an increased demand for Jews acting in all areas of commerce as leaseholders, arrendators, as minters in the Eastern European part of Europe. So the green arrows indicate not only the anti-Semitic persecution from the west driving them towards the east, but also the economic draw bringing them into eastern regions. And if we switch back again to the Western Europe, you see in the IB, of course, there are some Jews who elect to explore the New World, which speak about this particular period of the expulsions, and they're only from Spain, but also as new Christians, meaning they had already been converted to Christianity against their will in 1497, and then they take their leave as Christians to go to places like Brazil, and where they might actually revert back to their Jewish identities. There also is a significant amount of migration from Portugal to places like Amsterdam. I can't include all of the detail on this map, but you get a general sense of what's happening. Now, if we move to the modern period, the early modern period, you get a sense of the general dispersion of population. There's something like 1 million Jews living in the world around the year 1700. Most of them, of course, are in Europe. About 70% of them are in Europe, and as you can see from the scattering of dots in this fantastic map, they're primarily based in Eastern Europe, although there are some significant populations in Western Europe and cities in particular. A very small number of Jews, about 17%, are living in North Africa, and an even smaller amount are living in the Middle East. The Ottoman Empire, which would include the region of Mesopotamia, that was once, such a major population center. But clearly, by the time we get to the year 1700, the balance of population has shifted to Europe proper. Europe empties out quite significantly when you get to the end of the 19th century. There is a general movement, once again, westward, partially to Europe, places like England and France and so on, but even more so with the 1880s, a massive displacement to the New World. This map shows you only the Pale of Settlement, which is a region in the Russian Empire where Jews were allowed to live, and it basically overlapped much of Poland, Western Ukraine, and Lithuania, Latvia, part of Latvia. But it was subject to a tremendous amount of economic discrimination, a kind of like administrative overcrowding that made it desirable for Jews to simply leave. And so this mirrors what's happening outside of the Russian Empire as well. A massive amount of Jews moving to the region called the Golden Medina, the Golden Country, meaning the United States of America, and then to the north, 70,000 Jews moving to my homeland, my birthplace, because they heard that they have universal health care there. And then, of course, a significant number as well to South America, and roughly equal amounts. This map demonstrates a period from 1882 to, I believe, 1924, 1928, about 45,000 to both the developing community in what would become Israel after 1948, and also to South Africa, and a very small number also going out to Australia. So you get a sense of Jews expanding now from Europe into the New World. So if we look at the population distribution of Jews on the eve of the Holocaust, this map is to scale, so you get a sense of the relative size of the population. Eastern Europe still is the heartland with over 5 million Jews, out of 16 million overall. But the US and Canada have almost caught up with almost 5 million Jews as well, and significant populations in other parts of the globe as well. Now, I haven't in this brief video looking at some of the fascinating smaller migrations like to India and to China, but I hope to address those in future videos. And that's about it for a very quick look at migration patterns in Jewish history. I hope you enjoyed it, and I look forward to speaking with you. Thanks for watching.
He did that. He raced him off in the night, and he jumped into the river to hide. He still got a gag on him. He's still trapped under there. The people are looking for him. They come out and up and down the river, and he's hiding underneath the water for the most part, trying to breathe as best he can. But it's dark and this protects him a little bit.
Hello and welcome to Jewish History Lab. Today we're going to look at the origins of Polish Jewry, really the origins of the entire Eastern European Jewish population, but Poland is one of the most central and memorable other countries that we'll be looking at. And for those of you who took the time off to celebrate the holidays recently, I hope that you come to us refreshed and relaxed. And for all of us, I wish you all a wonderful new year of blessings. By the way, if you're not aware, this is the year 5782, according to the traditional count, now that we're past Hashanah, the Jewish year. And someone told me that he's been very careful to go on a new diet this year where he will never eat more than the number, he will never eat more calories than the calendar year number. And then he says, thank God I'm Jewish, right? Sorry for that. I know a lot of you don't like my humor, but I couldn't help it. Let's talk about the origin of Polish Jewry. So when I say Poland, I'm really using the term somewhat anachronistically because the region as a whole was dominated by something called the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth. In this map, which has the borders of the Commonwealth as of the year 1618, but superimposed on contemporary political boundaries so you get a sense of where it was this massive territory. Poland was at sort of like the southwestern core of it, but after this dynastic union with Lithuania, it spread really to a massive area, almost stretching from the Baltic Sea to the Black Sea, well into European Russia, down into the East Central European countries as well. And so the material that I'm discussing today does not really apply, strictly speaking, to Poland as we understand it by 21st century boundaries, but to this larger entity, which includes, of course, Ukraine and Belarus and Lithuania, where there are very, very large numbers of Jews residing. The southern part of Latvia is also very important because it was part of the Russian Pale of Settlement, which we'll get to in a few lectures from now. But at any rate, where did the Jews come from in this region, which became the dominant center of the world Jewish population in the early modern period? So there is a small migration that extends back really to the first centuries of the Common Era, perhaps even a little bit before the Common Era. And these are Jews that come from Byzantine lands and make their way through the Khazarian Empire as well. The extent of Khazarian influence is very, very difficult to quantify. It appears to have been minuscule. There are occasional references to Khazarian Jews. For example, in one of the early Russian chronicles, the Povest Ramenya Kiev, which not strictly speaking Russian, but refers to Kiev and Rus, the region as it was known at that time. And there's references to Jews from Khazaria being involved in Kiev in particular. And they left behind, as we discussed in previous lectures about Khazaria, they left behind very, very little trace of their presence, either in cultural aspects, literary aspects, and so on. We don't really know a lot about how extensive this penetration was and how much it affected the later dominant Polish Jewish population. The really big migrations into Poland come in the 12th and especially up into the 16th century, and they're coming from the western part of Europe. They're coming primarily from Germany and France, making their way sometimes through Austria, Hungary, places like that. But that's really where you have the dominant Polish population of Jews. There you see lots of traces of European evidence, lots of very significant connections between cultures that started, for example, in the Rhineland and then made their way to the east. Yiddish, of course, is the overwhelming lingua franca of the Jews, and that is basically a medieval German dialect written with Hebrew letters. They're not bringing with them too much of the languages of the Khazars, for example. So we begin to see some legendary elements of their appearance in the region from as early as the 8th and 9th century, but it really begins to coalesce around the 10th and 11th centuries. And one of the things that we see them doing, for example, in the very early period, is that Jews are serving as royal minters, meaning they're making money. Here, have a look at these coins. I mean, literally making money, like producing money, things to be used as money, not necessarily making money for themselves, which I'm sure goes hand in hand with it. But some of the earliest coins in the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth are actually written with Hebrew characters. Here you see a few kind of stencils of several of them, and here's a better view of one that has the term Moshka Karol or Mashka Karol, which is clearly the Hebrew phrase for King Mieszko, a 12th century Polish ruler. Here, of course, this is highlighted in red to make it a little bit easier to read. Now, it's fascinating. Why would the Polish nobles and make coin with Hebrew letters? It's most likely to the widespread illiteracy, which was common to the region, and the fact that the Jews would use the Hebrew alphabet because Jews are ones who are working with the money primarily in small commerce, that it became relevant. We'll have a lot more to say about this in a future lecture when we talk a little bit about the economic basis of Polish Jewry, but for the time being, this is just some of the archaeological evidence of their early settlement from about the 10th century onward. Now, when we look at why Jews migrated to Poland, the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth more properly, there are both push and pull factors, meaning there were factors which drove Jews out of Western Europe, and there are factors which drew Jews into Eastern Europe. Eastern Europe was definitely a place of refuge for Jews. You can see here a beautiful representation by a man named Gerson, representing King Casimir, who is accepting the Jews and giving them protection and refuge. So much so that you see some of the great scholars like Rabbi Moshe Isserles from Galicia, who referred to Poland with kind of like a fanciful etymology from Hebrew, Polin, meaning here, Lin, we will rest, or here we will find refuge. So in terms of the push factors, what was drawn out of Western Europe? The first marked thrust that drove Jews to pursue homes in the eastern part of Europe were the First Crusade massacres of 1096 that we discussed a while ago. Horrific massacres primarily in northern Germany that seemed to be outside of the control of the legitimate state authorities to manage. And Jews were very frustrated by this because as a minority, Jews are always vulnerable to mob violence. and they rely on legitimate authorities to maintain a Rechtsstaat, meaning a society governed by law. As we've discussed in many previous lectures, Jews are typically very happy to live in environments where there is some minor discrimination against them, a certain degree of endemic anti-Semitism, but only if the rule of law is protected. Meaning, perhaps there will be a numerous clauses and Jews will not be allowed to enter university, or perhaps there will be, certain tax breaks that are not allowed to take advantage of, or whatever it is, as long as someone throws a rock through their storefront window, they'll be able to go to the police, and the police will investigate, and if they catch the culprit, then they will have a proper criminal trial, and so on. So Jews fear mob violence like any minority. And when you had these series of massacres that accompanied these traveling bands of crusaders, more, as we discussed in the lecture on the Crusades, more of the ragtag followers of the Crusaders, and the local authorities, including the church, could not put a stop to it. So that's when there's a push of Jews from Western Europe moving towards the east. In the 13th century, the horrible blood libel, also discussed in the previous class, resulted in a series of expulsions. In France in particular, there's 3 expulsions in the 13th century, and so more and more reason for not to live in Western Europe. This is kind of like the push aspect of, as Jews are finding Western Europe far and far less hospitable than they ever had before. Also, pull factors. The Polish economy actually having a very difficult time, particularly in the 13th century, after the 1241 and on. The degree had dropped. There's a very, very weak economy. As we saw earlier, the Jews are the people actually making the money, physically making the money, because they don't have a really well-functioning economy compared to Western Europe, and the Jews have know-how and the ending of how to produce coins like this. And so the local Polish leaders were actually inviting Jews and saying, please come to our area. You are literate, you are numerous, you will live in concentrated areas, and we can take advantage of your skills in Poland. They also, to make this attractive to Jewish migrants, they created something called, or they adopted something used in the West called Magdeburg Recht. Magdeburg is the name of the city, and Recht means law. And this is basically like a medieval charter that lists the specific privileges that a community may enjoy. And although some of these charters were actually written much later and designed to look like they were written earlier, they nevertheless did reflect long-standing agreements as to what were the privileges and sometimes disabilities of the Jews in particular regions. Right of settlement, for example, the right to control their own guilds, the right to indicate, when foreign Jews can move in and set up competing businesses, and what monopolies Jews would have. We'll again speak more about this when we get to the economics of Eastern Europe, but Jews were often granted specific monopolies. For example, propenatia, the distillation and distribution of alcohol. That's why in so many Jewish folk tales and Ukrainian folk tales and so on, you have the Jewish krechma, the Jewish inn, because that was actually a monopoly that was frequently given to Jewish communities. Bear in mind also that we're speaking about a corporate environment where it's not like individuals simply say, you know what, I think I'd like to go live in Krakow. And then they go move to Krakow and they find, fit themselves into the secular environment there. People lived within communities. You were part of a Jewish community. You weren't like an individual who chose to affiliate. You were legally bound to that community. You were, culpable along with the community for communal taxes and communal punishments, sometimes things like that. So there were the Polish leaders were very enthusiastic about bringing Jews into the region, and so extended to them a series of rights that guaranteed, above all, safety, rights to live in concentrated areas and things like that, and also economic privileges that allowed them to ply various trades. There's going to be a lot more to say about this, and of course, it will break down very significantly with the Khmelnytsky rebellion in the 17th century. But for the time being, between the First Crusade and the Khmelnytsky rebellion of 1648, this is a pretty stable kind of environment. In some cases, like in the Statute of Kalish, which comes from 1264, these things are actually set down in writing and are promulgated and really attracted a lot of Jews to Eastern Europe. So there's a very significant movement of Jews over these centuries to Poland, making it ultimately the largest single concentration of Jews in the early modern period. And just to give you a sense of what that looks like, here's a map that shows the relative concentration of Jews within the boundaries of the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth as of 1764, and you can see that the means like less than about 10,000 Jews, and the deep red is more than 50,000 Jews, and you can get a sense of where the concentration is really in the region of western Ukraine and southern Poland in particular. Also some significant concentrations towards the west on the border with Germany, and to the north in Lithuania in particular. The height of the achievement of Jews in the Polish region, in particular in terms of their self-government, is undoubtedly an institution called the Council of Lands, also known as the Council of Four Lands, depending on the period it's referring to. And basically, this was a kind of a Jewish state within a state, a rather amazing thing. We spoke about the communal arrangements of the Jews in the Kahila, essentially the self-governing Jewish municipality that handled, all of the social welfare works for Jews by collecting their own internal taxes and distributing it charitably to individuals as needed, and set up, like everything from, wayfarers support to poor brides and orphans and, all kinds of social services, but also self-regulating by Talmudic law. And each of these municipalities was basically structured very similarly. And what happened was, in Poland, they came to terms and they united themselves across the entire scope of the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth within one, as it were, national organization. They would meet twice a year, and particularly in Lublin, and they would make decisions that would affect living within this massive country, the largest country in Europe at the time. It was really a rather amazing thing. This, by the way, we're looking is one of the couple of pages from the myth books of the Council of Lands. Now, they didn't have, like, for example, their own police authorities. They worked very closely with the state and the Polish state, Polish-Lithuania, valuable they were, particularly at first, with regards administering many social functions that they wanted to themselves have. But once they realized that it was more efficient for them to collect taxes directly from the Jews rather than have the Council of Lands involved, that led to the erosion of the Council of Lands in particular. We'll talk about that as well, I hope, in a future lecture. But the kinds of things that they dealt with were really quite significant, and made a huge impact on the way in which Jews lived and considered themselves within the Polish state. This was really one of the high points of the Jewish diaspora, at least up until the Khmelnytsky rebellion of 1648, where Jews regarded Poland as really a golden era for Jewish civilization, comparable in many ways to what we see happening earlier in Spain and before that in Babylonia. It would result in a kind of a Polish-Jewish synthesis that was very similar in many ways to the German-Jewish synthesis of the 19th century. But of course, when we get to the 20th century, we see it all unravel, and that will be the topic of a future lecture. But for the time being, I hope you enjoyed this lecture. If you did, please subscribe. I like to see the numbers go up. It's actually kind of exciting to see that there are a lot of people who enjoy Jewish history. And yeah, I guess that's it. Thank you very much for listening.
So it would have been common Baxter eventually when he passed through puberty, with it perhaps very
Hello and welcome to another episode of Jewish History Lab. Today I'd like to begin with a discussion of the 17th century. In particular, we're going to look at the Khmelnytsky uprising. This is referring to Bogdan Khmelnytsky, a Ukrainian leader. I'll show you a picture of him shortly. And it's sometimes spelled in Roman characters with the Polish spelling, making it look something like Khmelnytsky. It's actually pronounced Khmelnytsky with a guttural at the beginning. This was an extremely uprising in the middle of the 17th century that had a hugely negative impact on Jews in Eastern Europe. A very large loss of life and a significant disruption through forced migration of Jews from the region. There was a fairly rapid thereafter, but let's take some time to talk about the nature of the uprising and what specifically was the cause for the attacks on the Jewish population. This picture that we're looking at is a remarkable image by Ilya Repin, very important 19th century Eastern Europe. It shows a number of Zaporizhian Cossacks. Zaporizhia is the place, the Dnipro River, where the Ukrainian Cossacks would. Cossack term is actually used in many contexts, particularly when you get to the 18th and 19th century. So sometimes it's applied in a very different way. Sometimes it's used as a military designation in the Russian army and so on. But the original Cossacks, or Kozake, were these kind of freebooters, these cowboy types who fled typically from their owners where they were serfs and created these pretty much all male settlements in fairly remote places such as the rapids on the Dnipro River. And there they engaged in, some kind of not sure what the right word for it is, sort of like nationalistic piracy, where they would raid enemies of the Ukrainian people, which was still kind of like in formation. This is before the great national awakening of the 19th century, but definitely there was an ethnic group that had a very common language and were overwhelmingly Orthodox, that is, worshiping Christian Orthodoxy, as opposed to Catholicism. We'll get to that in just a second. And regarded themselves as being, some type of Slavic group, not quite the same as the Western Slavs, and certainly not the same as the Russians, but having some relationship with them. The interrelationship between these groups was very significant, and the Russians in particular would try to cultivate a particular image for the Ukrainians in which they were Malorossiane, or little Russians, meaning they were the younger brothers, so to speak, of the older Russian nation, although that may not be historically accurate at all. In fact, it may be the other way around, but that's outside of the scope of our discussion here. At any rate, these Cossacks were essentially people who had run away from the hierarchical society of feudalism that was pertaining within the region of Ukraine at that time, and they set up their own societies, and it is from this base that the uprising would emerge. Let us go directly to the roots of the uprising, and specifically how it affects the Jews. So this map, which I think we've seen before, shows the migration of Jews to Eastern Europe from the Ashkenazic heartland in Germany in particular. And beginning really around the 10th century, and especially accelerating in the 15th, 16th, 17th centuries, you have a large number of Jews who are making their way to the east. We spoke about this when we looked at Jewish migration patterns. And in particular, they are concentrating in this region, which we should call right bank Ukraine. Ukraine was not designated a country at the time. As I mentioned, there was a kind of common ethno-linguistic group living there that would ultimately define themselves separate from Poles and Russians and others. But for the time being, they were still under the control of the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth, which we've also discussed at length. The right bank refers to the right bank or the west bank of the Dnipro River, which flows, you can see, from Kiev and then sort of in kind of a curving line towards Krim or Crimea. And it is along this river that we have the Zaporizhian Sea, where the Cossacks are housed, and a large number of Jews are settling in this region. What are they doing there? Well, economically, The most important thing that they are doing is they are acting as middlemen between the Polish nobility and the Ukrainian peasants. The Poles had massive land holdings in this region, a very fertile region because of its Chernozem, its black soil. This is the region called the breadbasket of Europe for good reason. And the Polish landlords were, very keen on hiring the Jews to manage these massive estates while they lived in the Polish heartland to the north and to the west. And so the Jews, in accordance with more of a medieval pattern, would undertake to be arrendators. The arenda is essentially a type of tax farming. We've seen that before in the medieval period, where the nobility, which would actually own not only the land, but own the town and own, the bread mill and own the bridges and own the orchards in the forest and all kinds of things, they would lease the entire territory to the Jews and demand a certain amount of payment on a yearly basis. And they authorized the Jews to act as a community to essentially tax the local peasants in whatever way would be effective at raising the amount of money that was contracted. This type of tax farming is, a pretty acceptable way of running a kind of rental relationship, but it can become exploitative very easily, particularly if the Polish noblemen say, we're collecting 1,000 zloty from our territory this year, let's up it to 1,100 or 1,200 the next year. And the Jews who are entrusted with collecting those taxes, of course, let us not recall that they have to collect more than tax, and the difference between what they have to pay the Polish noblemen and what they charge the Ukrainian peasants is they get to keep. So it is an inherently exploitative system, particularly if the noblemen get greedy and demand more and more. The Jews have to go back and try and find new ways to get that tax out of the peasants. So that tax could have been helped in a whole variety of ways. It could be taxes on produce, a type of corvée, which was called borshchina at that time, or it could be a tax on using services like bridges or hunting in particular forests, or as was alleged in folk tales, the church. For example, a Ukrainian peasant had a child and wanted to baptize a child. According to widely beliefs, Jews would charge to use the keys to get into the church. This has been widely disputed because it is kind of an inherently offensive thing, but there have been some researchers that have argued that in fact this did happen from time to time. At any rate, it is the kind of situation where the Ukrainian peasants would certainly resent the Jews as the leading edge of Polish authority and Polish demands on their autonomy. Now, the Jewish arrendator was the backbone of the economy, but it was not obviously the only thing that Jews were doing. Jews were involved in all kinds of other small crafts and small-time commerce and things like that. But perhaps the most significant related to the latifundia was the fact that Jews were frequently involved in innkeeping, as you can see in this remarkable 1928 image by Gustav Pirati. The so-called krechma, or the inn, which was typically manned by a Jewish family, was not because the Jews were specifically interested in the hotel hospitality business, but because the noblemen often gave the Jews a monopoly on the production, distillation, and sale of alcohol. This was something called propinatia. And so the Jews could control this entire industry and tax it, and then pass along the profits to the Polish noblemen. And this was one of those awkward moments where the Jews occupied a particular position in society where they were providing a service which was obviously appreciated by the local population, especially if they offered it on credit. But it's the kind of thing that can build resentment as well. Alcohol is certainly not something that is conducive always to the maintenance of a healthy society, particularly in excess. And also the use of credit for the consumption of alcohol is something that we certainly wouldn't want to encourage in the main. And so you can see why resentment could easily build up against the Jews because of their roles in the entire economic structure. Note also in this image there is a Jewish klezmer artist. This is something that was especially associated with Eastern Europe. Jews being in more like, because they tend to be much more urbanized, living in small villages and towns as opposed to the spread out countryside, are much more likely to form bands and to and develop professions such as music at this time. At any rate, it was an environment that was ripe for an eventual confrontation, and this happened in 1648. And this man, shown here, Bogdan Khmelnytsky, capitalized on the dissent that was rife among these Cossacks who had fled society because of their unhappiness with their serf owners and so on. And he gathered together and in a proto-nationalist movement led them in massive attacks against Catholic Polish landowners and their Jewish agents or leaseholders. Now, let us recall that this is not only a moment of economic repression of Ukrainians, they also perceive it, not incorrectly, as a moment of religious oppression as well, because the Poles are Catholic, the Ukrainians are Orthodox, and the Poles are making strong proselytizing moves in the western part of Ukraine, and in fact created a church there that was kind of like a compromise between Roman Catholicism and Eastern Orthodoxy, in which, for example, much of the rites were allowed to remain. The Orthodox priests were allowed to marry, but it was technically under the authority of the Roman Catholic Church. So Khmelnytsky and his Cossacks deeply resented this incursion into their religious identity as well, and he was dramatically successful. So for a period of a few years, and in particular the years 1648-49, he and his Cossacks ravaged the countryside, attacking Polish nobles and especially attacking the Jews who lived among them. It's comparable, if you recall riots in Los Angeles in the 1990s. Some of the people who were hurt the worst were the Korean shopholders who actually lived in South Central Valley with small businesses and so on, even though they may not have been, the architects of any kind of anti-African American oppression. They nevertheless were the people who were close by. They felt the violence most directly. So in Hebrew, this particular period, the year 1648-49, although the war continued for a few more years, is called the decree of Tachletat, Gzeras Tachletat. The term decree in Hebrew speech generally means something very negative, like the evil decree of Tachletat. And it lives on in Jewish liturgy as a period of phenomenal violence and pogroms, really like kind of for their horrific attacks on Jewish populations. These are recorded in several quotes. Perhaps the most powerful is one by Nathan of Hanover, which is in Hebrew, Yeven Sula, a quote from the Book of Psalms, translated as the abyss of despair. This is a translation, and it's actually quite a powerful piece of historiography as well. The demography of the attacks is probably grossly inflated in Hanover's account. We have really no good way of calculating the size of the impact, and in fact many of the studies of 1648-49 tend to adopt with a question really large numbers, like 250,000 Jews killed in these pogroms. Research by modern scholars like Shaul Stampfer in particular have proved that it really can't be quite that large, primarily because there weren't that many Jews living there at the time, and also because the recovery after the violence had all subsided was actually fairly rapid. there's no question that it was a huge, devastating attack on the Jewish population. There were brutal, horrific attacks, and there was a lot of Jews who fled the region. We have many, many accounts from Gluckel of Hamon to the important commentator on the Shulchan Aruch, the Shach, who all write about their experience at this time. But the numbers that are commonly bruited about are probably large. It's probably in the tens of thousands, a horrific number, but certainly not in the hundreds of thousands. At any rate, what ends up happening to this uprising on a political level is that Khmelnytsky decides to ally himself with Russia against Poland and turns his political attitude to the Russians, which initiates a centuries-long association with frequent difficulty between the emergent Ukrainian nation and the Russians. More on that perhaps when we get to the 19th and 20th century. For Jews, however, it sets in stone a kind of attitude towards the Ukrainians, which Ukrainians tend to call Ukrainophobia. Again, not without reason, because of the historical precedent of the Khmelnytsky rebellion, which would be repeated 100 years later with the Haidamach rebellion as well. And one sees it again in the 20th century with the pogroms of 1919 and the one may argue even elements of the Holocaust as well. But it's also important to note that simultaneous with these violent outbursts, which painfully punctuated the centuries of Jewish and Ukrainian coexistence, there was also a philo-Semitic trend as well. Not nearly as powerful, but we shall examine it in later lectures too. And but for now, Khmelnytsky emerges as a national hero, as you can see in this 5 Hrivni note from modern Ukraine. He is considered one of the architects of Ukrainian nationalism, something which is horrific to Jews who see him as the architect of anti-Semitism simultaneously. Just to give you one more indication of that, this is actually a famous monument that stands in Maidan Nezhalezhnyst in Kyiv today, a monument to Bogdan Khmelnytsky, and it was erected in the early 20th or late 19th century. It shows him famously pointing to the north, to Russia, which, this was erected by the Tsarist authorities, which, really like to play up the fact that Khmelnytsky decided to ally with the Russians. In the original version of this rather heroic-looking statue, the original draft actually had a much more chauvinistic attitude. This is the only picture I could find out on the web, but in the original draft, this is a casting of it, behind the hooves of Khmelnytsky's horse, there's a falling Pole and a Jew who are knocked down by his passage and conquest, which explicitly stated, if this draft were to have been accepted for the final version, that Khmelnytsky succeeded by beating the Poles and the Jews, which is a metaphor that many Ukrainian nationalists might wish to absorb even today. At any rate, this sort of moment in time encapsulated for both Jews and Ukrainians a vision of each other that was not conducive to a rapprochement. In fact, really would only come until the early 20th century, which we'll have to speak about in another lecture. But the idea of a major disruption that could challenge the hundreds of years of peaceful existence that Jews had in Eastern Europe had a remarkably destabilizing impact on Jews across Europe, and many historians draw a direct line from the Khmelnytsky uprising to the debacle of Shabbatai Tzvi, which we'll discuss in the next video. Okay, I hope you found this useful. If it was something you'd like to see again, please do subscribe. It makes me happy to see the numbers increasing and to know that there are a lot of people out there who appreciate studying Jewish history as much as I do. Thank you very much for watching.
Nevertheless, to me, just reading your work and understanding the history, this relationship seems like a really, really important relationship.
Hello and welcome to another episode of Jewish History Lab. Today I'd like to begin speaking about the birth of Hasidism, which is an extremely important movement, had tremendous impact on religious history and social history over the next couple of centuries. In fact, one of the ways that I find most productive to look at Hasidism is that it is really the first modern religious reform movement. I know we have this term Reform Judaism that refers, it's the American equivalent of what was called liberal Judaism in Western Europe, but it's predated by the Hasidic Revolution, which, although it seems to be a very highly traditionalist kind of movement, especially when compared to the more liberal approaches to Judaism, it definitely was quite challenging in the 18th century when it first appeared. So the historiography of Judaism has evolved significantly since the 19th century. Heinrich Gretz, who we've spoken about many times, he took a very dim view of Hasidism. He understood it to be some kind of like obscurantist and credulous, even possibly Sabbatean Kabbalistic movement that was associated with poorly educated Eastern Europe. Shimon Dubno, the great encyclopedic historian of the late 19th, early 20th century, argued the fact that no, it's not the outgrowth of ignoramuses. It presents the actual flourishing of the spirit of Eastern European Jewry. And I think Martin Buber, in this regard, really did a lot to kind of transform the popular Western European view of Hasidism to observe the brilliant religious insights that are associated with the Hasidic masters. And there are many other approaches. Ben Sion Dino, for example, took a much more economic approach to the development of Hasidism. But I just want to give you a sense that, the views of what is Hasidism and what is its significance, what is its etiology, have changed over time historically. To look at the history itself, it's very important to understand it within the context of its evolution. Its earliest development takes place within the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth and the chaotic political context of that time, which you recall the region was devastated by the Khmelnytsky uprising, and then there is an attempt to reconstruct the political status quo, but ultimately it's doomed to failure, as in 1772 the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth is dismantled by its neighbors, and in fact a large chunk of Jews living in this area would be swallowed up by Tsarina Catherine II, also known as Catherine the Great, who suddenly finds herself the owner of the largest Jewish population in the world. Russia, prior to her acquisitions in the West, was actually Judenrein. It was free of Jews because they had been banned since 1479. And all of a sudden, Catherine II said, oh my gosh, I have all these tens of, perhaps hundreds of thousands of Jews living within Russia. One of the ways she dealt with this was by establishing something called the Pale of Settlement, which is kind of a strange English term, but it basically means the region of settlement where Jews were allowed to live. It had some changes to the borderlands. Certain areas like Kiev were actually off limits for some time, even though they were in the interior of the Pale of Settlement. And exceptional Jews, like really talented medical doctors or very, very successful businessmen, could get permission to live in St. Petersburg or in Moscow, but this Pale of Settlement is where the vast majority of Jews live. There's a lot more to say about this in future lectures. At any rate, this is the region, particularly in the southern area of Podolia, Volhynia, Galicia, where Hasidism especially grew, with the exception of the Chabad movement, which grew in Lithuania to the north. This is also the era following Catherine II of the terrible repression under Nicholas I. Nicholas I attempted to extirpate the Jewish presence by forcibly assimilating them, either through conscription into the army as Kantonisten, or by destroying their internal structures. The Kahila was officially banned in 1844, leaving it only small functions, especially to serve the Russian state by collecting taxes and so on. And we'll return to that in a couple of lectures. At any rate, it's a period where there is increasing pressure on the Jewish population in the region. And one of the ways in which they react is by developing this Hasidic ideology. So what exactly is the innovation of Hasidism? The term Hasid is actually ancient. You'll find it in the Hebrew scriptures. It basically means someone who does kindness. The word chesed is, of course, kindness. And a Hasid is understood to mean someone who goes beyond what is naturally required, someone who does extra. And we see that in all kinds of Hasidic activities, not only in the externalities like the fashion and the beards and the peyot and things like that, but those are kind of like, levushim or clothing. That's things that are on the outside. What's on the inside of Hasidism are emphasis on devekut, which is a kind of mystical cleaving to God through not just traditional study, which is something that was more associated with the pre-Hasidic groups, who would later become known as the Misnagdim, or the opponents. We'll talk about them in a second. But attachment to God through maybe less intuitive means, such as prayer or song or connection with others through fellowship. They also believed in a much wider dissemination of Kabbalistic doctrine and Kabbalistic teachings, which had previously been the refuge only of great scholars. The idea that ordinary people could study Kabbalah was really anathema, but the Hasidim began to develop this as something that is actually a desideratum. The Hasidim also valorized the common Jew, often the uneducated Jew, the Jew who was a Tehillim Zoger, someone who just recites songs, rather just going through the book, reading the words, as opposed to having deep insights into their meaning and so on. And this is something that really appealed to the Jews, particularly in the southern region, where they were bereft of much of the traditional educational centers that were associated with the north. They also favored charismatic dynasties of leaders, which were unlike the appointed court rabbis, who were often given those positions because they could essentially buy them from the noblemen. This was part of the last decaying elements of the Jewish community under the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth that thoroughly corrupted the rabbinate in certain areas. Local Hasidic leaders who did not necessarily have any official claim to authority, but nevertheless, garnered the confidence of the population as being truly interested in their spiritual welfare, and gathered around themselves kind of like disciple circles of followers who are not necessarily, heavily learned and so on, but nevertheless were deeply sincere, and they infused the idea of Judaism with much more passion and much more simple enthusiasm that it had seen with the somewhat desiccated version that focused on the arcane study of the Talmud, more associated with the northern regions. One of the most important leaders of that time was Israel ben Eliezer, who was known as the Baal Shem Tov. So a couple of words about him. We only know about him from works that were written considerably after his lifetime, but we know something of the context in which he was active. Specifically, there were people wandering around the southern part in particular who were known as Balei Shem, which means literally masters of the name. The name, of course, refers to the name of God. And this was kind of like a popular term that was associated with people who literally made amulets. One of the great scholars of this period, incidentally, is my friend and colleague, Professor Yochanan Petrovsky Stern of Northwestern, shown here in his youth when we first met in Kiev, looking at some of the remarkable finds in the Vernadsky Library there of 18th century Pinkasim or communal record books from the time. He's done research on people like Hillel Baal Shem, who were like, these early proto-Hasidic leaders serving local populations and creating amulets for them. That's where they got that specific name. Now, not all of these amulet makers were especially reputable. Some of them were charlatans. And Israel ben Eliezer soon gathered a reputation for being exceptional. for being a miracle worker, but also a very insightful teacher of Judaism, one who connected with regular people and so on. And so he was associated with the name Baal Shem Tov, the good Baal Shem, to distinguish him from some of the other Baal Shem who were not necessarily so good. The fact that we only have sources about him that were written quite a bit later does not diminish the fact that he was an actual person and has been researched and identified exhaustively by my senior colleague, Professor Moshe Rossman of Bar Ilan University, who wrote an amazing book on the early biography of the Baal Shem based on secular sources, Polish sources. We found indeed tax records that specifically referred to the Baal Shem Tov living in Medjugorje, which gives a lot more of a concrete notion to this teacher, who, among other things, is reputed to have dug this well that still provides clean water to this day. So we get this idea from the writings of his followers and from the biographic picture we get from the tax records and elsewhere, that he was a person who lived in southern Poland, western Ukraine, catered to the spiritual requests of his followers, and actually began this really important movement that we'll discuss a little further in the next lecture. Thank you very much for watching. If you are so moved, please subscribe, because I love seeing the numbers of students of Jewish history increase, and it's nice to know that we'll have at least some kind of an internet-based relationship. Have an excellent day. Thanks for listening.
The first volume was the translation. The second volume was going to be the notes, and the second volume was lost. To this day, it hasn't been found. We'd love to see that, but anyway, now it's in all languages. Can you clarify there's 2 volumes?
Hello and welcome to another episode of Jewish History Lab. So we talked in the last video a little bit about the origins of Hasidism. One of the most interesting ways, I think, to try and understand what Hasidism is by looking at the counter-reaction. And this is a movement which coalesced around a group of rabbis, particularly in the northern part of the region in Lithuania. These people ultimately became known as the Misnagdim or Mitnagdim, and the name literally means opponents, because they opposed Hasidism. Right? Now, they were actually the traditionalists. They were really the inheritors of the Talmudic study and Jewish culture that had predated the Hasidic revolution. And in their reaction to Hasidism, they would further define themselves. But what's fascinating is they will also be defined by the Hasidism. We shall see. So let's just try to understand what are the main differences between Hasidim and Misnagdim. And there's a lot to say about the fashion, or what some people would call the Yarmul culture, right? Yarmulke, Yarmul culture. But 95% of the issues, Hasidim and Misnagdim are exactly. That's why they fall within the same category of Orthodox. Let's try to understand. If you look at some of the most elements of Jewish practice and theology, and practice is placed first because in many ways practice is far more significant for Jewish culture than theology. There are, let's say, 4 really big things we have to bear in mind. First of all, 613 refers to the number of commandments as traditionally calculated. When I say 613 in this context, I mean, do you believe that God gave the Torah to the Jews at Mount Sinai, and that the rabbis who interpreted it in the Mishnah and the Talmud and later authorities are authoritatively interpreting the 613 commandments of the Torah? So that's a really bright line between Orthodox Jews, or Jews who call themselves Orthodox, and Jews who don't call themselves Orthodox. The Jews who don't call themselves Orthodox might want to argue that the commandments evolved over time. They weren't necessarily given at Sinai, and these are things which are anathema to Orthodox Jews. So if we ask the question, hey, do you believe in 613? The Mitnagdim and the Hasidim both agree unequivocally, yes. and to drill down a little deeper into the three areas of Jewish life, which are perhaps the most impactful in terms of the daily experience of Judaism. Do you observe the Shabbat as understood by the rabbis? They both say yes. Do you keep kosher? They say absolutely. Are you kidding? And do you practice the laws of family purity, which has to deal with intimate relations? They would say for sure. This refers to the use of the mikvah and ritual bath, not really for our discussion today. At any rate, and these main areas of Judaism, they're in total agreement. They may disagree about details, like, for example, with keeping kosher. How exactly must one slaughter an animal to make it kosher? Or with Shabbat, when exactly does Shabbat end? They don't disagree about the nature of kashrut in general, that one has to keep kashrut, but they don't disagree about the fact that there is a Shabbat that has prohibited work on it and so on. But they may disagree about things at the very fringes. But like 95% of things, they are in total agreement. So what is it that they really disagree about? So let's understand this in the context of development of the Hasidic movement. Again, in its earliest origins, it was not in any ways a rebellion against the traditionalists. It was considered kind of like a development of a style, a development of a different approach to the same ideas, the same practices, and so on. In terms of actual people, one of the most important students of the Baal Shem Tov is Dov Ber, known as the Maggid Mezrich, and he lived until 1772. He trained 5 major disciples, including Rabbi Shneur Zalman of Liadi, also known as the Alter Rebbe, the older rabbi, who was the founder of Chabad. He wrote a very important book called the Tanya, which is associated with Chabad in a very deep way. But 4 other disciples that in turn gave rise to many, many other disciples, many other dynasties. And you can see in this particular map, which is from the remarkable historical atlas of Hasidism by Simon Wodzinski, that Hasidism spread very far and wide through these various dynasties. And it is interesting that it only became defined as a distinct movement that had a name, Hasidut, after the Maggid Mezrich passed away, and the opposition began to define it. So it's fascinating that, anyways, the Mitnagdim, who called themselves opponents, they had nothing to oppose prior to the Hasidic movement, so it doesn't mean they didn't exist prior to it, but they began to define themselves in opposition, and the Hasidim themselves defined themselves as a way of kind of stating, well, what is it that is necessary, possibly from the Mitnagdim? The most significant, the king of the Mitnagdim, although he did not necessarily lead the charge, was sort of like the prompt exponent of the Talmudic view that would be by Mitnagdim, was none other than the Vilna Gaon, great scholar of Lithuania, who lived until 1797. Now, what were the charges against them? What were the Mitnagdim upset about? There's basically 8 major charges. Let's go over them very quickly. First of all, the argument was the Hasidim were separatists. And in fact, if you think about the corruption of the local rabbinate, particularly in Volhynia and Podolia, who would want to go to a corrupt Moramish rabbi? Rather go to a genuine rabbi. Rather hang out with someone who really cares about Judaism and cares about you as a parishioner. So they did organize separate prayer groups. Secondly, they ignored mandated prayer times. So one of the aspects of Hasidism, which is fascinating, I think, is the notion that Judaism has boundaries. And in fact, one of the first questions the Talmud asks about any subject is, what is the measurement? What's the shear? How long is this? How deep is it? How big is it? How long does Yom Kippur last? When exactly is it? It's always like measuring things. Hasidism says, oh man, we have to spend so much more time on our intention. Now, it's not to say that the Hasidim don't pay attention to measurements or that the Mitnagdim don't pay attention to intention, but nevertheless, it's like a question of how much emphasis. So the Hasidim would say, why are you locking yourself into really restrictive prayer times that you have to start by a particular time, end by a particular time in order for it to be counted as the morning prayer? it's more important that you go to prayer with a proper intention. And maybe that means you need a little more sleep in the morning, things like this. There's much more to say about it, but I'm just kind of glossing over the topic. 3, they recite the prayer of the Ari, meaning they follow the Kabbalistic prayer schedule of the great Isaac Luria that we discussed when we looked at the city of Tzfat. They maintain a separate kosher slaughter. There's a dispute over whether the knives should be sharper or duller, because sharper knives are more easily nipped, but duller knives require more pressure, and both of these things could have an impact on whether or not an animal is slaughtered properly. All of these things, by the way, clearly indicate the sociological separation of the community, which had economic implications. This has been Sion Dinor's primary contribution to the historiography, saying that, hey, the debate between the Misnagdim and the Hasidim really had an economic aspect to it as well, especially when it comes to the collection of taxes associated with Jewish life, like taxes on kosher meat, taxes on candles, things like that. That, if you create a different revenue stream, you really upset the status quo. The Lithuanians, the Misnagdim, argued that the Hasidim disregard the study of the Talmud, that they spend so much time singing and perhaps drinking and dancing and things like that. They're not sitting down and learning Talmud properly. Talmud is really what we should be doing. And more than, oh my gosh, they're spending time studying the Kabbalah. Kabbalah should only be for people who have learned for, decades and have already completed the entire Talmud. They've already done Daf Yomi and things like that. What are you talking about? And then some Hasidic groups were associated with really unruly behavior. There was like kind of experimentation with intention of like, maybe I'll have more intention if I turn somersaults, literally. Maybe I'll have more intention if I drink more alcohol before I pray. Things like that the Lithuanians, really look down upon. And finally, the accusation that some of these things really cross the line. They're no longer observing halakha, that is Jewish law, and they're being influenced by the antinomian teachings of Shabtai Tzvi, we discussed just a couple of lectures ago. Arguments that the Hasidim were actually, kind of like a front for Sabbatean movement, and that it had to really be extirpated now before it further infected the Jewish body policy. Now, when these charges first came out, the Alter Rebbe and Rabbi Menachem Mendel of the Vitebsk, very important Hasidic leaders, went to the Vilna Gaon saying, they wanted to seek an audience with him to try and say, no, that's not what we're all about. Please don't misunderstand us. They were unsuccessful. They were not granted an audience. In fact, the Misnagdim counter-reacted by pronouncing bans on the Hasidic movement, and in some cases even burning Hasidic texts. This is actually kind of a nasty thing that's associated with the 18th century. Jews are unfortunately from time to time known to have such strong feelings about the writings of other Jews that they'll even consign those words to the flames. But by the way, that only ends up making the books much more popular. So if anyone watching this video wants to ban any of my books, I think that would be great because sales would just... At any rate, the Hasidim, they issued counterbans against the Misnagdim, and they also, unfortunately, had book burnings. Especially strong social ban was applied in 1781, and in 1794, when a rabbi in Pinsk, a Misnagdic rabbi, lost a job to a Hasidic candidate, he denounced the Hasidim to the secular authorities, and the Tsarist government, always on the lookout for possible revolutionary movements, actually arrested the Alter Rebbe, Rebbe Shneir Zalman of Liadi, and had him temporarily jailed. A phenomenon that would be associated with this very strong conflict between Hasidim and Misnagdim for some time. Now, besides the tremendously bitter rancor between the Misnagdim and the Hasidim, the Misnagdim were also busy thinking about, okay, well, how do we react to this? Because the Hasidic movement really grew in leaps and bounds. It spoke to a need. There were Jews who wanted Hasidism. So the Misnagdim had to articulate a response, and they did, which was ultimately expressed in things like this building, the yeshiva of Volozhin, which was one of the great bastions of Talmudic learning in Lithuania and formed the center of the nucleus of a Talmudic renaissance that would expand along with Hasidism. What the Misnagdim said is, hey, the Hasidim say we're attached to text. Well, absolutely. You better believe it. We are going to be super attached to text. We're going to spend even more energy in the Talmud. And in fact, that's what the Lithuanians are known for more than anything else is their incredible attention to detail and their superlative study of the Talmud. But they didn't ignore the Kabbalah. Let's not forget that the Vilna Gaon himself was a great Kabbalist, but the Misnagdic tradition was that it was really only for people who had already mastered what was called Torah's Nigla, the revealed Torah. Before you study Torah's Nister, the hidden Torah, even in kind of like watered down versions that the Hasidim were circulating, they weren't studying necessarily the Zohar itself. They were studying kind of like digests of the Zohar or reworked versions of the Zohar. The Lithuanians were already studying the core text, but they did not believe in necessarily disseminating these ideas widely. But one of the key disciples of the Vilna Gaon, the great Rabbi Chaim of Volozhin, associated with the yeshiva, he wrote essentially a response to the Tanya, which was called Nefesh HaChayim, the soul of life. And this is essentially a Kabbalah for Misnagdim. It is, by the way, an overwhelming book. I remember personally when I was studying in yeshiva in Jerusalem, I spoke to my colleague and friend Rabbi Mordechai Becher, who was a guide for me in those early years of my yeshiva study. And he said, "How's it going?" I said, "Well, it's going okay. I'm enjoying yeshiva. I go to yeshiva in the morning. We look at a Tosfos. It has a problem in it. We figure out the problem, and then I come home." But I said to him, "Rebbe, I had to admit that, sometimes it felt sort of kind of dry, sort of like, doing crossword puzzles every day because I was like finding intellectual problems and then solving them and then going home for dinner, right?" So he said, "Okay, this is what you got to do. Read Nefesh HaChayim, but only read it for 15 minutes a day." And so, okay, I'll do it. So I picked up a copy of Nefesh HaChayim, and I used to get on the bus and read it on the bus, and many, many times I couldn't put it down. And I looked up, and I had already gone way past my yeshiva stop, and I was like way in some Arab neighborhood north of Jerusalem somewhere, because I had just gotten so lost in the tremendous writings of the Chaim Volozhin. And it really changed the way that I went back and studied those Tosfos as well. It made the Tosfos kind of like jump off the page as, this is really important. You've got to study this right now and know what it means, because it's not a crossword puzzle. It's life itself. Wow. If you're having that problem, Nefesh HaChayim. Okay, sorry for that. Finally, one of the criticisms of the Hasidim that had was that the Hasidim venerated their leader, sometimes called a tzaddik, sometimes called a rebbe, to an inappropriate extent. That in some cases they even regard the rebbe as sort of like an intermediary before God, which is really, very much contrary to traditional Jewish theology. So the Misnagdim certainly criticized this idea of like having an intermediary, and they refused to regard even very learned and holy people in those intermediaries, but they nevertheless elevated their leaders, especially the Rosh Yeshiva, the head of the yeshiva, as being with tremendous insight and power associated with the term Das Torah, the Torah itself. So that was kind of like a Misnagdic reflection of Hasidism in reaction, but also in admiration of what the Hasidic movement stood for. Okay, while the Hasidim and Misnagdim are fighting bitterly at the end of the 18th and the beginning of the 19th century, there will be a major challenge to them, which we'll discuss in the next video. I'd just like to conclude by saying thank you very much for watching. If you're so moved, hit the subscribe button, because I'm just getting so much pleasure seeing how many people love Jewish history like I do. I'd love to include you in that group. And let's return and look at the challenge that both the Hasidim and the Misnagdim faced in the Haskalah. Thank you very much for watching.
this. But the Mongols, there's just nothing. It was emotionless. Or like ice cold water or any other kind of hardship. You build a hardness to it. And I suppose that
Hello and welcome to another episode of Jewish History Lab. So in the last two videos, we talked a little bit about the beginnings of the Hasidic movement in the 18th and early 19th century, and then we talked about the counter-reaction of the traditionalists known as the Misnagdim, or the opponents of Hasidism. But there's a new movement that is more associated with Western Europe, in particular with Berlin, that is beginning to make an impact in the eastern heartland of the Hasidic and the Misnagdim territory, and that is the Haskalah, an extremely important movement that, like the Hasidic and Misnagdim movement, would endure to our contemporary days and would have a phenomenal impact on the development of modern Jewish identity. So let's look at this institution of the Haskalah. First of all, the term Haskalah means enlightenment, and it is just the Hebrew translation of the German term Aufklärung that was widely used in the 19th century to refer to this new movement of rationalism and humanism that swept across much of Western Europe. There are Jewish roots to it for sure. If you look, for example, at the 16th century work of Azaria del Rossi, who was an Italian Jewish thinker, had an unusual moment in 1570 when there was an earthquake in the Italian city of Ferrara in the Po River Valley, not too far from Padua. And he was forced out of doors, like everybody in Ferrara, and while they're living in tents, worried about aftershocks for some weeks, because a lot of buildings were destroyed, he has some encounters with Christian thinkers from the local church that he probably would not have had, prior to this. And among other things, he discovers the letter of Aristeas and fascinating stuff. But in the context of this discussion, he begins to explore the idea of, hey, you know what? Judaism has a lot to offer the outside world, and the outside world has a lot to offer Judaism as well. It's a very controversial kind of thought, but we see it in many predecessors. Maimonides, for example, writes in the 8th chapter, accept truth from whoever speaks it. There is this notion in Judaism that although there is a kind of a centrifugal force that emphasizes focusing on traditional Jewish texts, there's also kind of like a looking out force as well that waxes and wanes in different periods. The Haskalah is definitely a period of looking out, of saying what's going on in the outside world. How does it fit within our Jewish world at all? Del Rossi's insight was something that it was not unique to the 16th century. It's not like Jews woke up in the 16th century and says, hey, we can learn something from the outside world. We see, for example, Maimonides, who writes in the 8 chapters that one should accept truth from whoever speaks it. We can find lots of moments in Jewish history where the Jews have a much more kind of open-minded, syncretic approach, and that oscillates with a kind of internal, inward-focused perspective in which the outside world is regarded as toxic and dangerous and should be avoided. Jewish history kind of vacillates or oscillates between these two poles. The Haskalah is an example of Western European Jewry, definitely leaning far towards the extreme of, hey, look at the outside world, it has so much to offer us, even at the risk of dissolving or assimilating into the body politic of the general population. That's one of the dangers of Haskalah. At any rate, these ideas of openness to outside society had a jumpstart with the Portuguese diaspora in particular, because these were Jews who, you will recall, were forcibly converted to Christianity and had to maintain that kind of dual identity of knowing that they are Jewish and wanting to retain their Jewish identity, and resentful of their Christian passports into the rest of the world. And many of them spread throughout Western Europe. Amsterdam is a particular location where a lot of these Portuguese Jews ended up, but also into the New World, as we discussed as well. And these Portuguese Jews had a very special approach to the outside world that made them especially effective conduits of what would become burgeoning modern thought in in general. Okay, way too much of an introduction. Let's go specifically to the early Maskilim. Certainly the most important of them, the king of the Maskilim, was Moses Mendelssohn, a self-taught genius, who actually was especially known not only for his philosophical work, but also for his tremendous facility with secular German. Let us not forget that Jews had their own language, Yiddish. This is besides the ancient language of Hebrew, which was largely reserved for religious purposes, prayer, and Aramaic, which was used primarily in the Talmud. But the vernacular was Yiddish. Yiddish is essentially a medieval German dialect that was like, it's kind of like if you compare Haitian French to continental French, or even, where I grew up, the Joual, the Québécois French, comparing that to Parisian French, they're really very different. They can almost not understand each other. So it was like very similar in syntax and vocabulary at huge, but speaking Yiddish to it's impossible for Yiddish readers to understand written German unless they learn the alphabet, and then they tease out, the 15-20% of the vocabulary is different and so on. So Moses Mendelssohn developed tremendous facility with spoken German and written German, and he was kind of like a cause célèbre in the 18th century of being, wow, here is a Jew. And note, by the way, he's still a very observant Jew. He's still observing Shabbat and Kashrut and so on, who nevertheless can maintain himself in the highest levels of high German society and culture and so on. And intellectually, he had tremendous abilities and gifts. And so he was like really a famous Jew because of his ability to be a culture broker and to say to the outside world, hey, Jews have something of value. They should not be, considered second-class citizens. In fact, they weren't considered citizens. They were considered travelers, sojourners, even though they lived in Germany for hundreds of years. So he was someone who not only communicated Judaism and Jewish culture to the outside world, he also communicated backwards. He also, promoted the study of German language and German culture and things like that to traditional observant Jews, which got him into a lot of trouble. Other examples of these early maskilim, by the way, maskil is like the singular noun form of haskala. Haskala is enlightenment. Maskil means a proponent of the enlightenment. Solomon Maimon, who unlike Moses Mendelssohn, did not remain an observant Jew. He went OTD, or off the derech, away from the path. He wrote a biting, acerbic, and sometimes hilarious memoir, an autobiography, which is widely studied today, in which he describes his upbringing as a young, talented Jewish man who kind of like has this intellectual journey, and in fact, he even visited the Hasidic court of the Maggid of Mezerich and describes his experience there. But when he comes to Western Europe, to Berlin in particular, and he encounters German culture, he eventually jettisons his Jewish identity and seeks to become much more involved in German philosophy, German thought, and things like that. So, whereas Moses Mendelssohn articulated a kind of Haskalah that kept a place for Judaism, others like Solomon Maimon said, no, let's completely get rid of it and move straight into the mainstream. You can imagine how this was absorbed by the Hasidim and the Misnagdim, that while they are at each other's throats over tiny things like how sharp the knife should be in kosher, so what time do you show up in Minyan, when they are facing the Haskalah that is saying, why keep kosher? Or go to Minyan. Why don't we just move the Sabbath to Sunday? Which is, by the way, proposals that Maskilim actually made. But it's the real growth of the Haskalah happened actually in the context of a controversy over the false burial decree of 1772. It seems that in the 18th century, there was a rash of people being declared dead and actually buried, only to be discovered that actually they were alive or they lived for some time afterwards. This is a pretty terrifying thing. So among the ways in which people compensated is they had all kinds of interesting designs like this one you see here of these coffins where if you happen to wake up and you were not in fact dead, then you could squeeze a bulb and that would lift up a flag or ring a bell. If you walk by a cemetery, you hear a bell ringing, that means something is very, very wrong. And so the Duke of Mecklenburg-Schwerin made a rule that nobody could be buried until they had waited 3 days after declaration of death. And this was contrary to Jewish practice, which emphasizes the importance of early burial and, in fact, accelerated decomposition of the flesh as a way of achieving atonement. So, this was created a whole hullabaloo because it, really, this particular secular decree stepped on Jewish values. And on the one hand, there were traditionalists who said, hey, we can't stand for this. This is not okay. We have to protest. We have to be able to bury our dead right away. It's considered a great sacrilege to leave a dead body around. And on the other hand, there were Jews who said, well, my gosh, this is horrible if there is such a thing as people being buried prematurely. Maybe we should adopt this new rule. And so many Jews turned to Moses to try and, articulate a statement that would be acceptable to everybody. This is just the opening wedge of many, many issues where issues of science and Torah and the tradition, and also the relationship of Jews to civic society had to be negotiated. By the way, don't forget that this is happening in a political environment in which the question of Jewish emancipation, that is, the conferring of equal rights upon Jews, would also find its expression. We'll discuss that a little bit later in this course. But, the idea that Jews might actually gain citizenship, that had a lot to do with how Jews behave in general society and how they were perceived to behave within general society. So some masculine, like David Friedman, who was a student of Moses, he said the way we can really deal with this is by simply converting. He believed in Christianity, felt that this was valuable on a religious level, but he says we should just adopt it to go along so that we can get our place in German society, essentially capitulating Jewish religious values to the desires of emancipation. He proposed this as a so-called dry baptism, meaning that no water is involved. It's not a real baptism. It's just a pro forma thing, And in fact, many Jews, although it was not accepted communally at all, and although Friedlander's suggestion was considered a shanda or just like outrageous, and Jews did not accept it on a communal level, many Jews did accept it on an individual level. And you see people choosing to baptize themselves, like Heinrich Heine, for example, the great poet, or the parents of Karl Marx would have they would have their children baptized. This was actually very common in the 19th century, and it really dates back to Friedlander's suggestion. Others, like Rabbi Samson Raphael Hirsch, argued that modernity has to be engaged, but not by completely abandoning Jewish identity. So he argued for a sort of like a hybrid approach that would accept those elements of modernity that were compatible with Judaism without sacrificing any of the 613 commandments that we talked about in a couple of lectures ago. By the way, some felt that Samson Raphael Hirsch was way too modern, was way too, he gave up too much for the modern era, so sometimes he was portrayed with a little bit heavier beard like this to make it look a little bit more traditional. Now, these were the things that were happening in Western Europe. Eastern Europe was an entirely different story. Western Europe had a much smaller Jewish population, a population that was much more inclined to be open to the ideas of modernity and so on. In Eastern Europe, Jews lived in greater numbers and greater concentration, and really with much greater, endemic Jewish culture. So one of the big differences is that in Western Europe, particularly in Germany, there's a heavy lean towards assimilation. You didn't necessarily find that in Eastern Europe, although there was more of an emphasis on acculturation, which is kind of like a softer word than assimilation, and an adaptation to culture rather than a disappearance within culture. And some of the ways in which the Haskalah was expressed in the Eastern European context was, let's do different Jewish things rather than simply adopt the norms of the larger population. So rather than, let's say, abandoning Jewish languages to Russian or to Ukrainian or Polish, let us instead develop Yiddish, which was at this time not a very advanced language, very, very limited, for example, and so on, but let's promote Yiddish as a genuine language capable of expression of the wide spectrum of Jewish experience and human experience. Or let us adopt a political orientation, such as Zionism or Jewish socialism. We'll discuss those as well later on in this course. So the Haskalah in Western Europe may have been much more of a movement that emphasized, really abandonment of Jewish ideals, assimilation. In Eastern Europe, it was much more an adaptation of Jewish ideals to different movements, but not necessarily religious in nature. Some of the most interesting examples are people like Joseph Pearl, big opponent, by the way, of the Hasidic movement, who also argued that, what we should do is we should advance our educational system, and we should include much more secular studies within the educational environment. Something which provoked hostility from many other groups, Hasidim and Misnagdim as well. Finally, let us remember that all of this is happening within a dire political context in Eastern Europe. We mentioned a couple lectures ago Tsar Nicholas I, who had this horrific strategy of assimilating forcibly the Jews of the Russian Empire by demanding that they join the army, which was a horrific sentence of about 25 years. Noting that by the time Jews joined the army at age 18, they had already been well indoctrinated into the values of Judaism. Maybe they were already married and things like that. He actually lowered the age of conscription to 12. This was the notorious Cantonist movement that sent Jewish boys, sometimes much younger than 12, illegally, but nevertheless it happened, to these reform schools called Canton schools, where they would be trained in military values and also trained in Russian Orthodox Christianity. And many times they would simply never return to their families. They would end up, assimilating into the Russians. Very, very terrible thing. The alternative that Nicholas I offered was Jews could attend the so-called crown schools, were Russian-approved schools that some participation of Jews like Max Lilienthal, who believed that perhaps this is a way the Haskalah could offer, enlightenment to Russian Jewish populations, but in reality they ended up being fronts for conversionist efforts, and even Lilienthal left in DC, ended up here in the United States. So in this context, that the fight of the Hasidim and the Misnagdim have to be viewed. But I think one of the most fascinating figures reflecting on this in the 19th century is Elia Seifel, who in an interesting book called Shalom Al-Yish, he wrote the following. God saw three shepherds, Rabbi Eliyahu in Lithuania, that of course would be the Vilna Gaon, the leaders of the Misnagdim, to safeguard Torah, to purify its Talmud, and to oversee its logic and its shepherd number two. The Hasidim in Volhynia, to marshal devotion and to fan the embers of feeling. Right? The Hasidim with their ideals of Dveikut, and closeness to God and so on. And finally, the great sage of our people, Moses ben Menachem in Germany, that's Moses Mendelssohn, the leader of the Misnagdim, who of course was himself observant, as we mentioned earlier, and called him to place the cradle of enlightenment in the lamp of religion. Now, of course, not everyone would agree with the views of Rabbi Tzvifel that, all three of these shepherds, the leader of the Misnagdim, the leader of the Hasidim, and the leader of the Maskilim, that they all somehow are like appointed by God to lead the Jews into the future. So I'm going to leave that to you to debate. But it is worthy of note that today, a couple of centuries later, all three of these movements, the Hasidim, the Misnagdim, and Maskilim, continue to exert tremendous influence on the development of Jewish identity and continue to exist with each other in kind of a dynamic tension to tease out what it means to be a Jew in the modern world. Whew, okay, I hope you enjoyed this lecture. I had fun thinking about it, talking about it with you. If you are so inclined, please do subscribe. Please share this video with other people who you think would like it, because one of my, increasing pleasures with putting these lectures out there is seeing other people hit that subscribe button and increase the universe of people who are interested in studying Jewish history with me. Thank you very much for watching.
High speed outpost to encircle and attack the flanks, which there's been many great military historians who have written about the great military forces throughout history. And
Hello and welcome to another edition of Jewish History Lab. Let's move forward into the 20th century and speak a little bit about the fall of the Russian Empire, which was one of the massive events that affected a tremendous number of Jews who were largely concentrated in Eastern Europe at the beginning of the 20th century. So this map is crucial. You've really got to understand this map if you want to make any sense out of the first half of the 20th century. On the left side, you see Europe looked like before World War I. And I'd like to point out in particular that East Central Europe was dominated by three large empires, moving from east to west: the Russian Empire, which was made up of the Tsar Nicholas II, and then Germany, which dominated the Baltic Sea coast, and below it, Austria-Hungary, also a very multi-ethnic state that was actually a dual monarchy. These three large empires dominated the region. But after World War I, there were a number of peace treaties that divided these three great empires up into much smaller countries and actually resulted in a tremendous amount of dissatisfaction, primarily located in those who lived in these three regions, the nationalities, meaning the Germans in Germany, the Austrians and Hungarians in Austria-Hungary, and so on. There were a lot of winner hand in the post-war treaties, and you can see actually got their own country. For example, most significant Poland, which of course was a country prior to the late 18th, divided up by its two neighbors and disappeared from the map of Europe. It suddenly reappeared 200 years later, and this is a tremendous exaltation for the Poles, although there are lots of non-Poles living in Poland, including Ukrainians, Lithuanians, Jews, and a number of other peoples. Then you have Austria and Hungary, which once, this massive country, now they're reduced to tiny little rump states. It's so ironic, for example, Hungary, later on in the 20th century, it would be able to buy Admiral Horthy. And as you can see, Hungary is landlocked. So what are you doing with an admiral in a country that has no natural outlet to the sea? Yugoslavia is created from the remnants of much of Austria-Hungary and so on. And significantly for Germany in particular, the new country of Czechoslovakia, now divided into the Czech lands and Slovakia, but back then one country, Hitler used to refer to it as a dagger pointed at the heart of Germany. So you have a lot of states who are very much into revising the peace treaties, meaning they want to go back and wipe out some of these gains of these new countries or reborn countries, and they want to regain some of the grandeur of old. The Russian Empire, of course, collapses, and we're going to spend most of our time today talking about that. But it's divided into several countries. There is Russia proper, which is basically pushed back significantly towards the east because of where the front lines of the German army were at the end of World War I. And west of those front lines, you have new countries created, Belarus, for example, and the Baltic states of Lithuania, Latvia, and Estonia. Ukraine is created within the Soviet Union, that we'll discuss in a second, but it's divided. There are Ukrainians who are on the Polish side of the post-World War I treaty, and there are
Ukrainians who are on the Russian side of the post-World War Treaty, and they find themselves within a Soviet orbit. So there's a tremendous amount of dissatisfaction among the losers of World War I who are unhappy with these peace treaties, and they want to revise them. Let's focus a little bit more on Russia itself, however. So Russia is extremely complicated at this period of time. I'll try to make it as simple as possible. The first thing to realize is that there were actually two revolutions in Russia, separated by a few months. They both occurred in the year 1917, although the month in which they occurred depends on our standing at the time they occurred. The reason why this is so is because it was only in 1918 that the officially adopted the Gregorian calendar that is currently in use in Western Europe and America and so on. Prior to that, they were using a Julian calendar, which does not have the same calculation of leap days. Like in February, we have that leap year. So that meant that quite literally, Russia was 11 days behind the West in the calendar. And so if you look at Russian sources, for example, that were written at that time, they refer to the February Revolution because in Russia it occurred in February. But if you were standing in New York City when the revolution occurred, it would have been in March. So let's just say there was a spring revolution. It began really in Petrograd. There's more confusing story. I'm throwing lots of stuff, but give you a sense of just how tumultuous and how crazy everything was at the time. Petrograd, which means Peter's city, was a Russian renaming of the city that was founded by Peter the Great 100-odd years ago. That was called St. Petersburg. The reason why it's no longer called St. Petersburg is because they felt that sounded too German, right? Berg is a German suffix meaning city, so the city of Peter. So they wanted to have a Russian sound because they were fighting with the Germans, so they called it Petrograd. Then, when the communists came to power, they renamed it again because they didn't want it named after a Tsar. They renamed it Leningrad, right? Lenin City. And then, of course, after the collapse of the Soviet Union at the end of the 20th century, it was renamed back to its original name of St. Petersburg. Okay, this is all very simple, I know. But it happened in Petrograd where there was a significant march. It happened to occur on International Women's Day, which is March 8th in the Western calendar. It's actually a very important date that they commemorate even to this day in the former Soviet Union and the regions of Eastern Europe. It's different from, let's say, Mother's Day or things like that. It's not really that important. What's important for us right now is that there was a huge march and a protest that was specifically clamoring for the government to do something about the tremendous food shortages that were occurring as a result of the war. Don't forget, 1917, we're 3 years into World War I, no sign of slowing down. Russia is really hurting badly. They're not able to equip their troops properly. They're telling their soldiers to go into war, and because they don't have enough bullets, they say, use your bayonets first, right? Like, can you imagine you're going up against an enemy and you can't fire? You have to actually use your bayonet, which means get really close to them when they have machine guns and things like that. So it was just a disaster. So there's this protest in Petrograd, and according to some news accounts, a woman took a brick and threw it through a bakery window. Everyone rushed in to get the stolen bread, and this food riot sort of expanded. It took on more political overtones, and ultimately, within a very short period of time, the Tsar's palace was overrun. The Tsar and his family were arrested. They would be assassinated later, and the Romanov dynasty that had stood for hundreds of years fell in early 1917. What happens immediately after that is it doesn't become communist right away. The Russian Empire becomes a sort of provisional democracy, and it's run by this individual, Alexander Kerensky. They call themselves the provisional government, and the whole idea that they wanted to establish a modern form of democracy, and they wanted to do it right. They wanted to have massive elections all over the Russian Empire, and they were going to elect a constituent assembly, and this constituent assembly would then, be able to create this democratic, federated Russian
government. Kerensky was widely admired by the Jewish population because one of the very first acts in his role as the leader of this provisional government is he abolished the hated Pale of Settlement. Here you can see a map of the Pale of Settlement from the Encyclopedia Judaica. It was hated by Jews in the 20th century because it placed all kinds of anti-Semitic restrictions on Jewish activity, Jewish commercial activity, traveling, education, you name it. And Jews were clamoring to have equal rights, and they wanted to be able to, free themselves from the Pale of Settlement if necessary. So Kerensky abolished this highly discriminatory restriction on residence. Here, by the way, you can see another map that gives you a little bit of sense of the density of Jewish population. Some writers from the time considered it a massive ghetto because of the huge concentrations of Jews that were located here. So Kerensky was really trying to do things right, but on the other hand, it was his sheer dedication to doing it properly that ended up bringing the whole thing down to its knees. Because by pushing off all really important discussions, like, for example, should we continue fighting this war? And what are we going to do about, land reallocation? And what about all these peasants and their demands? And what about the urban workers and so on? And they basically couldn't do anything until they had the Constituent Assembly, and by constantly pushing it off until that time when it could be properly constituted, the communists were able to take advantage and ultimately undermine Kerensky's efforts. The genius behind all of it was Vladimir Ilyich Lenin, shown here, who was really quite a destabilizing force in Russia during those months between the first revolution in February, March, and the second revolution, which is really the communist revolution of October, November 1917. Here's a piece of propaganda from the era that shows Tovarish Lenin, meaning Comrade Lenin, at the top there with his characteristic soft cap, and he's getting rid of all of the negative classes in the Russian Empire. You can see various, nobility and the Russian Orthodox clergy at the bottom, and you can see also what looks like a monopoly man. This is the turn of the 20th century caricature of a capitalist. You may recognize the hat, and typically there's a waistcoat there, and usually in this particular example, but then the capitalist, not so thinly veiled disguised for a Jew. Usually it is a Jewish capitalist that's portrayed in these images. The communists, however, were unusually strong on minimizing comparison to their rivals, like the White Russian movement, the monarchist movement, and some of the anarchists and so on. But we'll get to that in the next video. At any rate, over the course of a few months in 1917, Lenin was able to really mobilize a wide-ranging network of Soviets, which means basically councils, and these are like sort of local groups of leaders who are motivated by socialist ideology, who want to take over the means of production themselves. And you would have Soviets in factories, Soviets in municipalities, and so on. And ultimately, he was able to take over and disband the Constituent Assembly and proclaim the Union of Soviet Socialist Republics, the USSR. That's ultimately what occurred in October of 1917 in Russia, and of course in New York it would have been reported as November of 1917. Now, just to give you a sense of the kind of tension, here's a piece of White Russian propaganda that gives you a sense of some of the opposition to this communist movement. The White Russians were those Russians who were very much against this new phenomenon. Sometimes they may have been less hostile to the provisional government, but they were definitely hostile to the Soviets. And some of them really wanted to bring back the monarchy. Others wanted perhaps a more gradual approach to a capitalist Russia. At any rate, this poster refers to the death of the International, which is essentially a gathering of socialist thinkers. And the idea was here that Lenin, who's shown here as some kind of weird Aztec priest dressed in red, and next to him with a bloody apron is Trotsky, who we discussed in previous classes, Leon Trotsky, the head of the Red Army, and of course a very prominent Jew, although not an observant Jew at all. but nevertheless he was widely perceived for his Jewish identity. And they are about to slaughter the Russian monarchy there. They're representing Russia on the altar of a statue of Karl Marx with the word international referring to the Socialist International. And the idea is that they're going to sacrifice Russia to communism. And, arrayed around him with their labels on the top as to who's referenced here, Zinoviev is shown with his hands outstretched, another Jewish figure, and so on. There's all of these people who are involved in this secret cabal. And there's this interesting figure here. If you look, I'll zoom in here so you can see him better. This is clearly a secularized Jew with the stereotypical ugly physiognomy that's often applied in these kinds of anti-Semitic pictures. But in case we missed it, he's also got payos. He's also got forelocks there to indicate he, like many communist Jews of that era, had jettisoned his Jewish identity in order to absorb this new ideology. And he was holding onto a bag, which, as you can see, has the number 30 on it. Now, I'm not positive, but I think what this is referring to is the 30 pieces of gold that Judas accepted to betray Jesus. So there's kind of like an overlaying here of the betrayal theme that goes back to really, really old anti-Semitic tropes. Not exactly sure, but I think that's what that strange number 30 means. At any rate, in the fall of 1917, the Russian Empire, at least those regions that are dominated by Russian cities like Moscow and Petrograd, become officially communist, and this will tip the entire region into a massive civil war. That's what I'm going to talk about next. Thank you very much for watching.
Conquering a decayed dynasty. When the Mongols conquered Baghdad and overthrew the Caliph, they were conquering a very decayed.
Hello and welcome to another installment of the Jewish History Lab. I'd like to pick up where we left off yesterday with the collapse of the Russian Empire and the rise of the Soviet Union, and take it further into the disastrous civil war period that followed. And in particular, I'm going to focus on the experience of Jews in Ukrainian lands, primarily because that's actually something I know something about, believe it or not. Before we go on, though, have a look at this page here, which shows you a remarkable artifact of that unusual era. This is a 100 Kalbovanets bill from the brief-lived independent Ukrainian state. And as you can see, on the upper left, it has the word Kalbovanets in Ukrainian, of course, the official language of the country. And on the right, you see it says the same thing in Polish, because Polish was an official language. And then at the bottom, underneath the number 100, you see in Yiddish, Hunderses, which is an amazing thing. Yiddish was actually an official language of this brief-lived Ukrainian state. We'll have to see what exactly happened there. The reason why I mentioned I actually know something about it, because this was the topic of my PhD dissertation. I did a ridiculous amount of primaries in several archives of the world, and several of them former Soviet Union. Eventually, with this book, which I say still has some years, it has been reprinted, and it's been translated as well by a fairly important publishing house there, Duchia Litera. And so if you're curious, you can get it in either English. At any rate, what I focused on is this unusual period of remarkable rapprochement that is a coming together, a meeting of populations lived in a kind of, difficult symbiosis for a very time, for centuries. And that, of course, is the Jewish and Ukrainian populations. They were very, very different populations. The Ukrainians were overwhelmingly agricultural, the Jews overwhelmingly living in villages, towns, cities. The Ukrainians were the dominant population, a large part of the population that had very little power in the urban center. On the other hand, highly numerate, restricted by Russian authorities, but now looking for an opportunity to express themselves nationally. And because of the collapse of the Russian Empire, that suddenly became possible. So under the period of the provisional government, there were more and more linkages between the Jews and the Ukrainians, and they began to talk about perhaps creating some kind of new democratic society together. When Russia became communist, that we spoke about in the previous lecture, this became much more significant. The Jewish parties who were more left-leaning, the socialist Jewish parties, were very, very uncomfortable, but there were a lot of Jewish organizations that felt much more at home with the Ukrainians than they did with the Russians, which is an upsetting moment because for a long time, Jews had exhibited, if they had any kind of alliance with a larger population, it tended to be much more Russotropic. This is, by the way, a very old phenomenon where minorities tend to ally themselves with the ruling power rather than allying themselves with oppressed parts of the society, because obviously as a minority it's dangerous to be on the wrong side of the tracks, so to speak, when it comes to this kind of thing. So they align themselves with the Ukrainians and move more and more towards independence, even from the Russians, because originally they had viewed themselves as part of a larger Russian federated society, that perhaps the Russians were the most significant of the nationalities, but the Ukrainians would have significant power to themselves, and they began to move towards total independence, which was definitely a big break for the Ukrainians as well. And so during this period of time, there was actually a remarkable, effervescence of a new spirit of cooperation between Ukrainians and Jews, and it was extremely important because the Jews were, quite a significant population. Here's a map taken from the research of my PhD supervisor, Dr. Paul Robert Margachi, who is one of the great world experts of Ukrainian history. And you can see here the tremendous concentration of Jews, where in much of Ukrainian ethno-linguistic territory, shown with the blue border, Jews constitute more than 15% of the population. That's particularly true in so-called the right bank Ukraine, because they're on the right bank of the Dnieper River, which flows from north to south. Very, very heavy Jewish populations there. And so this idea of a connection between Ukrainians and Jews was very much appreciated by at least the urban literate Jews, perhaps less so by the wider population, but nevertheless, there was a certain amount of general enthusiasm. But, this is a chaotic time. Remember, this is all happening at the very end of World War I. There are German troops that are demobilizing, frequently without support from Germany. They're selling their own, trying to make their way home on their own. There's a civil war brewing to the north, which are going communist, and Ukraine not going communist. There are bands of anarchists that are wandering free, and there's no state power of any authority that actually can control any of this. Of course, it would explode into a bloody period of civil war and violence. But before that, let's just look at this document, which gives you a sense of how tenuous this rapprochement between Ukrainians and Jews were. This is a document that I found in the archives, typical of hundreds and hundreds of documents from this period here. And it's actually a document to a particular Jewish tree, and you can see that it is written in Ukrainian. That's the Slavic Cyrillic alphabet on the left of the page, but the typewriter that was used to write it was a Russian typewriter. And so there are certain, half a dozen odd letters in the Ukrainian alphabet that the Russians do not have. And so whenever they had the letter I, which you can see in the first line of text there, the typist had to actually leave a blank space, and then afterwards actually physically write in longhand a letter I, because the typewriter wouldn't tolerate Ukrainian. It gives you a sense of that. And by the way, for those of you who were born after, let's say, 1985, typewriters are kind of like word processors, except that you can't go back and delete things. You have to write it exactly the way it turns out the first time, and then make it into a hard copy. Actually, it becomes a hard copy as you do it. And, well, I'm not explaining to you the technology. It is kind of weird. And then on the right, you see they've added in the Yiddish translation of the same document. Of course, there's no Yiddish typewriters, so the whole thing has to be written in by hand. But it just gives you a sense of how
they were trying to piece these things together without the right equipment, even to type up their orders. But nevertheless, it has certain kind of youthful exuberance that in many ways was made the period, emblematic of the best that could have happened. Unfortunately, it all collapsed in terrible, terrible violence, primarily because of the pogroms that were especially bad in the year 1919. Now, there are many, many forces who are active in Ukrainian ethno-linguistic territory that were guilty of perpetrating pogroms. The White Russians, who we talked about in the previous lecture, who were monarchist, anti-communist Russians who wanted to, either restore the Tsar if possible, or if not, at least go back to some kind of provisional government, but certainly not the communists. They engaged in very brutal attacks on Jews. There were a number of foreign armies. A Polish army was there, and there were bands of roving anarchists, particularly Greens, people like Nestor Makhno, who were associated with attacks on civilian populations. Not only Jews, Mennonites, for example, suffered. Poles also suffered when they were far away from large Polish centers, and it was a very, very bloody period of time. The numbers of deaths are very, very difficult to calculate, but certainly in the tens of thousands are reasonable estimates of 50 to 60,000. Terrible, terrible time. And really, if it were not for the Holocaust that would occur only 20 years later, this would be considered one of the greatest periods of violence perpetrated against the Jews since Temple times. It's definitely much worse than the Crusades. It's arguably much worse even than the Khmelnytsky massacres of the 17th century. And nevertheless, because the Holocaust and its much greater violence so deeply overshadowed this period, we tend to forget about it. Now, when I did my research back in the 1980s, 1990s, I really had to rely heavily on archival sources and secondary sources that were largely written in the 1920s. But my colleague Jeffrey Weidlinger has written really a remarkable book called In the Midst of Civilized Europe, The Pogroms of 1918, 1921, which really treats the violence of this period in a much more significant and comprehensive manner, and is really I'll put the link in the notes to this because it's really a phenomenon. But anyway, let's go back to where we are. From the point of view of Ukrainian-Jewish relations, however, specifically with regard to that remarkable period that I described at the beginning of this lecture, one of the most tragic elements of this period is that roughly 40% of Roms that were reported were attributed to the Ukrainian Directory forces under the control of this man, Simon Petyura. Now, we have to place this into a lot of context. Simon Petyura was a former journalist who early on in his career actually exhibited some significant philo-Semitic tendencies. He had written positive things about Jews in his work, but as the leader of this very ambiguous Ukrainian political movement, which claimed maybe 100,000 troops at its disposal at the beginning of 1919, found himself beleaguered and under tremendous attack by forces from all sides. Not only the Soviets, but also the Whites, the Greens, and so on. And his government at one point was literally reduced to operating out of train cars, moving from station to station in a triangle towards the western part of the region. And his troops rapidly diminished from 100,000 down to 16,000 within the space of a few months as they largely the Ukrainian cause. But nevertheless, there was a period of time, particularly in the spring of 1919, in which there were a lot of pogroms happening, and Petyura did not act forcefully and demonstrably to end that violence against Jews. Later, towards the summer, he would issue some very strong condemnations of violence against Jews and so on. Many critics feel that these later statements were largely created for public consumption to try and bolster the flagging fortunes of the Ukrainian movement. But unlike the Soviets, who were much more effective in controlling the violence directed against Jews, Simon Petyura was rather silent for a period of several weeks in the spring of 1919. for which many scholars, myself included, hold that he has a degree of responsibility. What really happens is the Jews who are beleaguered and are attacked on all sides by many of these forces, and many locations are actually pilgrimized several times. They recognize that the Jewish Red Army leader, Leon Trotsky, is being much more effective in controlling his troops, that the Red Army is associated, not 100% completely, but nevertheless associated with protecting Jewish communities. And so there is a surge of support in 1919 for the communist movement in general and for the Red Army in particular. So much so that the Red Army had to set up special training programs for these Yiddish-speaking youth, some of them literally piling out of yeshivas in order to pick up a gun that they've never touched one before in their life, in order to defend their communities, and they do so under the banner of communism. We'll continue with what happens to these people in the next lecture, but for now, let us just jump ahead a little bit to 1926. The Ukrainian movement, of course, failed with the Russian onslaught, and with the exception of the part of Ukrainian ethno-linguistic territory that is absorbed by interwar Poland, most Ukrainians find themselves now as part of the Ukrainian Soviet Socialist Republic, dominated by Moscow. Petyura and some of his close associates flee, and they make their way to Paris, where one day, walking out of a cafe, Mr. Petyura runs into an unfamiliar figure named Shalom Schwarzbard, shown here in this photograph from his trial. Schwarzbard, this is in Paris, says to him, "Vous êtes Monsieur Petyura?" And Petyura says, "Oui." And Schwarzbard pulls out a revolver and shoots him dead on the spot. He is immediately arrested, and he's taken to trial for, assassinating someone right there on the streets of Paris. But his defense attorneys are mobilized by a fascinating and ultimately successful defense. They claim that Schwarzbard was acting out of revenge for the pogroms that occurred under Petyura's watch in Ukraine. And the trial, ostensibly of a man who shot another man in cold blood on the street of Paris, ultimately became a trial about Petyura's guilt or innocence in the early period of this fledgling Ukrainian state. The French jury, perhaps smarting from the embarrassment of the Dreyfus affair 30 years earlier, ultimately rendered a verdict in favor of Schwarzbard, ordering him to pay 1 franc in damages, very insulting, to Petyura's widow, and allowed him to go free. This was like a huge victory for Jews around the world who regarded Schwarzbard as an avenger of the massacres of the pogroms. According to my research, and I invite you to look at my book if you want more details in the argument, it's very difficult to put as, let's say, an architect of the pogrom, some kind of proto-Hitler. That doesn't seem to be an appropriate description of his responsibility at all. At the same time, there was that period of several weeks when he could have at least made a statement, but I would argue that perhaps he refrained from doing so because he had no way of controlling his troops. He had no resources even to provide for them, to feed them and so on. And if he were to limit their violent activities, he might lose them even faster than he ultimately ended losing them. Ultimately, he would lose the entire country as well. But that, I think, is probably a more reasonable assessment of his personal responsibility. At any rate, we will have to continue this discussion with Jews in the now communist Ukraine and the rest of the USSR. Thank you very much for watching this video. Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. In the last installment of the Jewish History Lab, we looked at the terrible pogroms of the Civil War period. As we discussed there, ultimately the Soviet forces, the Red Army, were able to seize control of those areas where Jews primarily lived in the former Pale of
of settlement. And once they were able to establish Soviet rule over the Incheon, they began to impose the very different system that was associated with early communism. And that's the period that I like to look at today. I'd like to look at the period from the end of the Civil War up until really the last couple of years of the Civil War, right up until World War II, because it was a tremendously, expansive time in some ways and restrictive in other ways. Let us begin with the discussion of the Yevsektia. The Soviets are very, very fond of acronyms. It's an abbreviation of the term Еврейский секция, the Jewish section of the Communist Party. And this was a segment of the Communist Party that was formed under this individual, Simon Diemenstein, a communist who actually was previously a Chabad rabbi, who was thoroughly defrocked, as it were, and completely removed from his religious moorings. That's the kind of thing that frequently happened with those Jews who associated in the early period. Diemenstein was assigned the task of propagandizing this largely very traditional population, that traditional specifically when you get outside of the large cities where there's much less secularism, much more old traditional observance in the Shtetlach, the small villages that dotted the now Soviet countryside, and bringing them into this brand new, radically atheistic, totally different economic system, and divorcing them from their Jewish roots, while at the same time successfully bringing them forward into this new Soviet era. Definitely a great challenge, and they evolved some really interesting strategies to try and do it. In the general political environment in the first few years was especially dire. The period 1918 to 1920 is generally called the era of war communism. And during this period of war communism, when the Civil War was still being prosecuted, and there were still, numerous forces, including in particular the Ukrainian Directory and Makhno and the anarchists and the White Russian forces, that is the Russians who wanted to bring back some form of the monarchy, or at least get rid of the communists and establish some kind of more capitalist society in its place. The communists were still fighting this war in real time, and war communism as a kind of like a temporary period characterized their attempts to rapidly bring the entire population into the very doctrinaire policies of communism as a whole, including things like confiscation of land and collectivization of farming, bringing individual farmers together into a larger collective. This would ultimately slow down and then speed up dramatically later, about a decade later, under communism. Outlawing of all kinds of things, commerce, and being very, very aggressively at any kind of religious behavior and so on. And this went on for about 2 years. Stations of Torah scrolls from synagogues, real persecution, but it was across the board, not just Jews, obviously. Any religious individual in this newly atheistic society. This was followed as the war began to calm down and as the anti-Soviet forces were slowly quelled, and it was replaced by something called NET, which was another acronym, this time in English, for the New Economic Program. This was generally conceded as like a once backward in order to later 2 steps forward. And the regime could not attain this phenomenal energy of demanding, confiscating, ordering people around for such a long period of time, especially exhausted after years of war, which all immediately followed after World War I, right? World War I ended in November 1980. It's kind of like just relaxing some of these controls a little bit and allowing the economy to kind of develop again slightly. Ultimately, NEP would be shut down, but for that began to, sort of take the knee off the neck of the larger population, and the new Soviet Union began to recover. In terms of the leadership, let's just recall that there is a triumvirate that are especially important at this time. There are other figures that are also very important, like Bukharin, but if you focus on the triumvirate, there is, of course, Lenin, who is the first leader of the Soviet Union. He has a stroke in 1922, if I remember correctly, that renders him incapacitated. And he lives for a couple more years, but during that time, which was during the period of NEP, there was a big question as to who was going to be his successor. There are some who favored Trotsky, the Jewish leader of the Red Army, who had shown tremendous skill at expanding the control of the Soviet Union, but others favored Stalin, who was a much more brutal individual coming from Georgia. He was an expert on the nationalities question, which was sort of communist speak for the non-Russians who lived within the Soviet Union. Of course, there's a lot of non-Russians living in the Soviet Union, and he ultimately would end up very cleverly maneuvering himself around Trotsky, around Bukharin after Lenin's death, and ultimately he would become the leader. And the 30s were dominated by Stalin right up until his death in the early 1950s. So back to where we are. Diemenstein was placed in charge of the Jewish section of the Communist Party, and this was initially during the period of war communism, but during the period of NEP, he saw that he had quite a bit more freedom to explore the methodology of bringing the Jewish population into communism. Let us recall that although there was a disproportionate number of Jews in the Communist Party for their population, and this is especially true as you move up towards the leadership of the Soviet Union, where there was like sometimes a third of governing bodies were dominated by Jews. There used to be a joke in Yiddish that there was an acronym, VSIC, which referred to the All Russian Central Committee, and in Yiddish, they would say that it wasn't a Russian acronym, it was a Yiddish acronym for Vutsen Eden Kommandira, where 10 Jews are in charge. Not a truism. You never had a majority of Jews anywhere in any institution of the Soviet Union, but there were very important influential Jews, and they were out of proportion to their size of the population. That said, the proportion of Jews who became communists was tiny. There was the vast majority of Jews hostile to communism, seeing it as a threat to their national way of life, especially those who are religiously oriented, recognize the threat of the anti-clerical nature of the Soviet Union. So there's a great complex of issues involved here. The thing that made the Soviet Union very popular in the Civil War period, as we discussed in the previous lecture, was the fact that Trotsky's Red Army forces were far less likely to commit pogroms than the other forces that were ravaging the countryside. That engendered an enthusiastic support for the Red Army that was translated initially in the early 1920s to support for the Soviet Union. But as we shall see, it rapidly declined. The policy that Diemenstein seized upon, which was generally issued during the more liberal period of the 1920s for all of the non-Russian nationalities, was a policy that went by the name Korenizatsiya. This is kind of a strange word. It's difficult to translate into English. The word koren can mean like a root. And so it can be translated as rootification, like roots as in a tree, or I've seen it translated as indigenization, which kind of like was a way of thinking about the general society and identifying those elements of the indigenous culture which were compatible with communism and actively encouraging those factors. The slogan of the era was nationalist in form, but socialist in content, meaning they could wear their national costumes, they could eat their national foods, they could speak their national language, as long as none of the things that they did or said challenged the economic and political ideology of communism, right? Nationalist in form, okay, but socialist in content. As soon as they got into things like, a level of ethnocentrism, that would be definitely not socialist in content. If they wanted to defend their national religion, definitely not socialist in content. So this idea of korenizacja was kind of reaching into the roots with this kind of like, theory operating that communism was the true form of human organization. And if you dug below the accreted layers of corruption that came in from bourgeois democracy, you would find that people are naturally communist and they just spoke different language, kind of like, happily wearing embroidered dresses or dancing the hora, or they eat crepe, or whether they ate, I don't know, perohe, and whatever it would be, they would still be naturally communist, and you can get past all those other things. So that's the policy of korenizacja. And what Diemenstein did was he took that material and he said, let us go to the Jewish people with the authentic element of their cultures and talk to them about communism. Now, there were a few challenges, one of which really huge was this idea of atheism, right? Because Jews are overwhelmingly united by their religion. Even when they're rebelling against their religion, they still regard themselves as some kind of loose tribal familial affiliation that is rooted in a long religious tradition. And this was anathema to the Soviet cause. So one of the things that the Soviet Union stood up in the 1920s was an institution called the League of Militant Atheists. It sounds almost funny, right? And it was targeting religion, of course, not just Islam. They put this magazine here is called Bezbozhnik, literally godless. And in this particular anti-Christian image, they're showing obviously Jesus, who is getting all of his followers drunk to the point of vomiting, and really trying to illustrate Marx's idea of the masses, that religion keeps you drunk, religion keeps you high and unable to appreciate your true class enemies and things like that. So there was a Yiddish version of Bezbozhnik, and there were tremendous amounts of effort placed in trying to do things, crazy things like rewrite the Haggadah, rewrite the Passover liturgy. They wrote a Haggadah that celebrated, Stalin and Marx instead of Moses. That Pharaoh was portrayed as the Tsar and all kinds of things like this. And they used the Yiddish language in particular to try and get this material across of the Soviet Jewish people, even though it's essentially medieval German written in Hebrew. But that was the native of like 97, 98% of the Jewish people at the end of the 19th century living in the region of the Russian Empire. And so they said, we'll speak to them and we'll write to them in their Yiddish language. And so there was just a flourishing of attention lavished on anything in Yiddish which would be considered compatible with Soviet culture. A lot of money was spent on Yiddish writers. There was a renaissance of Yiddish poetry. You actually have Yiddish writers leaving America to go back to Russia because they saw this as a tremendous, culture effervescence. And in fact, in the 1920s, it was very encouraging that Yiddish would have a tremendous heyday. Now, it was not a normal Yiddish, I have to say, because, the more they poked around with it, the more they messed it up. Yiddish is, as I mentioned, written in Hebrew characters, and it is heavily populated by Hebraic terms, Aramaic terms as well. And Hebrew was considered outside of the pale because that was too closely associated with religion. And also in modern Hebrew, it was too closely associated with Zionism, also not compatible with Soviet thought. So, what do you do when you have common Hebrew words in the Yiddish language, like, for example, chaver, which is translated into Russian as tovarich, as in English, comrade. How do you, speak Yiddish without the word comrade in the Soviet Union? So what they would do is say, okay, you can keep the word chaver, but you have to write it out phonetically, spell it phonetically, rather than spelling it with the traditional Hebrew spelling. So for those of you who are familiar with the letters, the word for chaver in Hebrew and in Yiddish is chet vet resh, 3 letters. But in Yiddish in the Soviet period, it will be written Chaf Aleph Vav Vav Ayin Resh, which is 3 6 letters. And if you didn't know what you're looking at, you'd be totally confused when you saw it. So many words were written like this. And by the way, once again, the Soviets attacked all of the nationalities in this form. The Ukrainians, for example, had a letter G, G, which is distinct from the Russian letter G. And so they actually made the Ukrainian letter G illegal. If you used the Ukrainian letter G rather than the letter that looked like the letter H and pronounced it like a Russian letter H, you could be sent to Siberia. Here's something I find really ironic and amusing. This is the Russian translation of the Hebrew prayer book, the Siddur, which of course would have been totally off limits to these very atheistic Russians. And you can see in Cyrillic letters, it has the large word Siddur, right, the prayer book. And then underneath, you see it has the words Tehillat Hashem, which means the Psalms of God or the Songs of God. And the word Hashem, of course, is pronounced with the letter H, but there is no letter H in the Russian alphabet. So in order to indicate that it should be pronounced as an H, they took the letter G, you can see the second word there, and they added a small accent mark on the top to let you know that you should pronounce this as an H. So it's really very ironic, because one of the things that the Yevsektia did was they looked at 5 letters of the Hebrew alphabet, the so-called Manatzpach, that are written differently at the end of the word than if they were written at the beginning of the word. And they said those letters are illegal. You can't use those 5 letters. They're essentially like capital letters, because it's too hard for people to learn. It's not proletarian. You should have a simple language, a simple alphabet. So they tried to take away these 5 letters from the Yiddish alphabet, like they tried to take away the G from the Ukrainian alphabet. And so in return, we forced a new letter on them, right? You can see the word Hashem, that H is actually an imposition into the Russian alphabet in order to accommodate a Hebrew sound. Okay, so back to where we are. So during the 1920s explosion of Yiddish activity under the Yevsektia, and one last detail, this actually occurred a little bit afterwards, but it's still quite fascinating. At one point, the Soviet Union even experimented with creating a kind of alternative Israel. They created a homeland, a Jewish autonomous oblast called Birobidzhan, which is way out in the border with China, 4,000 miles away from where Jews were actually living. And the idea was, we're going to make a homeland for Jews. You don't have to think about Israel. You don't have to be constantly pressuring us to go to Israel. You have your own homeland in Birobidzhan. That was kind of an interesting thing. Yiddish was made an official language of Birobidzhan and stuff like that, but they had very few Jews actually live there, primarily because Stalin blocked a lot of the migration there exactly when the Jews could have used it during World War II. At any rate, to sum up, the 1920s, period of incredible creativity, although very atheistic, but a huge surge of popularity of Yiddish language culture in particular. This came crashing to a halt in the 1930s under this man, Joseph Stalin. Stalin was able, by the end of the 1920s, to firmly consolidate his control over the entire region. And he had very little patience for all of these kind of national inform and socialist and content experiments. He shut down the Yevsektia. Incidentally, another organization that he also shut down was the women's section of the Communist Party that had exactly the same lifespan as the Jewish section. Stalin said, we have to focus ourselves on industrialization. He instituted a number of 5-year plans which were designed to rapidly propel the Soviet Union into modernity by building massive things like huge hydroelectric dams at Dnipropetrovsk and other places like that. But he created this kind of environment in which people were desperately pressured to report results, and what ended up happening was that people were faking the results rather than, tell the truth to power and say, hey, we can't possibly produce this much pig iron over this amount of time, or we can't possibly harvest that much grain in this much time. One of the most terrifying and awful results of the 5-year plans was the Holodomor, this massive terror famine, and in particular affected Ukraine regions. In 1932-33, a huge number of people, it's a good sense of exactly how many. Reasonable estimates are around 5 or 6 million, a huge number of people, and there are larger estimates of this costly, awful, artificial famine, which killed millions of people, was largely a result of the disastrous economic planning of Stalin and his team. It was actually terrifically horrible event. And in context with the Holodomor and several other related factors, the purges began in the Soviet Union, especially towards the end of the 19th. As people began to see that of Soviet productivity were not evident in reality, rather than say, wait a second, their findings about how much they're able to produce. Instead, they blame non-existent saboteurs, that they were wreckers, so people who were somehow deciding to stand in the way of progress for the Soviet Union. And these people were identified, tortured, and forced to divulge the names of other saboteurs. This created this whole system of purges that was not unlike the Spanish Inquisition, in which heresy was out everywhere. People were taken and tortured and asked to betray the names of other heretics and so on. And even if a person wasn't a heretic or didn't even know any heretics, they were nevertheless under the pain of torture, give up all kinds of names. This initiated a horrific cycle of arrest, torture, confession, arrest, torture, confession, that resulted in millions of people, again, the scale is phenomenal, being exiled to the Gulag out in Siberia or even executed. And this really consumed the Soviet Union in the later 1930s. And at this point, the Jewish enthusiasm for the Soviet Union collapsed dramatically. Prominent Jews were purged early on in this period of Stalinist cleansing of the party and then later of society. And Jews, with a few significant exceptions, like Kaganovich, who was involved in Ukraine during the years of the Holodomor, with the exception of a few characters, much of the Soviet leadership was purged of its Jewish membership, and the kind of popularity that the Red Army enjoyed in 1919 was nowhere to be seen, as people around the world began to realize what Stalin really stood for. So by the time you get to the late 1930s, what was once a more significant participation of some Jews in the Communist Party was reduced to a tiny, tiny remnant. And this is where we're going to have to pick up the story next when we look at the Holocaust, because the memory of Jewish participation in the communist movement had tremendously disastrous results when World War II broke out. Thank you very much for watching.
So the great thing left that Genghis Khan said on his deathbed: finish conquering China. That was the great objective. So Kublai was going to fulfill this. They didn't know how. The Great Wall of Ships was protecting the southern zone. This huge Yangtze River was so bad. Why? The ocean on the side. All these things were protecting.
In order to understand properly the relationship of the Nazi occupying forces with the indigenous peoples in East Central Europe, and specifically the degree to which collaboration was prevalent among those populations, it's really important to understand their experience, particularly during the years 1939 to 1941, when the region was controlled by the Soviet Union. Let's spend a little bit of time just trying to understand what happened between the outbreak of war in September 1939 and the Operation Barbarossa, which represented a dramatic shift in the nature of the war in East Central Europe. This map shows East and Central Europe before World War I, that is before 1914. And you can see that basically East Central Europe is divided between three empires: the German Empire, the Austro-Hungarian Empire, and the massive Russian Empire. As you can see from the slight shading in this map, there is what is Russia proper, which is really deeper red areas, and then there are the newer acquisitions of Russia, particularly the Pale of Settlement region, which is where most Jews were allowed to live. That's like a slightly lesser intensity of red. And then Congress Poland, which is a little further to the west. These were all regions under the authority of the Romanov Tsars, part of the larger empire. After World War I, there was a dramatic shakeup in these states. If you have a look at this map, and in particular, let's zoom into Central Europe in particular, you can see that the Russian Empire is gone. It's been overthrown with some revolutions in 1917, and it has been replaced by the Union of Soviet Socialist Republics, USSR, or the Soviet Union. That's shown in green. Note that the Union of Soviet Socialist Republics implies correctly that there are multiple republics within this large unity, kind of like the United States of America. Clearly one country, one federal government, made up of individual republics. In the case of the United States, the states; in the case of the Soviet Union, republics. Now, the degree of autonomy of the republics in the USSR was far more attenuated than is in the United States of America. They were largely puppets of Moscow, but nevertheless, they did have a certain amount of distinction. You can see in the center is Vice-Russia, SSR, which is the White Russian or Belarusian Soviet Socialist Republic, and to the south is the Ukrainian SSR, also part of the Soviet Union. But in the yellow colors, there's the newly independent Poland, and also newly independent Lithuania and Latvia, and just to the north you'll see also Estonia is just off this map. So this new section, these new countries, carved largely from the empire, and needless to say, the rulers of the Soviet Union were not pleased that they had lost these. We move on from this map. What in 1939, explored in a previous, the Nazis and the make a pact with each other to invade regions simultaneously. September 1st. You can see from the right, the Soviet, on the left, that is the West, Germany invades Poland, and they end up dividing the territory between them, as we've discussed also in this video. Here is a clear that shows what ended up happening from the Soviet yellow line that indicates the new ceasefire line, the new effective between Nazi Germany, the regions that are now annexed by the Soviet Union. They were technically independent countries, but amazingly, in really fixed elections, they had to join themselves to the Soviet Socialist Republic. So you North Estonia, Latvia, and Lithuania. These are the Baltic republics, and then you have the western region of Belarus, and you have the western region of Ukraine as well, all joined together with the Soviet Union. These regions were annexed by the Soviet Union in 1939. Now, what exactly did the Soviet Union stand for? What was Soviet? What does that word even mean? And what is communism? Let's just take a couple minutes to think about that. So the Soviet Union was formed, as I mentioned, in the ruins of the Russian Empire. The founder was this man, Vladimir Ilyich Lenin, who was a follower of a philosophy called Marxism, founded by Karl Marx several decades earlier in Germany and in England. And it was basically an idea that the real enemies of the working classes are not the working class countries, but rather the upper classes of their own countries. That is, that society was defined by class struggle, class warfare between the elite and the bourgeoisie and the working class, which are known as the proletariat. In fact, the communist slogan is "Proletariat of the world, unite!" Right? Classes of the world, unite. It's a very anti-religious movement. They felt that religion was, in the words of Marx, the opiate of the masses. It was like a series of ideologies that was given to the proletariat to keep them in their place, to make them think that they might be suffering in this world, but in the next world they benefit, and so on. So there's a lot to say about this philosophy, which is called socialism, and then the more extreme form that associated with Lenin was renamed communism in 1918, the term Bolshevism, which means little bigness, and it is that during determination because at one point there was a split between Bolsheviks, which was the party, which was associated with, and the Menshevik, smaller party. That's not really relevant for our purposes today. So these terms, Bolsheviks and communists, are basically synonymous. Socialists are a larger class. Many countries, even today, have a certain degree of socialist values because socialism advocates things like, for example, Medicaid and unemployment insurance and universal health insurance, universal education rights, things like that. Those are also socialist ideas, so it's not like socialism itself is such a noxious idea. But communism takes it to an extreme where private property is considered theft, where all of the basic guardrails of traditional capitalist society are done away with. And it led to disaster in the Soviet Union in particular. But this would take us too far away from our topic of the Holocaust. Lenin was joined by two colleagues in particular. Leon Trotsky, shown here, is very significant because he was Jewish. As I mentioned earlier, the communist movement was very anti-religious, and Jews, although, as we will see in a moment, were attracted in some numbers to communism. Joining the communist movement essentially meant jettisoning your Jewish religious identity altogether, and it tended to be atheistic in a very intense way. Leon Trotsky was especially famous for being the leader of the Red Army, which was a rather significant achievement for a Jew at that time. And on the other side, a third figure, and the three of them would be intense rivals, especially after Lenin would himself suffer a stroke in 1922 and then die 2 years later in 1924. Joseph Stalin, shown here, who ultimately maneuvered his way around all of his opponents and had them murdered in many cases, including Trotsky, who was ultimately murdered, I believe it was in 1930. And Stalin became the sole head of the Soviet Union and its longest lasting dictator. So the Soviet communist experiment was all about putting in place Marxist socialism to share property equally amongst all the people, to remove the upper classes, to create a class society. And in many ways, it has certain kind of appeal. The idea of equality before law, the idea of people being comrades, Druzhba Narodov was the term, meaning friendship of peoples, the end of anti-Semitism. And ironically, particularly in the early period, the Soviet Union waged a very strong war against prejudice against Jews and so on. But well, there's much more to say about this, but we want to stick specifically to the Holocaust. Let us look specifically how Jews related to communism. So, one of the major reasons why there was any surge in popularity on communism was because of the horrific pogroms that followed the revolutions of 1917. You'll recall World War I erupted in 1914. The Russian side was very poorly prepared for this conflagration. People were starving. People were upset with the government. There was a revolution in the beginning of that year that overthrew the Russian monarchy, the Romanovs, and then there was about a month's period of a government, which was then again by the Soviets under Lenin. And it was all during World War I. It was still going on. The Russians had to decide how they were going to deal with the Germans who were fighting against them on their Western Front. Ultimately, the Germans made huge gains in Russian territory, with the interwar state to emerge because they were no longer under Russian control. But what erupted, particularly in Ukraine in the year 1919, was a horrific series of where it was complete lawlessness. There were multiple bands fighting each other in Ukraine, including the Soviet Red Army, the pro-Tsar Russian White Army, the Poles, a whole group of anarchists called the Greens, and they were all fighting for territory over the course of a bloody year, which resulted in, by conservative estimates, perhaps 50,000 Jews killed. Also, other populations, Poles, Mennonites, and so on, were all brutalized during this period. The only force that was active at the time that had a better track record with regards to these attacks on civilian populations was, ironically, the Red Army under Trotsky. And so you see in 1919 there was a surge of support among Jews for the Red Army specifically, because they see them as the most lawful of the various forces, and that they would be most secure if the Russian Red Army were to in fact win the day. So there's a surge of support that lasts about until the early 1920s, but then it drops off precipitously for reasons that we shall see. By the way, I know a fair bit about this because I actually wrote a book on this period. It was my doctoral dissertation. This is the cover of the revised edition. And as you can see, by the way, this is a Ukrainian banknote, and at the very bottom of it, you can see that it has the word "Hunder Kardovances" in Yiddish. That Yiddish was actually briefly official language. Yiddish is a Jewish language. Briefly, it was an official language of the independent Ukrainian state that was later crushed by the Soviet Union. At any rate, there was a huge upswell of anti-Semitism, particularly in the anti-Soviet elements that saw Trotsky as a Jew leading this Red Army as the leading edge of some kind of satanic plot. This is a white Russian piece of propaganda that shows Leon Trotsky here as some kind of horrific devil, red, naked, and sitting and watching as his minions massacre people by the hundreds and by the thousands. So there was definitely a very strong anti-Jewish feeling in the region at the time. When the Soviets finally controlled the region in the 1920s, it really took until the early 1920s to put the end to the Civil War. They tried to impose a new form of Jewish culture because, ironically, the Soviets were in favor of developing Yiddish culture as a form of a natural folk culture, a policy called Polonization. And they promoted, for example, the use of propaganda to convince Jews to adopt Soviet beliefs. So, for example, they published this remarkable document, there's one page on it, called the Red Haggadah, which is a section of the Passover liturgy that's read typically in the home. It's perhaps one of the most famous books in the Jewish canon because every Jewish home that has a Passover Seder will open up this small booklet and will go through the story of the Exodus. And this particular passage shows on the left, and it's meant to be a contrasting image. On the left is the old way, and you see this rabbi with this kind of like dark look and somewhat somber, serious look, and he's performing the ritual of yachatz, which means ripping or breaking the matzah in half and putting a half of it under his pillow, which would later be the afikomen. And on the right, you have the modern Soviet Jews who no longer perform yachatz at the table. They no longer observe these religious customs, but they work on their skyscrapers and on their various factories. And you can see that one of the workers is reaching not for the matzah, but for a capitalist who will also be broken in half as a result of their efforts. And so you have this twisted kind of culture in the 1920s where the Soviets are promoting Jewish culture as long as it is in conformity with their anti-religious values and their other communist values. So this is our period of time in Jewish history. They also, one final note, a really bizarre moment, the Soviets created as an attempt to try and compete with Zionism. They actually created a small Jewish autonomous oblast, an autonomous region, way out in the eastern region of the Soviet Union, Siberia, bordering on China. They called it Birobidzhan, and you can see here on the top of this radio station, they have it written in Cyrillic letters and in Yiddish letters because it was to be a Soviet Jewish Zion, Soviet Jewish homeland. Unfortunately, during the Holocaust, it was closed to Jewish immigration. Just when Jews could have used it the most, Stalin did not allow Jews to be there, but it exists even today. Now, what happens in the 1930s is extremely significant because Stalin, who by this time has firmly taken control of the country, and he has abandoned all of what he considers these silly, petty nationalist plans like the Jewish Christ. He wants to build Russia as an industrial powerhouse, and he launches several 5-year plans in which he wants to, kickstart the entire nation, working very hard on creating this new Soviet reality. And this is, even though Stalin will pass away in the early 50s, his idea of what the Soviet Union should be all about right through the 1970s and early 1980s. The leitmotif of this is this man, Alexei Stakhanov, who was a coal miner who, using a pneumatic drill, was somehow able to drill a lot more coal than everybody else using picks and shovels. And this was like the model of the hero of the Soviet Union. And someone could go and do tremendous things to advance Soviet economic might by industrializing. And they engaged in huge building plans and all kinds of things at the sacrifice of basic consumer values. And this is most horrifically noted in the awful Holodomor. This is the Ukrainian terror famine of 1932-1933, when the Ukraine, which has this remarkable black soil, Chernozem, that made it known as the breadbasket of Europe, went into a period of deep famine that was highly artificial, and it was dictated more by Stalin's export policies than it was by the actual crops available in the land. And there was literally starvation in the streets, as you can see from this horrific photograph taken in eastern Ukraine in the city of Kharkiv. It's very difficult to determine the exact number of people who were killed in this artificial famine. Very reasonable estimates put it at no less than 3 million, and more expansive estimates put it as high as 14 million. One of the reasons why it's so difficult to get a good handle on the numbers is because when Stalin had a census taken, and when the results were revealed, which presumably showed a huge demographic loss in Ukraine, he ordered the census destroyed and the census takers killed, which was part of his modus operandi. There are certain pieces of the census were found in local archives that allows us to reconstruct to some degree the number of people who were killed, but there's still quite a bit of guesswork about the size of it. Nevertheless, it is certainly an act of genocide that is comparable in many ways with what we're studying in the Holocaust. Note also that the term Holodomor is actually a coinage. It's definitely taken from the term Holocaust, which we discussed in the first lecture. Holo means like all, complete, but instead of kaustos, which means burning, domor in Ukrainian means famine or hunger. So everyone was hungry is really what the term Holodomor means. And there's some fascinating and important research being done in this field specifically. The 1930s closes with a series of horrific show trials and purges under Stalin. When the results of this rapid industrialization was not nearly as strong as Stalin had thought it would be, he assumed that there must be saboteurs or wreckers active in society. And so this bizarre society-wide desire to identify people who are somehow anti-Soviet, who were, sabotaging the plans to develop this, water dam or this coal mine and things like that. People were denouncing their neighbors and putting them on trial. And then these people would be placed, these prisoners you see are put on trial, they would be sent to the Gulag, where they would live under horrific conditions in these prisoner of war camps that were essentially, in many ways, comparable to the Nazi concentration camps. We'll maybe have a lot more to say about that later on in this course, but we seem to be approaching a period in history where there are some very dark harmonies developing in Nazi Germany and Soviet Union at the same time. To be certain, the most notorious impact of the Soviet Union on the newly conquered territories between 1939 and 1941 was the activity of the secret police, which was originally known as the Cheka, later known as the KGB, but at this time it was known as the NKVD. The secret police were deeply involved in rooting out any opposition to the new Soviet regime, and they were involved in many massacres, including this horrific massacre in the Katyn forest, in which thousands of Polish soldiers were massacred and laid to rest in these huge graves without any indication of their disappearance. The NKVD, in particular, tried to root out any possible sources of opposition in the intelligentsia, a class of people that are basically information workers, teachers, priests, poets, even postal clerks. Anyone who had literacy, who had an opinion, who could share information or be a front leader was arrested by the NKVD. And many of them were simply held in jails for 2 years, where the family didn't know what was going to come of them. The NKVD were the leading edge of the spear, so to speak, of the Soviet attempt to rapidly bring these territories into communist way of thinking and into communist economics, rapid collective farms, and shutting down institutions and all kinds of things. Local population is tremendously, and what's very important for our is this notion that we're spreading the population, not at all borne out by the statistical incidence of Jews in the Soviet apparatus, but nevertheless the perception of Jews as being very much aligned with Soviet goals and with the NKVD in particular. Once again, this is one of those elements where it is, in terms of studying history, it's often more important what people believe than what people actually know. People believed that the Jews were very much the motivational elements in the Soviet occupation of these territories, and as a result, there would be a tremendous amount of resentment built up against the Jews, even the Jews who had obviously nothing to do with the Soviets, who were living in these territories before the Soviets came in, but they would ultimately become the brunt of their wrath. The turning point, and this is where we're going to have to leave this particular chapter of the Holocaust, is Operation Barbarossa, which occurred on June 22nd, 1941. It is without doubt the single most important date in the history of the Holocaust. This represents the date when the Nazis broke their treaty with the Soviets and invaded. The Soviets were caught horribly off guard. They lost ground militarily almost immediately, and it took them quite a while to begin to claw their way back and to eventually force the Nazis westward and out of their territory. You can see the map on the right here shows the dramatic and rapid blitzkrieg attack of the Nazis, which drove well into these occupied territories, ultimately right to the gates of Moscow and Leningrad, only to eventually be turned back with a very important turning point battle at the city of Stalingrad. Now, how this relates specifically to the regions that were conquered between 39 and 41 is that when the Soviets got word of this sudden attack, they rapidly demobilized and fled the conquered territories. Along with them, by the way, were about 600,000 Jews who fled with the Soviets because they realized the Nazis would certainly not treat them well. So a lot more to say about that, and hopefully we'll come back to it in a lecture. But what happened was, when the NKVD fled, they typically massacred all of the prisoners that they were holding in their underground basement jails in local city halls and things like that. And these were, you'll recall, the intelligentsia, the beloved thought leaders of a given community. The local priests, the beloved teachers, the local poets, the local literati, the journalists, people who were well-known in the community and were feared by the NKVD because they didn't want them to express anti-Soviet attitudes. They were the ones who had been held prisoner. And when the NKVD left, they massacred them, typically by simply setting them on fire. And so what happened is, as soon as the Soviets left, after Barbarossa started, the local populations went in and brought out the often charred remains of their loved ones, and then had the difficult task of identifying them. Here you can see, for example, a scene in the Ukrainian city of Lviv, where the locals had to try and identify some of the intelligentsia who were removed from these underground abattoirs. And as one might expect, there was a groundswell of anger found its expression acts on the Jews. In particular, there were the Soviet days, which spontaneous riots that were perpetrated against the Jews. A lot of abuse of the public, a lot of kind of like symbolic beating in the streets, and some treated much worse than that. But this is the beginning of the Holocaust, in particular in Eastern Europe, along with the organized massacres of the Einsatzgruppen. This is when we will begin to see some of the darkest period of the entire war. Thank you very much for watching.
I use his work a lot. I find him very reliable in areas where he's not reliable. You can kind of tell that because he wasn't there, but the places he was, he reported a lot of stuff. So I'm very much indebted to him for a lot of things, because with something like
one of the most important moments in the history of World War II and the history of the Holocaust, two related and overlapping histories that we are mutually engaged with in this series, is June 22nd, 1941. This is the date of Hitler's betrayal of his agreement with Joseph Stalin and his invasion of the Soviet Union. This invasion, which was called Operation Barbarossa, was also intertwined with his goal to destroy all of the Jews of Europe, which usually discussed. Here's a map that shows you the impact of Operation Barbarossa on the Soviet Union, which is shown in pink. The Nazi forces, led by the Wehrmacht, the regular forces, invaded and penetrated deep with great success into the Soviet Union, which was, according to most accounts, completely unprepared for the Nazi betrayal. But what's especially significant for our purposes is that behind the regular army units of Wehrmacht were four special battalions called Einsatzgruppen. These Einsatzgruppen were sometimes border police. They were not comprised of regular frontline troops ready to do battle with other soldiers. They were rather poised to destroy the populations of Jews, gypsies, and open communists that were living throughout the tiny villages that dotted Eastern Europe. There were four of these specific units, and I have to share with you that on a personal level, this is an especially difficult subject for me to trace, because Einsatzgruppe A was responsible for killing most of my grandmother's family in Lithuania. But as you can see from this map, these are the regions that the Einsatzgruppe penetrated. This map here shows you the listing of the medium-sized massacres that occurred throughout the region. It's impossible to put on a map of this scale all of the names of the tiny little hamlets that dotted Eastern Europe. But basically, the modus operandi of the Einsatzgruppen is they were mobile killing squads. They would drive up in trucks. They would drive into local villages. They would round up the Jews and the Gypsies, Jehovah's Witnesses, whoever didn't fit their list of people who were worthy to live. And then they would march them out of town to the natural ravines that existed throughout the region. If those ravines did not exist, then they would put the prisoners to hard labor to dig what would ultimately become their own graves. They would typically separate the men from the women, and then they would simply shoot them, either from the lip of the trench or, as we see in this photograph, while they're standing in the trench. They would then line up multiple rows of Jews and continue shooting, such that people would literally end their lives falling on top of the bodies of their co-religionists. It's also important to note here, though, that the Einsatzgruppen massacres were not especially efficient, especially by later standards of Nazi brutality, because it was relatively easy to escape the Einsatzgruppen. If someone were to, for example, feign being shot and then fall into the pit and then simply remain there, despite having to experience having the rest of the members of your village fall on top of you, by nightfall you could theoretically crawl out from underneath the bloody corpses of your former neighbors and then make it out to the forest, or you might end up becoming a partisan. And this actually happened to many Jews, especially younger people, who managed to survive the Einsatzgruppen murders and to actual resistance. It's important to note as well that the Einsatzgruppen soldiers themselves were really not your soldiers. We actually know quite a bit about them because the archives were unsealed in 1990. There's some tremendous studies done of the Einsatzgruppen themselves. We know that they were relatively well educated. They were older on average. They tended to have backgrounds, and sometimes they're unfit for frontline duty. And this led to a tremendous amount of questions among historians of the Holocaust that how is it possible that regular folks who were not really coerced into this activity could nevertheless day out. Now it is that they found many local populations who were willing to help out, the so-called Hilfswillige, or willing to help volunteers from the local Ukrainian, Lithuanian, Latvian, and Polish population. But they often found that they had to buy them with a tremendous amount of alcohol, with knives, all kinds of things to keep this machinery going. It did proceed, however, throughout the entire summer of 1941 and into 1942, with an estimated 2 million people murdered by the Einsatzgruppen. But nevertheless, it proved to be psychologically quite consequential for the Einsatzgruppen, and the Nazis had to move on to another type of method for massacring the Jews. There's a lot to think about in terms of the structure of Operation Barbarossa and the Allied Einsatzgruppen. It is clear, however, that nowhere do we see Hitler's dual goal of establishing Lebensraum, that is, living room in the East, his expansion into the Soviet Union, and his anti-Semitism so closely interwoven as we see it with Operation Barbarossa. But this is ultimately what the Nazi experiment was all about, this massive drive to the east, the treating of the local population, as Günther mentioned, as less than human, and especially the Jews who were slated to massacre. Also important in this context is the fact that once we've studied the testimonies of Einsatzgruppen members who, of course, survived the war and actually were usually exempt from punishment for reasons that we'll see when we talk about the Nuremberg trials, we see very clear evidence that resistance on the part of the Einsatzgruppen was not very common, but when it was expressed, people got away with it. In other words, a member of the Einsatzgruppen could simply say, you know what, I can't take this anymore. He could speak to his commanding officer and say, I just can't gun down people day in, day out. And what would typically happen is the commanding officer would berate the member of the Einsatzgruppen, would say that they're cowards, that they're not doing their duty for their fatherland, and so on. And then they would simply reassign them to some of those, like driving the truck or going out into the forest and look for people who escaped. And it was not at all a case where if a person would be shot. In fact, it begs the question, why did so many people not resist? Why did so many people not speak out and refuse to perform these inhuman acts? We're going to speak about that a little bit more when we get to the Milgram experiment, the Zimbardo experiment, that looks from a perspective of psychology and sociology on the kind of impact that peer pressure, among other things, has on obedience to authority. For the time being, we can only marvel and mourn the tremendous occurred during the Einsatzgruppen massacre. What is clear, however, is that by the time to the new year, 1942, the Nazis had discovered just how successful it could be with mass murder. But they basically met very little resistance either from within and certainly from without. And so they began to look to a more efficient solution to mastering the Jews. This was so-called Endlösung, or final solution, and that's what I'm going to have to speak about in coming videos. I hope you found this video helpful. Thank you for watching.
So, in 1368, the Mongols had become speak within China, and they were overthrown, but they weren't absorbed into China. But the Mongols have been there since 1215 to 1368.
Hello and welcome to another brief lecture on the Holocaust. These lectures are intended for educational content and purposes only. Today I'd like to begin a discussion of collaboration, a very difficult discussion that touches on many of the most complex economic, social, and psychological aspects of the nature of the Holocaust in Western and Eastern Europe. It's very difficult to get a precise sense of what exactly are the mechanics of collaboration, especially when we get down to the individual level. But in this and in the following brief lecture, I'd like to go over some of the more general aspects of collaboration that will help us place individual acts of collaboration within a broader context. So let us begin, first of all, by defining collaboration. What exactly do we mean by this term? Most historians and general researchers of the Holocaust tend to divide non-victim populations into three basic categories. Perpetrators, obvious criminals involved in the destruction of innocent human life. Bystanders, those who, to one degree or another, passively allow this to happen. And thirdly, rescuers, the heroes of the entire story. But what exactly do we mean by collaborators? Certainly there is a tendency to place collaborators directly within the perpetrators category, meaning the word, after all, means to work together, and that indicates that collaborators are those who are directly part of the overall Nazi enterprise. But when you look at collaboration from a broader perspective and understand that in reality, many of the people who were moved towards some degree of collaboration were really trying to figure out a basic calculus of their own survival. Certainly there are extremes. It's difficult to understand people who are actively involved in the direct murder of Jews and other civilians as anything but criminals. But on the other hand, you see people such as in this image here, who are featured in a German propaganda effort to encourage Slavic peoples to make their way to Germany to act as so-called Ostarbeiter, or to contribute to the German war effort through working in various industries, whether domestic, as you see in this particular image, or more likely in various types of munition factories. On a technical level, this would be collaboration. They are, after all, working in concert with the Nazis, but their degree of distance from the actual murder process certainly should mitigate against lumping them into the same category as perpetrators. We see this, for example, in two different categories of collaborators, the so-called Hilfswillige, which means the willing to help population. These are people who were sometimes, brought directly into the Einsatzgruppen murders and would actually assist with the actual murder of Jews and other Nazi undesirables in the various ravines of Eastern Europe. On the other hand, the Ostarbeiter that I've just mentioned, the so-called Eastern workers who were shipped to the West to work in various industries. Furthermore, this is even more difficult and complex to understand when you think about it. These were the Jewish councils that were forced to administer the populace. And in many cases, the Judenrat literally had to work hand in hand with the Nazis, obviously under tremendous duress. Ultimately, they were all sent to their deaths as well. Nevertheless, they were the people who actually executed on the population of the ghetto, right up until deportation, even employing their own Jewish police force. So, this is one of those situations where obvious collaboration, criminal activity, is something which anyone can see when they look at it. But there are many, many shades of gray that make the relationship of the not directly affected victims of the Nazi occupation difficult to classify as collaborators. We see this especially when we consider regional differences. Have a look at this map here, which indicates the greatest extent of Nazi expansion throughout the European theater and also North Africa. You can see that the central region, the black area, is the German Reich, which are regions which were formally under total Nazi control without any significant local populations acting in a collaboration form. When you move to the west and to a certain degree to the north of regions that were conquered by the Nazis, the Germans were to a large degree quite a bit more tolerant of local initiatives and local leadership. For example, in what is labeled here as a zone libre, the free zone of southern France, also known as Vichy France, the French were actually first to initiate the roundup and deportations of Jews from Drancy without specific Nazi direction to do so. This is especially true when you consider the various allies of the Nazis, like Italy, for example. They had quite a bit of leeway in their own policies towards the Jews and other oppressed peoples during the Holocaust. This is because the Nazis were largely slaves to their own racial ideology, that the Western European nations, and in particular the Aryan nations, the so-called Northern European nations, were given much more credibility in their own self-determination, in some cases allowed to manage their own government even when they were under Nazi conquest. Certainly true for forces or countries that had chosen to ally themselves with the Nazis. And so they were, by and large, these regions were given much more freedom with regards to the articulation of how they would relate to Nazi policies, specifically with regards to the anti-Semitic policies that the Nazis certainly encouraged, but did not lay down a heavy hand to make sure that they were enforced for the early years of the war. Later on in the war, however, there is quite a distinction as many of the allies begin to get cold feet. Italy and Hungary are excellent examples, and Nazi Germany has to take control. Then they suddenly impose their own will on the local population, and collaboration becomes much more of a dangerous phenomenon for the local Jewish populations. But let us contrast what happens in the western and the northern regions of Europe to that of Eastern Europe, in particular the conquered nations of Poland and the Baltic states, and those regions of the Soviet Union that were placed after Operation Barbarossa under military command, the Reichskommissariat, you see, of Ostland and Ukraine, and then further into Russia itself. Here, the degree of autonomy of local officials was almost nil. The Nazi military enterprise was basically in control of society. Solutions, public hangings in the streets, these were common phenomena all in Western Europe. In general, Eastern Europe was far more brutal, and the consequences of resistance were far more significant than they were in Western Europe. And this really plays into our attempt to understand the nature of collaboration. Collaboration in Western Europe typically involved a lot more premeditation on behalf of the agent who would decide to work with the Nazis. In Eastern Europe, it could often be a split-second decision whether or not to preserve one's own life or to actively choose to advance one's career by ingraining their activities. This is a very, very difficult topic that has clearly regional and national implications, and we'll discuss a little bit of them in the next part of this video and in the following video. One other really important factor in trying to understand collaboration is that, besides looking at the nature of the victimizers, those who would choose to collaborate in whatever form, we also have to look at their relationship to the victims. So you think about the Jews in particular, there seems to be a strong correlation in many regions between the degree of assimilation and acculturation of the Jewish community and the likelihood of local populations to engage in collaborative activities with the Nazis, ultimately resulting in the mass murder of Jews. In regions like North Africa, where Jews tended to speak the local language with fluency, tended to dress the normal dress of the local populations, tended to be largely, working in a high degree of acculturation with the local populations, collaboration was far less of a phenomenon. There are many other factors, including the nature of the Nazi occupation, the dates of the Nazi occupation, and so on, but that's kind of like a superficial and generalized statement that may hold true when we look at the entire region of Europe. We see this also very much so in regions where Jews are especially conversant in the local vernacular and tend to have an attenuated, specifically Jewish religious orientation that is obvious on the outside. When that is much more prominent, then Jews tend to stand out and tend to stand aside as the other. Where that is less prominent, then collaboration is somewhat muted, generally speaking, because they that live there as our Jews. In this context, it's really important to remember that this is all happening in the context of massive population displacement. There are Jews and many other populations who are fleeing violence on the west and the eastern fronts, and so you often have two different major chunks of Jewish populations in a given country. In Hungary, for example, you will have a large number of Magyar Jews, that is, who are very well assimilated, very well acculturated, particularly in the big cities like Budapest, less so in the mountainous region of Sziget, Moros, places like that. You have a significant number of refugees to the east from Romania, from Bulgaria, into Hungary seeking refuge. And they are quite different. They're not Hungarian speakers. They tend to be more religious. They tend to stand much more. They tend to be a burden on the local population economically. There's a degree of collaboration, which is not so much a function of the collaborators themselves, but of their relationship to the Jews under discussion. And putting it bluntly, there seems to be a much greater hesitancy to hand over our Jews, that is, let's say, Magyar Jews, Hungarian-speaking Jews in Budapest, than there would be a willingness to hand over the various immigrant populations of Jews. The refugee Jews who had come recently did not have Hungarian statehood, nationality, and so on. So this is a very important phenomenon to consider when looking at the general issue of collaboration as well. Let us stop here, and in the next video, I'd like to look with a little bit more detail at Eastern Europe, at some more of the complex issues that affect collaboration. Thank you very much for watching.
The first place he attacked outside was the Tango nation. They had sworn allegiance to him, and then when he went off to the Middle East, they refused to send troops. We didn't forget that.
Hello and welcome to another brief lecture on the Holocaust. These lectures are produced solely for educational content and purposes. In the previous lecture, we discussed some of the larger issues of collaboration and trying to understand what exactly this phenomenon is. In this brief lecture, I'd like to focus with a little bit more detail on Eastern Europe. This is a region which has been identified with the very pungent term, the bloodlands, by
the historian Timothy Snyder, who wrote a book of that title. And it's a totally apt designation because this region saw phenomenal violence throughout the first half of the 20th century, beginning especially with World War I and the pogroms that occurred there, and then extending into the terror famine of 32-33 in Ukraine and the Don region, and then, of course, in the Holocaust. So looking at the region that we're speaking about specifically, it is the territories that the Germans and the Soviets divided between themselves as part of the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact of August 1939. Looking at this map here, you see that includes basically Poland, which is divided in half, the western half going to Germany, the eastern half going to the Soviet Union, and it is the Baltic states to the north, Lithuania, Latvia, and Estonia. Many of the things that we'll be discussing in this brief video also apply to the military control of the Soviet Union that would be extended over these regions and further into the Soviet Union once the Nazis advanced in 1941 with Operation Barbarossa. Here is the map of Operation Barbarossa, which describes how the Nazis would essentially double-cross Stalin and their erstwhile Soviet allies and advance into this region and really make a deep penetration into European Russia, coming to the very gates of Leningrad and even Moscow, and imposing their Nazi view of how to handle the local populations there, effective June 22nd, 1941. Here is the map which we saw in the previous video, which helps us understand exactly how these populations were distributed. The region that's in black here that's called the general government is directly under Nazi control, but it has a slightly different administrative designation to the two Reichskommissariaten, which basically comprise parts of Belarus and Latvia, Lithuania, and Estonia, and then the large chunk of Ukraine, which is also under Reichskommissariat, and then finally, immediately beyond those two territories, the expanding region of military administration. So really, what were the factors leading to collaboration in these regions, in particular, the so-called bloodlands? One factor that is especially complex and requires quite a bit of analysis is the openness that, especially from 1943 onward, is the willingness to adopt Slavs into Waffen-SS units. This was quite a surprising development in many ways, because the Nazis, as we've mentioned many times, were slaves to their racial ideology, and they viewed the Slavs as significantly subhuman. One of the officers of the Reichskommissariat once said that the Slavs should only be called upon to do three things. One, to know their names; two, to learn to count to 500; and three, that obeying the Nazis is a divine privilege. So the idea that they would actually bring local units together out of Slavs was quite a bit of a switch in policy, especially calling them SS units, because this was a designation that was typically reserved for the elite. The Waffen, however, implies that they were intended rather than secret service purposes, although they were headed up, as you see in this here, by Heinrich Himmler, who the head of the Gestapo, who is here seen looking at the Galicia division, one of these Waffen-SS formed in Western Ukraine. So ideology and policy to bring these people into military units, but it's not actually that surprising when you look at that it began to occur, especially connected with reversals that the Nazis were experiencing on the front. Ultimately, that would be a major downfall for their military endeavors, together with the Allied invasion at Normandy on the Western Front. The Nazis would ultimately be crushed between the Red Army, Allied armies on the other side. So therefore, adoption of these military units was, on the one hand, a wise military tactic, but on the other hand, a step back from their racial ideology. Now, when we think about these units, normally the term SS immediately implies, as it did at the Nuremberg trials, a collaborator of the highest order. In fact, in the central circle of those who were architects of the Holocaust. But can we say this about these very hastily put together units and their motivation? We don't know a tremendous amount, actually, about their motivation vis-a-vis Jews. We could assume that they harbored many of the same attitudes that we've seen of hostility to Jews, largely because of the perception that they were allied with the communists. But that's really the key point to understanding these groups. Were they considering themselves fighting for Germany, i.e. in an actively collaborationist model? Or was their principal motivation the opportunity to fight against the USSR? Right? Recall that with Operation Barbarossa, the Nazis liberated these local populations from the Soviet dominance that they had experienced since 1939. That was 2 years of incredibly brutal communist power that involved the arrest of their intelligentsia, that involved the rapid communization of their economies, involved a very, very strict adherence to the notion of enforced atheism. Like the League of Militant Atheists was very active. Churches literally blown up. Obviously, things like that had their Torah scrolls confiscated and shut down and so on. So a lot of these populations of local Slavs actually saw these Waffen-SS units as opportunities for them to attack their most recent and immediate enemy, the Soviet Union. So it's hard to understand them as openly patriotic towards the German cause rather than seeing themselves as avengers of their local national. When you look at the units, especially in their memorialization by the emigre communities, there's a very strong emphasis on how they viewed themselves as essentially national military units that simply temporarily sought support from the Nazis. The Galicia division, for example, considered itself the first Ukrainian army because they viewed themselves as one day perhaps establishing some kind of national statehood. This is not to exculpate them from any particular possibility of Nazi war crimes. In Canada, for example, the government formed a commission called the Deschênes Commission, which actually issued a massive multi-hundred-page report assessing the activity of the Galicia division. No reason to qualify them in a blanket order as war criminals. This was just an illustration of the notion that the Galicia division was principally an anti-Soviet effort of the local population rather than a Nazi effort. Needless to say, this is an extremely complicated and sensitive subject for all concerned. It's also very significant to note the awkward and complicated role of the church in endeavors. Let us not forget how intensely atheistic the Tsar was, openly persecuting, arresting, exiling, and murdering priests. And the idea that a local military unit would be formed to fight against the USSR was largely welcomed by the church. One of the most important priests of the region, speaking once again about the Galicia division, is Metropolitan Andrei Sheptitsky, who himself was a great Judeophile. He learned Hebrew as a young man and had very warm relations with Jewish communities. He was responsible for the rescue of some 200 Jewish children and returning them after the war to their families. A remarkable individual, and nevertheless, his record is somewhat tainted by the fact that he openly blessed this Waffen-SS division, which made it very hard for many to see him for the humanist and the pro-Jewish figure that he truly was. So this is a complicated kind of situation. Is it true that we can say that the enemy of my enemy is my friend? This complicates the whole idea of understanding what is collaboration. And maybe if we strike at the root of the difficulty of understanding collaboration, besides the obvious overlapping concerns of self-preservation, of economic advancement, that may have very little to do with open anti-Semitism or willingness to engage in murderous activities. Perhaps one of the most important things to understand is that, the many peoples from the bloodlands all consider themselves victims. The Ukrainians and the Poles and the Lithuanians and the Latvians also consider themselves victims, not precisely in the same way that the Jews and the Roma, for example, consider themselves victims, but nevertheless, they do see themselves as set upon by both the Nazis and the Soviets. Not necessarily to the same degree of genocidal intent, but nevertheless, they have a legitimate argument to make that they also share in victimhood. You see this horrific image from the United States Holocaust Memorial Museum. Polish babies, the same that happened to the Ukrainian babies as well, would regularly be selected for their racial characteristics and shipped off to Germany to be raised by foster families. Young Aryan-looking Ukrainian or Polish girls were often taken and essentially sent into prostitution with the attempt to try and improve the racial characteristics of the local population. These are the so-called Volksdeutsche, the Poles or Ukrainians or Lithuanians who had some German descent and were selected out by the Nazis for racial characteristics, given additional privileges, or in some cases we see here, persecuting them more because of their slavish attitude towards a racial purity. So a lot of the local populations view themselves as victims as well as the Jews, and saw entirely justified within the larger complex of factors. The topic of collaboration is indeed one of the more difficult topics of the Holocaust, and has some of the longest lasting repercussions as societies attempt to emerge from the ashes of that terror. On the one hand, when one sees active, inveterate anti-Semite who enthusiastically joins with the Nazis to engage in murderous activities, it's very easy to that as war criminality. But on the other hand, you see a tremendous grayscale of various smaller acts of collaboration, which can easily be understood to self-preservation as an attempt for economic advancement. And one wonders, where exactly do we place the line between criminality and reprehensible conduct and understandable human weakness? These are very, very difficult topics. I hope that these two videos helped illustrate the complexity, and I look forward to speaking with you in further videos. Thank you very much for watching.
Thank you very much, Mr. Tversky. I appreciate the offer from Dr. Kadish and from the university to address your audience on this occasion immediately prior to the holiday of Passover. And I have to say that I put a lot of energy into this presentation, primarily because my main area of specialization is history. I'm much more comfortable dealing with things that have already happened, that are firmly located in the past. But over the past 6 weeks, it has been impossible for me to concentrate on the past because I keep being drawn into the future and into, unfortunately, the present, which is so terrible in Ukraine. So my goal for today is to speak about Passover and speak specifically about the refugee experience connected specifically to Ukraine. This talk may be a little bit more personal than most of my talks, for reasons which I hope to make clear shortly, but it's one that I feel very strongly about. So let me begin by looking at something from the tradition. I was asked to say something relevant to the holiday of Passover, and of course this holiday commemorates the Exodus, the departure of the Jews from Egyptian servitude. And one of the concepts that is repeated so many times in Jewish thought It is noted no less than 36 times in the Bible, according to some counts, far more than 36 counts, but basically a demand that the Jews recognize the suffering of the stranger. Here's just one example of the many verses that underline that particular concept. Let me read it in Hebrew and then we'll look at it in English. You shall not oppress a stranger, for you know the feelings of the stranger, having yourselves been strangers in the land of Egypt. Now, the term for stranger that's used here has multiple meanings. It is related to the word lagur, which means to dwell or reside. And sometimes this term is used to refer to, as it implies here, a stranger, a foreigner. Sometimes it's used to refer to someone who has become Jewish, who has converted to Judaism. Sometimes it's referring to a resident alien. And depending on the context, that's a different translation that will be used by the commentators. But if we look at this one, a very important commentator, very popular, Pele Yoetz, who was Rabbi Eliezer Papo, who wrote in the 19th century, and he clarifies that for him, this commandment says we are not speaking about a convert to Judaism. The verse refers to a person in a foreign land without friend, sibling, or acquaintance, whose spirit is low and whose heart is broken and crushed. One must have mercy and draw this person close, be a friend and a neighbor, and provide as much support as you can. In this way, one fulfills the commandment. So obviously, in the context of the Passover Seder, as Jews around the world will gather with their families and contemplate the meaning of freedom and the meaning of displacement and hopefully identify with the displacement of others, that is, according to Rabbi Papo of the Pele Yoetz, how they will fulfill this commandment. Now, when we look at it in our specific moment, we're not talking just about Jewish refugees, of which there are many from Ukraine. There are a lot of different counts of how many Jews live there. A conservative count says there are about 40,000 Jews who self-identify as such. There are about 90,000 Jews in Ukraine who are not necessarily connected to that core population, but nevertheless are, if you were to ask them, they would then see that they would say that they are in fact Jewish, and maybe as many as 200,000 people who are on the fringes of the Jewish community, perhaps with partial Jewish lineage or married to Jews. But we're talking about a very large number of Jews. But the main issue, of course, is not the Jewish refugees, but a far larger group of Ukrainian refugees. This is actually one of the most colossal refugee crises in history. You have a look, for example, at this report that just recently from the United Nations report on migration. There are about, as of April 1st, 7 million who are internally displaced within Ukraine, meaning they have not left their country, they have left their homes for other regions of Ukraine, particularly towards where there is less shelling and less danger. And there are 4.1 million Ukrainians. Roughly one population of the country is now out of its boundaries because of the fear of the war. It's absolutely mind-boggling number. If we try to put that number into some context, we should really think about what William Faulkner said in 1951 when he said, "The past is never dead, it's not even past." Meaning, people like to say that history repeats itself. Some people work with another quotation that it doesn't repeat itself, but it rhymes. But we are still living in an extended 20th century of egregious refugee crises. Let's just think about what this means in the context. The estimated number of international refugees after 6 years of World War II was 40 million. That's a conservative estimate. Liberal estimates go all the way up to 60 million. Ukrainian refugees have reached 4 million after only 6 weeks. An absolutely stunning number of people displaced, tremendous human suffering as a result. This is the 8th largest refugee crisis in recorded history. and unfortunately the third largest in the 21st century. And if we look at these numbers in one other way, look at the scope and speed of it, if you were to calculate the number of refugees per the month of conflict, we're just 6 weeks into this war, and you can see that Ukrainian refugees are off the charts. Far more refugees displaced in a far shorter period of time than even in World War II or the partition of India, which was also a tremendous crisis in 1947. So we are dealing with a colossal crisis that boggles the mind and demands a response. Now, what I would like to do over the next 40 minutes is to talk a little bit about the specifically Jewish aspect of the experience of Ukraine, and to understand a little bit about what that might mean for Jewish responsibility to fulfill that commandment, or how Jews might fulfill that commandment of considering the stranger. Personal for a few minutes and tell you a little bit about my own connection to Ukraine, because I think it's relevant for giving you a sense of how strongly I feel about this. This is a photograph of my father's parents, my grandparents, Polly and Alex Abramson. It's dated circa 1932. They lived in Northern Ontario, Canada. This quirky individual at the bottom here is my father. And one of the things that my father always used to tell me about his childhood is that he grew up with an adopted brother. Right after World War II, there was a tremendous refugee crisis of Jewish, and they were among about 300,000 other Jews to these camps that dotted East Central Europe, Italy. And grandparents of Blessed Mary took in an orphan child as a refugee to live with them in Northern Ontario. And so he was the same age as my father, and they grew up together. He was his adopted brother. So the experience of directly connected with the refugee population and a refugee experience, I contemplated deeply when I was a young child, and my father told me about his own childhood. It meant a lot to me to think about he, and especially his parents, had sacrificed in order to help out an orphan from the war. And I have a more specific connection with Ukraine. This is a photo of a typical 5-story walk-up in Ukraine. It's called a Khrushchev, because they had two different kinds of the Brezhnevs, which are much higher, more modern buildings, and they had these Khrushchevs, which were smaller and somewhat more decrepit. And I spent several months living in this Khrushchev. Let me tell you the story. I first visited Ukraine as part of my graduate education. My first degree was history. It was in philosophy. I realized I wasn't going to be able to much of a living as a philosopher. So when I was thinking about what else to study, I knew that my father-in-law was enamored of Ukrainian in particular. My wife's family is from Ukraine. So I thought I would try off to Burnstone. I would impress my father-in-law, and I would find to make a living as a historian if I studied history. It turned out that I really liked it, and so I studied more and more. When I first went to Ukraine in 1989, it was still under the Soviet Union, but it was beginning to liberalize significantly. And the Canadian Jewish Congress asked me to take a large supply of insulin to a diabetic Ukrainian Jew who lived in this building here. So I took it. It was a big deal in 1989. You had to put it in the freezer and things like that in the plane, and we got it to Ukraine. And then I managed to get a taxi and find my way over to Left Bank, Kyiv, and to this address. And I delivered the insulin, and I spent about an hour there with them. I went home. And then, this was still under the Soviet Empire, so I could not get into the archives that I really wanted to, but I did do some useful research there. However, I was denied access to the more serious secret archives like the Communist Party of Ukraine. Then, when the Soviet Union fell and Ukraine declared independence, I was invited back, this time by a much more open and Western-oriented government, free from Moscow's influence, or much of Moscow's influence, to come back and look at those archives. So I said, they said, we'll give you an apartment and you'll be all taken care of. And it sounded like it was going to be fantastic. When I landed at Boryspil Airport outside Kyiv, everything had fallen through. Nobody knew who I was. The people who were in charge for various reasons, and I was completely alone in a strange city with a pocket full of Canadian cash and no idea where I was going to spend the night. I didn't have a hotel reservation. I was supposed to be a guest of the Academia Nauk. And I really didn't know what to do. And the sun was setting, and there was a lot of, rogue criminality going on. The mafia was very strong in those early months after the collapse of the Soviet Union. So I took a taxi. I knew that this building, this was the only person I really knew in Kyiv at the time. I knew that this building was somewhere in the left bank of the Dnipro River. I said, take me to that region. We drove around for about half an hour. I thought I recognized this, and sure enough, I went in. I went up to the right floor. I thought it was. I went to the right door. When I knocked on it, Yevgeny Antonovsky answered the door. He was home. It was, thank God, the same place that I had visited originally. And I ended up staying there for several months. Even after we were able to work out where I'm supposed to be and what my living conditions were supposed to be, I simply asked that all the funds that the Canadian government had allocated for my trip be directed to the Antonovskys, and so they were able to get a windfall, but I lived in their tiny two-room apartment for several months for my research. Here's the me with Yevgeny. Believe it or not, I'm the guy in the back there with the dark hair and dark beard, and you'll see that some beautiful 9th century Talmuds. Yevgeny's grandfather was Thomas of a shul in Kiev. He was sort of like the sexton of a synagogue. And when the communists came in 1917, 1918, he hid all of the holy books, and he preserved them until his father, until Yevgeny could take care of it. Their house was filled. A remarkable collection of 19th century imprints, which is absolutely, and we would spend time studying together. So I got to see from the perspective of regular Soviet Jews who lived under those conditions. Here's another photograph with Yena, his wife, and also those of you who are studying Jewish history or fans of art, you might recognize, or even if you're of Cuban literature, recognize the young man on the right who is my good friend that I met in Kiev at that time. None other than Professor Petrovsky Stern of North. Here's a picture of like now. He's kind of the smoldering look since then, but associations were in the Vernsky Library. So I had an experience of what it was like, however attenuated, to be a stranger in a strange land, did not know I was going to sleep that night, and compared to the actual suffering of the current Ukrainian refugees, but never had a little taste of it, and God, by dint of the kindness of strangers and the grace of God, I was able to find a very safe place to live. So, by the way, my research resulted, this is the book that I wrote about that, the topic that I was studying, which was the revolutionary period. It's no longer available in print, but a Ukrainian translation is now available, and there's a second edition that's out too. That will go into some of the things that I'm going to talk about in a little more detail. So what I'd like to do now is that I've given you some kind of personal background and personal introduction to the story. Let me talk to you a little bit about Jews and Ukrainians specifically and how that relates to the refugee crisis. So we should certainly bear in mind that Jewish history goes back a very long way in Ukraine. It goes back at least a millennium of recorded history, and there's even further back evidence of Jewish settlement at the fringes of Ukrainian ethno-linguistic territory. You have a look at this, which is part of an atlas written by my teacher, Professor Paul Robert Modvici. You see the blue line outlines the contemporary boundaries of Ukraine. Obviously, not referring to the contested areas and Crimea being annexed by Russia in the 21st century. And you can see the extent of the Jewish population, heavy green shading, and in which Jews were more than 15% of the region to the west. That is the right bank of the Dnieper River, the Dnipro River. But even on the left bank, you can see Poltava, Gubernia, you have 3.9%, Katarinoslav 4.7%, still very significant percentage of Jews, way higher than Jews are in almost all parts of the United States, New York City, of course, being a major exception. So Jews have a very rich and long population history in Ukraine particularly. If you have a look at this map, you'll see the origins of Ukraine in a kind of medieval state called Kiev and the Rus, which existed from about the 10th century to about the 13th century. This sort of group of principalities, which were headed up from the city of Kiev, formed the kind of Ur culture, the original political, social, and religious culture of three contemporary countries, Ukraine, Belarus, and Russia in particular. Now, it happens that the center of this was in Kiev, and so Ukrainians claim that essentially they are the geographic inheritors of Kiev and Rus, as well as political and religious and cultural inheritors. Belarus and Russia also have their roots in this region. Now, Jews lived in this region easily from the 10th century on. There are plenty of reference to Jews in the several historical chronicles that we have of the era, including the Povest Vremeni, which is one of the most important documents that describe this early period, the so-called Chronicle of Bygone Years. But we also have some archaeological evidence that's on the Black Sea coast as far back as antiquity that Jews were involved in a lot of trade in the region, and so you'll have Jewish ports. Crimea, for example, we have in the 13th century and a little bit earlier, even members of the Baalei Tosfos, that is the important commentators on the Talmud. There's one, Moses of Kiev, and Isaac of Chernihiv that show up in various writings of the time. So Jews are there right at the very beginning of Ukrainian self-determined statehood in one form or another. They begin, however, to emerge in numbers in the late 11th century and onward. That's the era when the Crusades begin. As you can see from this, which outlines the various routes of several Crusades moving from Western Europe to the land of Israel, and the predominant Jewish communities in the 12th century and onward, they're west. The central heartland of what would be called Ashkenazi Jewry is located primarily in the Rhineland, would be in northern Germany, part of France. And what's going to end up happening over the 12th, 13th, 14th centuries is that there's a significant number of reasons why Jews are being forced eastward by increasing anti-Semitic pressures, for the noxious development of the blood libel myth that Jews somehow need to consume the blood of Christian children. Absolutely ridiculous concept that has no basis in reality whatsoever. But once the idea began to take hold in the 12th century, it spread rapidly. People liked to kind of a QAnon way, which actually we may reflect on that a little later in this lecture when we think about contemporary propaganda. This is actually a document. It's actually German currency from the 20th century that commemorates a desecration case in Sternberg, in which Jews were accused not of murdering a Christian child, but by doing something that was a related charge of capturing
the communion wafers, the so-called hosts, and torturing them instead. And although that's also a figment of some kind of fever dream imagination, nevertheless, Jews were frequently charged with this heinous activity, and they were judged to be guilty and burned at the stake, as we see in this rather grotesque image. So from Western Europe, starting with the Crusades of 1096 and onward, there is an increasing pressure on Jews to leave for anti-Semitic reasons. And then from the East, there's actually an economic vacuum that's drawing Jews in. At this time, Ukraine was under the control of the Poles, part of the very large Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth, and there was a just need for people to act as middlemen, as builders, to help manage these large landed estates, in which there tended to be an ethnic division between the landlords, who were Polish Swiss for the most part, and versus the peasants, who were Ukrainian Orthodox. Orthodox not in the Jew term, but in terms of the denomination, as opposed to Catholic. And the Jews were an excellent voice to bring in to manage these estates, both because of their developed skills, literacy, and numeracy, but also as they were not especially they didn't show allegiances to the local population. They could be dependent on to their employers because they were a distinct entity. There were a whole of activities that were associated with this point because the nobility could literally give them monopolies in things like the production of alcohol, something called propinatia, and so that's why so many Jews were active in, for example, maintaining inns and the distillation and distribution of alcohol. This was, however, a rather exploitative economic system, as I've discussed in other videos. If you're curious about my channel, you'll see some of them in more detail, and would be cause of some conflict. But nevertheless, what ends up happening is if you combine the pressures pushing Jews out of the Rhineland, the growth of anti-Semitic ideas, I haven't even mentioned Black Death, and you combine that with the economic opportunities that are drawing Jews to these, you begin to see from the 12th through the 17th century very large movement of Jews into the region of Ukraine in particular, where they're acting as arrendators, as middlemen. How are they getting this time? We should understand that, and I will this in the next set of slides. There certainly were situations of great violence. There certainly were moments where Ukrainian particular would attack Jewish communities. And we'll talk about that momentarily. But the overwhelming experience in Ukraine was peace and prosperity. Ukraine managed to find a way to living, to study, to develop some remarkable religious Hasidic movement. And for the most part, for 1,000 years, Jews and Ukrainians lived together in peace. It does not mean that they joined in everything, but their level of cross-cultural pollination, of cross-fertilization, where Ukrainian ways of looking at the world influence Jewish ways and vice versa. Just to give you a little introduction, jumping ahead to the 20th century, this image we're looking at right now is Ukrainian currency from the very brief-lived period of Ukrainian independence between the of the Russian Empire in 1917, the imposition of Soviet rule under the communists shortly thereafter. During that time, remarkably, Jews and Ukrainians strove to officially work together a new state. It ended in great failure for various reasons, including popular pogrom violence, that was the most important reasons. But nevertheless, for that brief period of time, it hinted at what could be possible for Jews and Ukrainians. And as you can see, it's got it's a 100 cover on its bill. It has on the top the denomination listed in several languages. Bottom, right under the number C in Yiddish, the words Unterkarbotes, because Yiddish was an official language of brief-lived and a federal republic. So we're basically about 1,000 years of this cultural cross-fertilization. We see it Linguistics, some of the most intimate terms that Yiddish language are essentially Ukrainian or Slavic language terms. For example, word for father. In Hebrew, the word father is av. A very common Aramaic term is abba. This is like an ancient term that Jews have used for a very long time. Then, when they were in Germany, they picked up Yiddish, which is essentially a kind of medieval German, and they used Vater. But when they came to Ukraine, they switched over to Tati. Tati is clearly derived from the Ukrainian Tato, and we can say this about hundreds of words in the language. There are culinary things where Jews and Ukrainians are almost identical in their choice of diet. In fact, in some regions, the gefilte fish is considered a delicacy, and it's called jish because there is so much overlap there. Holopsy, right? Some people would say with the German or with the Russian pronunciation, golubki, which is right. These are all Jewish tradition as well. And in folklore, we see so many areas in which they are similar. Let me just show you one example. In the Chabad Hasidic movement, there's a particular song that in Nezhritsia Klopsi, which is literally in Ukrainian, and this is much easier, of course, when Hasidim lived in Eastern Europe, but even in America today, there are these lyrics in Ukrainian. It's a rather amusing song that the text of the lyrics is basically, "Don't worry, boys, we're going to get to our destination, and there will be vodka there." Here is, I played for you a very piece recording of that Nico. In the interest of copyright protection, I'm not going to include this clip as well as another clip in a moment in the recording, but I will include the links in the information box. So please have a look down there, and you can enjoy them for yourself. Sense of what that means in terms of the cultural overlap that would happen over the 1,000 years ago. Many other folk elements. I have to choose this one. Take the photograph. This is current President Joe Biden in happy times visiting, right? And he is being greeted with bread and salt, which is also a common Jewish welcoming gift. Not so much here in America, but throughout Eastern Europe, very common kind of cultural appropriation. I don't even know if it comes from Ukrainians to the Jews or the other way around. Now, I'm going to show you one last little bit of audio-visual, and it's idealized because it is Hollywood. Hollywood, though, based on the writings of this man, Shalom Aleichem. This is one of the greatest writers of the 19th and early 20th centuries. He wrote, of course, in Yiddish, but a heavily Ukrainianized Yiddish. If you've looked at Shalom Aleichem in the original, you can see that he is liberally sprinkling his works with Ukrainians. The peasants speak Ukrainian, and the Yiddish readers will understand because they are so close to the peasants and understanding what that culture meant. And the scene that I'm going to show you is from Fiddler, of course, a film Hollywood based on a play based on a psychosis from Shalom Aleichem, and so has been idealized several times over. But nevertheless, I think in this 5 clip, I'd like to show you all of it. You get a sense of what Ukrainian life or Ukrainian Jewish coexistence was when it was best. We will have plenty of time to talk in a few moments about when it was not best. But when they got along over 1,000 years, it might have looked something like an idealized portrait of a drinking setting that brought together Jews and Ukrainians. Not beyond the realm of imagination. I especially like about that clip is showing that they're existing separately, thinking separately from each other, and they're rather suspicious of each other. In particular, the Jews are concerned about the potential for violence, and
afraid of the Ukrainians. But they both share a moment where they recognize that the trajectories of their lives are parallel in many ways. That while the Jews are celebrating the engagement of Laser Wolf to Zeitel, of course that would not work out because Zeitel wanted to marry the Taylor Kamzoil. Nevertheless, at that moment, the Jews are saying L'chaim, Ukrainians are saying Nastorovia, which means like to your mouth, essentially a kind of L'chaim, and their lives are running along parallel courses. And I think that's a fair way to understand how the majority of the time that Jews lived in Ukraine got along with their neighbors, not necessarily as exuberant as portrayed in that film, but nevertheless very similar. Now, we have to understand, of course, that there were some really awful, horrific points of conflict. This image of an idealized Kazan, Kasa, you can see in the background there is a Jew being tortured upside down, and to the bottom right there's another Jew handled. Captions, have various derogatory things to say about the Jews. There were several moments in Ukrainian history that represent periods of great conflict when Jews suffered tremendously. Specifically, the Khmelnytsky rebellion of the middle of the 17th century. I also, if you're curious about this, please, it's on this topic where I speak at greater length. It's basically an economic cause to that. It has to do with the horrendous system that I described a few moments ago. Similarly, the Haidamach movement of 1768, which resulted in a massacre in the city of Uman, and that was why, by the way, Rabbi Nachman goes to be buried there, and so there are pilgrimages today. Tens of thousands of Jews go to Uman because Rabbi Nachman is buried there, but Rabbi chose to be buried there because he wanted to be near the victims of the Haidamach. And in many ways, this horrible institution called the pogrom, which is kind of like an uprising, a popular upswell of violence, begins to accelerate in the 20th century. We have some terrible pogroms that had a very strong impact on the Jewish community at the end of the 19th century, and some even more awful pogroms in the early 20th century. These were all dwarfed, however, by the so-called Holocaust by bullets, or Holocaust bullets, which refers to the Gruppen murders of 1941 onward. The Nazis, when they invaded Ukraine, Stalin with their pre-called Ribbentrop Pact, they four armored units behind the Wehrmacht, the regular army, to round up Jews, to bring them out to ravines and to shoot them down. These were staffed by German military police, but they made frequent use of local populations, including Ukrainians, and also as you move up in the so-called bloodlands, as Timothy Snyder called them, in Poland and Lithuania and in Latvia, they found willing accomplices to assist them with this. There's a very large backstory to this that deserves more attention. About 1.5 to an estimated 2.5 million Jews were killed, the ancestors group in all of East Central Europe, with a very large number of them in Ukraine. This is also, in terms of my personal story, the background of my father's parents, my grandfather's parents. I showed you them at the beginning of this lecture. They're buried somewhere in this mass grave in Lithuania, and the only thing that we have to mark them is rather a resting sculpture that captures some of the mood, what it must be like to contemplate these horrific deaths. So, all told, we have 1,000 years of relatively peaceful coexistence, lots of cultural interaction, which, by the way, probably involved a lot of women. Many of the kinds of things that we see showing up in Ukraine transferred by women sharing recipes and market day and things like that. But they are punctuated
by an accelerating amount of violence for reasons which deserve a lot more explication, but are beyond scope this talk today. They are cruelly mirrored by what we're seeing today. I can reflect on the mass graves that I'm seeing in the news lately in places like Lucha. Horrific. They look exactly to me like the ravines in which my ancestors were killed. It's hard not to feel a deep level of sympathy and empathy for what the Ukrainians are currently enduring. So let us move now to the third point of this lecture. I'd like to place this Ukrainian because for a period that we're discussing today, Ukrainians are in control of their own destiny. Besides the Kiev and Rus period, in which there are very few Jews who live there, and we generally don't know a lot about how they manage their affairs as a whole. The Ukrainians did not have control of their lands as Ukraine, with the exception of a very brief period after the turn of the 17th century. They lived under Polish rule, under Tatar Mongol rule, under Russian rule, the duration of this time up until the 20th century, where they could finally. So, looking at contemporary period, they're living under Vladimir Putin. The core of this. And I believe that in his thinking on Ukraine and on Ukrainians, he's channeling 3 Russian leaders and 2 other leaders. He's guiding his thoughts, how he is punishing this population. First, Catherine II, also as Catherine the Great, who was actually the first Tsarina to conquer right Ukraine and bring it into the Russian state, the Russian Empire at the time. She was instrumental in forcing her will upon the Ukrainians and reducing nobility to essentially peasantry once again, so that under the Russian heel they would be forced to work essentially like they did for the Poles, they would end up for the Russians. It's also channeling Nicholas I, who was a Tsar in the first half of the 19th century. Tsar Nicholas I operated with 3 basic principles in mind. After his father was killed in a abortive revolution, the Trumpist Revolution, he decided basically the 3 things that he has to enforce all of the people of the Russian Empire. First is the notion of orthodoxy, that everyone must conform to the Orthodox Church. The Jew are very difficult, indigest mass in that regard. The second was autocracy, the idea that all Russian Empire citizens or subjects should recognize the primary rule of the like principle leader. And finally, a term that's difficult to translate into English with all of this connotation, he believes in the value ethic of the people. It's people in a much deeper spiritual Russian people, kind of no sense of value, ethnic choice, was to be primary, and fit into the Russian model really did not belong to the state. This is why, from perspective, he imposed horrific decrees, does the infamous Kantonist that required Jewish children as young as 12 and often younger to be taken from their homes and spend 36 years in military service. It's comprehensible that we can this happen in Jewish communities. He destroyed the Kehillah structure that was essentially used to self-govern. They did everything could to try to bring the Jews into these systems of orthodoxy, autocracy, and another. He wanted to assimilate them to Russianness as much as possible. For the Ukrainians, the orthodoxy part was basically to there were Ukrainian Catholics in the
far west of the territory, the vast majority of Ukrainians were Orthodox. In terms of autocracy, he had difficulty getting these Ukrainian peasants to submit to the Tsar, and he eventually had to settle for the notion that the Ukrainians kind of like sort of cousins to the Russians. There are many things to say that, like the language, which is related, different alphabet, pronunciation, different vocabulary in a lot of places, but a related language, sort of like, if you will, Spanish, French, Romance languages, maybe associated with two of those, but much. And he tried to push this up, that they were Little Russians, that's the actual Russian term, Little Russians, as opposed to the Russians. The people in the north were the Great Russians, had these kind of like younger brothers, these cousins who were Russians. And they were somehow overall family, though they did not necessarily agree to be part of that family. Unfortunately, you see this even in propaganda today. I'm just watching today some of the news. HBO is a made-up nation. It's just invented in the 1919 when Lenin just gave away a piece of territory. Well, that in itself is a way of looking at history. But even if you want to say they're Russians, which I would not, you got 40 million people who say that they think people. And themselves alligators if they want. You have 44 million and you say they're got to listen to that. Essentially, Putin is channeling Nicholas I, trying to assimilate the Ukrainians into larger Russian mentality. And then, of course, he's also channeling Joseph Stalin, the most notorious dictator of the Soviet Union, who chose to impose his will on the Ukrainians in a manner. I don't use that term lightly. With the artificial terror famine of 1932-33, which was directed at Ukrainians and killed millions of them by conservative 3 million, most likely 5 million, possibly even more Ukrainians were killed in that disastrous season because of his rush to industrialize. In other words, Putin and Stalin are kind of like, I put it at the time, if you want to make an omelet, you have to break some eggs. And Ukrainians are unfortunately eggs. I think are fairly well identifiable to anyone who studies Russian history. They'll see them in Putin's mindset. But Putin is also thinking very carefully about this individual, Joseph Goebbels. And this is something I want to focus a little bit more. Goebbels was, of course, the minister of propaganda in the Nazi state. And he was an evil genius, brilliant in his ways of how he convinced people to do the right thing. And his basic theory was tell the big lie. Tell it as loudly and as often as you can. And it's in a way, the Russian propaganda is spouting the most ridiculous nature of this conflict. Intimidation of people who want to object and say the truth. I'm going to get back to that in just one moment, but I want to bring back to a starting point. There's one other individual that reverberates throughout Jewish history. And unfortunately, the Ukrainians are also experiencing, is also channeling that absolutist lead who wishes and would stop at nothing presented in Cecil B. DeMille's representation of the Ten Commandments, with your playing Pharaoh. Nothing can stop him. He will defy the heavens in order to achieve his goal. So as I see it, we have two basic challenges as we go into the Passover Seder. This is a page from the famous Barcelona Haggadah, I believe it's 14th century Spain, and this is from the opening of the which reads in Aramaic, is the bread of affliction, which the person who is leading the Seder to all the guests, as he holds up simple unleavened bread, anyone who is hungry, let them come and eat. So there is impetus built right into the Seder ritual to recognize the needs of others, the needs of strangers, and to meet them in our own meal to alleviate their suffering. I see this in two things: the challenge of memories in our current moment, and the challenge of, and this is something that's very pragmatic, we can all do it. We have to understand that this war is being fought two very significant grounds. Mariupol is being pummeled, and waging horrible war that makes some of the population seem behind the money is lying about this. Their own people. It's phenomenal how protest by flying onto live TV to specifically tell Russians, they are lying to you. This is propaganda. And nevertheless, Ukraine and Northern Russia indicate that the vast majority of Russians support the war and believe that Ukraine is somehow populated by Nazis and that they have to extirpate them. We see that people who try to tell the truth are horribly intimidated, like this Jewish journalist in Russia who had this pig's head left at his door with an anti-Semitic statement. Anyone who tries to challenge this intellectual status quo it is actually, I'm sure you're aware, it's a crime currently to even use the word war to refer to what they prefer to call the special military operation in Ukraine. And the crime is punishable by 15 years in prison. So besides the refugees that I've already mentioned, some 11 million people who were displaced, there's an estimated 250,000 of so-called Russian refugees of conscience, Russians who feel that it's too dangerous for them to speak their minds in Russia, and they're fleeing to wherever they can get a visa to land, in Georgia, in Turkey, and elsewhere. But I firmly believe that truth will out. And in fact, the battle for information, the battle for memory, and how we remember this is coming out in the most amazing ways. And this is dated just yesterday, that satellite, one of the things that happened in Bucha, as I'm sure you're aware, is that when the Russians left the city, there were bodies scattered all over the streets. And the Ukrainian forces, when they entered this suburb of Kiev, they found these bodies, and they protested war crimes, things like that. The Russian foreign minister pronounced that no, these are plants. The Ukrainians planted them there in order to make Russia look bad, which is such a bald-faced, incredible lie. But satellite data, surprisingly, can come out and can actually prove that no, in fact, those bodies represent people who were killed by the Russians and left there for 3 weeks before the Ukrainians even approached. So truth will out. What we can do, what our challenge of memory is that we have to make sure that we speak the truth, that we engage in this discussion, and that we insist on what we are all about. And that is the Torah model, the knowledge and values need. I think that really means something. We go into this Passover season. I think it's worthy of all of us who are connected to a university to reflect on how we can best use our intelligence and our moral sensibility to help the refugees from Ukraine. And with that, since I'm out of time, I want to wish you all a Chag Kasher V'Sameach, a happy and redemptive Passover. Let us hope that next year we will all celebrate together in Jerusalem, and that it will be a year where we will
Well, I'm here in Termites, and I treated Plan B the way white people treated paper during the pandemic. Till the stores and stocked up. I know we weren't the only ones. By the time we got to Walmart, there were a lot of Plan B. They only had guns left.
Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. If you're like me, you're following the news from Ukraine very carefully. And you'll see that one of the figures that frequently appears in the news commentary is one Vitaly Klitschko, who is the mayor of Kiev. And he provides some very insightful observations as to what was happening in Ukraine's capital city. And as I was watching him, I began to suspect, he just seems like certain aspects of his presentation are characteristically Jewish. So I thought I'd look a little further into it. And sure enough, there is a Jewish backstory to Vitaly Klitschko. It's quite fascinating. It says a lot as well about the Ukrainian Jewish past, and I think also about the Ukrainian Jewish future. So I read that Leslie Weiss, who is the deputy director of the National Coalition Supporting Eurasian Jewry, recently gave an interview in which she said that, as we know, Ukraine is led by a Jewish president. Of course, she's referring to Volodymyr Zelensky. She continues, the defense minister is Jewish, as is the president's chief of staff. Many members of the cabinet are Jewish. The mayor of Kiev, Klitschko, tells us about his Jewish grandmother every time we see him. That is in fact the story. His father's mother was Jewish, and I'll tell you a little bit more about how that affected him in a moment. So that would make his father certainly Jewish by traditional standards. It would not make Klitschko himself Jewish by traditional standards, which regards matrilineal descent as the right determines Jewish status. Of course, there are different opinions in 21st century America, but that's a matter of some controversy. Klitschko does not personally identify. His wife is not Jewish as well, but nevertheless, he is not ashamed of his Jewish background. In fact, he has mentioned in interviews that he's very proud to have Jewish ancestry. He's a very impressive figure overall. He is a world heavyweight boxing champion. He holds multiple titles. He is the current mayor of Kiev, as I mentioned, and articulates in at least 3 languages, Russian, Ukrainian, and English, although sometimes his statements in English can be a little bit pungent and colorful. And there are 3 things about him that really made me think that he's got to have some kind of Jewish story going on. The first is that he is highly educated. This is very typical for Jews, particularly those living in urban environments. He holds a Kandidat Nauk degree, which is sort of like a PhD assistant professor level in the United States. He wrote a dissertation on boxing. He is a polyglot, right, speaking multiple languages with considerable fluency. That's also very characteristic of many Jews. And thirdly, and this is the one that really did it for me, he listens to his mother. His brother is also world champion boxer, yet they have never fought publicly. And the reason they have never had a professional fight together is because their mother promised them not to do so. And the fact that he listened to his mother all of a sudden makes him think this is someone we should listen to a little bit more carefully. Now, we should not be put off by the fact that he is a professional boxer because, after all, there is a very long tradition of Jewish activity in the martial arts. And Daniel Mendoza was one of the most famous of the pioneers of the pugilistic sport, his years of 1764 to 1836. And he really developed a lot of techniques and that apparently went into what are considered as elements of modern boxing today. So the idea of Jews being very physical and being active specifically in martial arts is not going to be it. But there's a fascinating interview that I listened to recently that Vitaly Klitschko gave with this journalist, and it was fascinating. It's really worth listening to. Even if you don't understand Russian, you can put on the subtitles and kind of figure out what's going on. I strongly recommend that you use it to 11:25, time marker 11:25, and you'll hear in his own words. And what he describes here is how his father was a career soldier. He was in the Soviet military and constantly moving around to many different places. He kept his Jewish identity on the down low because of the reality of Soviet anti-Semitism, which was particularly prevalent in the military. But at home, they frequently spoke about his mother, who was Jewish, and during the Holocaust, she was hidden in a chest by her husband during all of these Nazi searches that would go on during the occupational period. And this went on for months and months. And Klitschko speaks about the tremendous influence this made on him as a child. Ironically, there are elements of his past to his mother's side that relate to the Holodomor, the great terror famine that occurred in 1932-33 under Stalin. And on his father's side, the Holocaust. He relates to the Holocaust in a distinctly Ukrainian manner, specifically through this mixed heritage. He remarks in this interview how very proud he is that Yad Vashem has a record of his Jewish family and tribulations that they went through the Holocaust. And he poses in this interview a challenge for himself and for future mayors of Ukraine. He speaks very closely to Israel. He says that in Jerusalem, there are places like Yad Vashem, one of the world's greatest centers for the memorialization and study of the Holocaust. He says in Jerusalem, there was no Holocaust. In Washington, Los Angeles, there was no Holocaust. These are both cities which have very famous Holocaust museums and research institutes. How is it, he continues, that in Babylon, middle of Kiev, where 100,000 people were shot. Almost nothing appeared there for 80 years. Kind of memorial, which incidentally was recently bombed by the in Ukraine, he continues, the places of executions are not marked. Many people go on picnics there and walk their dogs on that street. So he sets for himself and for future mayors the challenge of putting energy into developing an understanding of the Holocaust. And it's ironic that he gave this interview in November of 2021, and just a few months later, of course, he will be embroiled in a war, which in many ways bespeaks many of the tragedies and cruelties that were seen during the anti-Semitic massacre, so-called Holocaust by bullets in places like Bucha, and that's getting beside that point right now. He also notes that at Babi Yar, many people who pulled the triggers also had family values, also loved their children, yet they could shoot the children of defenseless people. They could shoot the elderly. Yes, artillery. Why? He says it's important for us to answer this question because the world is very fragile. So, a fascinating individual who in many ways speaks to the Ukrainian Jewish past, which is far more complex than most people really realize, and also, hopefully, for an optimistic Ukrainian Jewish future, where we're looking towards ways of understanding this complex and very difficult and complex. So Vitaly Klitschko, I can say he is definitely not a lightweight. He is actually a heavyweight. Thank you very much for watching this video.
I'm telling you, you haven't lived until you got to watch a grown man angrily strap on a helmet. Every now and again, he just put his double chin. Fuck!
My topic for today is Ukraine and its Jews. When Rabbi Morris and I were first talking about the various topics and how we would actually phrase this, we had some challenge because, you know, the situation on the ground is changing so dramatically that we needed to choose a fairly generic topic that would cover all possibilities. So what I'm planning to do is to develop a single thesis, which I hope to demonstrate with a concrete graphic piece of art immediately, and then work through a historical narrative, and then bring it to the present day. And at that point, we'll wrap it up and we'll open it up for discussion and questions to see if my thesis works at all. Can you all see my screen? Slava, would you please nod your head if you see the image in the background there? Okay, great. Okay, so that's the plan. Now, the thesis is basically that historically, Jews of Ukraine have oriented themselves culturally like they have in most countries as a minority. They've oriented themselves towards the most powerful national unit in multinational states. So, for example, in Austria-Hungary, they tended to be more Austrophile. When Hungary became much more independent after 1867, they began to develop a Hungarian Jewish identity. In Ukraine, they were first Polonophile, meaning like developing an identity that began to connect them to the ruling Poles and then later to the ruling Russians. But in the last 3 decades, since independence from the Soviet Union, I would like to tender for our discussion that Ukrainian Jews have begun to develop, really for the first time in their history, a Ukrainian Jewish identity, which has very significant implications for the current moment we're in and for the future. As a kind of point of departure, have a look at this unusual Holocaust memorial, which is located on the wall of the Great Synagogue of Lutsk. Let me just show you where that is located in Ukraine itself. Here's a map that shows, I dropped a little pin where Lutsk is. It is in northwestern Ukraine, just to give you some orientation. Here's Kiev, and then to the right is Poltava, which I know is a place very important to you because it's a sister city to your organization, to your temple, and also Odessa here in the south. So this is in the western part of Ukraine, not too far from Lviv. This is the actual site of the monument on the side of the 17th century Lutz Great Synagogue, which was built in the classic fortress style, possibly because of the many Cossack rebellions that we're going to discuss in a moment that occurred in that place. But let's have a closer look at the image itself. First of all, a couple of superficial things. The first is you can see between 2010, when the photograph on the right was taken, and 2011, just a year later, when this photograph was taken, there's been some decay to the building, and no one has maintained it. I don't know what it looks like today. I don't have any friends in Lutz to take a more contemporary picture, but that says something about what exists within the public sphere. Secondly, it seems like there's been some minor vandalism. Some people may have put stickers on here, which could have been for anything. It could be a political thing, a commercial thing, who knows? And it's been hastily removed, which means something, but not completely removed. So that's just superficial observations, which may be relevant later. But then if you look at the text in the triangles below, you can see that here there is a text that describes the history of the Jews of Lutz right up until the Holocaust. But the language that's used there is Ukrainian, not Russian, which is rather unusual. Particularly during the Soviet years, Ukrainian would certainly have been the third language, certainly not the first language, but Ukrainian is there prominently, and there is no Russian text at all. Jews overwhelmingly spoke Russian first for the 20th century, not Ukrainian. Nevertheless, this Jewish memorial on a synagogue is written in Ukrainian. Secondly, on the left-hand side, you see it's written in Hebrew, not Yiddish. Yiddish, of course, was the overwhelming vernacular of the Jews in the 19th century, and prior to that, the fact that they would choose Hebrew indicates that it's very strongly oriented towards Israel, the modern state of Israel. So here you have a monument on the side of the synagogue that is texted in Ukrainian and in Hebrew. The most dramatic, striking element of this image, which I'm sure many of you have picked up on, but it would have been instinctive to anyone in Ukraine, is the shape. You can see that the figure in the center, which looks like a Jew with hands raised in prayer looking upward, is clearly evocative of the trident of Volodymyr. This is the national symbol of Ukraine, which is named after Saint Volodymyr, the first figure in Ukrainian history to convert to Christianity in the year 988. It is a distinctly Christian and Ukrainian nationalist symbol, and here it is embedded directly into the very structure of this monument. So I'm using this as kind of like a thought piece in art to look at how Jews in Ukraine may be envisioning themselves in an independent Ukraine, which represents a break from much of their prior history. Speaking of the history, let's go to that now. So here is a very well-known map, the Pale of Settlement. This is the region in the former Russian Empire prior to 1917, where Jews were allowed to live in Russia. Russia proper had banned all Jews from the year 1479, when, in somewhat of a scandalous development, a member of the royal household, influenced by a local Jewish doctor, converted to Judaism. And at that point, the church was enraged, and they actually embarked on a centuries-long campaign to root out what they called Judaizers, and no Jew was allowed, except under very exceptional circumstances, to live in Russia proper. Catherine the Great, the 18th century ruler who was involved with the dismemberment of Poland, suddenly found herself, with the acquisition of those Polish territories, the owner of the largest single population of Jews in the world. And although the church urged her to expel them or do something with them, she nevertheless effected a compromise by creating this territory where Jews were allowed to live. And as you can see, it extends in the north from the Lithuanian and southern Latvian territories down through what would later be Belarus. On the western part, it has the Kingdom of Poland, and then the large part towards the south is Ukraine. This circle here just roughly describes the main area of Jewish settlement, which was on the right bank of the Dnieper River, which bisects Ukraine. It goes through Kyiv and then down to the Black Sea, and most Jews lived on the western side of that river. Poltava was towards the newer area of Jewish settlement, and Odessa as well for other reasons, because it was founded in the late times. Now, for the most part, in this region, Jews lived among Ukrainians in a kind of an economic symbiosis, where there were moments of conflict that I'm going to explain in a moment. But by and large, it was uneventful. By and large, they slowly picked up cultural habits and tics and ideas from each other. Most of Eastern European Jewish cooking, for example, is overwhelmingly Ukrainian in nature. There's a tremendous amount of Ukrainian in the Yiddish language. A certain amount of Yiddish also made it into Ukrainian and so on. But if Jews had to sort of identify with a nationality after being Jewish, it tended to be Russian, because the Russians were the dominant power, and it's dangerous for minorities to identify with a powerless population. Even though they may be the dominant population in the region, nevertheless, it might not work out well for them, as we should describe. There was one moment, however, where this changed dramatically, and that was the topic of the dissertation that Rabbi Morrison mentioned earlier. During the brief period of the immediately after the collapse of the Russian Empire in 1917, Ukrainians and Jews attempted to establish an independent state, which was founded on much more European principles, not as an ethnic nation state, but rather as a citizen-based state in which all minorities would have unprecedented rights and privileges, including the Jews. And as one artifact of that period, here is a 100 karbovanets bill, a unit of currency from that very brief-lived time. And on the other side of this bill, it's all in Ukrainian, which was the dominant language, at least in terms of the population. But on this side, the obverse, you had 100 karbovanets written in Russian, Polish, and right below the numbers 100, you see it's written in Yiddish, because the Jews were actually given a minister of Jewish affairs. They were allocated tax dollars for Jewish schools and mikvaot and synagogues and things like that. It was a really wonderful kind of utopian idea that ended in horrific failure, largely because of the pogrom violence that swept over the countryside in the civil war of that era. And most painfully, about 40% of the pogroms that were recorded were actually perpetrated by forces that were ostensibly loyal to the same government that printed this bill, which is an irony that I pursued in my research. So what happened in Ukraine is now we get to a new period, 100 years later, where there's an opportunity to kind of resurrect that unique moment of cooperation. But Ukraine has a lot of identity formation that itself has to explain. Like, for example, you can see here, Ukraine does recognize its unique Jewish population and its long Jewish history, that, as we shall see, goes back 1,000 years. And they're prepared in a kind of much more European mode to celebrate and commemorate that. This is a stamp dated 2011 that commemorates the 70th anniversary of the tragedy of Babi Yar. That's the horrific massacre of some 30,000 Jews in the space of just a handful of days when the Germans entered Kyiv in the Second World War. But at the same time, here in 2009, they have another stamp that's dated 2009 that commemorates the 100th anniversary of the birth of Stepan Bandera, who is one of the figures who was most in favor of collaborating with the Nazis when they invaded Ukraine. So how is it possible that a country can at the same time celebrate its Jewish minority and promote its Jewish minority, acknowledge its long presence there, and have a Jewish president, and at the same time it makes sense within their culture to commemorate a Nazi collaborator? This is one of the great paradoxes that I hope we'll have an opportunity to explain. So let's just do a very quick historical review. How did the Jews get to Ukraine? The Jews actually have an incredibly long history there. There are, some kind of hazy, legendary statements about Jews living in Ukraine, especially on the Black Sea coast from the first century of the Common Era. There's also a population in Ukraine associated with Khazaria in the 10th century, so really quite old, really at the very beginnings of Ukrainian culture. But the big masses of Jewish migration to Ukraine happened in the 12th through the 17th centuries, primarily from the Rhineland, the traditional heartland known as Ashkenaz. The reason for that is just twofold. First, there was increasingly unwelcome anti-Semitic pressures that were forcing the Jews from the West to consider new homes. The rise of the blood libel in the 12th century, the host desecration in the 13th century, the Black Death in the 14th century, repeated expulsions of Jews from France 3 times in the 14th century alone, made Jews consider they were not necessarily welcome in Western Europe. And at the same time, there was a second factor. There was a vacuum for precisely the kind of skills that Jews had in Eastern Europe. Eastern Europe was beginning to develop its economy, and they needed an urban population that was literate and especially numerate, that could actually work with numbers and figures and basic accounting, that could understand commerce, that understood metallurgy. A lot of the earliest mythnos of this period were actually Jews, and some of the earliest Polish coins are actually written in Hebrew characters, for example. And so Jews were actually invited to settle in the regions that were controlled by the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth, in particular their southern landholdings in Ukraine. So that's basically when Jews started making their way from Ashkenaz to Ukraine. The economic structure of the region was very much kind of like caste-like, where the vast majority of Ukrainians were agrarian, working with fields, and the landowners, the higher classes, tend to be Poles, quite often living far away in Poland itself. And here's where the Jews came in. The Poles would basically hire the Jews to act as middlemen or leaseholders through a system called the arenda, which is a kind of tax farming, where the Polish nobleman would say, I would like you Jews to manage my large farm called the latifundia, which includes more than farms. It included the entire villages. It included the mills, the presses, and literally even the people, because the Ukrainians were serfs, which is not exactly the same thing as a slave, but as a peasant. They were, attached to the land. They could not leave the land. They could not marry without the permission of the Lord and so on. And the nobleman would typically, the Polish nobleman would typically say to the Jew, okay, you and your community, I want you to raise 1,000 zloty from my latifundia, and the Jews would go out and do it. And they were empowered by the nobleman with, the force of law to impose any kind of taxes that would successfully raise that amount of money. The Jews would, of course, raise more than that. They would raise, let's say, 1,200 zloty, because the other 200 would be their profit, and then they would turn over the 1,000 zloty to the Polish nobleman. The problem was that the system was inherently exploitative, such that if the Jews did a good job and they turned up on time with the 1,000 zloty in hand, then the nobleman might be tempted to say, hey, you know what? That seemed pretty easy. I guess I underbid. I would like you to collect 1,100 zloty next year. And that meant the Jews had to come back and get more creative and more oppressive in finding different ways to tax the local Ukrainian population. And there were many innovative ways of taxation which were, increasingly hated by local people. One of them, for example, propinatia, which is essentially the monopoly on the distillation and sale of alcohol, which meant that Jews in Ukraine basically cornered the market on all of the inns or krechmas. That's what this art from the 1920s represents, a traditional Jewish krechma, which has Jews involved in the sale of alcohol and also very much involved in music, on, and Ukrainians invest finally come to enjoy a little bit of socialization. But if you can imagine that, the Jew is, collecting taxes on this, and maybe he'll allow people to run up a tab, and then at harvest season, you've got to pay up a large amount, perhaps with interest. And the most hated of the accusations, which was widely circulated in Ukrainian folk songs, is the accusation that Jews actually held the keys to churches, and that if you wanted to baptize your child or get your children married, you had to pay the Jews to open up the church, which was heavily resented. What ended up happening, as you can imagine, is there was a rebellion in the 17th century led by Bogdan Khmelnytsky, and he was able to capitalize on the large number of people called Cossacks or Kozakhe, who were essentially runaway serfs who had made their way to the borderlands, to the region of Zaporizhia, which is where they have the nuclear plant. And from there, they would engage in raids on Tatar lands, on Turkish lands, and sometimes on the Polish border. Here you can see in this remarkable piece of art by Ilya Repin, something that really speaks to the Ukrainian national identity, the idea, and this is something I think really fits very well with the way Americans see themselves. As a Canadian looking from the outside in, I perceive this about your wonderful culture, and thank God I'm very happy to be here. But there are some quirks about your culture that I don't quite get. One of those things is like this incredible attachment to freedom, and don't tread on me, and you're not the boss of me. That's definitely a very Ukrainian attitude, the idea of these freebooting Cossacks. The leader of these bands here, Bogdan Khmelnytsky, is showing here a banknote, modern Ukraine, and he led this major attack against the Poles, against Ukrainians who had converted to Catholicism, who he viewed as traitors, and of course against their middlemen, the Jews. Some of the worst pogroms in Jewish history occurred in the middle of the 17th century, led by this man. So Ukrainians view him as a great national liberator who brought freedom and independence to Ukrainians, whereas Jews view him as an incredible anti-Semite. Both of those images are true. They are not yet reconciled in modern Ukraine, but it is in many ways akin to the American difficulty kind of working through a lot of the issues of the Confederate South that continues to the present day. But to give you another example of this Cossack spirit, this is a recent stamp that was inspired by the incident at Snake Island in the war. In the background, you can see the Moskva while it was still floating, and the Ukrainian soldier on Snake Island literally giving the middle finger to Putin, and it goes along with an expletive in Ukrainian as well. That's very much kind of the Cossack spirit, which I think Americans can actually identify with in many ways. So during some time, what shifted after Khmelnytsky is that although he was a great rebel leader and was able to motivate the Cossacks to organize them and to bring them to bear as a tremendous weapon against the Poles and drive Poles out of much of Ukraine, he was a terrible governor. And once he had control, he didn't know what to do with it. So ultimately, he decided to make a union with Russia in 1654. The guy on the left was actually my younger self when I was doing my dissertation research over there in the 1990s. And behind me is the Great Soviet Monument commemorating that union, which of course is really great for Soviet and Russian propaganda because it indicates the huge friendship of the Ukrainian Russian peoples, which you can see on the right in the statue, which is actually at the very bottom of the apex of that arch, that shows heroic, buff, shirtless, strangely Ukrainian and Russian people upholding the Soviet emblem as a symbol of eternal friendship and Russians. Here you can see how the arch was defaced by protesters in 2020. They painted a plaque on it to indicate that loving relationship between Ukrainians and Russians had changed dramatically in recent years. Now, at this point, I'm seeing that I'm taking a little longer than I expected, so I'm going to kind of zip through this in one sentence. During all of this period, we've had a series of triangular relationships. There's Jews, Ukrainians, and one other people, either the Poles or the Russians. This also repeats itself in the western region of Ukraine, which for most of this part was kind of like an exception because it was under the Austro-Hungarian government rather than the Polish or the Russian government. And in all of those relationships, Jews tended to orient themselves towards the more powerful, originally the Poles and later the Russians. But in the 19th century, that began to see some changes, which we can discuss very briefly now. Well, let's zip ahead to the 20th century. So as I mentioned, during the revolutionary period after the Romanov dynasty fell, there was this brief period of a rapprochement between Jews and Ukrainians that ended in terrible and bloody failure. Central to that failure is the figure shown here in this statue, who is exactly like Khmelnytsky. There are many figures that follow the same kind of path, that it seems that the path to Ukrainian independence is almost invariably wrapped up with anti-Semitic agitation at the same time. Petlura, Simon Petlura, shown here, is a very misunderstood figure. He actually was a journalist himself at the helm of fledgling government. And in my research, what I argue is that he was not so much the architect of the violence as he was paralyzed by it and did not know how to control it and did not take the appropriate steps that the leader had in order to control that violence. Nevertheless, Ukrainians view him as a hero. Here you see the statue with the blue and yellow flowers, and the King of Israel is complaining about that he's pogromist, and nevertheless there's a statue set up for him. He was later assassinated in Paris in 1926 by this man, Shalom Schwarzbard, who murdered him specifically because he viewed him as the person who had organized these horrible pogroms in 1919. And Schwarzbard was amazingly acquitted by a Paris jury, perhaps feeling guilty about the Dreyfus affair that was 30 years earlier, in which they convicted an innocent Jew. In this case, they actually acquitted a clearly guilty Jew who murdered him in cold blood in the street and was not repentant about it. But it was nevertheless seen by Jews as a huge victory. Here you can see a remarkable piece by Chagall that shows the raised Torah scroll with the angel of vengeance flying overhead and the word Schwarzbard written in Yiddish, as if that is the Torah. The Torah is Schwarzbard's vengeance. Imagine the mood of Jews after the pogroms of 1919. And there are many places, like here in Beersheba, where you have a street named after Schwarzbard, which is called Hanokim, the Avenger. So, just like we saw with Khmelnytsky, you have a moment in Ukrainian history where, the drive towards Ukrainian independence is intimately wrapped up with anti-Semitic activity. The worst period, of course, would be during the Holocaust, and this is what stands and looms so large in the Jewish diaspora memory. You should understand that Ukraine was divided by the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact, the secret pact between Hitler and Stalin in 1939. You can see here, this region was divided between the Soviets. It was taken over from Poland, divided between the Soviets and the Nazis. And so for 2 years, the Soviets came in and tried to forcibly communize the region, imposing communal agricultural and communal standards and persecuting religion, much like they had in eastern Ukraine, which included the horrible, disastrous Holodomor, the terror famine of 1932-33. At its helm was a Jewish figure named Kaganovich. So many Ukrainians viewed this rapid communization of the era to be essentially an expression of Jewish activity. This was not at all the case. There were some prominent Jews definitely in the Soviet movement, but they were largely purged in the 1920s and early 30s, and you don't have the same kind of phenomenon. Nevertheless, belief is far more important than reality, and many Ukrainians view the Jews as being allied with the Soviets that they hated so bitterly. When the Nazis double-crossed the Soviets and invaded, they came into this region with four units known as Einsatzgruppen, mobile killers, and this was called Holocaust by bullets. I've already mentioned Babinyak. That was where some 33,000 Jews lost their lives. And by the way, the Nazis would continue to use that regime in Kiev for another couple of years, killing another 60,000 non-Jews also in Babinyak, buried together with the Jews in a massive mass grave. But this is the way in which most Ukrainians were associated, if they were associated with the Nazis and the Holocaust, it was through this Holocaust by bullets, in which the Nazis would employ so-called Hilfswillige, or willing helpers from the local populations who would engage in assisting these mobile killing squads, killing somewhere between 1.5 to 2.5 million people in Eastern Europe. This is incidentally the way in which my own grandparents lost their families at this time. Babi Yar was recently bombed by Putin, of course. Luckily, the monument itself was not damaged. Other features were damaged. But even here you can see, despite the history that I've given you, there's still blue and yellow flowers at this uniquely Jewish Holocaust memorial. So we have to try and unpack these things, try to understand how they fit together. In our current moment, Vladimir Putin is looking to channel his Tsarist predecessors to develop this idea of the Rustri Mir, the Russian world, in which he wants to try and recreate this larger Russia, which includes Ukraine as an intrinsic component part of it. But it's interesting to note that his main sort of justification for propaganda purposes for attacking Ukraine is that it is filled with Nazis. But we should understand that what does that term Nazi mean? It's clearly absurd. The country is not filled with Nazis. But for Russians, they view the idea of Nazis as anyone who tries to conquer their country from the West. This is a huge thing for them. It's much bigger for Russians than it is even for Americans. As much as we revere the Greatest Generation and D-Day and things like that, Russians, of course, had Nazis on their soil. And so they created, like in Kiev, this massive and grotesque motherland to symbolize the defense of the country from those invading Nazis. And so in a way, Putin is thinking of the EU and NATO as the Nazis. And Ukrainians, by reading that way, fall into that definition. For Ukrainians during the Nazi period, it's much more interesting, much more relevant to think of their at one time connection to the Nazis, and I'm generalizing because I'm running out of time, as really one in which they're trying to get rid of the Soviets. They view the Nazis as hated enemies, but possible temporary allies. This is actually a propaganda picture from an organization called the Organization of Ukrainian Nationalists and a related organization called UPA. And as you can see, the soldier here on the bottom, he's trampling on both the Soviet and the Nazi flags. The Soviet one on top, the Nazi one below, because they view the Nazis as their allies to kick out the Soviets. This is still present to some degree in certain elements of Ukrainian society, but as we shall see, very small elements. This is the Azov battalion that clearly has a small element. Some scholars estimate as much as 10 to 15% of their enrollees have neo-Nazi inclinations. And in the question and answer, maybe we'll have an opportunity to discuss this in greater detail. Contrast this, on the other hand, by someone like Volodymyr Zelensky, who, like Putin, is named after Prince Vladimir, that very first Ukrainian prince who chose Christianity in 988. But his vision is of a Eurotropic Ukraine. He is not thinking of this Rustri Mir, this great Russian world that includes Ukrainians as younger brothers to the Russians. He's thinking of Ukraine as a multi-ethnic, multinational, modern state that can admit many different populations. And it's amazing that Ukrainians agreed. 72% of them voted for Zelensky in the last presidential election, a phenomenal number that, in America, you can only imagine in a presidential election that has such a high margin of victory. And ironically, Putin's invasion has only accelerated this tendency among Ukrainians. So let me take us now to the implications of the future by way of conclusion. Here's a remarkable study that appeared in 2018 from the Pew Research Center. When asked the question, would you be willing to accept Jews as citizens of your country? Ukrainians were the most welcoming of Jews of all Eastern European countries. Only 5% of Ukrainians said that they would not be willing to admit Jews as citizens of their countries, which, was half as much, a third as much as Russia and Belarus and Poland, a quarter as much as my homeland, Lithuania, and, just one-sixth of Armenia. It's a remarkable number that indicates that American Jews tend to have this image of this inveterate Ukrainian anti-Semite. They say the Ukrainians were the worst during the Holocaust, which is maybe something we'll discuss in the question and answer period as well. Nevertheless, modern Ukrainians seem not to fit that. And if we compare this number with a similar study done by the same institution in 2019, it's not exactly the same questions, but Jews are very well welcomed in this country. And if you look at the figure on the right, among those who are coolest to Jews, the mean number was 8%. So America may not even be as welcoming to Jews as Ukraine is, which, kind of boggles battled Ukraine last week, and I'm not sure what it looks like today. But as Jews, we should recall that, we just read the day before yesterday in synagogue, we just read the Shirat Hayam, the tremendous description of the Jews' escape through the sea when all seemed to be lost. It is arguably the greatest refugee story in world history, and perhaps we should bear this in mind when we're thinking about the fate of Ukrainians who are now also with their backs to the sea and deeply in need of our help. I thank you very much for your attention and your endurance. And at this point, I'd like to turn it back over to the rabbi for questions.
He actually informed me all day as soon as I woke up. He's like, did you see the dick pic? Did you really? He did, yeah. I was like, hey, Tommy Lee, we can't tell me whether you're kidding or not. Is it hard having a 29-year-old dad?
All right, well, it's good to see you all here today. I would like to start our gathering in a good way by acknowledging that the University of Alberta is built upon the traditional lands of the Cree, Blackfoot, Métis, Nakota Sioux, Iroquois, Dene, Ojibwe, Saulteaux, Anishinaabe, Inuit, and many other indigenous peoples. By acknowledging and teaching about past and contemporary injustices, we are making an effort to help ensure that history is not repeated. It is only when we are accountable for the past and understand the present that we can move forward to a future of reconciliation. I would also like to acknowledge and thank all of the Indigenous people on our campus who are working diligently to make meaningful change to the system for future generations. And finally, I want to acknowledge that many Indigenous peoples from all across Turtle Island now live and study in Edmonton and at the University of Alberta. We need to value their diversity of cultural worldviews, their resilience, and their many contributions. All right, well, it's my honor and privilege to welcome you all, whether you are attending in person or online, to this opening event for the History, Classics, and Religion Graduate Student Association's annual conference on the theme of societies in crisis, reactions, resilience, and resolutions. Just a wonderful contemporary theme and topic for this conference. My name is Ryan Dunch. I'm the chair of the Department of History, Classics, and Religion at the University of Alberta. Job that I've had for a while now, and I have one more year to go. I've been at the university since 1998. I remind people at every opportunity that there's one more year, you need a new chair. But the University of Alberta is one of Canada's leading comprehensive research universities with over 40,000 students and 500 graduate programs, or 200 plus undergraduate degrees. And our department dates back to the beginnings of the University of Alberta in 1908, when the departments of history and classics were both among the founding departments in the university. Today, our department is home to 7 undergraduate degrees, 7 graduate degree programs in the separate disciplines of classics, history, and religious studies, as well as in interdisciplinary degree programs that link across those disciplines. We have many areas of research among our faculty members and our graduate students, including, most relevantly, I won't try to list them all, but most relevantly for today's event, we have research strengths in Ukrainian history and Ukrainian studies, and in religious studies and the history of religion, which is an area of strength in classics and in history, as well as most obviously in religious studies. His conference, the HCRDSA Graduate Student Conference, is an annual event that is intended to showcase research undertaken by the around 75 graduate students in our department, ranging across the disciplines of history, classics, including classical archaeology, and religious studies. It also features the research of graduate students from other disciplines at the University of Alberta and from other institutions. I meant to welcome specifically people who are observing online today's event. I see there are 48 participants online, in addition to probably 40 in the room, so that's great to see. The conference today and over the next few days is generously supported by the Faculty of Arts Conference Fund, by the Felsberg Jewish Studies Endowment, and the Jewish Federation of Edmonton, by the Lutsky Family Foundation, and by the Department of History, Classics, and Religion itself. Lastly, it's my pleasure to introduce our distinguished colleague, Dr. John Paul Himka, who is Professor Emeritus of History. Dr. Himka has an international reputation for his groundbreaking scholarship on the history of nationalism in Central and Eastern Europe, and on the history of the Holocaust during World War II in Ukraine and in its surrounding regions. And John Paul will introduce our guest speaker today. Ladies and gentlemen, professors and students, Jews and Ukrainians, fellow Americans. I'm very pleased that we're invited to introduce our very distinguished speaker, Professor Henry Abramson of Truro University in Brooklyn. Truro is a private university established in 1970 for the higher education of the Jewish community. Dr. Abramson has been serving as the Dean of Arts and Sciences at Truro since 2015. Although based in the United States for over 2 decades now, Dr. Abramson is a fellow Canadian. He was born in 1963 in a small town then known as Hansonville in Ontario. Later, the former Hansonville was incorporated into Iroquois Falls, but it can still be found on Google Maps. Hansonville is in the far north of Ontario, 450 miles north of Toronto. This is the locality that experienced the coldest temperature ever recorded for Ontario. In January 1935, the mercury was -70 degrees. The young Henry grew up, and it's hard to believe that it's a young Henry. There once was a young Henry. The young Henry grew up in this frosty land where people traveled by snowmobile and kids occupied themselves with cross-country skiing and sledding. Henry was sold to his child in this small town. He had to learn to fight to defend himself against the anti-Semitic bullies. His parents took care of his Jewish education. Since Ansonsville was so poor in Jewish educational resources, his parents sent him to Toronto when he was 10. His mother lived with him, and several evenings a week he would attend the Jewish school where he learned Hebrew. He received his education in Toronto, university education in Toronto, earning a BA, MA, and PhD there. He wrote his doctoral dissertation under the supervision of a leading historian of Ukraine, Professor Paul Aramazi. It was while he was a graduate student at U of T that I first took notice of a bright young scholar who was working on a key topic in the history of Ukrainian-Jewish relations. As I see it, he was undertaking a major project that would lay firm foundation for much of his later work, and that brought him to prominence among historians of 2nd century European Jews. It was an examination of Ukrainian-Jewish relations during the turbulent violence of the Ukrainian Revolution of 1917 to 20. This was a rich and controversial theme. During the revolution, the short-lived Ukrainian government implemented an unprecedented program of equal rights and cultural autonomy for the Jewish population, complete with the Ministry for Jewish Affairs and official status for the Yiddish language. But when the government began to lose control over its territory and population, and to transform into a mobile armed camp, troops loyal to it perpetrated savage pogroms against the Jews, killing tens of thousands. The assessment of the period has been radically different in the historical memories of Ukrainians on the one hand and Jews on the other. No one has been able to sort it all out, and the historiography was full of accidents. Henry worked hard here and brought more sense to the topic than had ever been in evidence previously. He had the distinct advantage of having learned to read in Ukrainian, Russian, Yiddish, and Hebrew. The initial announcement of the results of his research was in the premier journal of the Russian and East European field, Slavic Review. He was still a graduate student when he published it. In 1995, he completed the doctoral dissertation on this subject. He did further research, and he wrote the dissertation into a book, A Prayer for the Government, published in 1999 by the Ukrainian Research Institute and Center for Jewish Studies at Harvard University. He received enthusiastic reviews and is still frequently cited and sometimes debated. I myself have cited it numerous times and sincerely. Working on that project led him to reflect more generally on the interaction of Ukrainians and Jews. And he wrote an article of great sensitivity and intelligence on this subject, truly a seminal text, Gathering Amalek. It destroys the myth of Ukrainian anti-Semitism as something inveterate or sensitive, and roots it instead in socioeconomic and political relations. He was still a graduate student when he wrote that, too. What he learned from the Revolution Project has served him in good stead as he worked more and more on the central event of 20th century Jewish history, the Holocaust. In fact, one can see the work on the pogroms of the Revolutionary era as a preparation for studying what happened a few decades later. This article on the Benedenko affair, for example, Rights Indicate Art and Indicate Rights, shows the influence of his earlier work as he reflects on Ukrainian collaboration with the Nazis in the murder of Jews and on the motivations of the participants. Quite a different catalytic is his later work on Rabbi Hieronymus Almish Shapiro. Shapiro was a Hasidic rabbi in the Warsaw Ghetto during the Nazi occupation of Poland. He delivered a series of weekly sermons to his congregation. After the war, the manuscript of the sermons was found amid the rubble of Poland's capital and was published in Israel under the name of Shevet. Many scholarly explorations of the Holocaust from the vantage point of a Jewish holy man struck early readers, such as myself, as fresh and fascinating. I do not think that many scholars have the patience to mull over what the rabbi was saying the way Henry did. Nor do I think that many others would be able to explain the rabbi's points so clearly. In 2017, Dr. Abrahamson devoted a whole book to the topic, called off from the year of God. Already in 1990, Henry exhibited an interest to grow over time in visual imagery. I think this first came to the surface when he wrote his article, "This is the Way It Was," on anti-Jewish cartoons in the Ukrainian newspapers published under the German occupation. His book, A Prayer for Men, is lavishly illustrated. He later became a documentary about wooden synagogues. This was the Lost Jewish Synagogues in Eastern Europe, directed by Karl Hirsch and released in 1999. The author became deeply involved in studying images of Jews in the Middle Ages. He produced an excellent little piece on fiction of Jewish women in 1996, already hated. While working at Florida Atlantic University in Boca Raton, he created an exhibition entitled The Art of Hatred, Images of Empowering Florida Culture. The catalog for this exhibition was published his book under the same title in 2009. Dr. Abramson has had fellowships and visiting professorships in rather prominent academic centers: the Hebrew University of Jerusalem, Cornell University, Harvard, and Oxford. He's been based longer at two universities. He was at Florida Atlantic University in 2002 to 2006. Then he joined the South, which is based in Miami. And in 2015, he moved to the main Brooklyn campus. He has produced a series of lectures online about Jewish history. He's had over 5 million views. He's currently working on a 3-volume history of the Jewish people. This evening, Professor Edson will speak on 1,000 years of Jewish life in Ukraine. Prepare to be spellbound.
Well, I was spellbound during that introduction, I have to say. I'm very grateful for that encomium, but I'm really recording it, right? So I'll play it back to my mother too, but I'm deeply grateful, and since you added so much time on my history, I should mention to the audience here that thank God when I was a graduate student, I did meet a lot of success. Things fell into place in a very nice way. Things fell apart in a very useful way, I guess. Former Soviet Union was falling apart right about that time. And I usually met with positive critique from my readers. But the one reader that floored me, that really took me down several pegs, with an honest and useful critique, was none other than Petrovka. I'm not sure whether you read the Slavic review article, or maybe it was the dissertation, but he delivered just a 2-line critique about my premises in going into this particular research, which demonstrated to me that I really only looked at about 10% of the problem, and that 90% of it, like an iceberg, was under the surface, and that I had to really rework things through this way. So I'm deeply grateful to you. We can talk about it later if you want to learn the specifics, but it was the most useful piece of criticism I think I've received in my scholarly career from someone who is not my wife. So I think I'd like to begin first of all by acknowledging the very gracious host of this evening. I'm very grateful for the response, especially
to the graduate team who organized this, Mr. Criteria and Ms. Smart invited me, and I have to say that letter that you write that letter is a beautiful letter. I was like, you had me at the first credit. I'm in Alberta. I thought it's such a great thing when students appreciate you. It's one thing that peers do, but when students appreciate you, that's the best. And I'm very grateful to Mr. Coleman, who introduced me to some brilliant graduate students doing some excellent work. They are here in the audience today, Mr. Patterson and Mr. Pinska. They have promised not to ask any hard questions. And I'm really grateful for the experience that I've had so far. And since this is a multi-ethnic audience, I'd like to begin by saying to everyone, good evening, everyone. Okay, but I really would like to begin my talk tonight with a small joke that it comes from the Jewish cultural canon. And I'm sure many of you will understand the references, but I hope that they will be sufficiently transparent that even if you don't come from this liturgical tradition, you'll nevertheless understand the point of the joke. It goes like this. There's this out-of-work Jewish actor. He's living in Los Angeles. He's waiting for his big break. And meanwhile, he's waiting for it. And, you know, this goes on for a year, 2 years, and he's beginning to lose hope. He's beginning to abandon the idea that he'll ever be on the silver screen. And one day he's reading one of the trade papers that they're looking for a gorilla impersonator. This is hilarious. He wants to act. So he decides to go out for the audition. It turns out that the Los Angeles Jews, the Los Angeles Jew has lost his last name. We get another one from Africa. They need an impersonator. So he drives them in the audition. He gets the part. And every day,
I've never seen a baby bird not chirp.
gratified by his experience. He puts on the gorilla suit. Gets into the enclosure.
I've always wondered what Danny DeVito would bring Perlin's kid looks like.
The parents are so happy. They throw peanuts at him, and he's finding new ways of expressing himself using his instrument in the most cool ways possible. And he's really finding fulfillment in his life. One day, he's really into the role. He's doing kind of classic method of drawing. He's really getting into the draw, and he's swinging with a little bit more violence than usual from a long to a line, and he swings out of his enclosure and lands into the line down next to it. Looks up into the face of this ferocious sea lion, and he knows his life is about to end. So, you know, it's been a long time since he went to Hebrew school, but he remembers that. So that he knows that we're about to expire. The very last thing on their lips should be an announcement of the unification of God's name, the very last thing in the world. And so he covers his eyes with his right hand and he says, Shema Yisrael, Hashem Elokeinu, Hashem Echad, Israel, the Lord our God, the Lord is one. He looks up and the lion says, Baruch Shem Kavod Malchut. And then the giraffe says, Shah, you'll get us all fired.
For those of you who are keeping statistics on your
Thank you very much for that.
9.5 years, we have not
the
had
point of
anybody
this
with the
story
batting
is
average
that I
that
think
Mike
it's very
Almond has right now. He's literally averaging 84 laughs per word. I almost don't want to fuck it up.
And Brazilian roots, Canadian roots, religious tribe, political tribe, linguistic tribe, and we sort of work with these things to shape for ourselves and identity. And what I would like to propose to you today, which I have learned from my meeting with Mr. Pinsker earlier today, this is not such a radical new idea, but we are looking at a very unique era in Ukrainian Jewish history in which a new Ukrainian Jewish identity is being formed. I'd like to demonstrate that as we race through a millennium I don't want to say necessarily coexistence, but Jews living side by side with Ukrainians in the space of about 60 minutes. I will speak very fast. Let's start with this image that you see behind me. This is a rather remarkable image. Let's place it in situ. It is a Holocaust memorial that is found on the outside of a synagogue in Lutsk, Ukraine, just to give you a sense of where Lutsk is. Well, I think we have to put the mouse on here. You know what they say PhD stands for? Here's a map. You can see the little dot there where Lutsk is. It's sort of in northwestern Ukraine. Here's Kyiv marked here. And here's how it looks on the side of the building. This is a 17th century structure. It's what's called the traditional fortress style of synagogue architecture. Not, coincidental that this occurs during the era of Petroglyph, the uprising that synagogues were built, much like as I spoke at the same Jewish center just last week, and looked exactly like this actually. And you see it sitting there on the wall of the synagogue, the Holocaust Memorial. Now let's look a little bit more closely though. Let's see how it's changed in the just a couple of years between those two pictures. First of all, you can see that the stucco work has become defined. This is taken, by the way, this picture is 2011, so it's long before the current conflict. But you can see the synagogue has begun to decline, and no one is apparently taking care of it. And you can see here there's kind of an interesting sort of soft vandalism, possibly, that applied to one above the other memorial. But then someone else apparently has come and has removed those figures, or attempted to remove it. So that gives a little bit of a sense to read about how people feel about this memorial or what it might mean. There's text in two languages. Here on the right, the text is in Ukrainian, not in Russian. It's a dramatic shift in language in Ukraine that occurred since independence in 1991. And on the left, perhaps not quite as surprising, text in Hebrew, not Yiddish. Yiddish, for those of you who are less familiar with Jewish languages, Yiddish is basically medieval German with phlegm. With phlegm. No, that's okay, so it's a medieval German with written in Yiddish characters, a lot of a mixture of Romance languages and Slavic languages as well, and it was the overwhelming vernacular of Jews up until the Soviet Union came into existence, and then there was a rapid shift from Yiddish first language usage to Russian, but there was very, very few Jews who spoke Ukrainian as a first language, really until the end of the 20th century, and that process has accelerated dramatically, harder than I had thought it would have. Those things are all, I think, interesting, but the more dramatic element of this, something that I'm sure Ukrainian history will address me in this, but when I speak to Jewish audiences, they're oblivious. The shape of the figure there, which appears to be someone beseeching God, hands upraised in prayer, is obviously evocative of the praying for mercy in the context of the Holocaust. How would Ukrainian Jews see that? And want to offer an opinion? Please. Is it today? So exactly. Thank you, Special Coleman. Normally, undergraduate uncle often with scholarship at university. But, for anyone living in Ukraine, the traditional trident of St. Volodymyr, the associated with the Ukrainian national symbol, it's embedded directly within this very holy artifact of the Holocaust Memorial, which is fascinating, especially because if you speak to Jews in the diaspora, Jews will frequently associate Ukrainians with collaboration with the Nazis. The opposite of the idea of embedding a Ukrainian national symbol, which also has strong Christian overtones, because St. Volodymyr was the first Christian leader of the Kyiv Rus. It's fascinating that it would be taken right into the image. And I think this points to the overall malleability of identity that we see in so many ways. This is an article, for example, that just appeared in a very important Jewish newspaper, The Forward, written by Michael Gold, who is the editor of, I think it's called Padashot. It's a paper in Kyiv. And you can see from the title, The Birth of Ukrainian Jewish Identity is happening right now. And I'm hard pressed to disagree. Let us though explore this in greater detail, and I'll take you through this lightning fast review of Ukrainian Jewish history. I'm going to, we'll see how the questions from the end. This is how most Jews think of Ukraine, or at least used to think of Ukraine before 1991, to be sure. This is the Pale of Settlement, which is the region that Jews were allowed to live in under Tsarist rule. Have been forbidden to enter into Muscovite territory since the late 15th century. And when Catherine II conquered much of this region in the partitions of late 18th century, she found herself suddenly in charge of the largest single concentration of Jews in the world. So Jews, in their geographic, cultural boundaries, don't necessarily identify Ukraine as a distinct entity, but they will kind of roughly speak of overlapping territories. Here is, by the way, where Ukraine is, for those of you less familiar with this map. This is kind of a very rough bubble, but that's more or less roughly how you think of Ukraine. It's only towards the western part of the Dnipro River, the so-called right bank, and extending generously into Austro-Hungarian regions and even into Polish and Belarusian regions. This is an area where Jews live side by side with Ukrainians for well over 1,000 years, and there were certain moments of unusual cooperation. As Professor Hinton mentioned in the context of my research, this is a bill from 1918, 100 Karbovanet, and during this very brief kind of honeymoon between Jews and Ukrainians in the gap between the fall of the Russian Empire and the rise of the Soviet region, you see that the official languages of the country included on the top left Russian, on the top right Polish, and directly under the number 100, the phrase in Yiddish, 100 Karbovanet. Rather remarkable that Yiddish was actually recognized as an official language of Ukraine, albeit very briefly and very tenuously. And if you go to the archives, you see how difficult it was for them to actually manage it. But it shows a tremendous degree of sensitivity for this Jewish population, largely urban and so on. And we see many examples of this. Here is a stamp from the year 2011 that commemorates 70 years since the tragedy of Babi Yar, which of course is one of the greatest short-term massacres of Jews in the history of the Holocaust. It occurred in the city of Kiev. It is a shared place of memory because, of course, after the first 2 days, it was used by the massacre many more Ukrainians, about 50,000 Ukrainians, but about 33,000 Jews lost their lives in the first 2 days. Nevertheless, even though it is a shared heritage of suffering, the image clearly has a Jewish symbol, the menorah, pointing out the specifically Jewish aspect of this tragedy. And at the same time, while you have these unusual moments and artistic expressions of solidarity, you also have some images which are much more difficult for most Jews to handle, such as, for example, the valorization of individuals like Stepan Bandera, who was noted for his close relation with the Nazis in their attempt to drive out the Soviets. We spoke earlier today about there is a kind of a bizarre group of Jews who, in their opposition to Russia, have taken the ironic term Judu Banderovsky, Jewish Banderites, which is like one of the most weird oxymorons, but maybe look at that in very detail. So in other words, this is a stamp with someone's face on it that would be deeply offensive to many Jews. So how do these two things sort of coexist, and especially how do they create this unique identity? So let me begin at the beginning by letting you know how these things this is actually a fascinating map illustrating one of the ways that historians have to master and afraid to. Most of us at our age were too late for us already, but we graduate students still have a chance. This is the genetic map. This traces the population of Jews moving through Europe based on the analysis genetically. And they have determined, for example, that the roots of Ashkenazi Jews, basically from northern Germany, the Rhineland region, come from ancient origins in the land of Israel, specifically
two major expulsions of Jews after the First and Second Roman Jewish War in the first and second centuries. Many of them were taken, as Josephus, the ancient historian, describes, to Rome, to the slave market there. After some time, this large group of people, perhaps maybe 100,000, a very large number of people in ancient times, ultimately were able to gain mobility. And in one of these remarkable things that geneticists can do, around the year 850, a very small group of them, a so-called founder event, that included 4 women from northern Italy, made their way up to the Rhineland region. The geneticists who prepared this research for Beckhoff actually calculated that 46% of all Jews who claim to be Levites, Ashkenazi Levites, which is a tribe designation, descend from these 4 women. I believe they named Sarah, Rachel, and Leah. No, I made that up, but it didn't work. But anyway, that's where the Ashkenazim basically come from. There are other routes of migration and so on, but the part that concerns us is that they make their way in the 9th and 10th century to northern Germany, and then from the 13th and 17th century, there's a major migration eastward, as you see in this map here. The Ashkenazi communities are both driven out by a rise in anti-Semitism, eventually a rise of beliefs like blood libel, hotep and Black Death in the 14th century. And at the same time, the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth, which dominates much of Ukraine at this time, has a dearth of individuals who are illiterate and numerate and able to create an economy in the region. So Jews are brought in, they're given Magdeburg rights, kind of medieval set of privileges which communities can set up. It's a very appealing thing. They're able to set up essentially gated communities, kind of like social Raton, familiar with that place. And they make their way to the region of Ukraine. It's also worth noting, by the way, that there's another significant Jewish population, although a very mysterious one, called the Khazar Empire, that has its capital at Ityl, north of the Caspian Sea. Very, very mysterious people. Besides the historic legends of earlier settlements in the Krim, which is quite possible, given that Jews were frequently following Greek traders and Roman legionnaires through the region, but Khazars feature very prominently in a lot of the earliest historical records we have of the period. The conversion of Saint Volodymyr, for example, mirrors essentially a story of the conversion of the Khazar king. But many historians dispute the validity of the entire episode, and there's precious little evidence that there was much of a Jewish Khazar kingdom. There have been some fascinating archaeological studies done. Some of them demonstrate that the Khazar tends to use home architecture very similar to that used in the land of Israel in the ancient period. The five-room house is mirrored here, but that's disputed by many archaeologists. So there have been some very recent studies that the Jews today actually made their way to this territory. That was a long build-up for this one visual story. But so I know, seriously, when we get to the Khazars, there are some really technical pieces of data besides the somewhat fanciful descriptions that we have in the Codex of the Language and so on. In the Geneva archives, discovered this guy with Tyra with some treasure trove of medieval documents, hundreds of thousands of fragments of what is called sacred tract that was preserved by the Jews of Pushkat. They found this document, which is a very demonstrably Jewish document written in Hebrew, which is basically a letter of introduction. In modern Hebrew, it would be called a ketek, that it indicates that the bearer of the note was fallen on hard times and is reaching out to co-religionists for financial support. Quite literally, these are used to our own day. People will knock on my door and represent a ketek very much like this. It's laminated. We didn't laminate back then, but people held up pretty good. What's fascinating is that at the very bottom, this letter, which purports to originate in Kiev in the 12th century, is signed by an official in Turkish rune, which suggests that there were, in fact, some Khazarian Jews living in caves, many of them with a level of status that they could sign these documents testifying to the bona fides that they're. But there's no question that when we look at the views of these trainings through genetics, certainly through linguistics, and through the written records that we have, that overwhelmingly descended from those Ashkenazi Jews from the Rhineland and not coming from Khazarian origin. Now, what we'll do during this time is get to some of the more complex and difficult aspects of Jewish life in Ukraine. They were brought in primarily to fill a niche in the economy, which is something that historically Jews have excelled in. Long experience with engaging in middleman economic roles, they found a position between the great landlords of Ukrainian territories, the Polish landlords who held these master farms called Latifundia, and as the traditional historiography goes, the Polish landlords were brought to go down to Ukraine and actually manage these huge sprawling territories in order to gain their economic benefit. They would hire Jews to go there, and they would engage in what's sometimes called tax farming. The Polish landlord could say, for example, to the Jewish community, because these things were generally structured in on a feudal manner, the Jewish community and their representatives, okay, we believe that we can select 10,000 developers from Latifundia this year, for through next year this time, and we'll train you for that. And you are authorized to collect taxes in order to raise things. Now, the Jews could then go back, and a tremendous student, which was supported by the Polish movement. The Jews owned the entire town, the mills, the bridges, the presses, even the churches. And the Jews would then collect taxes on a variety of things. Obviously, but they could also charge tolls for bridges, they could charge for hunting in the Lord's forest, or fishing in the Lord's pond. Basically, whatever they came up with, that would be a legitimate way to tax the population. Whatever profit they were able to earn was the delta between what they had to give the Lord and what they could collect for themselves. So if they had to come up with 10,000, they would try to collect from the Ukrainian peasants, and that 2,000 is the backbone of the economy for the Jewish government, and the other 10 would go to the Lord. In some notorious cases, not too many which have been identified historically, but nevertheless they loom very large in the Ukrainian imagination, as expressed in the Ukrainian folk songs of the era. Jews even had the right to control access to the churches for baptism. You can imagine the insult if you had to baptize your child and you had to pay this dues to get the keys to enter the church. So this was not seen very popularly by the larger population. One last detail, Jews were also given the right of propenatia, which means the ability, sole monopoly, to produce, to distill, and to sell alcohol, creating the ever-present spechnot, which is like a little Jewish inn that people go to drink. And so we put these things together with one last item, lending money on interest. This is something that the church had allowed the Jews the monopoly of really since the 10th century. So you can immediately imagine, as in this picture here, which is kind of like a more happy picture, but you can imagine in all the fine professional or they enjoy some sort of pleasure music, and the Jewish innkeeper is there, pouring them drinks. Maybe they're paying for it on credit against the harvest season, and that credit, of course, will through the tab or through interest, and at the end of the season, they find it's got a very large bill to pay. The huge flaw in this system is the fact that the nobleman could come back the next year and say, oh my gosh, wow, you're right on time, here's my 10,000, this is great, I must have lowballed it. So how about next year you go back and you collect for me 12,000, because obviously you did it so easy. And that means that the Jews would have to go back and you have to raise 14,000 in order to maintain the same standard as the previous year. And this would spiral of control, it would evacuate of control to the point where there was a popular uprising. The most significant of those popular uprisings is, of course, the Chmelnytsky Revolution, the rebellion of the middle of the 17th century. which was devastating for the Jewish community. Khmelnytsky basically is a huge heroic figure in the Ukrainian mind, primarily because he managed to lead a group of peasants who were essentially runaways from their land, and he united them. They were famously quite fractious before he came to power, and he united them in a military strike on three groups of enemies. On the Poles themselves, the landlords, on Ukrainian Catholics who had betrayed their Orthodox roots as the Kozakh thought to join the United Catholics to the West, seeing that as an act of colonization. And of course, the Jews who were the looters, the Jews who were the arrendators who collected the money from them. Now, if you remember back in the 1990s, there were a huge series of riots in Los Angeles, which were largely an expression of African American anger against the white establishment. And there was riots went on for periods and fire control. But in reality, the population that was hurt the most was not the white establishment. They were largely able to collect insurance payments on whatever property they owed in South Central, but it was the Korean shop people who lived in that region, got consultants and operated the bodegas there, and they were the hardest hit. Even though they were not part of the local establishment, they were especially seen as alien and seen as a demonstration of white power, and so they suffered the worst. It's a very similar structural relationship to the way the Jews occupied that middleman position in Ukrainian territory at the time, and so Khmelnytsky's rebellion was overwhelming, and for Jews it was so powerful that it actually was enshrined in the literature, in the liturgy, And once a year, Jews will gather, they'll fast for the entire day, and they will recite liturgical poems that reference the horrible decree of Akbadat, the decree of 1648-49, lives on indelibly in Jewish memory. That's why one of the aspects that's challenging to this idea of Ukrainian Jewish identity is that for Ukrainians, Khmelnytsky remains definitely a national hero. I mean, he rose up against the foreign oppressors, he drove them out of the land, created, a Ukrainian identity. It's like a George Washington in many ways. And he is seen here on a banknote from Ukraine, but for Jews, Khmelnytsky remains like he's in the same family of people like Stalin and Hitler. So it's very hard for Jews to see Khmelnytsky, especially diaspora Jews like myself, without feeling a certain amount of trepidation. One of the things that we talked about in our discussion was the process of lustration, which is associated especially with Russia's power in Czechoslovakia, but we also see it in post-Saddam Hussein Iraq and other places where countries who endure difficult periods of national stress have to go back and kind of clean up or polish, that's what the term lustration really means, their history to try and work through some of these difficult issues. The United States of America, the country where I live in, has done a tremendous job of this, with the Civil War in particular. We're all totally cool with our statues of Confederate war heroes. We even bring the Confederate flag into the Capitol on occasion. Whenever we have an insurrection, it's like that's what we got to do. So this is one of those issues that I think Ukrainians will have to work with. And it's not just people like Khmelnytsky, it's also people like Bandera. And the Jews will also have to work through their restoration, trying to understand their role in this exploitative economic arrangement as well. But to move through our race through 1,000 years of Ukrainian history, Khmelnytsky's spirit, I see as one of those key elements of Ukrainian psyche, Ukrainian national, the civic myth of when people believe what is it that makes Ukrainians Ukrainian, they'll point to things like this devil-may-care attitude that is associated with Kozakh. You see it here in this stamp where the photo in the background, of course, was the once mighty Moskva, and he was the Ukrainian soldier on Snake Island, letting the soldiers there know what he thinks of that boat. This is very much kind of like a Khmelnytsky move, and the fact that they would put it on a stamp is also a kind of a Khmelnytsky.
So what characterizes much of this medieval period is really a triangular relationship. This is an image of the guy on the left there is wearing a suit which is actually very fashionable in the late 1980s, believe it or not. I think I wore something like that at my much earlier. And I'm showing this here specifically because I want to talk about the art, but also I have to take a moment to specifically thank the University of Edmonton and Keele for their support. My own archival research in CAES was two big works. One was before the fall of the Soviet Union, when things were just beginning to open up, and a group of scholars with Ukrainian inclinations invited a group of graduate students to come to CAES and to do research. And it was still under Gorbachev, we were still, very closely supervised and watched, and they put it in a kind of a TV style spa where they keep their eyes on and they would put my buttons during the finish on. And I got to see some of the archive interviews, but I was not allowed into the archive of the KPSS, the Communist Party archive. It was way too high level for me at the time. I came back to Canada and the Soviet Union fell apart shortly thereafter, and I got a call with the Greek Soviet collapse saying, come on back, we cleared everything to get into the archives right now. And of course, as a graduate student, we had no money, so I fished around and they immediately got the place and offered me the funds necessary to fly out there and to get into the archives, which was an absolutely amazing experience. And it really made my dissertation. It was a big game changer for what I was able to find. The tale was tremendously much better organized than the Academia Nauru. They apparently had set things in CAES that I was going to get an apartment, they would set me up and things like that. When I got to Boris Field, there was no one there, just the monkey. And I had a big wad of Canadian dollars, and I didn't know what to do. I didn't know anyone paid me there because I was, stunted around the first time. But I do remember that I did meet one elderly Jewish man who the Canadian Jewish Congress asked me to bring him some of the specific type of medicine that he needed for the port. So I was able to take one day trip on my first time to CAES and deliver this medicine to him. And I vaguely remember sort of what his building looked like. It was a flip truck, one of those 5-story walk-ups. And I had a taxi driver take me around, and so I thought it might be that one. I walked up, I thought it was in the top store. I knocked on the door, and thank God they were there. So the Academia Nauru fell apart, but I was able to spend a few months living with the Ukrainian family, Jewish family, and really getting experience from their perspective of life. And CAES was very generous. The money that was supposed to be set aside to defray my living expenses was given to this family because they were supporting me, and they essentially, they got like the equivalent of 2 years' salary from this infusion. So we're very, very grateful. Anyways, this is what I looked like back then, and this is at the famous friendship college in CAES that has this statue that celebrates the union of Khmelnytsky, Ukraine, with Russia in 1654. The great group of all of us, the friendship of people, and this is what it looks like a little bit later. A plaque was applied by protesters well before the war incident to show that the relationship between CAES and Moscow is not nearly the way it once was. And the statue, of course, has now been removed since the attack. But Jews and Ukrainians were never free to really develop their relationship as a community with one another alone. They were always third parties in the agreement that affected how those relationships would be developed. So it was either the Poles or the Russians. One could say that the Germans also had a very large role in it in the 20th century. Just to quickly summarize, if this is new, don't worry, we'll just go over. Most of Ukraine was under Polish rule until the 17th century when we had that major uprising. And at that time, Jews as a minority, and this is basically historically Jewish behavior, Jews will tend to culturally identify with the most powerful nationality in a given land. That's because of the minority, that's where there's safety in the land.
So, for example, in Quebec, Jews up until the Quebecois used to always identify with Anglophones, because that was the real power in Montreal, Quebec City. But then after the Quebecois, those things now became very powerful. Then many of the Anglophone Jews, like my family, my grandmother, my grandfather, sit on the ground and everything took it in their name. A lot of the Anglophones moved out of Quebec and moved to Ontario, and the Jews who remained, especially those who were attracted from French-speaking territories like Nigeria and Morocco, they became francophone and were supporters of the dominant power. You see the same thing happening in South Africa, where Jews tend to be more aligned with the apartheid forces until that fell, and that changed as well. So it's not surprising that Jews, even though they're living largely among Ukrainians, as a minority they would identify with the Polish Lords. And this was something that was prominent for much of Jewish culture. They never really developed a strong attachment to Ukrainians per se. They may have absorbed a lot of Ukrainian cultural information, but Ukrainians were not really, creating great works of literature and things like that at that time. Eastern Ukraine was largely under Russian rule, and they expanded from the great state of the Poland. Then they all fall basically under Russian rule. The small segment explored domestically by Inca under Austro-Hungarian rule. Now, this was a period of great change because those Ukrainians and Jews found themselves deeply alienated by Russian rule in the 19th century. And this can be seen in a couple of different ways. For example, the notorious Cantonese situation. In 1837, Tsar Nicholas I told him that the Jews were so difficult to assimilate that what he had to do was to forcibly put them into the Russian army at a higher level than ever before. Historically, Jews typically avoided serving in national armies, largely because they were inimical to the food, no fat for serving, they typically for a long period of time. So they typically made a double task in order to avoid military service and to exempt themselves financially. This is one of the problems with the modernity when Jews begin to actively participate in armies like in the United States of America, Canada, and so on. So what Nicholas I did was he said, okay, first of all, we're canceling the optional payment for Jews to exempt themselves from the army. Someone important detail. Army service in the Tsar's era was 25 years. It was not a choice, it was a career choice. It was often the perfect thing for the third son of a family. The first son would get the land, the second would become a priest, the third son would go, I guess I got the army. So Jews would avoid that place, but Nicholas I said, no, Jews have to participate in this as well. And he also realized that by the time Jews reached the age of 80, which was conscription, they were probably already deeply influenced by their Jewish background to possibly assimilate successfully. So therefore, he lowered the age of conscription to 12. 12-year-old boys could legally be taken from the community, sent off to these military schools called cantons for 6 years, and then they would begin a 25-year sentence in all. Whereas the college serving the college system. This is the reason why my grandfather was recommended fled Lithuania in 1904 because he didn't want to fight the Japanese. Despite the fact that it was, the battlefront would be proximate to authentic 83. But no, I'm going to Northern Ontario. Sometimes they just work, and I can't do it. So there was a terrible situation. The content was one of the reasons why Jews began to actively hate Russian authorities. Much more to say about it, but that's the argument. Nevertheless, Jews enjoyed a phenomenal population boom in the 19th century. The advent of the smallpox vaccine had a lot to do with infant mortality. Also, the establishment of something called PEST, which was a situation with multi-generation households to take care of small children, and the Jews actually had a higher birth rate than surrounding population in Ukraine. And from this page in Professor Magachi's map or atlas of Ukraine, you can see the green colors indicate the concentration of Jews in various regions. The blue line indicates the boundaries of Ukraine, and you can see that Jews are more than 15% in many places. Furthermore, if you look at the specific types of settlements, Jews were highly concentrated in mid-sized villages. Galicia, for example, had somewhere over 77% Jewish population. Melnik has 80% Jewish population, and the large cities tend to have about one-third of their population were Jewish. Legally, Kiev was technically off limits to Jews, but it had about 60,000 Jews living there illegally anyway. So you've got a lot of Jews living in this territory. They're much more hostile to the Russians now, and Ukrainians are also going through their period of national awakening and finding that the Russians are blocking them at every turn as they attempt to develop their language, their culture, and so on. This is a period of great identity formation, not only for the Slavic peoples around Ukraine in particular, but also for Jews who essentially invent violence. The idea of returning to the land of Israel is, of course, millennia old, but it was always associated with the arrival of the Messiah. In the late 19th century, Jews concentrated basically in southern Ukraine, began to challenge the idea of creating a political state in the land of Israel, exclusively Jewish, or at least primarily Jewish. So these national identities are forming at the same time in the same place in Ukraine. Okay, so that brings us up to the 20th century. I think I should pause and take a drink and ask if there are any easy questions before we go into the hard stuff. Nobody likes to ask the first question. Oh, I'm sure you have a second question.
Right? Well, here in Texas, my roommates and I treated Plan B the way white people treated toilet paper during the pandemic. Told the stores and stuff. I know we weren't the only ones.
Well, when we get to the 20th century, no, it's fine. It will be fought back and forth, and there are several parties that will lay claim to it. But basically, after World War II, it's made part of the Ukrainian SSR. That would be a
I got cheated on by a guy that I pegged. What's in your suicide note? That's why you today older men treat you so much better than their lives. Do you notice that whenever an old man has a super young girlfriend, it's like a symbol of status, which makes sense because we live.
Yeah. The bottom, because basically the way these documents work is like someone will knock on your door and they'll say, you know, I've fallen on a hard time, I had an operation, I couldn't work anymore, I have to marry off my daughter, and a whole list of things. And at the bottom, you can just signatures of rabbis, community leaders who will say, yes, this is true, anyone who will help this person should receive a blessing and so on. So you know it's not a scam. From the authorities.
I work at East Austin.
Because typically they'll come, like some Israel, they'll come to New York City, and they'll travel around and they'll rent these off. But it indicates that someone of authority in Paris could not write a name in Hebrew, I'm sorry, and had to sign his name in the room. Like that's really strange. But the whole thing's already in that story. Any last question before we go on? Okay, so the 20th century is perhaps the most difficult. I picked part for my book because I studied this specific area, and that's rather tasteless, so I guess I'm going to just only put the Ukrainian translation, which came out a little while ago. Oh my gosh, is this a Zoom audience or what? So I spent a lot of time studying the period of the revolution. And in a nutshell, what basically happened, the Russian government collapsed in 1917, and there was a brief period of time when the main pieces of the Russian Empire sort of recalculated the GPS, recalculated how they're supposed to do this. And the Ukrainians said, well, we want to have independence. They found, however, that they were hampered by the fact they had very few, like, government-ready people who were literate and numerate, people who were urbanized, who knew how to organize things. Overwhelmingly, a agrarian society, where great
fine, but they did not necessarily have the manpower and woman power to run a modern state. And they looked to allies in the urban sphere. Of course, Russians were not in favor of this because they considered Ukraine part of their historic Russia. The Poles also viewed Ukraine as part of their historic land. They were not as enthusiastic about participating, although they did have success in recreating Poland, of course, after World War I. And the only really significant national group within the cities were the Jews. And the Jews justifiably said, yes, there's obviously a spectrum of opinion, there's left and right in the Jewish community, but the basic said, okay, this is worth trying, particularly in a moderate way and remain within the idea of a Russian federation, and that's the idea of like going step by step, but ultimately the Ukrainians worked out a deal. The deal, however, fell through miserably. Even though they had remarkably potent kind of thoughts like to create a ministry of Jewish affairs, tax money would go to fund Jewish schools and synagogues and this and that. The Jewish beautiful things like this. They were overwhelmed by the social upheaval that came at the tail end of 4 years of World War I. And one national revolution in the spring of 1917, another revolution led by the communists in the fall of 1917, followed by a horrific civil war, in which the communal violence vastly outdistanced anything that ever happened before. The sheer scope of the violence of 1919 was so great that if it were not for the Holocaust occurring 20 years later, we would all be talking about 1919 all the time. It's only because the Holocaust represents still another huge algorithmic leap in violence that we basically forgotten about this horrific time, but it is truly phenomenal. The Ukrainian government tried to establish itself against the tectonic shifts that were happening, the multiple groups that were fighting on Ukrainian territory, but ultimately, as Professor Hunter mentioned, they were essentially reduced to being a mobile government operating on train cars in a little triangle in western Ukraine, trying to evade the attack of Russian forces. Now, the great paradox of this theory, which I explored in my research, was the fact that of the pogroms, which we have quite a significant body of testimony, about 40% of those pogroms were actually perpetrated by the same government that was, at the same time, proclaiming all of these newfound rights for Jews. At the head of it was the man portrayed in this statue here, who was, on the one hand, trying to hold together this coalition of forces with no way to do it, and at the same time is trying to hold what are essentially liberal Western values. Padura himself is a very complex figure, and he's engaged in many debates about his specific orientation, but he becomes a flashpoint in the understanding of this period and a deflection point for Jewish-Ukrainian relations, as I will show you in a moment. Here's an image from the Times of Israel, a very popular Israeli newspaper, and as you can see, there's a statue erected to Shimon Petra, who, like Khmelnytsky, and some degree like Bandera, is a Ukrainian hero, a national hero for asserting the independence of Ukraine against all odds, and at the same time, he's viewed as a pogromist, correctly or not. He's surrounded by students that are following his own.
What up, baby? How are you?
Yeah, of course we're going to put Petra here. Yeah, certainly makes sense.
How are you?
But for Jews, it's like within walking distance of the synagogue. How can you possibly be so
Can you speak?
to place someone who created such violence against us in such close proximity? The reason why
Yeah, we're best friends. Calm down.
At the hands of this man, Shalom Skarsgård. It's a fascinating story that's worth exploring. Skarsgård walked up to Petra, who was living in exile in Paris in 1926. He said, Petra? He said, yes. He shot him dead.
How'd you find out about me?
Stood there and was arrested. The Paris court tried him.
Okay, how'd you find out about me?
Legal strategy
defense argues that Schwarzbard was acting as a
We've been like huge fans ever since she like orchestrated 9/11.
participated on the Jewish people. And amazingly, the court in Paris began to beautiful not as a tribunal to decide the fate of Schwarzbard, but really a tribunal on the community going on. And perhaps thinking in the background of the horrible debacle of the driver's affair 30 years earlier, the Paris was acquitted Schwarzbard. They ordered them to pay a token amount of damages, £1 to Schwarzbard's widow, and they set him free. And so for the Jews who had mobilized, and by the way, the historical establishment was very much involved in this. Jewish historians were called in to defend Schwarzbard, many historians mobilized and not to attack Schwarzbard, but to defend his widow, because that's the way the trial had gone. And when Schwarzbard was acquitted, it was viewed as kind of like the judgment of history, whatever history is. The judgment of history was that Petliura created this program, the architect of the violence, which I think was a huge overreach. In my research, I believe it's more appropriate to think of Petliura as perhaps someone who was inclined to be silent regarding the program at a key point in time during the spring of 1919, largely out of fear of alienating his followers. He corrected that and began to
just like
later, but it was largely too late. So he definitely was not large exceptions. He may have though committed sin of omission, but definitely not the way that the historians of the 1920s portrayed it. But when Schwarzbard was acquitted, there was a massive war in the Jewish community of excitement of this remarkable image that shows the individual of Benson, the masterpiece that's described in the book of Exodus, an image of God acting in the world like the fact that the death of the firstborn, the 10th plague. The Torah scroll underneath it actually had the name Schwarzbard written on it. His name and his person is identical to the teachings of the Torah. That's a dramatic kind of image that illustrates the way many Jews spoke about him. A street among many was named after him in Restream, and it's called Hamilton, the street of the adventure. And in brackets, if you're wondering who the adventurer is, it says but this is the way that Jews began to form their thinking about Ukrainians, largely during that Schwarzbard class. Then we move to the Holocaust. Let's see what this perfectly clear as the sun goes.
Let's see what he says on Reddit.
The Holocaust. So it's very important to have a handle on the map of this period. Part of Ukraine, and the western part of Ukraine is part of Poland. Hitler realizes that he cannot win a two-front war. He can't fight the east and the west simultaneously. Germany is in the center of the continent. He needs to pacify one side before he attacks the other, and then of course he has plans to go back and double cross with the allies. So he and Stalin hammer out a non-aggression pact in 1939 and sign it, and that allows Germany confiscations of property, and massacres left and right, explosions, blowing up of churches, all kinds of things like this. And very, very often periods of rapid communization, which for reasons which is beyond what I want to talk about today, were associated primarily with Jews. Jews are believed to be heavily involved in this activity, although there does not seem to be a tremendous amount of support for that particular widespread belief. There were definitely Jews who were associated with the dreaded NKVD and their earlier incarnation, but they largely did not survive, especially not proportionately or disproportionately, after the Stalinist purges of the 1930s. But be that as it may, the people living in these regions, which are called by the historian Timothy Snyder the bloodlines, harbored a tremendous resentment against the Soviets, not only for their domination of territory, but also for this 2 years of incredible struggle for them. Many Jews were able to flee, about 600,000 fled to the east, surviving in places like Siberia, Tajikistan, and so on. But these regions here were just ripe for much worse attacks. And that happened in 1941, June 22nd, when Hitler launched something called Operation Barbarossa, and a phenomenon which has been called the Holocaust by Poland. He sent here the Wehrmacht, the double-crossed Stalin, after he had successfully achieved his Western front, he double-crossed Stalin, and he crossed the border into the Soviet Union. And the Wehrmacht made tremendous rapid advances into the former Soviet Union, coming right up to the gates of Moscow and St. Petersburg, placing them under Olympic procedures. But what's significant for our part of the story in particular is that behind the Wehrmacht, behind the regular army, there's 4 mobile killing squads called Einsatzgruppen. And these Einsatzgruppen had the task of going into the small villages, rounding up in particular Jews, communists, homosexuals, witnesses, anyone who represented themselves as an enemy in Hitler's bizarre vision of the world, bringing these people out to ravines or forcing them to dig their own graves and then massacring them with machine guns. An estimated 1.5 to perhaps as many as 2.5 million people were killed in distant farmlands all throughout this region, including 23,000 killed in Babin Yar at this time. My own family, those that did not join my grandfather when he fled Lithuania, also found their last resting places in an unmarked field outside the city of Kaunas. This is a marker that people put up afterwards to designate the spot where my own family lies. So this particular period is especially difficult to achieve because the Nazis were able to rely on significant indigenous support for their attacks on the Soviet Union. The so-called Hilfswillige, or free willing or out free will for people not only Ukrainian but also Polish, Lithuanian, and Latvian and Estonian, were willing to join the Nazis and push back the Soviets. One of the most difficult units associated with this period is not Hilfswillige, but the Galicia division, which represented a lot of Ukrainians in the western part of the territory, believed that joining with the Nazis was the best way to rid the entire territory of the Soviets, and they ended up signing up, and that made a huge difference later when they came to this country and the United States of America, and they actually were former SS members of the League of National Division. They were ultimately cleared. The same commission which constitutes in this country determined that they had not committed any war crimes, but this is the stain that the association with the Nazis had for many Ukrainians, Lithuanians, Latvians, and so on came through. There were definitely isolated moments of great humanity, many of which have not been properly recognized, such as the incomparable Metropolitan Andrei Shevchitsky, who personally acted to save some 200 Jewish communities in his network of monasteries, very important church in Western Ukraine. He was actually a great Philo-Semite. In 1903, I was privileged to come across this letter 1903, something like that. It was a privilege to come across this letter written in 1903 in Hebrew by Metropolitan History, a concrete reminder of his philo-Semitism, which he demonstrated was right. But one of the most fascinating elements of this letter is, and proof that he is the author, is a very common spelling mistake. He transposed the silent letter aleph with the silent letter ayin in a common word grip, which is a mistake that no one who has learned Hebrew from a youth would make, but someone who has done this himself. So there are some bright lights in the story, but otherwise for Jews it is inevitably dead. So that takes us through the vast majority of my presentation. I'd like to speak very briefly now about the current situation with the conflict in Ukraine, and then conclude with some implications for the future. So, are there any difficult questions? Okay, let's go on. Here's a picture of Vladimir Putin in 1980 when he was a KGB officer in Germany. And Putin is afraid to the idea that Ukraine belongs to Russia historically. That this is an idea that was very well developed in the 19th century. The notion that Ukrainian, who's the term Ukrainian, by the way, is a fairly new coinage, like maybe late 19th century. Ukrainians themselves were not entirely sure what to call themselves, particularly in Western regions. But the Russians would refer to them as little Russians. I.e., they're not quite the same as us. Their language is kind of pointing to sort of country-like, and maybe like someone from New York would listen to someone speaking from Arkansas, perhaps, and sort of smile while they hit the accent. But they would say there are younger brothers, the smaller Russians, the little Russians. And the idea that they rebel against the elder Russians to separate themselves from the territory is unheard of. It's quite ironic because the origins of Slav civilization really begins in Cairo, and Moscow only developed many hundreds of years later. When I gave a version of this lecture, and it was, perhaps unwise enough to actually post it on YouTube, I got so many hate hits, lots of Russian bots attacking me, and when they dismiss, then in reality, Russia belongs to Cairo more than Cairo belongs to Russia. Because Cairo is where these great Islamic societies emerged from. Russia was nowhere at the time when Cairo was already a principality. But Putin has the opposite idea, really a grand imperialist idea of the 19th century, this idea of Ruski near the Russian world, Russian civilization, which must encompass Ukraine. The idea that Ukraine could betray Russia and walk away is something that is anathema. And the vocabulary that we use, which I believe uses cynically in a criminal fashion, but I also believe at the same time people need this, is that Ukrainians are Nazi. What exactly does that weird word mean? Everybody in the West is talking about themselves. If you know the whole history, I've always stressed and why we did it, but to call them Nazis is so bizarre. You might as well call them, it's a Martian invasion going on in Kiev, and that's why they're attacking. So we should understand that the term Nazi means something very different for Russians, for Jews, and for Ukrainians. For Russians, it's kind of like this massive statue of Ukraine. They were holding back and it's kind of laughable because after all, Stalin first signed a deal with Hitler and believed that he was a valuable ally for him. But nevertheless, when Hitler double-crossed him, then all of a sudden Hitler becomes the horrible enemy and they begin to push him away. So Nazism for Russians represents a great imperialist threat from the West, which I believe Putin sort of allied with the word NATO in many ways. For Ukrainians, however, it's more complicated. For Jews, obviously, it means outright destruction. Nazis are the kryptonite to Jews, and there's no working with them much more. So let's focus a little bit more on Ukrainians and its complexity. Here you see a poster that celebrates some of the insurgent movements created after the war, and you can see on the top here There's the Varangian Viking Reef cave on the left. On the right, there's a typical Cossack again. So again, my heart begins to palpitate when I see that. The Slava Ukrainian at the top. And then at the bottom here, you see Heroya Slava, but the Ukrainian patriot, who, by the way, is holding up his hand in a very Nazi-like salute, but I don't think that's the intention here. He's standing on the banners of the Soviet Union and the Third Reich. And the idea that I think Ukrainians would like to project from this period is that of those who push back against imperialists from the east and from the west simultaneously, striking out in a very Khmelnytsky kind of mood to create their independence. So it's not historically accurate. The Ukrainians saw the Nazis as a much better chance of getting the Soviets out than by doing it at their own, with the exception perhaps of one particular group. But this is the way in which they like to portray the understanding of the Nazis. And one of the problematic issues, especially early in the war, was the association of at least some of the Ukrainian military, and certainly we can debate to what degree this is valid, but the Azov division, which has, like, a lot of symbols that definitely make Jews and Westerners uneasy, very fascistic kind of, symbols that are highly evocative of these kinds of things. But I don't think we should waste a lot of sleep over this. The fact that there are possibly some far-right elements in the Ukrainian military, when you wake up and smell the hummus, we have neo-Nazis everywhere. February, October, in Los Angeles, and I could bring you newspaper articles from all over the United States that regularly demonstrate how many more are on this conference. So I think it's really important and largely serves Putin's purposes when we talk about Nazism in that regard. But I'd like to take us to where we are right now, Volodymyr Zelensky. And one of the things that I think he's done for him is the fact that he has really cemented the trajectory towards a more Euro-focused direction. That he has said, you know what, Restream simply does not work for us at all. We are all European Union types. We're all NATO types. We value the liberal democratic values of the West over the autocratic values of the East. This is something that has been very popular with, of course, the allies in the West. He's done a tremendous job as a communicator getting that across, particularly to the rest of the world. And ironically, Putin's invasion has only accelerated this trend, something which is always present in Ukrainian society, really even 19th century. But this is something that I think is now irrevocable, and that Ukraine will ultimately find itself, as long as it can survive this particular encounter with Russia, it will find itself within the European orbit. Let me conclude with some statistics and dramatic, I think, illustration of trying to make it. This is a remarkable study that was done in 2015 by a very reputable Pew Research Center. This is and they wanted to ask Europeans, how would you feel about these citizens in your country? And when you look at the map here, it's a startling number. Ukraine has the lowest measurable level of anti-Semitism in 2015. As conducted by this very large research institute. Russia has about a 14% incidence of people saying we would rather not have been part of our country. My homeland is Lithuania. Almost 1 in 4 Lithuanians are glad my grandfather left. Romania, 1 in 5, but Ukraine is a massive outlier. It certainly speaks to the trend that we are discussing. You can see in so many of the things with mobilities, tremendous care with the United States. There's a graph of him in the Congress recently and delivered a dramatic address there. Israel, which is for a very complicated reasons that revolve around the threat of Iran. Israel obviously has a large population views as well as try to spread the needle between maintaining their position and yet the widespread sentiment in favor of Ukraine. And Putin may have been taking well even this because of his close relationship with Iran of late. But I think the most dramatic illustration of this attitude regarding Ukraine is illustrated by this article that came out just about a week and a half ago in the New York Times. Very sad article by Jeffrey Gettleman, accompanied by photographs by Eva Cricket, and it's about a young married couple named Carlos and Abraham Metzger who decided to sign up. They were living a basic kind of yuppie life, successful professionals, but they wanted to fight on the side. They wanted to fight together, front lines together, and they were together tragically. You can see that there's a photograph taken from their home, and you can see that, they look like these dressed in traditional costume, young people, happy, smiling. And when I read this article, tears came to my eyes when I read this passage. Taras and Olha met when they were 8 years old, part of the Chinese community. Remnants of what was once a vibrant group massacred during World War II. They went to the same Jewish school, and it amazed me because these people, they don't look Jewish, they look Ukrainian. Their identity, and by the way, the whole article is including with all kinds of Ukrainian iconography throughout their house, literal iconography, by the way. But it's just part of the thing. They're Jewish, and yet they stepped up and they felt the need to identify themselves with Ukraine. This, I think, is the most tragic illustration of the development of the Jewish identity that we see occurring in front of our eyes as this horrible brutal war that tolerates it. We hope that the Ukraine finds peace and is able to reestablish itself, and that the Jews of Ukraine are able to reestablish their lives in peace and security. And with that, I want to thank you very much for your attention over time.
Hello, colleagues. I'm very grateful to Dr. Galadza and the conference organizing committee for allowing me the opportunity to participate in this august and important gathering. I'm very sorry that I can't be with you in person. I have a prior engagement in Europe that unfortunately I could not shift. I'm very grateful, however, to have the opportunity to respond in video format to Professor John Paul Himka's fantastic paper on Sheptytsky and the Jewish community, and I hope that my comments will not be redundant, given the tremendous number of very important and knowledgeable speakers who will be presenting at the conference. In my humble opinion, Paul Sheptytsky was a deeply compassionate human being, a man of great reservoirs of faith, and also the capacity for phenomenal spiritual heroism, that in his old age, in his 70s, he rose to his full moral stature and was able to rescue some 200 Jewish children from the Holocaust. His story is well told, of course, in Professor Redlick's path-breaking article that was printed in Professor Mavich's Morality and Reality. And Professor Himka's work essentially brings us up to date in the last 30 years of historiography. Although, as I hope to point out, many crucial elements remain unknown and, in fact, mired in controversy. I'm also very gratified that Professor Himka found my very brief 1991 article in Harvard Ukrainian Studies and cited it so prominently as an early element in the development of English language historiography on Sheptytsky and the Jewish community. It, of course, identified a 1903 letter that the Metropolitan had written to the Jewish community and in fact sent funds to them. I'm verified that Professor Himka found articles sufficiently important in this paper, and I think it identifies two very important points, especially relevant now 3 decades since I authored it. The first is something that is really quite that it is just a lasting testimony, an actual artifact fact, demonstrating the Metropolitan's long-standing philo-semitism. And it also demonstrates a point that's not quite as encouraging. I'll discuss that shortly. Let's have a look, by the way. It is rather a remarkable document. You can see it's written in a very fine Ashkenazic. He seems to have mastered quite a few of the finer points of Hebrew quality style. I think that's just all I read. He refers to his interlocutors as my brothers. But let's get to the second point, which I think is perhaps not quite as encouraging. As Professor Himka writes, with his masterful 2013 article in Poland, quote, the development of the North American historiography had essentially come to a close. At that point, Professor Himka moves to European historiography, and he alerts the reader to two very important new works that I unfortunately have not had the opportunity to peruse, but I'm really looking forward to seeing them. Yuri Skeeter's 2018 study of the Studite monasteries in the Holocaust, and Andrei Mikhailenko's work on Sheptytsky and his relations to the Nazi regime. Those look like two extremely important works, and I look forward to reading them very much. But my first question would be, and this is related to the second point coming out of my 1991 article, is while this is essentially what has happened in North America and in Europe, what has happened in Israel? What has appeared in Hebrew and in Yiddish? We know that there is a phenomenal number of Holocaust memoirs, many of which are self-published, hard to track down, large video archive from people who have not published written memoirs, but under the auspices of Steven Spielberg's Shoah Foundation, they have recorded their memoirs on video. And there are a tremendous number of sources that could shed light on many of the questions that are addressed by all of these authors on the subject of Metropolitan Sheptytsky's activity during World War II. And, I haven't done the research on this to know how deep it goes, but I did have a very quick look at Wikipedia just to see what's showing up there. And as you can see, here's the Hebrew language Wikipedia article on Andrei Sheptytsky. It's considerably shorter than the English language one. But when you go down into the bibliography list, there's actually quite a few interesting things. There are citations of two scholarly articles produced by Yad Vashem, which is especially relevant given the later controversy. They tend to rely heavily on Professor Redlich research and also on David Kahane's important memoir from Review, a few other things. But it also lists a 2005 article that was written in Haaretz with a very provocative title, The Ukrainian Schindler, and even takes us to a link to the National University in Jerusalem that lists 16 articles, many Hebrew and Yiddish, 5 books, and an ebook that all have Metropolitan Sheptytsky's name in the title alone. A slightly deeper look at the view at Ukrainian Jews and so on, I'm sure, would provide this amount of material. And it remains to be seen, because I haven't received the books yet, whether Professor Spira and Mikhailenko were able to consult these sources. I doubt that the research will change the basic parameters of what we know about Metropolitan Sheptytsky, but I believe that this important lacuna has not been explored in 30 years, and I would really like to see the Hebrew and Yiddish literature integrated into the historiography. I know that I happened to stumble across this particular letter while looking through a Yizka book of Review, and there's so many sources that we can draw from, and I'm just wondering what other revelations will we receive if we have a look at this very important memoir literature. I believe a very strong aspect of Professor Himka's brief paper is his concise description of the very human process of Metropolitan Sheptytsky's evolving political thought with regards to communism and Nazism. Like many Eastern Europeans, Metropolitan Sheptytsky regarded the Soviets as a catastrophe for Ukraine. The persecution of Ukrainians, religious Ukrainians in particular, their atheism and so on, was absolutely horrific. The massacres perpetrated by the NKVD and so on were absolutely awful. And like many Ukrainians, they viewed the Nazis as liberators. And this explains much of the support that Metropolitan Sheptytsky gave for Ukrainians who were enlisting in forces designed to fight the Soviets, in particular the Galicia Division. And this recognition and initial support for the Galicia Division, which I
and certainly will be a major topic of discussion of the conference, is a cloud that hangs over Metropolitan Chaptistski's head to the present day, regardless of the very detailed analysis and ultimate exoneration of the division by the Deschamps Commission. I don't need to tell the people of this conference how this controversy continues even into the 21st century in a very real and painful way for the Ukrainian community, especially those emigres in Canada, perhaps some 900 of them, who are associated with the religious division. But what Professor Himka points out, which is very important for our understanding of Metropolitan Chaptistski's evolving political thought, is that by the late summer of 1942, after the great deportations had already occurred from Eastern Europe to Warsaw, and was absolutely that the Nazis were worse than the communists for Ukraine. Chaptistski rose to his full moral height and used all the powers of his office to aid the Jewish community, rescuing some 200 Jewish children through his Sudite monasteries, with explicit instructions that this was not to be connected to any kind of forced baptism of the children, through the writing and distribution of pastoral letters that condemned Ukrainians who participated in Nazi Aktionen against the Jews, and to writing to his superiors in Rome demanding that some sort of action be taken to stem the flow of blood that was emanating from Galicia. At this point, he is without question a heroic individual doing everything he can to save the Jews with whom he had had such positive relations in the past. And by way of a small tangent, I think it is absolutely fascinating to compare this dawning realization of this religious giant with someone from the Jewish community, a tremendous figure named Rabbi columnist Alma Shapiro of Warsaw, who continued to write sermons for his embattled Jewish community in the ghetto, which were later discovered as part of the Ringelblum archive. And through his real-time writings, which were designed for a public audience, which we can track from September of 1939 all the way up until January of 1943, when he consigned these documents to the Kohen Shabbos archive for burial, and fortunately they were discovered in 1950 by a Polish construction worker. You can see how Rabbi Shapiro also went through a process of realization of the meaning of the Holocaust. In Rabbi Shapiro's case, of course, it was a dawning realization that the Holocaust was something completely sui generis, something completely different from anything that had ever happened before. It's fascinating to note that the timing seems to be very similar, that in the case of Rabbi Shapiro, his ultimate realization of the utter catastrophe that the Holocaust represented really happened in the spring of 1942, when an escapee from the concentration camp, the death camp of Chełmno, made it back into the Warsaw Ghetto and was able to reveal to the resistance there what exactly was happening in the gas chambers. I would think that this would also be an interesting doctoral dissertation, a comparison of the realization of the meaning of Nazism for both Metropolitan Chaptistski and Rabbi Shapiro. By way of conclusion, I have to reflect on the fact that my mentor, Professor Paul Abramowitz, chose to title his classic collection of essays on Metropolitan Chaptistski Morality and Reality. I think that's especially appropriate because communal leaders, religious leaders, and I would like to say even historians, have to negotiate both the moral sphere and also much more pragmatic realities. And Metropolitan Chaptistski's biography illustrates those dangers because he has this long Philo-Semitic history, marked at one point in his old age by a qualified and temporary support for an otherwise completely vile cause, and then his return to that strong position of morality. It makes the complexities of understanding his personality very, very difficult for people who crave simple narratives. And that's ultimately the situation that we find ourselves in as historians, seeking to tease out the larger meaning of the great arc of this heroic individual's life.
one of the most painful aspects of this momentary lapse in his judgment vis-a-vis the Nazis, which is something that many, and one might argue in some senses, even Rabbi Shapiro missed, is that Hashem has still to recognize this towering figure as one of the leaders of the nations. It is something that has gained support among many sympathetic Jewish audiences. For example, here's an article by the prominent journalist Hanan Lipschitz on Metropolitan Chaptinsky that appeared quite recently, because at the end of the day, Metropolitan Chaptinsky did save some 200 children, 3 of which are shown in this photograph here in his Studite monasteries, and those children later went on to join the Jewish community in Israel and elsewhere. With your permission, I'd like to take a moment to reflect on what this means for us at this point in the 21st century, reflecting on the life of Metropolitan Chaptinsky. I'm sure you're all familiar with the famous quote from the great American author William Faulkner, "The past is never dead, it isn't even past." Many of the existential issues that Metropolitan Chaptinsky faced are still with us today, albeit in very different forms. I'm sure that many of us are following 2 wars very closely, the war in Ukraine and the war in the land of Israel, both of which have tremendous consequences for Ukrainians and Jews respectively, and together actually. And I cannot help but see eerie parallels between the moral decisions that Metropolitan Chaptinsky had to face in his very different environment with what is occurring today. For example, we are poised here in the United States on the cusp of a very significant election. And while the House of Representatives and most Americans are united in condemnation of Vladimir Putin for his seizure of Ukrainian children, for example, when it comes to the question of aid for Ukraine, it's remarkable to note a significant number of dissenters who do not connect the gross immorality of such abductions with our need to respond to Ukraine's need to defend its territorial integrity and especially to return its children to their homes. And when we turn to Israel, I'd like to point out that we all have a colleague there with whom many of us have participated in international conferences on Ukraine and on Jews in Ukraine. I'm talking about Professor Jonathan Dekov-Hain, who is an American-born Israeli who has written a very important work on the history of Jews in southern Ukraine, specifically the agricultural settlements promoted by the Soviets in the early 20th century. And he's only 1 degree separated from us. He is one of our colleagues. And his son, Sagi, was taken from Kibbutz Nir Oz, near the Gaza border, and is still in captivity over a year later. We want him to return to his family as soon as possible. So we are intrinsically involved in similar ethical issues that Metropolitan Chaptinsky had to face. They may seem much more distant to us because we are not at a time of war here in North America, but nevertheless, in our increasingly globalized environment, our decisions and our words make incredible differences. Let us hope that in the merit of studying the life of this truly heroic spiritual figure, we will also merit to see the return of Ukrainian children to their homes, the return of the hostages to their families in Israel, and the end of violence in both Ukraine and Israel. Thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to participate in this video format, and I hope the rest of your conference goes successfully. A new version of Mesilas Yesharim was discovered in the former Soviet archives. That was written in the Ramchal's own hand. It's a dialogue. It's a play. It has characters. It has drama. There's one character who is called the Chacham. He is a learner-earner. He's interested in of course, learning Torah. He's completely observant and so on, but he's interested in the broader world of intellectual inquiry. And one of his interests is he wonders, what is it that those Haredim do with their time? And then one day, early on in the book, he looks across the room and he sees an old high school friend of his who he hasn't seen for very many years, and he sees that his friend has become one of the Haredim. He says, listen, I'm really curious. I have all these questions about what you do. Why did you become this way? Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. I'd like to invite you to participate in a new online course that I've created on the history of the Holocaust. I've received a lot of feedback that these lectures, which I put on YouTube some time ago, have been very well received by individuals who just want to expand their awareness of this dark period in Jewish history, but especially from middle school and high school teachers who have used these lectures in part or in whole to supplement their social studies curriculum and to give their young charges an awareness of what exactly happened in the middle of the last century and why it is relevant for us even today, unfortunately. So please have a look in the information box below. There's a link to this online site, and I hope you find it meaningful. Thank you very much for watching. According to some news accounts, a woman took a brick and threw it through a bakery window. Everyone rushed in to get the stolen bread, and this food riot sort of expanded and expanded. It took on more political overtones, and ultimately, within a very short period of time, the Tsar's palace was overrun. The Tsar and his family were arrested. They would be assassinated later, and it gives you a sense of just how tumultuous and how crazy everything was at the time. They call themselves the Provisional Government, and the whole idea that was that they wanted to establish a modern form of democracy, and they wanted to do it right. The communists were able to take advantage and ultimately undermine Kerensky's efforts. The genius behind all of it was Vladimir Ilyich Lenin, shown here. Tovarish Lenin, meaning Comrade Lenin at the top there with his characteristic soft cap, and he's getting rid of all of the negative classes. You know, for example, during the daily prayers, if a woman felt that her claim had not been adequately addressed by the Tuveir or by the Beit Din, she could go show up in shul, could walk into the men's section, stand on the bima, and refuse to allow the services to continue until she received assurances that she would be heard. This, of course, was subject to a certain degree of abuse. It was a fairly extreme form of sanctioned disruption, but nevertheless did allow many elements of society that did not have conventional power to be able to nevertheless make sure that their causes were heard. And by and large, this Kahila structure really functioned very well right up until Napoleon basically destroyed it with the destruction of the corporate nature of Jewish society. Positive commandments and negative commandments. That is, those commandments which are thou shalt do, go out and do something, and those which are thou shalt not, refrain from doing something. We can also divide those on a horizontal axis as those which are defined by time, meaning go do this at a particular time, or do not do this at this particular time, and other commandments which are not defined by time, meaning that you must always do these commandments anytime, and you must never do these commandments during these particular times. Examples. A positive commandment, which is defined by time, would be the commandment to sit in a sukkah, right, which is an outdoor dwelling that is only for the holiday of Sukkot. A negative commandment defined by time would be do not eat bread on the holiday of Passover. You can eat bread the rest of the year, but on Passover, do not eat bread, right? We see just some examples of this, by the way. Some of the most amazing artwork that comes from the Erfurt Hoard that we looked at a few weeks ago. This is the one of the marriage rings that was, it's hard to imagine exactly how this ring would have been used. It's hard to imagine a single person would own this. It looks like maybe it would be used for like communal marriages and shared, I don't know, but absolutely fantastic piece of art dating from 14th century Germany. Here you can see the underside. Look at how the hands are clasped on the bottom. Absolutely gorgeous artwork. Really
I think it even puts to shame modern jewelry by some of these designs. But who am I to judge these aesthetics? I just think it's fascinating. And here is one that is from Strasbourg, that is one of the most famous. Sometimes these are called the Strasbourg sisters. And it's interesting because the church is shown here kind of like looking daggers at her sister. And, you know, I think it's a rather unappealing kind of image. Like you don't like her. She's very judgy, so to speak. And synagoga has a much more graceful kind of form, but she is an attitude and a posture of decline. She's living away from the rock, which indicates the collapse, decline of Judaism. All these things, I think, give a very consistent message. I think one of the most fascinating things I've ever learned about the history of anti-Semitism, which is something that has pretty much occupied my mind since I first personally encountered it as a 14-year-old kid. And that is this quote from Jean-Paul Sartre, who immediately after the war published this very important small book called Réflexions sur la question juive, Reflections on the Jewish Question. He wrote, Si le juif n'existait pas, l'antisémite l'inventerait. If the Jew did not exist, the anti-Semite would invent. And I think at its foundation, this is one of the most important things to know about anti-Semitism, is that it's not about the Jews, it's about the anti-Semites. The Jewish problem is not a problem of the Jews, it is a problem of the anti-Semites who are trying to use the Jews to explain the challenges they have in their personal lives, in their society, and so on. In Western Europe, I had all these negative things going on. In Eastern Europe, there was a recognition of the value the Jews had to initiate the economy, and so they were actively attracted into the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth and offered the possibility of settlement there to engage in various economic functions to which the largely agrarian population was not well adapted. And we see this, for example, here's a beautiful example of a Jew, kind of like a Jewish family, really coming to Poland and seeking the refuge there. And the king, who is up on the stairs, is magnanimously saying, well, you know, basically, why don't we let them in? I mean, they seem like nice people, right? So this is especially noted in the various charters extended to Jews. So what exactly did Protestantism have to say about the Jews? This was the question that was posed to Martin Bucer. He comes up with this document, which is called the Kassel Advice, because it was composed in a town called Kassel in the year 1538. This sounds a little bit like the Doctrine of Witness, a little bit like the Pact of Umar in Muslim lands, that, you know, Jews may continue to worship, but they can't expand. Third, this is one of my favorites. No Jews may argue with a Christian about religion unless the Christian is duly licensed to argue with them. Right? Like, you know, I think there's a concern that if Christians discuss these things with Jews, they might end up being convinced by Judaism rather than the other way around. So only professional Christian preachers may argue with Jews about these things.
Good morning, fellow students of Jewish history. This morning we're cruising along this beautiful canal somewhere in southern Netherlands or probably northern Belgium on our way to the glorious city of Antwerp, which has a huge and vibrant Jewish population. I really can't wait to see it as a point of embarkation for many Eastern European Jews, like my own ancestors, making their way over to the United States of America. What we saw yesterday in Amsterdam, especially the Portuguese synagogue, incredible building with so many details, and I was especially fascinated by the pelican symbol that was used, very unusual symbol used by the Jews of Amsterdam, specifically the leaders of the Portuguese Jewish community, to describe themselves. And I'm going to talk about that in a longer form. Anyway, I hope you have an excellent day, and I can't wait to share more of this amazing Culture River Jewish history.
The reason I wanted to come up here was I was going to see if you could come up with any new roasts for me. The sea monkey one I haven't heard before, but I've got a couple favorites I've heard we passed.
I taste the red one. I will taste the salt. I will eat the red one. Okay? Yeah, thank you.
I'm going to have how you just hold it up and you eat it like this.
Well, you got your
Okay, I'm gonna focus in on the actual.
I said, get the head ring.
I did the head.
I get the head ring. That's the target. Ja, heel lekker. Heel lekker. Het is de beste en dat is van de kinderen. Het is een verschillende toilet.
Duarte de Paz, he was a Portuguese diplomat who was of crypto-Jewish origins, which means his parents were likely converted in the forced conversion of 1496-97 in Portugal, and he was born around 1500. But he had this remarkable career lobbying popes to hold off persecuting other Portuguese crypto-Jews. And it's just mind-boggling what he got away with. And he went to Pope Clement VII and actually got the Pope to cancel the Inquisition in Portugal. This is amazing. De Paz was able to get Pope Paul III to actually pardon 1,800 Portuguese crypto-Jews who had been arrested for secretly practicing Judaism and have them released from these Portuguese dungeons. 1,800 people. It's just incredible. Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. This is the first in a series of very short, brief videos that looks at the question, what is a synagogue? And our first topic is, it is a place of prayer. Where does this term synagogue come from? It's Greek, and it means basically to gather together. That's a translation of the Hebrew term Beit Knesset, or literally a house of entrance, meaning a place where many people come in to gather together. This is one of the great gifts of the Jewish people to the broader world, because this institution of the synagogue, which really began with the Jew, widely imitated, in particular by Christianity and Islam, so that if you go not only to your local neighborhood synagogue on Saturday morning, but if you go to a mosque on Friday or a church on Sunday, you are really going to an institution which is based on an early Jewish innovation. A synagogue is distinct from the temple, right? In ancient Jewish history, we have the central location of worship, the Beit HaMikdash, a permanent settlement of the temporary traveling tabernacle that's described in the Torah. That was called the Mishkan. And during the ancient period, all other kind of sacrificial altars that may have been set up for individual families across the land of Israel were phased out as this central location for worship was established. But the synagogue is quite different. The synagogue is not trying to compete with the temple. The synagogue is kind of like, we're too far away from the temple and we still have a desire to express our need for God, and we need some kind of place to do that. When did this beautiful institution start? Well, according to the Midrash, Yalkut Shimoni, number 408, this institution is described all the way back to Moses. We see this argument also mentioned in the first century historian Josephus, and even in Christian sources, there's an attribution of this institution to Moses. There's a lot of interesting literary suggestions that the institution of the synagogue was widespread by the 6th century before the Common Era, when the land of Israel was conquered by the Babylonians, and many of the Jewish population were exiled all the way back to Babylonia, and they set up some kind of houses of worship over there, longing for their far-off home in the land of Israel. We see this referred to in the book of Ezekiel, chapter 11, verse 16, in which God says through the prophet, I will be for them as a little sanctuary in the countries where they are come. The Hebrew is lemikdash ma'at, right? A small sanctuary, and this certainly encapsulates the idea of what a synagogue should be. There are interesting passages in the Talmud that talk about ancient synagogues from this period. One in particular called Shafriyati, which was built in part by pulling together some of the ruined bricks from the first temple itself, brought to Babylonia and used in another temple. And so the idea is that the synagogue today represents some little part of that ancient of the temple itself. It's not hard to imagine why synagogues would be especially associated with diaspora. The great distances that often separated diaspora communities from the center in Jerusalem meant that Jews wanted an outlet to express their desire to become closer to God. And so creating a special location that is designated as a place of sanctity, that seems to make a lot of sense. So we see synagogues popping up all over the diaspora. And over the course of these series of brief videos, I hope to show you some of the gorgeous examples of synagogue art and architecture where Jews focused their thoughts and expressed them in a concrete manner to allow this function to take place. It's true that other functions were layered on top of the synagogue, but the central function is certainly one of prayer. So thank you very much for watching, and here's a brief message from my rabbi, Rabbi Yaakov Trump.
After hearing that incredible perspective from Dr. Anderson about what community means, the centrality of the synagogue in Jewish life throughout the ages, come and join us as we celebrate Parshal, our community, Young Israel Law in Cedarhurst. We celebrate two very special couples, Dr. Anderson and his wife Ilana, together with our young couple, Alan and Gila Goldberg, on February 12, 2022, as we celebrate special people in a special community. See you then.
Never before. Welcome to the show. Thank you. You have an incredible energy to you. What do you do for a living?
I am an associate producer of a TV show.
Oh, wow.
I signed an NDA, so I'm going to
Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. Welcome to the second in a series of short videos that I've prepared to commemorate my synagogue, Young Israel Law in Cedarhurst, and to promote our upcoming annual dinner. Today, I'd like to answer the question, what is a synagogue? With the response, it is a place of kindness. In the first video, we talked about the synagogue as a place of prayer, but the synagogue actually serves a very, very useful purpose as a communal gathering space. Bear in mind that, especially in pre-modern Europe, it was not so common to have large public spaces that could be easily rented for communal functions. I mean, especially if you're living in a ghetto with very, very constricted space requirements and people living in multi-story apartments, such as in Venice, for example. So having a free space that can be designated for communal meetings and for communal discussions and for communal activism is very, very useful. And that's the service that the synagogue often provided for the Jewish community. This is especially true in not only in ghettos, but also in shtetls, in the small villages that dotted Eastern Europe, where the level of wealth might be such that the only communal space available would be the synagogue. And as such, the synagogue serves as an extremely useful logistical starting point for all kinds of community organizations, so-called chevras, or committees, which deal with everything from providing dowries for poor brides to taking care of orphans and widows and the travelers, and providing for education and providing for all kinds of needs of the community. These would be typically organized within the synagogue walls. The Talmud in Tractate Megillah does place restrictions on what can be done in a synagogue. It has a level of sanctity, so it can't be used, for example, as a place to organize, the conducting of business, or to take advantage of the large open space to hang laundry or something like that. One can't even, for example, take a cut through a synagogue. If you want to get from, synagogue has doors on both streets. You can't just cut through the synagogue. But for the most part, synagogues in medieval Europe in particular were frequently used for all kinds of communal activities to benefit the community as a whole. It's certainly appropriate to use the synagogue for charitable purposes, to organize charities, and things like that. I'd like to have a look at one particular synagogue that I find incredibly beautiful that really encapsulates this tremendous value of the synagogue as the beating heart of the community. Let's look at the synagogue of Wojciech, which is in Poland, and you can see from this map here, it's just a little bit east of Krakow, and had photographs from when it existed. It was unfortunately destroyed by the Nazis in 1941. It had kind of like a barn-like appearance. I mean, it was a little bit more majestic on the outside because it had this sort of pagoda-like architecture, but it really didn't give any sense as to the tremendous beauty that was within this wooden synagogue. I'd like to say two things about this remarkable synagogue. First of all, like many of the wooden synagogues that were constructed throughout the villages that dotted Eastern Europe, the simple, almost barn-like exterior was a disguise really for a far more opulent and inviting interior. The exterior hid an ingenious internal cupola, which you can look at this cross-section here, was actually like a totally distinct interior. When you were looking at it from the outside, it looked like a rather large kind of, but simplistic, somewhat ramshackle structure. But when you walked inside, you felt the grandeur of this curving, gently sloping architecture that directed the eyes heavenward. And that must have been an absolutely incredible experience. The second thing is that many of these wooden synagogues had their internal cupolas, and in fact all of the walls richly decorated with luscious colors and representations of ideas in the Torah and the Talmud and so on, particularly the zodiac, as we shall see in a minute. Now, the black and white photographs we have from Wojciech do little to really give us a sense of what this experience must have been like. Many years ago, I had the privilege of working with Al Barry at Florida Atlantic University and director Carl Hurst on a documentary video looking at the lost wooden synagogues that were destroyed by the Nazis in Eastern Europe. And here's a short clip of a look at one of those synagogue scenes, specifically a zodiac, with a much younger me describing the experience of walking in. The narration is by the great Hugo Duchamp.
Central design is an enormous zodiac calendar, the common motif in the synagogue.
When a Jew would walk into the synagogue and would behold all of the 12 lines of the zodiac, he would get a sense of the rhythm of the entire Jewish year and its associations with the various festivals that would be celebrated under each of these symbols of the zodiac.
Each sign of the zodiac is surrounded by boats and strips during trails. In this picture, the constellation Buck, Bow, or Bucket are the face, the mercy of the
Although the synagogue of Wojciech was destroyed, it was recreated in a museum in Warsaw. Very beautiful recreation, as you see here in these photographs, that really capture this kind of like Persian carpet quality and through the richness of the imagery and the text that surrounds the worshiper as they go into the synagogue. And you can imagine that the Jews who gathered in the synagogue midweek to deal with much more secular concerns, like, for example, how are they going to fund the school system this year? How are they going to, provide for Hannah's dowry and things like that? They must have been infused with a tremendous sense of holiness as they sat under these remarkable decorations in this internal community. And this is one of the reasons why my wife Ilana and I are so proud to be enthusiastic supporters of Young Israel Growing Shulers, because it, like many shuls throughout the world, encapsulates the value of chesed, of kindness. And although there are multiple minyanim that occur throughout the day, and it is first and foremost a place of prayer, it really is a tremendous place of chesed, where there's a phenomenal amount of community organization that goes on, and food bank, that's especially important to my wife and myself, and blood drives, and support for needy members of our community and the communities that surround us and Israel. It's really a phenomenal place, and I'm very, very enthusiastic about it. I hope that you will join us at the dinner this February. And here's a message from our Young Leadership Awardees.
Alan and I are so honored that the shul chose us to be the Young Leadership Awardees at this year's dinner.
Please join us if you haven't already signed up. Motzei Shabbos, February 12th, 2022. It's going to be a great evening. Celebrate our community and our shul. The more people there, the better it is. If you haven't made your reservations, there's plenty of time. And if you have, good job.
Congratulations. There you go, Justin Marcelino. All right, you get it. We're in it now. Our third bucket poll of the day has been called a 1 day. Let's see what it has to say.
Hello and welcome to the third in a series of videos I'm preparing for my synagogue, Young Israel of Bowen Cedarhurst, in connection with our annual upcoming dinner. And, I've been asking the question, what is a shul? And today's response is going to be, it is a place of rejoicing. We should certainly not discount the role that communal celebrations play in the development of a cohesive national identity that helps preserve the Jews through their long diaspora. And the synagogue was a key element in providing a place where Jews could get together to celebrate not only, lifestyle celebrations like baby namings and brit milah and weddings and so on, but also the calendrical celebrations, the holiday cycle and so on. And in that context, I'd like to take a quick visit to one of the most fascinating synagogues of the ancient world, that of Dura Europos. Now, have a look at this map here. This is where it's located, on the Euphrates River, not too far from the Talmudic city of Nahar Dor. But it's a rather unusual association with the ancient period because it was actually lost for about 1,700 years. Here's an aerial view of Dura Europos, and this is especially fascinating because the entire city was basically lost until the 20th century, when it was accidentally discovered by a British military patrol just digging up places in connection with the post-World War I era. This city, which was known in the ancient world, it was destroyed in the year 256 by the King Shapur I of the Sassanid Empire. This is, by the way, for those of you familiar with the Talmud, the famous Shapur Malkat. And when it was discovered, it was actually preserved in a remarkable condition. The reason for this is because the Romans, who were trying to defend this eastern outpost from the Sassanid Persians, had actually taken all of the buildings that were by the wall in particular, ripped off their roofs, and filled them with desert sand as an attempt to fortify the city against the invaders. This was to no avail, but it actually had a really interesting consequence for Jews in that the Dura Europos synagogue, which was located right by the city walls, was remarkably preserved, especially its gorgeous 29 panels of wall paintings. We know that the synagogue was constructed in the year 245 of the Common Era because, of course, there is a plaque that mentions the names of the donors. So this is one of the great things about Jewish archaeology, is that the synagogues always have plaques, right? Those inscriptions tell us a lot of things about the synagogue. So let's have a look at the synagogue now. Here you can see the western wall, which has the Aron Kodesh on it. Of course, it is the western wall because we are on the east side of Jerusalem. Here in America, we tend to put our Aron Kodesh on the eastern side to face Jerusalem. And you can just get a sense of what it must have been like to walk into this building with these amazing paintings that covered literally every inch of the wall space. And because of the sand, it was actually preserved for 1,700 years. No light or in to paintings. Although we can see levels of renovation work where some paintings were painted over, slightly adjusted, and so on. There's just incredible effervescence and energy in these paintings. Here's a beautiful scene of the temple, and you can see that the figure third from the top right is clearly labeled in Greek as Aaron the priest, and this amazing mural that shows scenes from the life of Moses, which also indicates fascinatingly that the Jews of Dura Europos apparently had no compunction about portraying the images of women's faces. Here's a glorious multi-figure representation of the Jews crossing the Red Sea, with Moses shown in several figures. You can notice here, by the way, that the artist clearly has, in some cases, there apparently are two distinct artists that are demonstrated here. One shows very Roman influence, or rather Hellenistic influence, and a lot of the figures are shown in togas, and the other seems to have much more Persian influence, a lot like Persian type clothing. And you see battle scenes going on in Dura Europos, and here's one of my favorites. This is a great image of the humiliation of Haman, who is shown here, who obviously has lost his pants somehow, and he is walking Mordecai in a symbol of great honor, as seen from the book of Esther. So one can only imagine that these remarkable images must have accompanied a sense of awe and celebration and excitement. This gives us a little sense of the elements of rejoicing that go into this special building we call the synagogue, and it is one that I associate very closely with my synagogue vendors who are going to see the host. I really hope that you'll be able to participate in one form or another, hopefully by actually coming in person to our dinner celebration this year. Thank you very much for watching.
Hi, it's Stephen and Marjorie Kilmer. We are so excited to join together for the Yield Dinner on 2/12/22, honoring two awesome couples, the Abramsons and the Goldbergs.
We moved to the neighborhood 25 years ago, and our number one priority was to find a house that was close to a store. We were so fortunate to make Yoke our home. It's an honor and a privilege to join our Yoke family on 2/12/22.
Please join us at the dinner on 2/12/22.
I just moved here from Utah. Okay. That's why I'm not
Hello and welcome to the fourth in a series of videos looking at the question of what is a synagogue that is specifically associated with the upcoming annual shul dinner for the Young Israel Lawrence Cedarhurst. So today I'd like to speak about the synagogue as a place of memory. What I'd like to begin with is a small joke where I'll try and make it really quick, but basically there's this women's group in South Florida, and they put together a lot of money. They raise a lot of funds in order to buy a fighter jet for the Israeli Air Force. Tremendously expensive endeavor. And they raise the funds and they buy this fighter jet, this F-15 fighter, and they have a big ceremony at Fort Lauderdale Airport where they're all sitting on bleachers, and the pilot is there from the IDF, and he's about to get into the cockpit for the very first time on his maiden voyage, and he salutes everyone on the bleachers. He gets up into the cockpit, pulls down the cowling, fires up the engines, and goes racing down the runway. And then he stops. And then the plane turns around, fires up the engines, and goes racing down the runway the other way. And he stops again. Does this a few times until finally he comes and taxis up to the bleachers again. He pops open the cowling, he walks down onto the tarmac, goes up to the president of the Hadassah group there, and says, "Ladies, I'm afraid the plane will not take off. We have to remove at least some of the plaques." For those of you who attend synagogue regularly, you know what I'm talking about, because synagogues have a tremendous amount of their vertical real estate devoted to plaques of various kinds. So-and-so donated the money for this, so-and-so dedicated the money for this, and things like that. And that's really a very old tradition in Judaism. If you look at this example here, this is the so-called Theodotos inscription, which is about 2,000 years old, the very oldest inscription, dedicatory plaque really discovered in a synagogue. It was found in Jerusalem. The text reads in Greek, which is significant: Theodotos, son of Venitos, priest and head of the synagogue, right? He's a Kohen, and he is the archi-synagogus, meaning he's like the president of the shul. Kohen, and at the same time president of the shul, son of a head of the synagogue, and grandson of a head of the synagogue. He's got tremendous yichus going back 2 generations of shul. Built the synagogue for the reading of the Torah, as the guest room, the chambers, the water fittings, as an inn for those in need from abroad, the synagogue which his fathers founded with the elders, and Simonides. I'm not sure who Simonides is and why he's at the very end of the description, but nevertheless, this is like a typical plaque. It says who paid for it, and refers to prior generations and says what was dedicated to particular. Here's another one from Susia in southern Judea 4 centuries later. Just, sometimes they're expressed in mosaics and so on, but basically this is a really old thing. Pretty much as long as we have had synagogues, we have had plaques. They go together. It's also interesting to note that in many of these dedicatory inscriptions, women participate as well. There's one specifically interesting one that was discovered in Smyrna that refers to a woman named Rufina, who not only dedicated all kinds of funds for the synagogue, but she herself was also identified as the archysynagogus, the president of the shul. So this is something that goes back a long way, and it has obviously some practical elements, because when people donate money to the synagogue and they get this plaque, it's a way of keeping the synagogue moving, because the synagogue is a human organization. You have to keep the lights on, you have to pay the taxes, you have to pay the staff. So donating to the synagogue makes sure that the place exists in a concrete fashion. But it's not, one of the things that's amazing about these plaques is that it's something that allows for a very democratic participation, meaning not only those who dedicate like the foundations or the major halls, but people can dedicate amounts for very small, even ephemeral things like prayer cards for Kiddush Urbana, or even more ephemeral things like when my wife suggested that we should make a donation for the daily coffee expenses by the coffee stand. But I think one of the most moving elements of the evolution of the plaque in Jewish tradition is the Yarsai board, in which you can, and this is very affordable, every family can do this. You buy a small little plaque that lists the name of a beloved one who is deceased. It goes up on this board, and then on the anniversary of their death, a really nice innovation. I don't think they did this before electrification, but they would just screw in a little light bulb a little bit deeper so that it makes the electric connection, and it lights up. So specifically, as it were, calls attention to the name of the person who died on that particular day. This is a Yortzeit Day, death anniversary and so on. Unfortunately, the Holocaust necessitates a different kind of memorial that represents the collective 6 million losses that Jewish people suffered. It's a very moving thing. And what I think is so meaningful about it, and I have one there as well from my own beloved father who passed away a few years ago, it helps bring a memory of my father into a public place, because it's a wonderful thing to donate to create, let's say, a sculpture or an art installation that is located somewhere, let's say outdoors, or maybe in a museum during an exhibition or things like that. But it's so beautiful to have a concrete reminder of the existence of a loved one in a place where people gather, in a place where you can come together. I often, at the end of Dublin, just walk over to the plaque, the small plaque that my family and I dedicated in the name of my beloved father, just to think about him, or remember him, and to know that in some symbolic way, he's there with me, davening too. And it means a lot to me. I hope you found this useful, and I would really love to see you at the dinner. I hope you'll be able to participate. Thanks very much for watching.
When I came to the United States, there were shoes. There was no sense of Tehillah or self-disconnection. However, in the young Israel of Lawrence Cedarhurst, I found a place in the midst of homes of Tehillah and Mishmah. I would like to congratulate our honorees, Ilan and Dr. Hiller Abramson and Peter and Alan Goldberg. You have contributed to the creation of a new home for me and my family.
We shouldn't talk about that. We'll talk about it eventually. One day we'll talk about it when I'm right back.
Hello and welcome to the 5th in this series of the What is a Synagogue videos, in which we're talking about different aspects of synagogue life, and I'm preparing these videos in connection with the upcoming annual dinner of my synagogue, Young Israel of Lawrence Cedarhurst, where my wife and I are privileged to serve as the guests of honor at their annual dinner this year. So when I think about synagogues, I think so much about how they are places of rebirth. right? It's always a bad idea to bet against the resilience of the Jewish people. We see that especially clearly in this very unusual synagogue in Belmonte, Portugal. Now, I got to tell you, this is an amazing synagogue for all kinds of reasons. First of all, we should realize that the Jewish community in Belmonte, Portugal, here you can see where it's located, it's kind of inland Portugal, it's not near any major areas, it's really quite a remote place actually. The Jewish community there was basically destroyed in 1497 with the mass conversion that was engineered by the Portuguese authorities. This is following up on the Spanish Inquisition and the Spanish expulsion, which actually swelled the population of Portugal significantly, and then followed by the Portuguese Inquisition, which is in many ways even worse than the Spanish Inquisition. So what happened was, in some really small, remote communities like Belmonte, the Jewish community actually went underground. And they outwardly portrayed themselves as Catholics, but in reality they were crypto Jews, and they continued to practice what they understood as Judaism in secret for 5 centuries. Now, the reason why I qualify that Judaism is because, it's really impossible to keep all of the traditions, especially the rabbinic traditions and the customs that are widespread throughout Europe, when you're in a tremendous lockdown with no access, no access to rabbis, and you're handing things down from generation to generation. It is amazing the degree to which the Jews of Belmonte hung on to their traditions. They were eventually discovered in the early 20th century by this man, Samuel Schwartz, who was a Polish Jew working in the region as an engineer. And, came to talk with people there, and people said, well, whatever you do, don't do business with anyone from Belmonte, because, they're Jews there. And he said, what? Jews in Portugal? They've been kicked out since 1497, or they've been forcibly converted. How are there any Jews left? So he went to Belmonte, and at first the Jewish community there was very hesitant to reveal themselves, and they didn't quite trust him. They asked him a lot of really probing, hard questions to see if he really was Jewish. You can imagine the conversation, right? Funny, you don't look Jewish, you don't sound Jewish. But they brought him to the village elder, who was a woman, and by reciting a few key prayers that they had memorized, like Shema Yisrael, Hashem Elokeinu, Hashem Echad, then Samuel Schwartz was able to establish his bona fides, and the village elders said to everyone gathered around, yes, he is in fact Jewish. There are Jews outside of Portugal, and so that began their exposure to the wider world. My wife and I have the great privilege of visiting the Jewish community of Belmonte twice now with Kosher Riverboat Cruises. And here I am with my colleague, the Prague historian David Kraus.
Behind us stands the Beit Eliyahu Synagogue of Belmonte, which was inaugurated in 1993, if I'm not mistaken. And this is really like the pinnacle of the renewal of the crypto-Jewish community at Belmonte. This gentleman behind me is the president of the Jewish community of Belmonte. Pretty much, as you can see, this is a very remote area, and this is the center of the rebirth of modern Jewish identity. If it wasn't for the 500 years of struggle of the crypto Jews here, who kept it alive, and I think this, personally, for me, this is the most fascinating experience.
Obviously, this synagogue is a late 20th century addition to the community, but it has a lot of features that are very specifically and subtly designed to allude to the unusual history of the community. First of all, it has a mikveh, of course. It has a beautiful aron with the 10 Commandments standing on either side. But this is the aspect of the synagogue architecture that I find most fascinating. Have a look at this Ner Tamid, the eternal light, which in most synagogues is, it's designed as is traditional to be evocative of the appurtenances of the temple, the actual sanctuary in Jerusalem. In most synagogues today, you'll see that there's some kind of electric light there, sometimes a little more beautiful design to look like a flame, maybe evoke the burning bush of the book of Exodus. But what is this thing here? What are we looking at? That is totally different. You can see they have another one over here on the far wall. What exactly is that thing? So it turns out that this is a traditional lamp from before the area was electrified. And it's what normal Portuguese people would use to light their homes. You would put like a candle on the inside of it, or oil and a wick on the inside of it there, and you would be able to carry it around and things like that. Now, the reason why it's so important is because even after electrification, the Jewish community of Belmonte had a long tradition of lighting their candles in such a way that it would not be apparent to anyone who saw inside their homes that they were lighting them for a ritual purpose. So this lamp, which would look, let's say 100 years ago, like a totally ordinary lamp, meant so much to the Portuguese Jews of Belmonte, the crypto Jews, because it really symbolized their hidden identity. And even now that we have electrification, and now, Baruch Hashem, we have regular Shabbat candles and things like that, they still use this as a symbol of their resilience and their ability to be ready for renewal once again. And that's why I think the synagogue is a wonderful place of renewal. I hope you enjoyed this video. I would love it if you would participate in the dinner. It would be great if you actually come and join us and meet in person. Otherwise, please feel free to send a greeting. Thank you very much for watching.
Can you imagine having a sukkah here with that view? Like, oh my gosh. I'm coming to Belmonte for sukkahs next year, God willing. This is where I want to have my sukkah. Especially if, you're in Brooklyn or something, this is an amazing place to have a sukkah. Okay, let's go to the bus. Bye.
Son of a bitch. Does it all come from a real place? Do you get hard? You're a hard and horny guy? Well, growing up especially, yeah. Well, what about nowadays? What's going on nowadays?
Hello and welcome to the 6th video in this series in which I ask the question, what is a synagogue? And these videos are prepared to promote the upcoming annual dinner at my synagogue, the Young Israel of Lawrence Seahurst, where my wife and I are very privileged to serve as the guests of honor. So today I'd like to talk about the synagogue as a place of security. And it's meant kind of in two senses. The first sense of that phrase is a place where one can go in order to feel secure, where one can go in order to pour out one's heart before God, to engage in fellowship with good friends in the community, and all kinds of very positive things. At the same time, the second meaning of that phrase is the place where you have to have security in order to feel safe. This is something that goes way back in Jewish history, that synagogues, particularly in the diaspora, were places of refuge for Jews from physical attack. Let's recall that Jews were always minorities in the places in which they lived. Jewish communities were attacked from invaders from without. In fact, as we shall see, most of the so-called fortress synagogues were built in connection with architecture designed to protect populations against the Mongols and the Tatars. And by the way, this architecture was used by non-Jewish organizations as well. But also Jews had a special reason to create these fortress synagogues, because there was always the concern of peasant uprisings, of anarchy, which could always affect Jews very negatively, sometimes fueled by anti-Semitic ideologues and so on. During the Crusades in the 11th century, there were actually many episodes in which Jews sought refuge, more or less successfully, in Christian houses of worship. The upper clergy, bishops, and so on tended to look askance at the rapacious activity of renegade crusaders who chose to attack the local populations of Jews rather than make their way to Jerusalem, where ostensibly the crusade was to be prosecuted. But in the Middle Ages, Jews began building these synagogues for themselves. Here, let's have a look at a few examples. Most of them are in Eastern Europe because of the waves of invaders from the east. Here's a 15th century example from Krakow. This photograph dates from 1929, but if you go on Wikipedia, you'll see it's still there, and you get a sense of the massive walls that enclose this bracelet player. Here's Husiata, Ukraine, in the 16th century. Again, not only the big heavy walls, but also like the multiple layers of walls to kind of protect an inner sanctum, quite literally, in the sanctuary. Here in Jokva, fascinating exterior structure that also, had that strange kind of crenellation. In some of these synagogues, you actually have like archers' windows and things like that to protect the community. Here is a fascinating reconstruction of the synagogue bells, a very important site for Hasidic Jewry. And you can see that on the left, here's the pre-war version of it. And on the right, you can see how it is set up in Jerusalem. Really interesting. Now, internally, the most important designator of fortress synagogue style, that it came to be called, is a 9-bay design. You can see in this architectural drawing of a bird's eye view of the Vorstadt synagogue in Lviv or Lvov, which at the time was in Poland, now is in Western Ukraine. And you can see that right in the center there are 4 pillars which surround the bima. These pillars would go straight to the ceiling to give the building more structural integrity. So that meant that surrounding the bima and including the space within the space that the bima itself represents, you would have 9 bays. That is a very, very common structural design of the synagogue. Reinforces the halachic imperative to have the bima in the center of the room, whereas you may have had it off center in other structures, perhaps when Jews lived in somewhat safer climes. And it provides both structural integrity and also a sense of protection, because there is this space within the space right within the very middle of the synagogue. Here's another example looking at it crossways. This is the Fortress Synagogue of Pinsk, where you can see the bima laterally would be right in the center of the room like that. You also see the kind of crenellations at the top that we observed earlier. Now, these architectural designs tend to exude strength and stability, which is precisely what you want a fortress to do. In the modern era, unfortunately, the need for it is just as acute. Here you can see the exterior door to the synagogue of the small Jewish community of Halle, Germany. You can see on the upper left, there's an arrow pointing at the security camera, and on the right, you can see the arrow pointing to bullet holes that were left in this very solid door that thankfully the Jews inside did not open for their attacker on Yom Kippur 2019, and his attack was foiled, at least in terms of the people who were inside the synagogue. People who were outside did not fare as well. And of course, here in America, we have the same kind of situation where the Tree of Life Synagogue was tragically attacked in Pittsburgh, 2018. Also an attack in Poway, California, and just 2 weeks ago in Colleyville, Texas. A man comes in and takes the people in the synagogue hostage. Terrifying kind of things that continue to happen in even this great country to this very day. Security is a reality for synagogues, historically and unfortunately even today in our country. When I was making this video, I made the kind of sad realization that actually the very first person I say good morning to is the security staff at Young Israel, either Bob or Chris or whoever happens to be on duty that morning. They're the first person who is at the door, making sure that I'm safe when I get into synagogue and helping preserve the safety and integrity of everyone in the building. And, this is just part of what it means to have religious freedom in this country, which is a price associated with it, a psychological price, a sociological price, and an economic price. But when we are united, that's when we can manage these costs. And in that context, let me invite you to participate. Please, if you're able to attend the dinner, it will be great to meet you in person. If you're watching this from far away and it's not convenient for you to come to the dinner, then consider supporting the security costs and many other things that go along with the running of this wonderful synagogue, Young Israel, Lawrence East. Okay, I hope you found this video interesting, and thanks for watching.
I was a really good Christian, stealing and unbelievable. Yeah, personal training was fun too. But you got a lot of celebrities. Say that again? I was personal training, trying to live with a lot of celebrities.
Hello, fellow students of Jewish history, and welcome to the 7th and final video in this series looking at the question, what is a synagogue? This series is prepared in conjunction with my synagogue, the Young Israel Goen Cedarhurst, and their annual dinner, which is upcoming. Today I'd like to look at the aspects of a synagogue which makes it an essential place for community. And to do that, I'd like to take you to the Rhone River in France to look at the medieval synagogue of Carpentras, which I had the privilege of visiting a few years ago. And let's have a look at the exterior, moving into the interior, and then to the remarkable discoveries that were made in the basement. The synagogue is located in the Jewish Karriere, or the Jewish street. One might call it a ghetto, particularly for later times when it was actually sealed. At one point, as many as 2,000 people, something like 15% of the town's population, lived in this tiny space. When applying for badly needed renovations in the 18th century, there was quite a tussle with the local bishop. The bishop insisted that there be two windows, horizontal windows, added to the left and the right of the two vertical windows, such that when Jews actually entered the synagogue, they would be walking directly under the shape of a cross. This is resonant with much of the activity that was going on with forced sermons and conversionary activity at the time. So an interesting feature when you finish climbing the steps to go into the synagogue proper, there is one tile which is out of place on the floor, which according to the local tradition is a sign that the world is not yet perfect. Humans have a role in perfecting the world, and this is just one indication of the job that lays before them. This beautiful Baroque interior that strikingly contrasts with the very sort of low-profile facade from the outside. And yeah, it's the oldest active synagogue in France and the second oldest active in Europe. There are some remarkable and charming idiosyncrasies, like a miniature chair of Elijah that sits in an alcove on one wall. And up there, so it's sure scale. Of course. Oh wow! Look at how tiny it is. Amazing. Another interesting feature of this 18th century Baroque style, the Torah would have been read on the opposite side of the room and on the second floor. You actually have to go up some stairs to see the original Shulchan. The synagogue administration was so welcoming to us here in Carpentras. You know, we were coming from a significant group with Kosher River Cruises. A lot of important people are traveling with us, and so they not only showed us their prized possession, the Sefer Torah with a Sephardic style case, but they even opened up the area behind the Aron to show us all of their antique Sefer Torahs, which were too worn. Some of the letters had faded, no longer could be used for public reading, but they had behind the Aron a dark space which lovingly preserved some very, very old Sefer Torah, centuries old. And they allowed me to go in back. This is incredible. Okay, Solomon, say something to the camera.
The privilege of beholding a 1771 Sefer Torah.
This mikveh is from the 18th century. Okay, and
the mikveh used in the 18th century and onward was more similar to modern day mikvah, which would be heated and filtered and using water in a separate container, which we'll see shortly, that was actually conformed to the requirements of Jewish law, whereas the place where people would immerse was primarily a more comfortable place with heated and clean water.
Okay, so this was the 18th century, the water from the mikveh. So you put some wood under, and you make it heat, and then the water goes.
In the basement of the 14th century Carpentras synagogue is the community mikveh, a ritual bath. You can see that the water is still quite clear. It's fed from an artesian well. The light dusting on the top of the water is from the flecks that come off the limestone walls. Originally, of course, you would have descended here in candlelight, which must have really heightened the mood of solemnity associated with the ritual immersion, since no natural light can descend into the space.
The Jews of Carpentras, of course, do not use the 14th century mikveh or even the 18th century mikveh. They'll use a modern mikveh. But the synagogue also features communal ovens used for baking the Passover matzah. A few years ago, during some standard renovations, a sub-basement was discovered in the Carpentras synagogue that had some remarkable communal finds.
En dites quelque chose.
Welcome.
Dites, qu'est-ce que tu veux dire aux États-Unis?
Je le dis en français.
Oui.
Ah, super.
Je veux...
Cette synagogue est la plus vieille de France. Elle est exceptionnelle parce que sur le même lieu, nous avons la synagogue et le lieu de vie. Et c'est unique dans le monde et qui, quand même, qui date de 1367. Et vraiment, si vous pouvez venir le voir, vous serez superbement accueillis parce qu'il mérite vraiment cette visite. Et shalom à tous.
Ok, qu'est-ce qu'il y a ici?
Voilà ce que je voulais vous dire. Venez voir.
Ok.
Et on va passer.
C'est une maison de documents.
Il y a des documents.
Incroyable. Vraiment incroyable.
Vous n'avez pas vu ça ce matin?
Non, c'est la première fois.
Je suis ravi. Alors ça,
c'est ça?
Ça c'est des... Normalement, il y a des couloirs qui rejoignent les habitations.
Les couloirs ici, à tous les maisons.
Il y a des couloirs partout où on rejoignait les habitations, les immeubles à côté. Et ici, on pense que c'est la Guéniza de la synagogue, parce qu'on a retrouvé, c'est fini maintenant, on a retrouvé beaucoup de livres. Les vieux, comment on appelle ça, Tfilin, Tzitzit, des manuscrits de comment on appelle ça, de Gutenberg, c'est 1589. Oui. Wow, 1540. 50 ans après Gutenberg.
What I find especially fascinating and meaningful about the discoveries in the sub-basement of the Carpentras synagogue is that they literally had corridors physically connecting the homes of the Jewish quarter with the synagogue. That the Jews wanted, perhaps for security reasons, a direct and immediate and secure access to the synagogue from their homes, which indicates just how important it is that we are connected to our synagogues today. That's especially true in an era when, we are increasingly fractionated as a people and spread across a wide variety of geographic locations. It's true that we have this remarkable ability to come with the internet, something unprecedented since the Gutenberg era, but we cannot rely on this virtual connection to replace the actual connection of being physically together with other people in synagogue. So I hope that this short series has been meaningful for you. If you are able to make it physically to the dinner, then I would love to meet you in person. And if our geographic distances are too wide to make that possible, perhaps you'll consider supporting either our synagogue, which I would certainly love, or your own synagogue, so that we can increase the participation of Jews in this wonderful institution. Thank you very much for sticking with me through this series, and I hope you have a fantastic day.
Just keep it in your pants, alright, for fuck's sake. I can't hang out too long now. I do need to get back and go to the Chelsea world.
I found this actual product from another manufacturer about 2 years ago, but it was not under the stuff. Good morning, welcome. Yeah, this is pretty great. So here it is. Let's crack it open. Let's see what the texture is like. That's from another thing that's also good choice. Okay, here we go. So, and we have some Vendedation. The other question is if it's good in the jar. It's like one of those jars that goes in the This is terrible. That's not a real thing. It's really bad to me. I love that. Sounds like something.
Are you the doctor standing by?
What do we have, 5 doctors in this room? Came late. We saw the moldy bread too early. Also, I'm not entirely. Not the worst thing I ever smoked.
I'm not entirely sure that the recipe for kutak described in the Gemara is always the same recipe. It could be several different versions. The Kraken there, a pumice stick recipe. The rabbi is here. Rabbi, we're hoping that you'll be mahana for just a quick word. No one's tasted it yet. No one's tasted it. No one has the glass.
Let's see. So, this is I was discussing with my Sarissa, which he quoted to the name of Rabbi Nota Greenblatt. So the Gemara says in the Dorim, anybody who keeps shy, look at these basic Babylonians, lays down. They're eating bread with bread because this is really an extension of bread. So Nota Greenblatt says, the year is Yitzhak now, says, of Moses, says that in all their news, he says, like, ask an average person, why is it that you work so hard? He says, so you earn money. He says, well, why do you earn money? He says, why do you look so it's like you go on vacation? Why do you go on vacation? So I can work and I can really to work. So he says, honey buddy tip shy. What fools the people who are asking Nama the Nama? They eat bread in order to eat bread. Right? And then the kutak is meant to remind us that to be a foolish Babylonian, to spend the time on the ratchet room and carry on going just in order to eat again. So that every time we see kutak and are reminded of that, we're reminded of that statement is why we stop, why we do what we do. Anyways, there's a as well. Besides the passing out for eating it.
Okay, let's try this. This is Hamoshi if you want to watch. I also have Countdown, which in first of all, we don't watch on. Alright, here we go. So let's see what texture is like. What if I kind of bang it?
Like the old ketchup.
It's got to come out sometime. It's actually moving. It is moving. I think there's a version of this.
I always think whenever I go to pizza store, I see those ZB pizzas. I think that I think about what it's telling you. Okay. I think that's enough. I think it's going to be enough. I think it's fine. I think it's fine. Just that little. It's just. Okay. All right.
It's very good if you add it to. Okay. I would like to take this opportunity to. Well, I'm going to make a Mizonos on this, but I would like to give this opportunity to the Maki Shira. And wait, we got to make sure we really get
Not tear shasa.
Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu haolam borei minenu zona.
Also has no eyebrows whatsoever.
It tastes like an inferior form of sour cream.
Okay. And you see, this is Russian tone. Okay. The rabbi's got to go next. Okay, here we go. Sorry. Amen.
Speechless.
Okay, Oh, I guess I'm pretty trying. Okay, let's see what happens here. Let's set this up, and I'll see if I can give some kind of. Okay, here we go. We're waiting 2 years for this live. You know, I like it. Faintly nutty taste, I think. Oh, it's not bad. Okay, Dr. Amen. Amen. It goes well with rye. This is just another. I think it does take you fit. It's not too bad. Very strong sour cream vibe. This would go really well. You know, I think why people would use like a you were putting this on. You know, that's what it would be like a good gyro sauce. You know, yeah, it has a very nutty flavor. A little sour, not bad. Okay. Yeah, creativity and historical research.
Everything. I love this.
Thank you. Thank you.
I want to tell you people a story.
Watching your career.
I want to tell you people a story about that.
Thank you. Come here, Rabbi. I wasn't sure if you were here.
I'm going to just tell a story about Dr. Davidson. I'm very short, tied up to Hebron, and last year Pesach, I go to Hebron with my family, and I go to visit the Horowitz family, which is the first people to move into Hebron, who we're very close with, and that's where I stay every year on Chaya Sarah. And I walk into the apartment, and who's on the screen? But Rebbitzin Horowitz is watching Dr. Abramson. I said, "Do you know who that is?" He said, "No, I don't know, but he's great." So anyways, I wanted to know that all over the world, Abramson has our impact. All right.
Because nobody wants to see a fucking 6'5" nigga in the heels. See a 6'2" man with a fupa. You know what I'm saying? It's like if I want to see somebody tuck their stomach into their pants, I'll give me a Mexican bitch. You know?
Thank you so much for joining us once again for this new installment of our 360 series with Dr. Abramson. It is such a privilege to have host Dr. Abramson, not only because this series is going to be so wonderful, but because it follows up on the mountain of incredible feedback that we got from our last series that we had this year. Both in terms of the back and forth and in terms of the content that you were able to share with us. Tonight's topic is the first in a series of 3, which will be discussing a really, really fascinating topic, talking about the controversies that are key to understanding a really important figures in Jewish history. But I'll leave really some of the content to Dr. Abramson. I'll simply start by expressing our gratitude to all those who joined us. And Dr. Abramson was up very late tonight, and this is 3 hours later for him than it is for us. And I'm looking forward to sharing a wonderful experience together.
Thank you so much, Rabbi. It was a great privilege to speak with your audience again. I really did enjoy the last time we spoke. We had quite a stimulating interchange of ideas, especially because we developed it over 3 different meetings, and that allowed us to really flesh things out a little bit. And this is a topic that I find especially fascinating and quite relevant to our own times, especially when we deal with these political catchphrases like cancel culture and the notion that people could express opinions that somehow would invalidate them, yet they may have tremendous potential to offer for society as a whole. And this is, in fact, what we see with the three great figures that I hope we will have the opportunity to explore over tonight and next week and then in January. They're pivotal, transformative figures, and when we look backwards in history at their legacy, it's impossible to imagine that there would have been any controversy regarding these towering geniuses. But in reality, if they showed up in our schools today, we probably would not give them an aliyah, and we might even give them an escort to the door, if you can believe it or not. By way of general introductory theme, I'd like to actually step out of our Jewish history for a moment and look at this individual on the left, Ignaz Semmelweis, who is most likely not actually Jewish. He was a 19th century doctor who was very active in the Austro-Hungarian Empire, in Vienna and in Buda in particular. There is some question about his background. Most scholars seem to think he was ethnically German, living in Hungarian territories, but it's not at all impossible that he was a descendant of converts to Christianity, which was very common in the 19th century among educated Jewish classes. Here he is with his bride in 1857 when he was in his 30s. Now, he's an unusual figure because he worked as a medical doctor, as I mentioned, in obstetrics in particular. And he was especially charitably minded. He worked in some of the new clinics that had been established specifically for poor women who were having street births, meaning they would just, find any place to give birth without any medical attention, simply unwed. And there was a fear of infanticide, and so the state set up several of these free clinics for women. And the rumor went around, and it was actually a well-founded rumor, that one of the clinics had a startlingly high mortality rate from puerperal fever, which is essentially a kind of a sepsis that can affect women when they have difficulties in childbirth. The other clinic, which operated on different days, had a much lower level of puerperal fever. And ironically, the level of puerperal fever in the second clinic was just about the same mortality rate for women as those who gave birth without any medical attention. So this really troubled Semmelweis, and he looked at all kinds of reasons. Why is it that Clinic 1, which operates on a certain number of days a week, is having these atrocious mortality rates, and Clinic 2 is having less of them and more like the normal mortality rate associated with childbirth in the 19th century? It troubled him deeply. He looked at all kinds of variables, trying to figure out what was going on. The only difference between the two clinics is that the one with the high female mortality, maternal mortality, was actually a medical teaching facility that had medical doctors working there, or doctors in training. And the second clinic had only midwives, no medical doctors. And so he deduced that what was probably happening is that the medical doctors were coming into contact with cadaverous particles. Now, this was before the theory of germ theory was developed, and people didn't have a good sense of what infection was and things like that. But he thought that perhaps, correctly, although in a kind of a simplistic way, he thought that the fact that the medical doctors were working on autopsies in one room and then walking over and delivering babies shortly thereafter, that somehow contributed to infant and maternal mortality. This was not happening at all at the second clinic. They didn't deal with cadavers at all. And so what he did was he tried to find a way to remove any of these assumed cadaverous particles from the skin by instituting a chlorine hand wash. And the reason why he went with chlorine and lye is primarily because it removed the smell from the hands of the surgeons better than And when he instituted this chlorine hand wash, amazingly, the maternal mortality dropped dramatically. And it seemed like this is what did it all. It was just wash your hands. That's the whole thing. You can believe it. The doctors were not washing their hands between autopsies and deliveries, which is just incredible. But he discovered it. He said, hey, you just have to make sure you disinfect your hands. Of course, we didn't have the idea of what exactly disinfection means, but nevertheless, that is precisely what happened. Now, remarkably, Semmelweis's discovery was ignored by the medical establishment in Austria and Hungary. They discounted entirely his theory of cadaveral tissues, and they felt that he was overreacting to these things, and they essentially did not implement any of his common sense procedures in other medical facilities. He did everything he could. He traveled around trying to convince people of the importance of this chlorine hand wash, and he published quite strident attacks on the institutions that refused to institute these very basic procedures. In this particular publication, dated 1862, he referred to doctors who refused to wash their hands as irresponsible murderers and ignoramuses. This is the kind of thing that certainly did not endear him to the medical establishment. He grew mentally unstable as a result of his ongoing failure to convince the medical establishment there was value and that he was actually saving lives by his chlorine wash. And although now he is considered, a tremendous hero in medicine, what happened in his lifetime is that his increasingly erratic behavior led some of his friends to actually commit him to an insane asylum, where he was put in a straitjacket and he was held in seclusion in a dark room, and he was rather mercilessly beaten. And in fact, 2 weeks after he was committed to this insane asylum, he actually died of blood poisoning. It's believed that it probably had to do with his beating because one of his hands was horribly injured, and he probably suffered some blood poisoning as a result of that. He died 2 weeks later. Hardly anyone came to his funeral, and he was immediately replaced, of course, at the maternity clinic. And as soon as his replacement took over, of course, mortality rates jumped to 6 times the rate that they were when he was there and having all of the doctors wash their hands with chlorine. So he was an incredibly ignored figure in his lifetime, even though now he's considered a great national hero. In fact, part of the reason why there's some debate over his ethnicity because several different nationalities all want to claim this is actually an Austrian coin claiming him as one of their own. There was a gold 50-euro coin published in 2008. But I think Semmelweis is such an interesting and fascinating case study that leads us into the discussion of the people that we'll be looking at, because these are people who, for the most part, were men of tremendous vision, men who really, although Semmelweis did not exactly understand the procedures that led to the lower female mortality, but he nevertheless could make the connection between hand washing and greater health. And despite their phenomenal vision, they were excoriated in their own time. They were hated, actually. They were pursued, and they suffered tremendously as a result of this very unfair criticism, which would prove to be ignored by history over time, but they did not necessarily enjoy that in their own lifetime. And so what we're going to look at is 3 different individuals in 3 very different time periods. And I'm hoping that we may even see some relevance to our own times. On the left, you see the statue of Moses Maimonides in Cordoba, Spain. Actually, it's kind of interesting that, like Semmelweis, he's claimed by Spain, even though he was kicked out of Spain with his family when he was just in his adolescent years. And you see the the front page of the Mesilat Yesharim, a remarkable, amazing 18th century book by Rabbi Moshe Chaim Luzzatto. And today, Rabbi Luzzatto is one of the remarkable figures of the 18th century that is actually claimed as a hero to not only the Lithuanian Talmudic world because of this particular work, Mesilat Yesharim. He's also claimed as a hero to the Hasidic world because he was first and foremost actually a Kabbalist, and he wrote some remarkable works on the philosophy of Kabbalah. And he's also claimed, ironically, by the non-religious Haskalah movement because he also wrote plays, much like 18th century Italian romances. He was the first Hebrew novelist, and he wrote a lot of modern plays using the kind of vocabulary and syntax and style of Italian poetry. So, but nevertheless, despite this tremendous, claim and his widespread acceptance today, in his own time, he was actually forced to recant his views 3 separate times. He was run out of his native Padua, Italy. He was run out of his native Padua, Italy. He was actually put under house arrest in Frankfurt, Germany, and then, only after much travail was he ultimately allowed to go to Amsterdam after all of his writings were confiscated and then lost, believe it or not. So this is the story of the Ramchal, as we will explore God willing next week. And then finally, and I have to say, I'm especially excited to speak about this individual because the last time I spoke about him was back in 2013, and it was very well received and well publicized, the talk, but it was based on very limited sources. And since then, so many more biographies have appeared of the incomparable Rabbi Menachem Mendel Schneerson, the great leader of the Lubavitch movement, is possibly the world's most recognized Jew. With the widespread popularity of Chabad in the remotest corners of the world, the Lubavitcher Rebbe is remarkably well known, and that face is, I associated with Judaism for people who have very, very limited association with Judaism as a whole. He was actually quite a brilliant individual. And he was the CEO of a massive volunteer network to which people devoted their lives, and ironically, which has grown exponentially even after his passing, which is amazing that an organization can have no official salary, no official revenue stream, and still nevertheless grow with people devoting their lives to his thoughts. So we'll look at the Rebbe as he is known in January. So these are the 3 figures. Oh, and by the way, the Rebbe, of course, endured tremendous criticism because towards the end of his life, after he had a tragic stroke and was unable to communicate effectively, there was a widespread movement among his followers that actually continued after his passing, that argued that he was in fact the Mashiach, that he was in fact the Messiah, and we'll explore that controversy, which really created a huge amount of negative feedback at the same time, which unfortunately obscured some of his phenomenal achievements to otherwise, interested Jews who would have liked to have heard what exactly he had to offer them philosophically and so on. So those are the 3 figures that we'll be looking at over the course of these 3 weeks. And I think at this point, we should get straight to the Rambam. This is my favorite version of the iconic representation of the Rambam. We, of course, have no idea what it actually looked like, and the turban, sort of dignified-looking individual is the one that we've seen in many publications since the 19th century. He's actually a bust of him, kind of like a bas-relief, is on the wall of the Congress as well, as one of the great leaders of philosophy. Behind him, we do actually see his signature because a lot of his manuscripts, original autographed manuscripts, were actually recovered from the Cairo and Giza, where he lived and worked, and quite a few of his documents. There was a saying that from Moses to Moses, there was no one like Moses. And Of course, the first Moses in that proverb is Moshe Rabbeinu, the great Moses of the Torah, and Moses Maimonides at the other end, a good 2,500 odd years later. And in many ways, this is a figure that you only see once in a millennium because he had incredible grasp of not only the broad swath of Torah knowledge, but also of basically all secular knowledge at the time as well. Again, in the 12th century, when he was very active, the body of world knowledge, scholarship in particular, was still, almost manageable by a single person. And this is the kind of person who could have achieved that kind of great expertise, both in the Torah realm and in the secular realm. And in fact, the reality that he was someone who was able to excel both religiously and in the secular vein is one of the reasons why he became such a hero in the 19th century to the Haskalah, the Jewish Enlightenment movement, because they saw in him the sort of antidote to the inward-looking, highly insular Eastern European ghetto Jew who was deeply wrapped up in the texts of the Talmud and the Kabbalah and so on, but really could not negotiate the outside world, couldn't, speak the vernacular appropriately, certainly didn't have higher education at the university level outside of the yeshiva. The Rambam, which is the acronym of his full name and title, Rabbi Moses Ben Maimon, the son of Maimon, the Rambam exemplified that kind of, you can do it all. You can be highly proficient as a religious Jew and highly proficient and a public thought leader in fields outside of Judaism as well. So many schools were not not uncoincidentally named after Maimonides, the Maimonides School in Boston, for example, because he exemplified that kind of you can have it all kind of sensibility. His major centers of activity were Spain as a youth. I'll show you a little bit of his map of his travel in a moment, but most of his life and work was conducted in Egypt. So it's a little bit unfair for Spain to claim him as one of their own because, as I mentioned, he was actually exited from Spain in his youth. He is paradigmatic of this ultimate Jew, of course, as a medical doctor, which is one of the most traditional fields for Jews to exist in. But at the same time, he was highly exceptional. He was unusually creative and intellectually very bold. He was prepared to suggest audaciously large and innovative intellectual approaches to some of the great problems of Judaism, as I hope to demonstrate shortly. Here's a map showing you his basic travels. His family was in southern Spain, which was dominated by the Muslims, and actually for about 200 years prior to his departure, was really a golden era for Jews in the Iberian Peninsula. But at the very end of it, in the 12th century, among the things that happened is that Muslim tribes from North Africa penetrated into this already Muslim-held territory in southern Spain, and they were quite a bit more radical and much more fanatical about their adherence to Islamic theology and much more strict things. So, for example, the commonplace drinking parties that involved alcohol were to be highly excoriated, and the Almohads and the Almovarids, who were the groups that came up, they couldn't believe that the Muslim rulers were actually having drinking parties with Jews and with Christians. And so they really cracked down with a far harsher vision of Islam that had existed hitherto in Cordoba. The Maimonides family, despite the fact that they were very well established in the south of Spain, and they had generations upon generations of dayanim, of judges, Jewish judges who had served there, Maimonides' father, Maimon, decided to take the family out of Spain. And they fled Spain, there's some interesting later historiography that suggests that they may have even faked the conversion to Islam, although the specific reference to that is highly suspect. Nevertheless, they made their way to Spain and across the coast North Africa. Maimonides at the time was about 12 or 13 years old, and Tunisia in particular, that's where he embarked on his medical education. Tunisia actually had was a remarkably advanced center of learning at the time, and they spent some significant years there where he was able to really develop his knowledge of the sciences. He was already a child prodigy and had completed a remarkable commentary on the Mishnah even as a teenager, but his greater works would still be in the future. Then from Tunisia, they made their way to Egypt, and specifically to Fustat, which was a suburb of Cairo, and that's where the Jewish community primarily lived. Maimonides continued his studies there and left it up to his older brother David to provide for the family. By this point, his father had passed away. And unfortunately, David was lost in a shipwreck that also took the Maimonides' fortune with him. And so all of a sudden, Moses had to stand up and become the prime breadwinner for his mother and surviving siblings. And so he did what any good Jewish boy would do. He hung up a shingle as a medical doctor. In those times, medical doctors were involved much more in kind of diagnosis and the dispensing of natural remedies like herbs and things like that, rather than surgery. Surgery was considered a much lower profession. It was actually associated with barbers, and that's essentially what he did. He rose to significant fame, however, he had a tremendous reputation, and he ultimately ended up being appointed to be the family physician of the Viceroy of Egypt, where he primarily treated the harem, that is the wives of the Sultan, and their children, which was a very high-level position. He describes actually in some of his letters how his typical day would involve him, getting up, saying morning prayers, getting on a camel, and essentially, just like I do, riding the Long Island Railroad, except then it would have been the Long Nile Donkey Road, all the way up to Cairo. He would spend the day in Cairo treating all of the harem and their children and so on, and then he would come back late at night. He only ate one meal a day, and after his meal was over, then he was besieged by people in Fustat who all came to him for legal halakhic advice and direction and so on. And he would stay up till very, very late at night. And somehow, amidst all of this, he managed to write some tremendous works of Jewish stuff. And so at this point, let's turn to his Jewish thought. And that's where we'll see that he got into a lot of trouble. So, specifically, what did he write? So I already mentioned that as a child, he wrote a remarkable commentary on the Mishnah. It is so significant that it is typically printed with standard Mishnah today. That if you want to study the Mishnah, you look at the commentary of the Rav, Rabbi Bartanura, and you look at the commentary of Maimonides, and he was, perhaps 12 or 13 when he wrote the first draft of this remarkable book that still demonstrates phenomenal addition, the awareness of everything in the Talmud that is brought to bear on the commentary of the Mishnah. So this in itself is a remarkable achievement, but he was just getting started at that point. He was also, as I mentioned earlier, incredibly proficient as a medical expert and published widely. He wrote treatises, still available today, in Arabic. The Mishnah commentary was written in Hebrew. The medical writings are in Arabic. Of course, he was fluent in both languages. And he wrote about anxiety and depression. He wrote about traditional medicines. He wrote, like many of his predecessors, kind of like guides to, field guides to collecting herbs and things like that. And, he was really well regarded as a scientist, completely separately from his religious work. He wrote a tremendous amount of correspondence because he was the widely recognized, particularly in North Africa and in Yemen, as being the leading figure of the Jews. He eventually was appointed to be the Nagid, the leader of Egyptian Jewry, a position that was actually handed down for several generations after him as the primary leader of Egyptian Jewry, very important community. And so many communities and individuals directed their problems to him, and he left behind a massive correspondence that betrayed a tremendous sensitivity to individual concerns, and often gave very insightful advice and often very courageous and heroic advice. Sometimes it's really, you can see the personality of Maimonides coming out in the letters, perhaps more than anywhere else. For example, there's a famous letter that he received from a convert to Judaism who was having a hard time because the rabbi in his town was telling him there were certain blessings he wasn't allowed to say because the blessings say the God of my fathers, Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, and his fathers biologically were not Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. And Maimonides writes back essentially saying, tell your rabbi, he had no idea what he's talking about. Your fathers spiritually are Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. You're completely allowed and encouraged to use these phrases as they are in the traditional book, and they are genuinely your spiritual parents. So you really get a sense for who he was as a person in the letters, which betray a much more personal view. His magnum opus, however, the greatest works of his career include a philosophical classic called the Moreh Nevuchim, or the Guide for the Perplexed. Now, this is a remarkable work which was written in Judeo-Arabic. That is, written in Arabic, written in Hebrew characters, basically in Arabic language, with a lot of Hebraic and Aramaic influences. This is a little bit like Yiddish is essentially German written in Hebrew characters with a lot of Hebrew and Aramaic, and as well Romance and Slavic words mixed in. So it's kind of like a specialized, highly directed sort of work. And the text of it indicates that he wrote it for one student in particular, although it's quite likely that he understood that by writing this work, it would, of course, be much wider correspondence and much wider circulation. And as the title implies, it was basically a very sophisticated philosophical discussion that defended Judaism from the attacks that contemporary Islamic philosophy bore upon the ancient faith. Essentially, it was an apology for Judaism that was not something we necessarily, wanted to put in the Barnes and Noble of the time for everybody, or I should say on the Amazon front page for everybody, because it was a highly sophisticated philosophical book, and it seems to have been directed primarily at a particular class of Egyptian Jew, or Jew in the Arabic-speaking world. Let us not forget, by the way, that the time that Maimonides was functioning, the Arabic Jewish world is in many ways far more advanced than the Jewish world in Christian Europe. It's true that you do have Rashi, and you begin to see the Tosafot beginning to emerge, but there's no question that there's a number and scope and creativity of Spanish and North African Jews far beyond what they're producing in Christian Europe. So he's writing to like the kind of intellectual elite of the Egyptian Jewish community, saying, don't be overwhelmed by Aristotelian philosophy as it's expressed by the Arabs. Judaism has far more to offer you. And because he was incidentally very well versed in Greek philosophy, and in particular that of Aristotle, he would argue that Judaism and Aristotle are far closer than Islam and Aristotle.
Aristotle, of course, seen as the greatest philosophers of his day. So the idea of a concordance between Jewish thought and Aristotelian thought was considered a very valuable desiderata. So this was a book essentially, if you can imagine in contemporary terms, it's kind of like a book for, film students who finish day school and then they head off to secular college and they're kind of overwhelmed by the philosophies that they encounter there, and they say, oh my gosh, I lived in such a small kind of like insular world in my little modern Orthodox shtetl, and my Maimonides came to write the letter saying, yeah, don't worry, we've still got it all over these other ideologies. Let me explain it to you, as it were. That's essentially what the Guide for the Perplexed is all about. Second, and an incredibly important work that he was involved in is this massive thing called the Mishnah Torah. And both of these works together will perhaps what got him into trouble more than anything else, and I'll explain why that is in just a second. The Mishnah Torah, unlike the Guide for the Perplexed, which was written in Judeo-Arabic with a ton of philosophical terminology and lots of references to Aristotle and lots of references to other Greek philosophers and so on, which, by the way, went on to have a huge influence on Christian thinkers like St. Thomas Aquinas and others. Maimonides was regarded as one of the great formative foundations of the scholastic movement. The Mishnah Torah was written in a very simple Hebrew. It's basically middle school level, like if you have a bright 7th grader, they'll be able to translate the Mishnah Torah without too much difficulty. And as the title implies, it was a repetition of the Torah. What does that mean? We should understand that Jewish halakha in particular, Jewish law, or the guidelines for Jewish practice, are so complex and they are nowhere organized in a central place. That is, if you want to know the laws of the Sabbath, for example, so you'll find a few tiny scattered reference in the Torah itself, in one tractate, the Mishnah, that is amplified upon in the Talmud, but it is the nature of the Mishnah, and especially the Talmud, to make tangents almost as important as the core material. So what that means is, if you have 150 odd pages of Tractate Shabbat, you can be sure that at least 40 or 50 pages are not talking about Shabbat at all. And so, where are those other 40 or 50 pages? They're scattered in other tractates. You'll find stuff in Tractate Eruvin, a huge part of Tractate Shabbat that is important. You'll find it scattered in Sanhedrin, you'll find it scattered in Purim. So the only way you can really know the laws of Shabbat, which are vitally important once every 7 days, is you literally have to know the entire Talmud. And that's a massive document, incredibly huge. So what Maimonides did is he said, listen, this is really complicated, so I'm going to make it simple for everybody. I'm going to start from the very beginning, and I'm going to discuss the entire Torah. All of the halachot from the Torah, the Mishnah, the Talmud, everything, and I'm going to put it in an organized fashion, basically Greek style, with a chapter that's devoted entirely, or a book that's devoted entirely to Shabbat, and all of the Shabbat laws will be right there, and they'll be organized by chapters and organized by a number of headers, which is a very Arabic style of writing, and all you need to understand Judaism and to practice it, he said, is the Torah itself, the first 5 books of Moses, and my master compendium, the Mishnah Torah, the repetition of the Torah. And it was brilliant. It was absolutely phenomenal. It was so easy to read in a very lucid, clear Hebrew, although it's often deceptive in its simplicity. It's fascinating that you can spend very, very high-level discussions looking at the Mishnah Torah and trying to figure out why he phrased it this way and not another way, and you discover incredible depths of wisdom in it. I know I spent
When I went to yeshiva, and I was in one of the higher level classes, and my Fabrice and I, we would work on the Talmud all 5 days a week, and then on Fridays we were assigned the section from Mishnah Torah that dealt with the Talmud. But after dealing with the arcane and convoluted arguments of the Talmud, we thought the Mishnah Torah was so clear and easy. We know this. Are we really going to spend 3 hours talking about this? But then when we got to the Shir, and it was offered by Rav Mendel Weinbach, he completely devastated our understanding of the sophistication of the Rambam, and explained how we had missed it, like there was a massive supersonic train going past our heads, and we had totally, were completely oblivious to what was really going on in the text, even though we had a superficial understanding. So the Mishnah Torah, incredible achievement that looks at the entirety of Jewish halakha and encapsulates it in a very organized fashion. And moreover, this was one of the very first codes of Jewish law that tried to put everything within that organized fashion, and it was later imitated by the Tur and by the Shulchan Aruch and modern codes like the Mishnah Berurah. All of those later codes did not have the same ambitious scope, meaning they only those laws that are directly pertinent to post-temple Judaism. All of the sacrificial laws, the laws of Tuma and Tahara that deal with the temple, they said, we'll wait for Mashiach to think about those things. But the Rambam said, no, I'm going to write everything, every single one. The other books did not deal with, what are times going to be like when Mashiach comes? He says, okay, I'm going to talk about the halakha of Mashiach. What does Mashiach look like? Who is he? And how will we know he's Mashiach? And so on. That's in this very bold and expansive work. He also dealt with amazing things like how to sleep, right? How to have opinions. What opinions are correct and what opinions are not correct? Brilliant things that later codes thought was just too large for them, and they dealt with much more mundane. I'll just focus on one particular section of the Mishnah Torah that I'm especially close to because I wrote a book on it, and I actually wrote it several times. This is a book that I'm very close to. One of the brilliant sections of Maimonides' books is his discussion of how to repent, the ways of repentance, or tshuva. And so I got into this habit of about 12 or 13 years ago that I would always review this particular section of the book of tshuva in the month before Rosh Hashanah when it's traditionally studied, and then I ended up translating it to English as part of my personal learning. I shared it with some people and they liked it, and that kind of grew, so I ended up self-publishing it because I was experimenting with that unusual way of getting ideas out, and ever since then I have reviewed my own commentary every year and republished it, just like we work on ourselves every year and we try to improve ourselves. I go back to this particular book, which is now in its 9th edition, and I have so much. Look at that, ratings up there. I got a 4.0. So I'm very close to this book. I feel very want to listen. Now, I've given you like this, tremendous biography of Antonius and things like that. Who could possibly disagree with the great Rambam? Why would there be controversy about him? It was a very intense controversy, and it was especially harsh, not in those regions where he had developed a personal reputation, like in North Africa and in Yemen, and even in Spain, where he had a large following, but in Christian Europe, where Jews did not read Arabic, when they got the Hebrew translations by the Ibn family of Maimonides' Guide for the Perplexed, there was a huge outcry. And a lot of the Jews of France in particular said, what is going on here? Look how this rabbi is quoting Aristotle. Look how he's saying things like, accept truth from whomever speaks it. Have you ever heard of something so ridiculous? You always have to look at who's speaking it. You can't just accept truth because it makes sense rationally. And he took a lot of positions that were anathema to European Jews. Like, for example, he had a very dim view of supernaturalism. And he argued that discussions of demons and spells and things like that are in the Talmud were all allegorical, and they should not be taken literally. And the rabbis in Europe said, what are you talking about? We take those things very literally. We believe in demons, and we believe in spells and amulets and things like that. Maimonides is a much more rational, kind of like almost, very medical approach, almost a Lithuanian approach to these things. So people got very, very upset about the diet for the complex. And then when the Mishnah Torah came out, oh my gosh, the pot boiled over. Not only was he charged with over-reliance on Greek wisdom, and in fact, when we look at sections like his Hilchot Zayot, which deal with kind of like personality development, he absorbs a lot straight from Aristotle. He diverges from Aristotle in two very interesting ways, in particular that he thinks Aristotle is too easy on anger and not hard enough on civility. There's more of a value that Aristotle should pay attention to. The Mishnah Torah was just such a controversy because Maimonides chose to print it without any citations. So meaning, a dispute in the Talmud might extend over 6 or 7 pages, and it might appear in several different tractates. And rather than sort of summarizing what Rabbi X said, and Rabbi Y said, and what Rabbi Z said, he simply said, the bottom line is this. And it was his opinion, but he did not demonstrate how he arrived at his opinion. He simply stated what he thought people needed to know without all of the scholarly baggage of footnotes and cross-references, but this, however, that this was felt to be, disrespectful to all of these other rabbis that were involved in. And it was also seen to be a very arrogant kind of statement because, as I mentioned before, he states openly in his introduction to Mishnah Torah, it's very complicated, so all you really need is the Chumash and my book, and you're good. You're golden. You don't need anything else. Rabbis look at this and they say, wait a second, we could be out of a job with this. Like, oh my God. And then when you add to that fact that Maimonides felt very strongly that, and I apologize, Jose, he felt that rabbis should never be paid. They should always have some other kind of job, and what they do for the community is purely, just their donated time. There are some exceptions to this rule, and obviously, if you hire a doctor and you don't pay him or her, then chances are you don't have a very good doctor. So the rabbis did find ways to get around this, but basically this was Maimonides' opinion that all judges and rabbis should perform their services free of compensation. So there were economic reasons why there were attacks on him as well. In Paris, things came to about he endured some of this during his lifetime, but he was largely relegated to the other side of the Mediterranean. Where he never was. He did, some of the rumors that were carried back to Fustat that he was not well accepted and so on, but he passed away in 1204 before the controversy really came to a boiling point. The worst moment in the controversy was when the Jews of France, specifically Paris, were so upset by Maimonides' works that they approached the Dominican friars, and they explained to them that they believed that there was this Jew who was gaining popularity, who was writing heretical works. The Dominicans were very happy to assist the Jews in removing heresy from their ranks. And so they collected up all the copies of Maimonides that they could find, and they sent them to the flames in 1232 on the very spot that, ironically, 10 years later, the French court would actually burn all of the Talmuds that they would get their hands on, 24 wagon loads of them, which are still observed as a fast day among Parisian Jews to this very day. So, it's, once you start on the path of burning books, it's very hard to shut that down. The controversy erupted, and it had three specific peaks with different generations of people who were opposing Maimonides. Ultimately, there was a solution late in the 13th century that was largely brokered by the great thinker Rashba, who said, okay, listen, there's lots of value in Maimonides. We know the charges about Greek wisdom and so on. We know the charges of arrogance and so on, but we kind of set that aside because he was trying to write something that would be usable by everyone. And so he effected a compromise that was finally put an end to the dispute, that one could study the philosophical works of Maimonides, like the Guide to the Perplexed, but only after age 25. In other words, younger intellectual students could not approach this potentially heretical work until they had really mastered a large segment of the traditional text, and only then could they return to Maimonides. It's also worthwhile to note that although he is considered a towering figure in Halacha, and he is generally considered one of the three major figures that are consulted by Rabbi Yosef Karo, when he formulates the law in the Shulchan Aruch, it is quite often that Maimonides is in the minority. His opinions are often overruled by the two other major medieval authorities that formulate our Halacha, and Maimonides is studied even though his Halacha is theoretical as opposed to that which is necessarily accepted. But his philosophical work and his generosity of spirit to far-flung communities, his secular knowledge, these are all things that made him phenomenally important and a figure that strides proudly over the centuries of Jewish history. Okay, I talked a blue streak there for about 40 minutes, 45 minutes. I want to thank you for your attention and your endurance, and I'm going to stop sharing the screen, and I think we can take some questions.
100 Colombian baddies in 100 minutes. This is absolutely incredible. And you've seen Casey Rocket before. You see him again. What do you think about all this? I think he gets prettier every time. It's incredible. It seems like some of the mascara
Eric, totally cool. It's so wonderful to see everyone, and thank you so much for joining us. It's our second installment of the wonderful lecture series, and second installment of our second lecture series. Dr. Henry Abrams, the first one that we got on our own, phenomenal feedback, and thank you so much for starting us off with the fascinating look at the broader picture that gives us really exciting to Rambam. And we're moving on to our next topic tonight. I want to just remind everyone that we appreciate that we'd like to take this time, and we're lucky to have a third presentation, but it's not going to be on a Monday. So we're going to be taking a little bit of a break for the end of year vacation that are coming up for many people, and so the next installment will be on the 6th of January at the same time. With that, I will pass to the class and look forward to listening and learning from my doctor.
Thank you very much, Rabbi. It was very kind of you. I really enjoyed our opportunity to speak last week. I have to say, I'm super excited about tonight's talk because I find that the Ramchal, our subject matter, is completely fascinating. He's written some works that I have been very engaged with for decades, and there's a lot of exciting new research that has been presented on the Ramchal that I'm hoping to share with you tonight. The topic for tonight is Rabbi Moshe Chaim Luzzatto. I will most likely use the acronym of his name interchangeably. That's the Ramchal, Rabbi Moshe Chaim Luzzatto, who was an extremely important thinker in the early 18th century.
So we're jumping ahead some 6 centuries from the Rambam, but I think you will find that many of the features that we looked at in the Rambam's life are echoed in an unusual way in the Ramchal's life. I've also thought of a sort of a title for these 3 lecture series. I know it's a little bit late, we're halfway into the series, but I'm thinking that I will call this Revered Yet Reviled, meaning both of these aspects were true to their biographies. The Rambam, when we get together in January, got room to speak about the Rebbe. All 3 figures were of towering stature and tremendous impact and huge influence on the Jewish world, but at the same time, during their lifetimes in particular, they suffered some phenomenal controversy and bitter, withering criticism. This would be certainly true for the Ramchal, as I hope to explore with you tonight. So let me begin first by introducing you to a book that, if you are familiar with the Ramchal, you are most likely familiar with this particular work, the Mesilat Yesharim, which is translated as the Path of the Just. Sometimes confused with another book, Orchot Tzadikim, which has a very similar title, The Ways of the Just, but this is quite distinct from that work, which is written a few centuries earlier. It's a rather remarkable piece of literature. It is essentially a kind of it's one of the classic works of the Musar canon, meaning the collection of works which are kind of the go-to sources for the study and development of ethical culture among the Jews. And the model is based on an extended discussion of a passage in the Talmud, in which one of the figures in the Talmud describes a successive series of stages of personality development, from vigilance to zeal to cleanliness, and each of these stages of development are fleshed out in great detail. What does it mean to be vigilant? Why are we starting with vigilance? And then what does zeal have to do with vigilance and things like that? And it's really quite a fascinating book. It is an extremely popular book, especially for young adults, widely studied in yeshivas and seminaries, primarily because it's a great place to sort of exercise one's thinking about, who am I and what kind of person do I wish to become, which is associated with emerging adulthood as a stage of development. Some of us are kind of stuck on it for a very long time. The Vilna Gaon, for example, is famous for having studied Mesilas Yesharim 101 times. I myself, I personally would like to match that goal. I'm up to my 28th time through Mesilas Yesharim. I really find this a tremendously fascinating, endlessly inspirational book. But what's, I think, especially about this book is that in the 1990s, a new version of Mesilas Yesharim was discovered in the former Soviet archives. It was actually an autographed version, written in the Ramchal's own hand, and dated some 2 years before this work was published. The previous version was dated 1738, making it the first draft of Mesilas Yesharim. It is complete start to finish, and yet it lay moldering in an archive unpublished. And it is remarkably different. Now, let me tell you why the difference is there, or what the difference is, and I think you'll find it that's quite fascinating, and in fact, in many ways, more interesting than one that's been so famous for a couple hundred years. In the version that everyone has been studying since the 1740s is basically a didactic frontal lecture. There is an omniscient narrator who simply tells us what we need to know, and we read it like, a long Atlantic essay or something like that. But in the version that was written in the Ramchal's own hand, it's a dialogue, it's a play, it has characters, it has drama. The setting is 2 young men. Well, we'll start with one of them. There's one character who is called the Chacham, the wise person. And he is, to try and put it in the context of the 21st century, he's kind of like a really good YU graduate. He is a learner. He's interested in, of course, learning Torah. He's completely observant and so on. But he's interested in the broader world of intellectual inquiry. He's interested in science and culture and literature and music and the arts. And, he has kind of broad interests. And one of his interests is he wonders, what is it that those Haredim do with their time? And again, the term, modern Orthodox, the term Haredi are not appropriate for the 18th century, but it's kind of like, on the one hand, you have someone who has kind of like a broad base of interest, and Torah is, prominent among them. And then you have others who are like extremely interested in Torah and don't have apparently much time for things outside of the traditional canon of texts. But the Chacham wonders about, what do Haredim do with their time? What do they spend all this time reading Psalms? Don't they get bored? Aren't they curious? Don't they want to know about the outside world and things like that? And then one day, early on in the book, he looks across the room and he sees an old high school friend of his, who he hasn't seen for very many years, and he sees that his friend has become one of the Haredim. He has, so to speak, flipped out. And he goes over to him and says, "Oh, Shalom Aleichem, how are you? I haven't seen you in so long. What's going on? How are you doing?" And they start to catch up, and he says, "Listen, I'm really curious. I have all these questions about what you do. Why did you become way?" And engage in this deep discussion that in many ways is kind of like the same kind of discussion that goes on among spiritually motivated Jews even today. What is the right place to sort of situate ourselves within Jewish culture and the broader world? To what degree do we consider ourselves primarily Jews or primarily human beings, citizens of the planet? Where do you put the needle on that kind of axis? This is a great question, really. It's gripping. And they have this extensive discussion, and the character who has flipped out, he is the Chassid, although that term should not be confused with the later Hasidim. We'll be discussing, God willing, when we get to the Lubavitcher Rebbe. But he's the pious one. Ultimately, he demonstrates to the Chacham that there is far greater depth in the wisdom that he is exploring through the traditional text, and that much of what the Chacham had thought of his worldliness is in fact a kind of banal superficiality. It's a fascinating work. Here is a modern printing of the Mesillat Yesharim, and as you can see in the Hebrew subtitles here, it has actually two versions. The version Aleph is called Seder V'Kuach, which is the order of the debate or the order of the dialogue. That's the dramatic version I described to you. And on the left is the Beit Seder Parakis, the order of the chapters, which is essentially the standard version that we have studied to this day. And one of the great questions about these two works, which are very, very similar in content, just quite distinct in form, is why did the Ramchal set aside the dramatic version? It is in so many ways so much more powerful and immediate and gripping. Why would he not publish that and instead publish the Seder Project? So I hope by the end of tonight's lecture, I hope to illustrate why, according to one of the most prominent young biographers of the Ramchal, Dr. David Sklar, who wrote his dissertation on this and is working on a forthcoming monograph, why he thinks that he set aside hesitatingly and perhaps even grudgingly the first version and rewrote it as a standard text. Let's look for a second at the very unusual reception history of this book. Reception history refers to, it's not only important to understand what's in the book itself, but how was the book absorbed in its time? How was it received by its readers? It says a lot about the historical period that we're engaged in. It also has an especially interesting sounding German name, Rezeptionsgeschichte, which I like saying because it makes me feel learned. But let's look at this unusual reception of history of this work. First of all, from the Maskirim, that is those early 18th century proponents of greater engagement of Jews with broader society. Most prominent of them, of course, is the father of the Haskalah, shown here in the red jacket, Moses Mendelssohn. And he thought Mesilat Yesharim was a brilliant work. Of course, he was born, he was about 10 years old when it was first written, so he read it after the Ramchal had died. Unfortunately, a very early death due to a plague. But Rabbi Moses Mendelssohn, who was, after all, a rabbi, strictly observant, although many of his followers abandoned Judaism. But he thought that the Mesilat Yesharim was a phenomenal work of great power, and he admired the Ramchal deeply. Joseph Klausner, following in that tradition, the first chair of the Department of Literature at the Hebrew University of Jerusalem, felt that the Ramchal's work represented the first modern Hebrew writer, because the Ramchal not only wrote in very dramatic kind of poetic form, he also wrote actual plays, like sort of Hebraic imitations of Italian plays that were, characteristic of the 18th century. So he said the Ramchal was really the first modern Hebrew writer. Very, very positive reception from the sort of left wing of the Jewish reading world at that time. And moving towards the right wing, the Hasidim thought he was fantastic because, first and foremost, the Ramchal was a Kabbalist, and most of his important writings, especially the writings that he himself cherished, were deeply suffused with the wisdom of Kabbalah. In fact, the Mesilat Yesharim itself, although it does not present on the exterior form to be a work of Kabbalah, there are tremendous references all through it to Kabbalistic doctrines. So the Hasidim, who are great lovers of Kabbalah, they remarked on it that, according to, for example, the Maggid of Mezrich, who was the student of the Baal Shem Tov and the later teacher of the 5 greatest dynasties of the Hasidic world, that the generation was not worthy to understand the Ramchal, meaning he was at such a high stature that people didn't know what they were dealing with. I think that's quite true. And so, in terms of the 18th century triangle of Jewish ideologies, particularly in East Central Europe, you have the Haskalah, represented by Mendelssohn. They love the Ramchal. You have the Hasidim. They love the Ramchal. And then finally, you have the Misnagdim, the so-called traditionalists, who took the term opponents because they opposed the Hasidic movement. And the king of them was, without doubt, the Vilna Gaon, shown here, Elijah of Vilna, who himself wrote a couple of fascinating things. He said that if the Ramchal were alive in his time, he would have walked all the way from Vilnius to Padua, Italy, in order to study with him. And furthermore, he said that there are no words out of place at all in the Mesilat Yesharim until the 11th chapter. I actually have a theory as to which words the Vilna Gaon thought were out of place in the 11th chapter. And God willing, maybe when we get to the question and answer period, if you ask me, I'll tell you what my theory is about what words he pointed out as being out of place. So again, amazing. The Ramchal achieved a level of acceptance among all stripes of Jewish intellectual movements of the 18th century. I can't recall too many figures before or since who have received this universal level of acceptance, albeit some 60 years after his passing. During his lifetime, we have a totally different story, as we will explore now. So let's get into his biography a little bit, understand who he was, what his background was, what he was all about, and then I'd like to get to the controversies that dogged him during his lifetime. He was known as the genius of Padua. Padua is a smallish city on the Po River in northern Italy, not too far from Venice. His parents were sort of upper middle class merchants, and they gave him a standard
education of an Italian Jewish family of their class. He received a thorough grounding only in Torah studies, in according to the kind of Italian broad view of emphasizing scripture, Tanakh, as well as Talmud. Actually, his principal teacher was a Rabbi Isaiah Bassan, who would remain very close to the Ramchal all the way through his life. Even though he taught him for his bar mitzvah, he was also, 15, 20 years later, very much involved in his life and activity far away from Padua. He also received a fairly significant secular education as well, with a thorough grounding in European languages, including Latin and Greek, primarily because, as we shall see, Padua was a university town, and was one of the few universities that admitted Jews to its medical faculty. And so there was a lot of emphasis placed on broad European understanding of the world around them, contemporary science, the arts, of course, and so on. Early on in his career, really as a teenager, he wrote several works that are quite fascinating. He wrote works on public speaking. He wrote early experiments with poetic forms, including, parables of biblical stories written as Italianate dramas, like to be staged as plays. And so he was really quite a young child prodigy. He attracted to himself a number of these students who had traveled to Padua to study medicine at the university there. This is actually the autopsy theater. Only a small number of autopsies were performed every year, and they literally had to build an auditorium like this to allow as many people as possible to actually observe the autopsies taking place. And a very small coterie of perhaps a dozen of these students from all over Europe would gather nightly at the home of the Ramchal, where he had kind of like a special room set up in an attic, and they would study the Kabbalah. Now, the Kabbalah, of course, is the great mystical teachings of the Jewish tradition. Very prominent in their curriculum was the study of the Zohar, very important mystical work, and they became known as the Chavraya Kadisha, the Holy Society, for their intense studies. They developed a very ritualistic kind of organization where they had specific seating charts for each of them. It wasn't like kind of like free for all, but it was really a close-knit study group. They had particular rules about how they were to greet each other, how they were to speak about each other. They had a rigid cycle of who was to prepare the material to be studied that night and so on. And it was really, it must have been quite an amazing intellectual experience to be at the Ramchal's table studying with him. And this is all when he is in his late teens and his early 20s, studying with students who are significantly older than him, but mesmerized by his grasp of the material and his unusually piercing and poetic analysis of the text. And one of the more fascinating things about the community of Padua and this particular study circle was that Padua was, among the social difficulties that plagued that town in the 1720s and 1730s was a gambling addiction that unfortunately affected many of the men, the Jewish men in Padua. Playing cards in particular were very popular, and so they had a nightly Beit Midrash that, and they made a rule, the Jewish community of Padua made a rule that every single Jewish male in Padua had to show up at Beit Midrash 5 nights a week, and attendance would be taken. And if they failed to show up every evening to learn some Torah because they were off, gambling or something like that, they would be fined. They would have to pay a fine to the Beit Din. And that in itself is rather an amazing thing, that the community could actually impose or even think to impose such a rule.
I really wonder how well it was enforced, but it gives us a sense of how far we are from 18th century Padua living today in our society. But the reason why I'm bringing it up is because the only group that was explicitly exempted from these rules were the members of the Ramchal study circle. Because everybody knew that the Chavraya Kadisha, the Holy Society, they were not spending their time playing cards. They were actually learning Torah at a very deep level, and so they received a formal exemption because everyone regarded them, these Jewish medical students who were studying with the Ramchal, were really on a separate level. It's interesting to note, by the way, that the medical students must have experienced quite a cognitive dissonance, because when they were at school in Padua, even though they were admitted appropriately to the college, which was, as I mentioned, very rare for universities at that time, there were a whole series of discriminatory practices and ritual humiliations that they had to endure. They had higher tuition, for example, and there were certain things like they had to present a gift of 1 pound of candy every Christmas to the other students, kind of like a nasty Secret Santa sort of thing that they had to do. But nevertheless, while it was like distinctly second-class citizens, but at night they probed the depths of the universe with their teacher, the Ramchal. Now, it happened that the controversy really began to erupt in the 1720s, when the Ramchal first discussed his encounters with something called the Magi. This is where the controversy really begins. When he was 20 years old, the Ramchal related to his students that he would receive these nightly visitations from a kind of supernatural being known as a Magid. The word Magid is related to like the word Haggadah, like for the Passover Haggadah. It means to tell or to relate. And the Ramchal would describe how, perhaps in a dream, but some kind of vision, this angelic being would reveal to him these Kabbalistic truths that he would then relay to his students. Now, it sounds pretty weird. It definitely is a very unusual kind of phenomenon, but it is not without precedent in the Jewish tradition. In fact, one of the more well-known of the stories of Magidim is the Magid of none other than Rabbi Yosef Karo, the author of the Shulchan Aruch. Now, we normally think of the Jewish legal tradition as being extremely rational and very evidence-based and very rigorous and exposed to logical argumentation and so on. But in reality, the author of the code that we revere and study today, the Shulchan Aruch, he reported also having these visitations of the Magid, of a Magid, and he wrote about it, something called Magid Mesharim. And so it's fascinating, even at the core of our legalistic tradition, there is a mystical essence to it. So in the case of the Ramchal, he began telling his students that he was receiving these visions from the Magid. And this went on for quite some time until one of his students, named Yekusiel Gordon, studying in Padua but was originally from Vilna in Lithuania, wrote home some letters. We have the text of some of these letters, and I'm going to paraphrase, but basically they say things like, "Dear Mom and Dad, thank you very much for sending me to the University of Padua. I'm having a great time here. No, it's not a party school, but I got to tell you, I found this amazing teacher, Rabbi Moshe Chaim Lutzato. I'm learning with him every night. And guess what, Mom and Dad?" He actually didn't write to his parents, and kind of making it a little bit more amusing. He says, "The Ramchal is receiving these nightly visitations from the Magid. Isn't that fantastic? I found the best rabbi." I mean, and don't forget, this is before Chabad, so there's no Chabad houses. But, to imagine finding a Ramchal, incredible. And now this is really what got the Ramchal into trouble.
as part of the unfolding of the story, incidentally, his teacher, Isaiah Kazan, wrote to him, because we have amazingly the correspondence of the Ramchal, a lot of his letters to his teachers and others, and letters back to him. And Isaiah Kazan says to him, why did you tell everyone about the Maggid? In particular, why did you tell a Litvak? Don't you know that the Lithuanian and the Polish Jews, they don't know how to keep a secret? They're going to go home, they're going to blab to everyone, and that's exactly what happened, right? Now, the reason why this is significant is because this letter made its rounds in Lithuania, and it came to the attention of one Rabbi Moshe Chagiz. Rabbi Moshe Chagiz was actually a professional heresy hunter who followed in the footsteps of his father, who was also a great heresy hunter. And the heresy of the day was named Shabbatai Tzvi. So let's just take a quick moment to refresh ourselves on this sad story that occurred about 75 years prior to the events I'm describing. Shabbatai Tzvi was this infamous failed Messiah, but he was quite famous among Christians as well, because the whole idea of a Jew proclaiming to be the Messiah and gathering literally thousands of Jewish followers from all over Europe, all over the Eastern Mediterranean, many of whom sold all of their property, their homes, at a fraction of their value in order to follow him, on the assumption that he would initiate the Messianic era. They would all return to Jerusalem. It was like big news for Christians. It was fascinating. They followed it very particular rendition. You can see that in the background there's some sort of chicken scratches on a plaque. That's the artist's imagination of what Hebrew letters must look like. What ended up happening with Shabbatai Tzvi, he was originally, he was a very well-regarded young man. He was actually the subject of many marriage proposals, although he did not accept too many in his youth. Later on, when he was older, he would actually get married 3 times, and one of those times was actually to an actual Torah scroll, meaning the Torah scroll itself. He got married to it. Very kind of like irrational and unusual behavior. But around age 23, 24, he began showing signs of what later historians have postulated were signs of some kind of bipolar disorder, perhaps some kind of manic depressive illness, because he would have these periods of great euphoria, which he called illuminations, during which he would claim to be able to act, huge realms of thought, or would perform supernatural activity like levitation or ipsos the teleportation, things like that, which would then later be followed by periods of depression and quiet. And this was just kind of like an unusual idiosyncrasy of this otherwise well-regarded young man, until he hooked up with an individual named Nathan of Gaza, who was unfortunately a very significant enabler of the worst aspects of Shabbatai Tzvi's worst inclinations, and this kind of blew the whole Messianic movement up to a point where many Jews were caught up in it. You can see here is actually a prayer book that was composed in the Sabbatean movement, which, by the way, persisted for a good century and a half after the movement formally ended, as I will describe in a minute. Here's an example of a Christian art showing Shabbatai Tzvi giving blessings to several people wherever he goes. He was fond of, handing out global honors, like naming friends the Sultan of Africa or the King of Europe and things like that, all promising the eventual Messianic redemption, doing away with fast days, renaming them holidays, all kinds of fascinating, unusual, and definitely very antinomian behaviors. Here's one of my favorite images that actually shows Nathan of the Gazda, his familiar deputy, who was leading thousands of Jews off to Constantinople, where they were to demand the return of Jerusalem to Shabbatai Tzvi, who would then bring about the Messianic era. What actually happened in the 1660s is Shabbatai Tzvi presented himself to the court of Constantinople. The Sultan didn't deign to meet with him personally, but sent an envoy who made a counteroffer. The envoy said to him, "Listen, Mr. Tzvi, or do you mind if I call you Shabsi? We're not going to give you Jerusalem as you request. Instead, however, we will allow you to remain alive if you accept Islam as your faith." And to the great disappointment of Shabtai Tzvi's followers, he did. He became a Muslim. His wife at the time, Sarah, also became a Muslim, and the movement collapsed as Jews returned penniless to their homes throughout Europe and had to start all over again. A small number, some 300 families, decided that if Shabtai Tzvi, who was the Messiah, would convert to Islam, that must mean that all of us Jews must also convert to Islam as part of the unfolding of the end of days. They converted. They constituted a distinct group in Turkish society in particular called the Dinme, who actually were present and very active in political life right up until the 20th century. But that's basically the whole debacle of Shabtai Tzvi. After his demise, it's a fascinating story what happened to him afterwards, since he may have actually done some tshuva, some repentance. In the end, one of his last requests, he was later imprisoned by the Sultan because he was just behaving way too erratically. One of his last requests in prison was for a Yom Kippur prayer book because he wanted to repent of what he did. At any rate, there was, after the debacle ended, a huge outcry, and the Khagiz family in particular spent their energies hunting out any vestigial remains of Sabbatianism and hoping to extirpate it from Russian society. It was not at all a strange phenomenon to have prominent rabbis who were actually still enthusiasts of Shabtai well into the 700s. And this is precisely what Rav Moshe Chagiz suspected Rabbi Moshe Chaim Luzzatto of doing. That he felt that the Ramchal, with his nightly visit from the Maggid, it's like Shabtai Tzvi 2.0. He must certainly be relying on Sabbatian doctrines and so on. And so he got to work right away to pursue this young man. The first thing that he did was he went to Venice, which controlled the rabbinate in Padua. Venice was like the regional authority. And he said to the Venetian rabbis, "What is going on in Padua? Do you know what's happening over there? I heard about this guy, Rabbi Moshe Chaim Luzzatto, and what he's been saying about the Maggid and so on." So the Venetian rabbis, picked up the 18th century non-existent telephone and said to the rabbis in Padua, "You've got to investigate." Rabbis in Padua said, "Oh, Moshe Chaim, he's a wonderful guy. We all love him. He has beautiful midos. He's such a learned guy. He has a study circle every night. You must be talking about another Ramchal." But he said, "No, this is the one we're looking for. This is what he's doing." And they said, "Okay, look, he's a little bit eccentric. There are some eccentricities, we'll admit. One of those eccentricities, for example, was the fact that he was clean-shaven. Even when he was 23 years old when this occurred, it was unusual for him to not wear a beard. Back then, if you wanted to remain clean-shaven, you had to use like depilatory powders and things like that. It's halakhically impermissible to use a straight-edge razor, but to use powders and lye and things like that. So that was a little bit unusual, but also even more of a shanda. He was not at the time married. And this was 23 years old, still unmarried. There's something fishy there. Ultimately, he would marry. He found a woman named Zipporah, whose father also had very mystical tendencies, shall we say. And the Ramchal certainly must have liked the irony of his name being Moshe and her name being Zipporah. He wrote a beautiful, intricate literary ketubah that is still studied to this day for its poetic and Kabbalistic value. At any rate, the rabbis in Padua said, "Okay, listen, what we will do is we will force him to take an oath. The oath will make him promise that he is not to engage in Kabbalistic teaching here in Padua. He has to wait until he's much older.
I believe that the age they stipulated was 40 off the top of my head. The Ramchal, and we know from his communications, private communications from his teacher, he was very upset with the accusation, it was unfair and so on, but his teacher counseled him, you shouldn't have told about the Magid to Yacusio Gordon. It got out. Now the best thing you do is just keep your head down, accept the oath, take that oath, and obey it. And in fact, the Ramchal did obey that oath much as it called him, and that Kabbalah was really his main interest, but he took on these stipulations that were applied to him. So after he got married, things calmed down a little bit, but Rabbi Moshe Chagiz was not satisfied with the very light slap on the wrist that the Ramchal received. He felt that he wanted much more of a big show trial and perhaps an excommunication, something a little bit more serious. So he kept his eye on this young Ramchal, and it happened that the Luzzatto business failed at this point. The father passed away, and the Ramchal, who was largely supported by his father, could no longer maintain the lifestyle that he had, primarily focusing on his learning in Padua. So he decided with his wife that they would make their way extremely cold winter all the way up to Amsterdam, where his brother had established a business. So on their way, when they left Padua, Rabbi Moshe Chagiz took advantage of their travel, and he sent word ahead to the city of Frankfurt am Main. And he said to a much more receptive Beit Din there that there is a guy coming your way. His name is Rabbi Moshe Chaim Luzzatto. I suspect him of being a Sabbatean. Here's all my evidence. He got away with it in Padua. I'm sure that you're not going to be as lenient. And so when the Ramchal arrived in Frankfurt, en route to Amsterdam, he was actually arrested by the Beit Din. He was placed under house arrest while an investigation could be initiated. The Ramchal was distraught. What does this mean? I thought I dealt with this in Padua. I haven't violated the oath at all. He wrote to his teacher, Isaiah Bezan, who immediately came to his defense. The end result of this very trying episode is that the Ramchal had to take a second oath, reiterating the stipulations of the first oath. It was deeply, deeply humiliating to him that he was still suspected of these kinds of attitudes. But once again, Rabbi Isaiah Bazan, his teacher, said to him, there's not much you can do to protect yourself here. You are not a wealthy man. You are not without admirers and students, but including himself, but you simply don't have any recourse here. What was perhaps most awful, however, is that he was carrying with him a chest full of his manuscripts, his personal writings, and he was a very, very prolific individual. As I mentioned, he wrote his first book when he was in his teen years that is published and still studied to this day. He had a full chest full of manuscripts. They were seized by the Beit Din in Amsterdam, in Frankfurt, and they proceeded to examine them for heretical materials or statements. By the time they had gone through them, they could not determine whether or not the Ramchal was in fact a heretic. Read between the lines, they could not understand the writings. They were full of Kabbalistic references, and they simply could not find any of the incriminating evidence that they had hoped to find it. However, they had different choices before them. On one choice was they could simply return the manuscripts to the Ramchal, saying we couldn't find anything wrong, and therefore, you're off scot-free. They were loath to do that, though, because it would reveal their ignorance about the contents of the documents, and they were concerned that perhaps they were heretical. On the other hand, if they could confirm they were heretical, then they could set them to the flames. It is an unfortunate precedent, but Jews have been known from time to time to burn their holy works, or the holy works of their opponents. We saw this with the Rambam
and in the 18th century it was not uncommon as well. Mendelssohn's works, for example, including his translation of the Torah itself, was set to the flames. So the third option that they utilized was they would bury the manuscripts, neither destroying them as if they're heretical, nor returning to the Ramchal, but they would bury them, and then the location of the burial was promptly lost. So to this day, somewhere under the streets of Frankfurt is a huge chest full of the Ramchal's own writings. Perhaps one day they will see the light of day. In this context, we have Rabbi Isaiah Bassan's very heroic defense of his student, which is, we have much of the text of it because he engaged in correspondence with the Beit Din while he was on the way there, and he presented himself and argued very forcefully in defense of his student, saying, what have you found that he has done wrong? This is quite literally a witch hunt. It's an unfair accusation. You've traumatized this young man and his family for no reason, and so on. And ultimately, after taking that second oath, the Ramchal was free to go. He found his final refuge, not his final refuge, but a major refuge in Amsterdam. As I believe we discussed long ago in this first series when we spoke about Jews and modernity, we looked at the Portuguese and Jews of Amsterdam, and you recall that they're a very unusual community because they were made up of the descendants of Jews who were forcibly converted to Christianity, beginning with the Portuguese Inquisition, or prior to the Inquisition, in 1497. And then for the next few centuries, as they slowly made their way out of Portugal, they were able to reclaim their Jewish identity many, many generations later in some occasions. And it's worthy to note that the origins of the American Jewish community lay in the Portuguese Inquisition, because it is those Jews who were living in Portuguese Brazil in the 1650s who, for a very brief period of time, when the Dutch took over a region of Brazil, those Portuguese Jews living as Christians at the time decided to come out of the closet and proclaim their Jewish identity, only to discover a couple of years later that the Dutch gave that region back to Portugal as part of a treaty, and they found themselves once again under the clutches of the Inquisition. So they all boarded boats and separated, and 23 refugees made their way up to New Amsterdam, which is of course the island of Manhattan, and they formed the first settlement of Jews as a community in what would be the United States. At any rate, the Portuguese Jews of Amsterdam, they had a much wider tolerance for this kind of ideological dissent. They recognized in the Ramchal in many ways one of their own, and they gave him a fairly respectable position in the Talmud Torah, in their school there. Not a very heavy teaching load. He was more of a respected, learned person, but he lacked the same study circle of students who were really on par with him. Portuguese Jews were also cognizant of the huge tumult that occurred when Julio da Costa was forcibly excommunicated there, and later, of course, the issue of Spinoza, which was also something that happened in Amsterdam. So they treated Ramchal with kid gloves, and they gave him a respectful position. And it is at this time that he began to write the works of his great maturity, including the Mesilat Yesharim, but also Das Bruno's Derech Hashem, some phenomenal classics that are widely studied to this day. However, this was spiritually insufficient for the Ramchal. He felt that he longed to move to the land of Israel to make Aliyah, and he was approaching his 40th birthday. He wanted to begin to teach Kabbalah publicly, which would have represented, the end of the restrictions of the oath
that he first took in Padua and then had to repeat again in Frankfurt. And so he made plans with his wife to sell all of their belongings in Amsterdam and then make his way to Israel. He landed at Akko. He wrote a few pieces of correspondence back to his beloved students, and then shortly after arriving, he died of a plague and he was buried in Israel. His legacy, however, is quite fascinating, and in many ways he occupies the same kind of position that we discussed last week when we were talking about the Rambam, who was another figure who was revealed and then reviled in his lifetime. And I believe we'll see the same pattern when we speak in a couple of weeks about the Lubavitcher Rebbe, who also had a phenomenal impact on the Jewish world in the 20th century and into our own century as well. But during his lifetime, he faced tremendous challenges and often very bitter, withering criticism. So with that, I'll bring this to a close, and perhaps I will just mention, because I recall that I kind of gave you a teaser at the beginning, you might be wondering, the opening question, right? Like, why did he publish the second version of Mesilas Yesharim and not the first? And what are those strange words in the 11th chapter? So, according to the research of David Sklar, who's done this beautiful dissertation on the Ramchal, and in particular looked at archival sources in Amsterdam and elsewhere, really fleshes out his life in a very, very thorough way. He argues that his sponsors in Amsterdam, the wealthy families who supported him while he was there, felt that the original version of Mesilas Yesharim had too many recognizable figures in it. Meaning, if you read this carefully and you knew the Ramchal's history, you would see kind of caricatures of individuals that he wished to criticize. And they felt that it was somewhat incendiary. They did not want to have anything blow up again in Amsterdam like they had seen be dealt with in Padua and in Frankfurt. And so they counseled him not to publish it, or perhaps they said they were not willing to publish it at all. It was not a neutral work of Jewish literature. And so the Ramchal's best friend, who he thanks very, in a very florid manner in the conclusion to the work, quickly edited the work and reshaped it into the more standard, more neutral, kind of frontal discussion that we have today. And the Ramchal perhaps grudgingly signed off on this new version and said, fine, and he just set aside the manuscript dramatically. And in this context, when you think about what the Vilna Gaon said, that nothing is out of place until the 11th chapter, there's one passage in the 11th chapter where the Ramchal is speaking about the negative character trait of vengeance. And he seems to just like step out of tone for a moment. Like for most of the book, he's got this kind of even, soothing kind of prose, and then at one point it just gets a little sharper than you would expect. And in that context, when he's writing about vengeance, he says, "And I know that taking vengeance would be as sweet as honey." And it stands out like an unusually personal kind of revelation, or a personal kind of sharing that means that he really felt that deeply. And that's my theory as to Vilna Gaon's words out of place in the 11th chapter, that perhaps he was reflecting on his own experience and the way he was hounded across Europe, literally, and it would have been as sweet as honey to the vengeance. But nevertheless, it was incompatible with the personality type that Torah demands, and would have been inconsistent with the values of Mesilas Yesharim. With that, I want to thank you once again for your endurance. I really appreciated the opportunity to speak with all of you, and I think we have some time for some questions.
It's crazy because lots of things can stop you, not just fear, like freeway meth, which is what stopped me. You tried it? After I got in trouble for stealing, I had to pick up the freeway.
The series that we've been looking at really focused on three colossal leaders who have had phenomenal impact and phenomenal influence on pretty much everything we do Jewishly since their lifetime. We're all united in the fact that they were revered long after their deaths, but reviled at least at certain points during their lives. And the strange kind of connection of the often bitter controversy that surrounded these individuals, these really gigantic thinkers, and the way in which they've occupied so much of our intellectual space nowadays, we see how much we do owe to their innovations, was something that really intrigued me. First class, of course, we looked at Maimonides, and his books were so controversial that they were actually burned by other Jews in the 13th century. Then we looked at the Ramchal, who was mercilessly pursued throughout Europe, and finally wrote his Masil Sharim, a tremendous work that's been accepted universally as one of the classics of Jewish and Mussar. He wrote that only after enduring tremendous criticism. And today we're going to look at the Lubavitcher Rebbe, who also had a similarly outsized impact on the way Jews do things today. But during his lifetime, which overlapped with many of our own, I'm sure, he was embroiled in many points of controversy. So what I'd like to do over the course of the next 45 or 50 minutes is to take a broad 30,000-foot view of his life and work, and then to zero in on some areas in which he encountered significant opposition, around which there was significant controversy, and try to reflect on what that means for how we treat leaders of this type. And that will bring us to a conclusion of this tripartite series. I should preface this by saying that I originally gave a lecture with the same title, incidentally, back in 2013, and put it on YouTube, and it was actually for one of my more popular lectures. It had a significant number of people who were really curious to know who was this great, virtually ubiquitous figure in Jewish life. I had made a few really basic, simple errors that I'm prone to make when I try to cover a lot of detail in the space of 60 minutes. And I ended up deciding that, there's just so much noise about the small details that it would probably be better if I took it down. So I actually have made it private for the past few years or so, but I really wanted to come back to that. I was also disappointed in myself in that when I first gave that lecture, and I was thinking about a much smaller audience, really just a very focused audience in the synagogue where I had governed, and I put it on YouTube thinking there'll be a similar kind of audience. I really started with the controversies before I really talked about the incredible achievements. And I think a lot of viewers, as time went on and the controversies began to become less and less significant, they began to see me in a light that I didn't think was a very fair kind of criticism. So I figured, you know what, let's just take this offline. But now, Baruch Hashem, I finally have the opportunity to address this individual who I have to say has had a remarkable impact on my own life. Just like the Rambam and the Ramchal, he's one of those figures that has really shaped the way I think about my own Judaism, about my own relationship to God, to my family, and my community, and to the world as a whole, and what little I can achieve during these 2 years that I'm given and I'm willing to exist on this earth. So with that said, let me tell you a little bit about the sources that went into this particular topic, because I am confident that many of you will want to read more about the Rebbe if you haven't tried it. Part of the reason for my difficult first foray into this topic was because the first real biography that appeared after the passing of the Rebbe in 1994 was this book, a very scholarly book published by, I believe it was Princeton University Press, by Samuel Howman, who's a scholar that I have a tremendous amount of respect for, and Nachum Friedman, whose work I was not as familiar with. And this book, although it was incredibly useful and very detailed and eye-opening, it tends to take a more of an academic critical approach that I value, but as I read more of the literature that comes from students of the Rebbes or followers of the Rebbes, I think that some of that academic criticism was not entirely appropriately placed in some regard. Maybe we'll have an opportunity to discuss that in the question and answer series. There is, on the other hand, speaking about the student memoirs, there is this wonderful book by Harav Steinsaltz, which was definitely written as an homage to the Rebbe. It is written with his classic scholarship, but nevertheless it's written as someone who is distinctly a follower of the Rebbe and wants to encapsulate and embody his own values in his own life. This volume is far more popular, and you see it all over the place. It's Joseph Telushkin, a very talented writer, who I believe lives out where you are, and I've long relied on his wonderful surveys like Jewish literacy and Jewish humor and so on, and his book on the Rebbe is really quite amazing. I think it's actually one of the most well-balanced books in that, unlike the more scholarly book entitled The Rebbe, which tended to be a little bit more salacious in nature, and unlike the more hagiographic treatments that come from the Chabad sources, he struck a balance, and I think he's one of the best places to go if you want to learn a little bit more about the controversial aspects of it, but at the same time, he really presents a well-balanced picture of the Rebbe. But by far, my favorite biography is this one, by my colleague Chaim Miller, who is also a New Yorker. This Turning Judaism Outward is written, I think, with the greatest possible use of sources by a Chabad insider. He's published quite a few Chabad-specific works and really knows the inside culture. The culture of Chabad is really quite intense and with its own language and its own, customs that really, I'm still learning things about it. Like, for example, one of my children actually married into Chabad, and we were making invitations, and I learned that the custom is you always put, I think it's 5 o'clock as the time of the wedding, and it means nothing. But that's when the Rebbe was married, 5 p.m. So you would not know these things unless you were inside Chabad. So this is, I think, my favorite source. I actually reread it because I wanted to be prepared for tonight's time. So with that kind of like personal and biblical background, let's look at the Rebbe's life itself. Why don't we start with his formative years? Here's a beautiful picture of him at 2 years of age. He was born in 1902 in Nikolaev, Russia, and at a very young age he moved to Yekaterinostan, which is a who was a remarkable scholar, and he served as a communal rabbi in Petropavlovsk. Later, he would be persecuted by the Soviets and sent out to the Gulag, where that exists far out in Siberia. His wife went and followed him there, and incidentally, one of the most powerful documents I've ever seen is they lived in tremendous penury. This is speaking about the Rebbe's father, long after the Rebbe had left the Soviet Union. The Rebbe's father, Rabbi Levi Yitzchak Shneerson, had very little paper and very little writing instruments, but what he did was using ink that was made from wild herbs that his wife would collect in the Siberian countryside and then grind down into making an ink-like substance. He would write tiny, tiny little scholarly notes in the margins of the few books that he possessed. Fascinating. There's a whole picture of the book I really who was. At any rate, young Menachem Mendel was the first of three boys, and he didn't have a Chabad yeshiva to go to. He was trained primarily by his father and by hired teachers, but by the time he reached the age of 12, he had really demonstrated that he had the Sitzfleisch, the personal self-determination and self-discipline to study on his own. And in fact, he studied Jewish topics on his own for the rest of his life. That was his preferred modality of study, was solitary study. He went on, however, to engage in quite a bit of secular study, ultimately studying at universities in Germany and in France, where he was especially interested in engineering, although he had an unusually broad interest in all areas of human endeavor, leaning toward the sciences as a whole. A turning point in his life, one that really dramatically propelled him towards leadership, even if he didn't realize it at the time, was that he was set up with the then Chabad Rebbe's second daughter, Lucia, shown here. Her full name is Chaya Mushka Schneerson. You'll notice that they have the same surname. That's because the sixth rabbi in the dynasty of Chabad, his surname was Schneerson, and he was a distant cousin to the seventh Rebbe, who would become his son-in-law, our protagonist, Menachem Mendel. So, Chaya Mushka is shown here. She was the second daughter of the existing Chabad Rebbe, and for some time there was reputation of this young boy from Petrovsk who showed tremendous promise, and eventually he was brought to the Chabad court, which at that time was bouncing between Poland and Latvia, depending on the political circumstances at the time, and ultimately they were married. They maintained a home until her passing in 1988. Unfortunately, they remained childless, which was you can only imagine, a source of some stress for both of them, and may have actually contributed to the Rebbe's ill health at certain points in his life when he engaged in numerous fasts. Now, the bulk of our efforts today, however, should focus on his activity as the Rebbe. And how that came about was really quite fascinating. Here he is with Rabbi Joseph Yitzchak Schneerson, who is the older man seated to his right. Rabbi Yosef Yitzchak was the sixth of the seven Chabad Rebbes, the first of which was the famous Alter Rebbe, the missionary Zalman of Ziadi, who was also the author of the most important book of the Chabad movement, known as the Tanya. Rabbi Yosef Yitzchak, who is known by the acronym Rayatz, so Rabbi Yosef Yitzchak, is also known as the clear Rebbe to my generation, the earlier Rebbe, the previous Rebbe. In other words, when you want to speak about the Rebbe, if you're talking to a Chabadnik, they'll want to know, well, which Rebbe are you talking about? Because obviously the Rebbe is our current Rebbe. But because of the interregnum between the sixth Rebbe and the seventh Rebbe, with older Hasidim, thinking of the sixth Rebbe as the Rebbe and the new Rebbe as the new Rebbe, so he became known as the Friedrich Rebbe, the earlier Rebbe, and that's how it's typically referred to today. When you say the Rebbe to a Chabadnik, that means the Rebbe Menachem Mendel Schneerson. If you refer to the Friedrich Rebbe, that means his father-in-law, Rabbi Yosef Yitzchak. One of the most, this is also a heroic character that deserves a tremendous amount of attention as well on the biographic level. He was especially noted for maintaining a tremendous network of Chabad operatives behind the Iron Curtain in the Soviet Union. The Soviet Union, of course, was deeply anti-clerical at this time, very deeply anti-religious. They had the so-called Bezbožniki, the League of Militant Atheists, that were doing everything they could to extirpate religion throughout the Soviet Union.
especially focused on Jewish activity, and so the Rayats, the Friedrich Rebbe, using a lot of support that came from places like the American Joint Distribution Community, he was able to fund a lot of these underground networks in the USSR, especially after he had escaped across the border into Latvia, which at that time was not under the rule. But this was an extremely difficult ever, involving electricity and a lot of risk. And ultimately, as the environment in Interwar Europe grew more and more intolerant, with the rise of fascism and anti-Semitic movements, they eventually had to flee Europe altogether, and the Friedrich Rebbe, followed shortly thereafter by the Rebbe, made their way to the United States. Immediately prior to leaving, the Friedrich Rebbe was actually in Latvia, then Germany, and then he escaped to America. The young Schneerson couple were at this time living in Paris, where the Rebbe was engaged in studies of engineering. Now, when Rebbe Menachem Mendel Schneerson arrived in the United States, I've used the abbreviation Ramash, which was common for that time, Rabbi Menachem Mendel Schneerson. There was an interesting kind of environment here, which we're going to explore in a little bit more detail when we get to the challenges, because he was the husband of the second daughter. Right? Rabbi Yosef Yitzhak Schneerson had 3 daughters and no sons, which posed a challenge for future succession, because typically a son is favored over a student or an outsider to take over the leadership of a Hasidic dynasty. And it was generally assumed at that time, in the 1940s and earlier, that the elder sister, who was married to Rabbi Shmuley Beria, that he would eventually become the Rebbe. And in fact, he had some of the most important responsibilities associated with the Chabad network at that time, specifically control of the yeshiva. The yeshiva, Tempe Tmimim, was the pride and joy of the Chabad dynasty, and those really important responsibilities were typically given to the favored son-in-law. So what would you do with this individual, Ramash, who has shown some significant talents in a lot of ways, although his personal manner was very much to try and blend into the background. He certainly did not seek out any kind of communal responsibilities. He was, however, as we shall see, extremely dedicated to Chabad as a body of thought, as a spiritual system, and especially to the person of the Rayats, his father-in-law. This picture, I think, characterizes that this warm relationship between them very well. So he received the following responsibilities. First of all, he was put in charge of Tehot, which was their publishing arm. Now it is, quite massive. It's comparable in many ways to Art Scroll. It certainly predated Art Scroll as a Jewish publishing house, and it was thought that this would suit his scholarly nature very well. He was put in charge of Merkos, which was Jewish education, but separate from the yeshivas. This also had to be quite appropriate for his skill. Merkos was specifically to deal with kids who are not necessarily in the yeshiva system. One of the great potential opportunities which Chabad was very quick to exploit was this notion of release time, that when public school kids were given a certain amount of time every week to receive religious instruction at private institutions, this is where Chabad could step in and offer free or highly subsidized religious education to Jewish kids. It turned out to be extremely successful. And he was put in charge of an interesting organization called Machne Yisrael, the Jewish camp, which was essentially part of the Friedrich Rebbe's attempt to get people fired up about the idea of Mashiach, of the Messiah coming. This, of course, will be much more relevant because of the controversies as well. It turned out that this was not an especially successful part
the Rebbe's early career, although it would always stay with him as a motivational force. And as you can see, it would become quite powerful when we get to the late 80s and 90s. And then finally, he was put in charge of Kever Kadisha, the Chabad Kever Kadisha, or the Burial Society. The Rebbe actually used to joke that these four responsibilities corresponded to the Chabad sense of the three-level soul. The intellectual soul was publishing, the spiritual soul was about education, the animal soul was always design redemption, so that's Machne Yisrael, and then finally the body was the Kever Kadisha. But compared to his brother-in-law, these were comparatively minor, secondary kinds of responsibilities. They would turn out to be central to his specific mission, and they would define Chabad in a very big way. But at the time, this was kind of like, it was understood that his brother-in-law was really central to be the Rebbe. When he ended up becoming the Rebbe, however, in 1951, the Friedrich Rebbe would pass away in 1950, and after a year of uncertainty, the Chabad movement coalesced around Rabbi Menachem Mendel as the leader. He proclaimed his mission statement, and it was something that is quite interesting in that he never deviated from it the entire career. At 50-odd years of activity, really focused on this one simple idea, based on a passage in the Mystic literature, that the love of God, the love of Torah, and the love of one's fellow Jew are all one and the same thing. He proclaimed it at his initial, coronation as Rebbe, and it was something that he adhered to, and everything he did was focused around the statement. It's a fascinating thing because, when you think about how, all of us, of course, in this call are moderates, but there are fanatics, right? To the right, fanatics to the left, and things like that. And what this statement says to me, among other things, is that, for some people, they're really focused on, let's say, the love of Torah, but they tend to ignore the love of fellow Jews and sometimes even the love of God. And there are those Jews who are so absorbed with God that they don't have anything for Torah and maybe not paying attention to Jews. But in reality, the Rebbe was trying to say that each one of these things is essentially the same kind of drive as the other two. And the goal is to try to recognize the value of each of these things and to appreciate people where they're coming from and to accept them on that level and then to develop the other two levels. And I think that's very characteristic. So let's go on to the actual achievements of the Rebbe, and then we'll get to the meat of it with the challenges and complications. So the Rebbe had an unusually powerful sense of marketing skills. He was very much engaged in graphic design. He personally was involved in creating the logos and even the letterhead of many of the movements that he was associated with. He personally looked over any graphic representations for children's magazines, for example. He actually would look at each of the cartoon boxes and make suggestions as they were being published. Even when he was an older man, he was still looking at these things. He used to say, for example, it's kind of relevant to contemporary controversies, that there should always be, whenever you had a children's magazine that had pictures of young boys on it, he says there should always be a girl on the cover as well. This is way back in the 1950s and 60s, that girls had to be included in all of their publications. And he was also very much quite attuned to the zeitgeist. He was very much able to discern what kind of things would work for his audience. Even though, he was a foreigner, coming with a Russian background and then a European education to an American environment, he was very well attuned to what American young people needed. One of the things that his father-in-law, when he did his country in 1940, and people were far more lax about the observance of commandments and things like that. He would insist, and people would say to him, the reason is because America is Anders. that America is different. The rules we play by in Europe, they don't really hold in America. People are more relaxed. And he would always say, America is nicht. That America is not different. We have the same kind of responsibilities, the same kind of impetus, the same kind of demands placed on us. And so the Rebbe, his son-in-law, with that kind of motivation, but attuned to the demands of the time, is able to really craft his ideas into specific, well-thought-out campaigns. The most important of which is certainly one that was later known by the term Ufaratsta, which is based on a word in the book of Genesis, when God promises to Abraham that he will spread out to the north and the south and the east and the west. And he began to develop a network, later known as the Rebbe's Army, casually, of shluchim, messengers, that were literally sent out to service communities all around the world. And I'm sure everyone on this call has all kinds of adventures dealing with travel and always having Chabad come to their aid because of this incredible network of thousands of these Chabad houses that are located in the most unlikely places in Central Africa, in Far Asia, all kinds of places. It's really because of the Rebbe's vision that Chabad's wellspring had to spread out throughout the world. And he was able to motivate young people to literally dedicate their entire lives to move to a location where there was none or very little of a Jewish community and just settle there for the rest of their lives. It was truly mind-boggling. Many people point to the influence of John F. Kennedy and the Peace Corps and things like that, but I think by comparison, the Rebbe's Army has far more lasting staying power than the Peace Corps. But nevertheless, the Rebbe was able to tap into this idea of this selfless, lifelong determination and dedication, and put this on young people and say, great, go out there, make your own decisions, we'll give you some seed money to help you as much as we can from the central offices, but go out there and do what you can. He was able to craft specific focus campaigns that somehow touched what a lot of people were feeling. They're very simple, very straightforward, sometimes quite audacious, and we're all familiar with so many of them. For example, the Nesha campaign, which stands for Ner Shabbos Kodesh, the lights of the Holy Sabbath. Simply promoting women lighting candles on Friday night. And if you look at some of this contemporary artwork, that you can see that the message is so clear. Handing down from mother to daughter. It's a very simple thing to do, just light the candles Friday night. And so, the Chabad students would go out on so-called Mitzvah, which is a Friday afternoon in particular kind of activity, where they go out to neighborhoods where they hope to meet Jews and simply give away sweet candles to women and say, here, would you like to light Shabbos candles? And there's no strings attached, and there's no complex kind of arrangements. Just really simple. Light the candles bring peace. Look at all these other blessings that come along with it. We're all familiar as well with the mitzvah tanks, right? These loud, audacious vehicles that roll through many urban centers, and they serve as kind of like mobile squads to suggest that Jews come in and put on tefillin or have a kosher egg roll or something like that. Say a blessing. And it's all just for the sake of getting people to add to the level of kedusha, holiness, by performing these commandments. Incredible kind of vision that motivated people and made them smile because they were so, out there. One of my favorites is the giving dollars. So one of the 10 campaigns in particular, there are actually many more than 10, but there are 10 that are specifically identified by the Rebbe as campaigns. One was tzedakah, giving charity, right? So how do you convince people to give charity? Well, you give them money and tell them that they should give charity. And make it easy for them by giving money to them in order to give charity. And so on Sundays, the Rebbe would essentially hold court, and hundreds of people would come by, and he would hand each of them $1, and have a brief conversation with him. And the Chabad was always very attuned to technology and use of radio and use of video later on. So we have tremendous archives available of these interactions. Very often with famous people, Nobel Prize laureates and heads of state and so on, but far more commonly, just regular people from the street, Jews and non-Jews, anyone could come up and could have a minute to just speak with the Rebbe and to collect a dollar from him. Now, the idea is the dollar is something you keep for yourself, and you get a different dollar in charity, but it was just a simple, brilliant campaign that communicated goodness to the world and really helped elevate the message of Chabad Hasidism through the vision of the Rebbe. So these are all tremendous things that I'm sure many of you are very familiar with, and maybe you have even experienced yourself. And we should understand, however, that the Rebbe's life was hardly one of uninterrupted successes. He suffered, like we all do, terrible traumas in his life, and many traumas that were far worse than especially who had the good fortune of growing up in North America. But he lost much of his family in the Holocaust or shortly thereafter. He did not see his own mother for 20 years. And only then was after the war was able to reunite with her and bring her back. His father had some illnesses after that long captivity. Both he and his wife family were really fortunate. And the dislocation, the refugee status, 20 years he and his wife were stateless. Because when they left the Soviet Union, they had to apply for something called a Nansen passport, which was given to people who were, forced out of their circumstances during the revolutionary period. And with taking the Nansen passport, he had to give up his Soviet citizenship, and so they were literally, living on a knife's edge for a good 20 years. But there are certain challenges and controversies which are specific to his role as the Rebbe, and that's what I'd like to spend some time with now. The first one we've already alluded to a couple of times, and was actually one of the most bitter and long-lasting and painful challenges that he had to meet in his life, and that is the succession conflict. Rabbi Shmayahu Gurari, shown here, was long the establishment candidate, so to speak, for the role of the Rebbe. Unlike Rabbi Menachem Mendel Schneerson, he had spent all of his time by the side of the sixth Rebbe throughout the wanderings in Eastern Europe. He was already placed in charge of the yeshiva, as mentioned earlier. And although there's no question that the Rebbe had a soft spot in his heart for the second son-in-law, the fact that the sixth Rebbe passed away intestate, just without a will, that the whole question session was up for grabs. Now, Rabbi Shmayahu Gurari, also known as Rashad, was also the favorite candidate by his mother-in-law, the wife of the Rebbe, and she consistently maintained that he was the right candidate long after the succession conflict had abated. And in fact, although the Rashad, after the painful period when Hasidim were trying to decide which of the two brothers-in-law should be followed, eventually the Rashad capitulated and decided to become a chassid of his brother-in-law, the Rebbe, and recognize him as such. His wife and his mother did not publicly recognize him. And when we get to the 1980s, this separation, this rupture would be much more painful and would be in fact permanent. So this was a very difficult thing for the Rebbe at the time. There's no question that he did not intend to become the Rebbe at the very beginning when the sixth Rebbe passed away. But over a series of about half a year, as more and more Hasidim began to approach him and urge him to take this on, and then some of these Hasidim
actually published in the press that they wished to follow the second son-in-law. It became clear that the Rashad simply did not have the same level of authority, or kind of did not capture the imagination of the Hasidim as much as his brother-in-law. So eventually the Rebbe was able to overcome that succession crisis, but it proved to be a long-lasting wound that he felt in his family. There were many of his, we talked about several of the really successful campaigns that continued long after his passing. Even with COVID, you can walk the streets of Manhattan and you'll have Chabadniks who get you really filling. But many of his campaigns did not succeed, and he was deeply frustrated with his lack of progress. One of those, for example, that he felt very, very close to was the idea of mandating prayer in public schools. This is also exemplary of his kind of large vision. He didn't consider himself just, the Rebbe of Chabad. He considered himself the Rebbe of the world, that he was concerned about not just, Jewish kids in Chabad yeshivas, but Jewish kids in public school and non-Jewish kids in public school. One of his other campaigns was really trying to emphasize the 7 Noahide laws and to popularize them among non-Jews. At any rate, in the 1960s, the Supreme Court struck down the practice of prayer in public schools, and the Rebbe fought bitterly against this and was quite vocal about it. In this regard, he was going up against the Jewish establishment, which thought that generally it's probably a better thing to keep state and religion separate, church and state separate, and they didn't appreciate that the Rebbe was trying to bring prayer back in. They said, no, if we bring prayer back in, it's going to be Christian prayer. So, why are you doing this? I can tell you, by the way, that my own experience in public school, which was just a little bit later than this, and I was in Canada. I don't know how the Canadian environment was shaped by the Americans. I went to public school from about 1969 or so to the 70s, and I grew up reciting the Lord's Prayer every morning. And, I still remember it. And, it's not such a bad prayer. It's a very nice prayer. You give others expressions, things like that. But I remember that when I was about in middle school, it abruptly stopped. And then we had, for about a year or two, this kind of, I guess it must have been in response to this kind of argument. We had this kind of multicultural moment of religious thought every morning, where the principal would read over the intercom some, like 2-minute Buddhist teaching, or my favorite will be Native American teachings about Manitou and all kinds of things like that. And occasionally there would be a Christian teaching or a Jewish teaching. And the idea was kind of like all religions. And then eventually that disappeared. We had a moment of silence, but that was, just too hard to maintain. So we eventually they did away with it altogether. No more prayer, no more moment of silence, no more religious thought. But the Rebbe really wanted to make this happen. He argued strenuously for a moment of silence as well, and he was not able to succeed. So he was deeply frustrated with it, and he was often the only person in the room screaming for this, but he simply could not achieve it. And he met with a lot of opposition within the Jewish world. Perhaps one of the most painful moments was a rupture within the Chabad movement itself that occurred in 1985 and extended for 2 years. And the rift over succession, which had kind of scabbed over when the Rashad accepted the Rabbi Menachem Mendel Schneerson as the Rebbe, had not totally healed. And 30 years later, one of the people involved, librarians with the extremely valuable Chabad library, which had hundreds of volumes from the 16th and 17th century, very, very rare volumes that were rescued in Eastern Europe, noticed that there were 2 volumes that were suddenly missing from the shelf. And they didn't know what was happening, where were these books going? And so they installed a security system, and they discovered to their dismay that
the Rebbe's nephew was actually taking the books and then selling them privately. Now, that certainly, didn't sound very nice, and he was taking them at night surreptitiously and so on. But when they challenged him, saying, "What are you doing with the books?" He insisted that in fact he was only taking books that already belonged to him, because he, as the Rashav's son, was the grandson of the Frierdiker Rebbe, and the library belonged to his grandfather. And so therefore, he was really the inheritor of these books. And although, Chabad was free to use them in their library and consult them, if he chose to take some of them and sell them on the private market, that would be fine. Obviously, the Rebbe disagreed and said, no, these are library books. These are books for the entire community. Because the Frierdiker Rebbe left without leaving a will, there was no way to really clearly understand what was his intention with regards to his multi-million-dollar collection of books. There was quite a fractious dispute over this, and ultimately the Rebbe decided, again very controversial for the time, to take this to secular court. He chose not to bring it to a Beit Din, that is, keep it inside the Jewish world with a Jewish court. And there are a lot of interesting theories as to why he decided not to do that. Perhaps it would have placed too much pressure on a Beit Din to have to, judge something so weighty as a Rebbe's claim to a library and so on. But ultimately, they went to New York State courts, and in very dramatic testimonial, what really swung the decision in favor of the Rebbe was when his wife was questioned. They took a deposition regarding what she thought was the true ownership of the books. And the real question was, were they the personal property of her father, the father-in-law of the Rebbe, or were they the property of the Chabad Hasidim as a whole? And when questioned, Chaim Iskish said that the library and her father belonged to all the Hasidim. So in other words, with that very clever answer, the judge was satisfied, and in fact he ruled that the books belonged to the Chabad Association. It was a public library owned by a private library owned by this institution rather than a single person. The books had to be returned. This particular date, the 5th of Teves, when this decision was decided, was declared a Chabad holiday, and it's called Zidan Natzak, which literally means in Aramaic, our side won. But it showed a tremendous rift in the family that showed that the antagonism over how the succession would be played out was not yet solved. It was made even worse when a deranged Chabad supporter, reacting to a very fiery speech that the Rebbe gave regarding the disposition of the book, broke into the home of Muhammad Dina Schneerson, that is the widow of the 6th Rebbe, and beat the 86-year-old woman senseless, sending her to the hospital. And this was literally the end of the relationship between the two sides of the Schneerson family. They never spoke again, separated, they were buried separately, and it was just a very sad internal family conflict that went along with the challenges of leadership. But perhaps the controversy that spread most widely after the Rebbe's death were the swirling controversies regarding his view of messianism. When the Frierdiker Rebbe died, the Rebbe would spend literally hours at his grave, shown here in 1950, shortly after his passing, reciting psalms and reciting special prayers and so on. And he was definitely very, very close to his father-in-law, and for years afterwards, the Rebbe basically, once he moved to 770 Eastern Parkway, he only left it either to stay within the Crown Heights community for a few special weddings when he was younger,
or to go to the grave of his father-in-law in Queens, and only on, I think, 3 occasions he went up to the Catskills to visit some summer camps that he had found. Otherwise, he spent his entire life entirely within, a radius of about 12 miles, and basically living in June 770, doing all of his work there. So when the Rebbe in the 1990s went to for one of these long, solitary, meditative states at his father-in-law's grave, even his uncharacteristically long stay there was a concern for some of the lieutenants. They went in to see what was going on. At this time, as you shall see in a moment, the grave was enclosed, and they saw that he had had a stroke. They managed to revive him, and he recovered to some extent, but for the last few years of his life, he was unable to communicate to the same degree at all that he had prior to his stroke. And it was during the last few years of his life, when he was in this kind of, nebulous condition, that many of his followers insisted that he, in fact, was not just a Rebbe, but he was actually the Messiah, Mashiach, come to redeem the entire Jewish world. And an entire, scholarly industry began to develop, developing proofs that, in fact, this is the coming of the Mashiach. Look at how many things he has done. He really was someone who strode across the global stage. He had transformed lives all over the world. And he meets all of these characteristics. A lot of research was done into Maimonides and his views on how to identify the Messiah and so on. And this movement grew. And during those last few years of his life, with whatever emotions he was able to communicate, many interpreted even the smallest hand gesture as a level of assent to that particular view. Or if some people would be singing songs specifically praising him as a Mashiach, and they did not feel that he was, denying them, that was in fact an assent. So there's a lot of speculation about exactly what was his mindset at the time. And amazingly, this continued even after his passing and burial in 1994, when for a long time a significant number of Chabad Lubavitchers continued to believe that not only was he the Mashiach, but he was actually going to rise from the dead to assume that role. Now, I'm not getting into the theology of this, but it sounded to many like Christianity, not Judaism, and there was a huge amount of furor over the argument of the Rebbe as the Messiah. Now, the degree we can lay this at the feet of the Rebbe himself is I think, beyond the scope of our discussion, although there are some fascinating thoughts on this in the work of Telushkin in particular. But what really was the controversy that went on afterwards, very similar in many ways to the controversy about the Rambam, is that a very important scholar at Michigan University, Rabbi Dr. David Berger, a noted historian, wrote a book that had the subtitle The Rebbe, the Messiah, and the Scandal of Orthodox Indifference, in which Dr. Berger argued, rather inflammatory kind of thesis, that, hey, wait a second, if you have all these Lubavitcher Shluchim all over the world who are doing amazing things for the community, but they regard their Rebbe as a deceased Messiah going to rise again from the dead, and he would say that that was clearly heretical in Judaism. And that would mean that these people who are slaughtering meat for kosher consumption and running Jewish schools and running Jewish synagogues are actually invalidated in all of those tasks. Their meat is no longer kosher, their schools are no longer kosher, they can't even count in a minyan. And he, as you can see from the subtitle, he was calling it a scandal of Orthodox indifference, because not a lot of the Orthodox world really seem to care. They've grown dependent on Chabad and so on. And, if Chabad individuals, and there's a lot of debate over exactly how many Chabadnikim actually felt this way. In my limited experience, there's a whole spectrum. But
this is a huge shanda to use the Yiddish term. It seems, however, that, where are we now? We're like 30 years on from his passing, that much of this has really faded into the background. And, I'm not sure exactly how all Chabadnikim have made their peace with the Rebbe's passing. There are definitely some who definitely still believe that he is the Mashiach, but it remains to be seen whether the younger generation will continue that. Nevertheless, it is fascinating that we're even talking about the younger generation. But amazingly, the Chabad movement has actually expanded exponentially since the Rebbe's passing, which I think is more of a testament to the strength of Rebbe's leadership, that it could actually grow after he is no longer at its helm than anything else. Let me conclude by just taking you on a little bit of a virtual tour of the Rebbe's grave, which we saw in that last image. It's a site called the Ohel. And I'm thinking that because I'm speaking to people on the West Coast who may not necessarily have seen this particular location, it is, I have to say, one of the most powerful experiences, and it is one of the few truly Jewish religious pilgrimage sites that we have in America today. It's basically a cemetery in Queens, filled with thousands and thousands of graves of regular people. Right at the border of the cemetery, there's this welcome house where you come in and there's a synagogue there, there's a mikveh there, you can borrow books, you can buy books, you can watch videos of the Rebbe speaking and so on. And when you're in this little house, then you go through this really remarkable ritual. I myself am of Chabad persuasion, but I find this very appealing and very cleansed, very true, and very meaningful. You sit down and you privately write out a small note called a pidyon or pidyon nefesh, which is essentially a petition. There's a lot of interesting theology about, what exactly are you writing here? Who are you writing to? The basic idea is you're writing to God. It's a form of a prayer. You write, in certain particular formats, you're referring to your mother's name and so on, but you write what you really care about, who you want to succeed and be healthy, and you think about your family and things like that. And then, you take off your shoes, because you're going to be walking into a holy place, like we have in this week's parsha. You give a little bit of tzedakah. There's a big